A trash cultivation method that not even dogs want, but in your eyes, it's a treasure. Even if it means depleting your parents' retirement funds, you eagerly acquire it. Your classmates mock you for having a hole in your head over this. Little do they know, you possess infinite fusion abilities, capable of turning anything into treasure through fusion. At this moment, you synthesize 2 basic body refining books, and soon a book on 5 group forging techniques appears in your hand. Upon flipping through it, you realize it's just simpler and more understandable than the previous one. Then, you proceed to combine 2 5-group forging techniques books, but suddenly everything goes black before you nearly collapse to the ground. Surprisingly, fusion consumes physical energy. Just then, a prompt in your mind signals a critical fusion event. You are about to engage in a leap fusion. Congratulations, you have obtained the introductory chapter of the star-level forging technique. With a burst of golden light, a device the size of a USB drive appears in your hand. It turns out to be a futuristic cultivation method, boosting your training efficiency 100-fold. Upon seeing this, your body trembles violently, indicating that one session for you equals a whole year of practice for others. After a short rest to recover your strength, you proceed to practice the star-level forging technique directly. As you practice, you begin to notice certain aspects more clearly. When you complete the first movement, your body experiences an electrifying numbness, accompanied by intermittent explosive sounds of drums resonating in the room. Finally, you exhaust all your strength to complete the 12th movement, feeling like you've fallen apart. Yet, your body feels incredibly comfortable, completely devoid of the usual soreness and pain. Uncertain if the star-level forging technique can still be further synthesized, you then place the cultivation method into the fusion slot. However, this time the synthesis column had no response, and then the system prompts that the synthesis column is currently in the primary stage, unable to perform advanced synthesis. To unlock the ultimate synthesis column, one needs to become an official dancer. Do you need to become an official dancer? An official dancer requires blood energy to reach 15 cards, and combat power to be above 150 points. But my current blood energy is only 87 cards, and it took a month of practice to increase by 0.01 card. Now with the star calculation body, it shouldn't be a problem to upgrade to a dancer. Suddenly, Dad called you outside, and after taking you out, he patted your shoulder and said with a smile, "Dad got paid today." He bought you 2 consolation pills, hoping for good results without any worries. Looking at his wrinkled hands, you gritted your teeth and remained silent. Unexpectedly, Dad directly stuffed the box into your hands, reassuring you, "Although our family is not wealthy, everyone else has pills to take. My son cannot be without them." Without saying anything to Dad, you took the consolation pills and went into the bedroom. These 2 pills probably cost him a month's salary. "I won't let you down." Then, 2 black pills were placed into the synthesis column, and energy was instantly drained. A purple pill appeared in your hand, synthesis completed, obtaining the solid chi pill. This primary pill can increase the body's blood energy, with slight side effects after consumption. You examined the pill in your hand, a smile on your face. This solid chi pill costs over 10,000 per gram, but it unexpectedly has side effects. After some thought, you decided to sell the solid chi pill, then continue to buy and synthesize the loss compensation pill to maximize profits. Afterwards, you went to the Tiani dance hall and negotiated the price. You sold the solid chi pill for 12,000 and used the money to buy 12 oxygen pills. Upon returning home, you immediately synthesized 6 solid chi pills and continued to synthesize upwards. After synthesis, you obtained the oxygen pill, a primary pill that significantly increases the body's vitality but has slight toxic side effects when consumed. It turned out to be an oxygen pill, the best among primary pills, valued at 80,000 each, but unfortunately, it still has side effects. You resisted the urge to swallow it and synthesized another pill. Then, you placed 2 oxygen pills in the synthesis frame, wondering what kind of pill they could create, perhaps the ultimate pill. As soon as you finished speaking, you lost 1/3 of your stamina instantly, triggering a critical synthesis and proceeding to skip level synthesis. Congratulations on obtaining the advanced pill, the solid benzene peichi pill, which can enhance vitality without any side effects and slightly boost 5 attributes. You were surprised to see it was an advanced pill, a priceless treasure usually unobtainable even with wealth. Thinking, you threw the pill into your mouth, then suddenly held your breath as the potent medicinal power surged through your body, cleansing every part of you. After some time passed, your body gradually calmed down, and you were now full of energy. With a fierce punch towards the air, it unexpectedly produced a loud explosion. With only 1 oxygen pill left, sell it at the Destiny Dance Hall tomorrow and test your health and combat power. The next morning, you arrived at the dance hall. After selling the oxygen pill for 80,000, you headed to the 3rd floor testing area. As soon as you went upstairs, a woman came to test you. After about a minute, your face twitched slightly. You walked out of the testing chamber, and at that moment, the chamber signaled the completion of the health test, with a value of 11 cards. You appeared calm on the surface, but your heart was in turmoil. In just one day, you unexpectedly increased by 13 cards. This growth rate is too terrifying, even for wealthy children who treat supplements as meals. Increasing by a bit in a year is considered good. The girl next to you had a professional smile on her face, indicating for you to proceed with the next combat power test. The second test is physical, mainly assessing various abilities of the body, and ultimately, the combat power will be determined based on these data. As the device emitted a sound, the combat power assessment was completed, with 105 points. Surprisingly, it did not reach the required standard combat power value. Generally, combat power is directly proportional to health and energy values. Normally, for an ordinary person with 10 cards of health, the combat power should be around 100 points. It seems that your health has increased too quickly, not yet adapting to your current strength. You need to go back and practice some combat skills. After coming down from the third floor, you went to the sales hall and spent 60,000 to buy 16 energy supplements. As you are about to leave, your eyes catch a glimpse of a book called Mental Breathing Method on the counter. How come you've never heard of this book before? What is it used for? A staff member nearby approaches you with a smile and says, "This is the new breathing method introduced in our dance hall. It can help dancers focus and is very beneficial for practice. If you spend over 50,000 in the dance hall, you will receive a free classical book." Your eyes light up. "Give me a copy." After returning home, you synthesize the elixir, synthesizing it 3 times directly, reaching the limit, and obtaining the middle grade elixir 9 Yang elixir. You swallow the 9 Yang elixir directly, and instantly a burst of pure Yang energy erupts from your body. The energy consumed in synthesizing the elixir is replenished, feeling the continuous growth of power within you. You quickly start practicing the star calculation body forging technique, efficiently absorbing the medicinal power in your body. After doing it 3 times in a row, your body is so exhausted that you can't even stand up. You should have reached 13 points of chi and blood, but now you have no energy left. It seems you can only synthesize the mental breathing method next time. The next day at school, it's time for practical training. A muscular man walks towards the martial arts field and says, "I'll be the instructor for today's training session. Shang Sishianyu, come up and be my sparring partner." Cheng Tianqua points to a cold-looking young man. Beside him, Zhang Hao mutters quietly, "Isn't this Sishianyu just getting special treatment?" Relying on his family's wealth and having enough elixirs, in the last test his chi and blood had already reached 1291. He has a good chance of breaking through 13 points before the martial arts exam. You glanced at Zhang Hao. Are you jealous of him? Why don't you go up and try? Zhang Hao blushed and was speechless. After the demonstration, Cheng Tianqua patted Si Tianyu on the shoulder. "The demonstration ends here. Now, I need a student to come up and practice with Si Tianyu." Upon hearing this, the students all hesitated and whispered, "Isn't this just asking for trouble? Who would want to go up?" Seeing this, Cheng Tianqua felt disappointed. Just as he was about to randomly pick someone, he suddenly met a cold gaze. At this moment, you stood out starkly from the others. While everyone else was avoiding his gaze, you faced him calmly. Cheng Tianqua then pointed at you. "You, come up. You will practice the boxing technique with Si Tianyu." The classmates nearby breathed a sigh of relief when you were chosen. They then looked at you with a smug expression. Everyone knew your strength. You were on a different level than Si Tianyu. Zhang Hao sighed beside you. "Take care, my good friend. If it doesn't work out, just admit defeat. It's not embarrassing." Cheng Tianqua watched as you walked up step by step, feeling as if a hungry wolf was walking among sheep. "Such an outstanding student, I had no impression of you before." After you went on stage, you hugged Cheng Tianqua. He looked at your well-proportioned body with great interest. "What's your name? How many kilocalories did you score in the previous school's physical test?" You calmly replied, "Teacher Tang, my name is Li Yunlong. I scored 87 kilocalories in the last school test." Wen Yan's brow furrowed slightly. "Only 87 cards? Could it be that I overestimated myself?" You saw the doubt on the other side's face, ready to reveal the results of the test in the dance hall, because the improvement in chi and blood cannot be hidden. "Teacher Chang, I tested again yesterday." Before you could finish speaking, Cheng Tianqua interrupted you, instructing you to practice with Sishianyu. You were interrupted, hesitated for a moment, didn't say anything more, and turned to walk towards the center of the stage. Seeing you approach, Sishianyu smiled and said, "I had a breakthrough in my practice this morning, and my chi and blood have reached 13 cards. But don't worry, I'll hold back a bit. You nodded and casually agreed. Let's begin. As soon as the words fell, Sishianyu's right hand muscles bulged, delivering a fierce straight punch towards you, breaking the sound barrier with a strong whistling sound. Many girls in the audience closed their eyes in fear. You stood your ground, not dodging, forcefully pushing off the ground with your right foot, concentrating all your strength in your right fist using the reactive force. In an instant, there was a muffled sound in the venue, followed by the sound of bones shattering. A figure was sent flying, and the trees on the ground wailed incessantly. Zhang Hao was the first to rush over, anxiously shouting, "Li Yunlong, where are you injured?" However, as he approached, he realized that you were standing fine on the stage, meaning that it was Sishianyu who was just sent flying. All the students watching were stunned, wearing expressions of disbelief. Even Chang Tianque was surprised, but he quickly realized that you were hiding your strength. He went to check on Sishianyu's injuries and instructed a student nearby to call the medical room. Then he gave you a suspicious look and said, "You've been hiding quite well. Come with me to the office." After speaking, he led the way out of the training ground. You had no choice but to follow. Behind you, there were waves of gasps and exclamations coming from the training ground. In the office, Chang Tianque stared at you intently and asked, "What's going on? Explain that punch just now. Can you really generate 87 kilocalories of energy with it?" You shrugged and innocently explained, "During the school test, I did generate 87 kilocalories, but I don't know why my energy suddenly became stronger." Chang Tianque was no longer calm. How could your energy surge so much in just 2 days? Ordinary people couldn't achieve this unless it was a talent awakening. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You looked innocent and said, "I was about to explain that, but you interrupted me." Chang Tianque looked at you speechlessly. "There's a blood energy testing machine here. I'll test you personally." After a while, the test results showed 32 kilocalories of energy, leaving Chang Tianque and even you astonished. Even you were taken aback. Chang Tianque became even more convinced that you were a talented individual. "It seems like you are the most deserving candidate for the genius training camp this time. Although this energy value may not be much nationwide, in a small city like Anwushi, it's definitely a talent that only emerges once every 10 years. You should know, even the student with the highest chi and blood level in school is only 68 cards. At this moment, Chang Tianque's eyes lit up. He patted your shoulder. "Yulong, I have never seen a situation like yours before. In a month, there will be a genius training camp in Dongchuan province. I am considering recommending you. Are you interested? If you are selected, there will be a reward of 200,000 scholarship, and I will report your situation to the principal. Do you have any other requests? I can ask the principal together." You nodded, as you were waiting for Chang Tianque to say this. "I would like to take a leave first. The school curriculum is not useful for me. It's better to use this time for cultivation." Chang Tianque nodded. "Request approved for extended leave. Make good use of this time, enhance your combat power, and I look forward to you achieving good results in the martial arts exam. Since the founding of our second martial arts school, no one has been admitted to the top 4 martial arts universities. If you achieve this, the school will reward you generously. As your practical combat mentor, you can directly tell me about any difficulties. I will do my best to help you." After helping you think for a moment, you understood the meaning behind Chang Tianque's words. "Thank you, Teacher Chang. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." As he watched you leave the office, Chang Tianque jumped up from his seat. "I, Chang Tianque, unexpectedly have a genius at 32 cards. Maybe I can break through 15 cards before the martial arts exam and become a first-class dancer. By then, not only will Li Yunlong become famous, but I will also bask in the glory." After you returned home, you began to replicate the ideation breathing method for synthesis. With 3 successful syntheses, a new martial arts visualization method emerged in your mind. This visualization method not only refines mental power but also enhances willpower, allowing the dancer to enter the state of unity between man and nature at any time. In this state, the progress of physical training will skyrocket. So you immediately start practicing the visualization method and body refining technique together. After completing a set of movements, you collapse directly on the ground, with all your strength drained. The medicinal power previously stored in your body is also absorbed almost completely. Thinking about the next big plan to make money, since martial arts techniques and elixirs can be synthesized, what about the elixir formula? If you can synthesize an elixir formula that is not available in the market, whether to sell it or to buy materials and make it yourself, it will be a substantial income. So, you searched online for some low-level elixir formulas. After 3 syntheses, an elixir formula called True Element Pill suddenly appeared. Upon investigation, it was found that there is no single drug patent with the same name in the patent office. Moreover, the medicinal herbs required for the True Element pill are sold in various major pharmacies. On average, the cost of one pill is less than 10,000 yuan. But if sold as a finished product, one pill can be sold for 200,000 yuan, or it can be sold directly. Having a single drug patent, selling for tens of millions in 5 trips is not a problem. However, the source of such a single drug might be difficult to explain. First, find a pharmacy to refine a few pills and test the efficacy. Lu Chen made up his mind. He went to the street to look for a pharmacy that could rent out a pharmaceutical room. With the development of technology, the refining of elixirs had become more mechanized. As long as professional equipment was used and the right temperature and time were set, elixirs could be refined without the need for any professional knowledge. Sir, we do not allow the rental of our pharmaceutical room. The prescriptions have patent fees and cannot be used by individuals. Looking at the resolute refusal of the pharmacy staff, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and could only leave. It seems I was too naive. Pharmaceutical rooms like this are considered commercial secrets, and strict measures are taken to prevent people from avoiding patent fees and refining elixirs privately. If one wanted to borrow a pharmaceutical room, not only did they have to go through cumbersome procedures, but they also needed to present a patent certificate for the elixir. Lu Chen had no intention of applying for a patent at the moment because the patent review process took too long, ranging from a year to several years, and he didn't have that kind of time. After visiting several pharmacies in a row, all of them firmly refused when they heard that Lu Chen wanted to borrow a pharmaceutical room. I'll try one last time. If I'm rejected again, I'll have to sell the elixir recipe. Lu Chen arrived at the last pharmacy at the end of the street and sighed. This pharmacy was called Rejuvenation Hall, newly opened with a flower basket at the entrance. Lu Chen gathered his courage and walked in. A strong scent of Chinese medicine wafted through the air, with various medicinal herbs and elixirs neatly arranged inside the pharmacy. Behind the counter, there was a male clerk playing on his phone. When he saw Lu Chen enter, he didn't even look up and said, "The prices of the elixirs are all marked. Take a look yourself." After speaking, he continued playing on his phone. It was evident that this store was relatively lax in management, and business was not too good. Perhaps he could rent the pharmaceutical room through the clerk? A thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind, and he approached the counter, asking softly, "Friend, can I borrow your pharmaceutical room here?" The male clerk, who was still playing on his phone, was slightly startled, then frowned and waved his hand. No, we only sell elixirs here. The pharmaceutical room is not for rent." "Don't rush to refuse." Lu Chen took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the clerk. "Think about it." A few minutes later, Lu Chen followed the clerk to the second floor of the pharmacy. The clerk first turned off the surveillance in the pharmacy and then whispered, "Hurry up, you have 1 hour at most, and clean up after you're done." "Don't worry, I'll clean up and restore everything as it was. Give me double the amount of each herb listed on this list." Lu Chen handed the clerk a list of herbs needed for the True Yuan pill, then pushed open the door to the pharmaceutical room and walked in. Indeed, money could make the devil turn the millstone. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The pharmaceutical room was spacious, with various equipment neatly arranged. In no time, the clerk came upstairs again, bringing the herbs needed for the True Yuan pill. Some of the herbs were deliberately added by Lu Chen to confuse others. This way, he didn't have to worry about someone deducing the recipe for the True Yuan pill through the herbs. Let's begin. It's a bit exciting for the first time refining an elixir. Lu Chen allocated the herbs in proportion and placed them in the refining equipment one by one. This part was the most crucial. The quantities had to be precise to the milligram. Any error in the amount of any herb would change the nature of the elixir. After mixing, Lu Chen turned on the power of the equipment. Whoosh! Flames rose, and the herbs were refined into liquid according to the preset program. Then, through stirring, they cooled into pill form. Success? Lu Chen looked at the pills on the tray gleaming with a dark blue light, a hint of joy on his face. To find out if he had succeeded, all he needed to do was check the description in the synthesis column. True Yuan pill, intermediate elixir, composed of Helan, Zibao, 100-year green immortal root, golden essence ginseng. It passed the appraisal in the synthesis column. Looks like it was a success. Lu Chen carefully put away the True Yuan pill and continued refining the next one. With the experience of the first success, the speed of the second pill was even faster. After refining the second pill, Lu Chen put the remaining herbs into the equipment and burned them into dregs. Creak! The door of the pharmacy room was opened. The male clerk stuck his head in and whispered, "It's been an hour. If you go overtime, you'll have to pay extra." "I'm done. I'll clean up." Lu Chen poured the dregs into the drain and then walked out of the pharmacy room. Before leaving, Lu Chen settled the payment of 18,000 for the herbs and exchanged phone numbers with the clerk. It would be convenient to borrow the pharmacy room for future pill refining. Now all the money earned from selling pills before was spent. But Lu Chen didn't feel a bit sorry because if he sold these 2 true yuan pills, they would be worth at least 400,000. 2 true yuan pills, one for self-use, the other to sell. Just shortly after Lu Chen left, a red car stopped in front of the pharmacy. Xin Zi got out of the car and looked at the desolate and empty rejuvenation hall with a bitter smile. I really don't know how long my pharmacy can last. The Qin family had been a family of elixirs 100 years ago, holding several patented formulas for intermediate elixirs. Relying on these patents, they started from scratch and grew bigger. But with the changing times, these old elixir formulas were gradually being phased out. The once prosperous Qin family also fell on hard times. By the time it reached Qin Zi's generation, all she had left was this pharmacy, and from the current situation, it was not far from closing down. The old elixir formulas in the family are too outdated, the herbs needed are expensive, and the effects of the elixirs produced are mediocre. After all, it's 100-year-old technology, it has no competitiveness now. If I want to revive the pharmacy, I have to find new elixir formulas. Qin Zi knew the current plight of the pharmacy, but acquiring elixir formulas was not easy. The reason she went out this time was because she heard that a new elixir formula had been developed in the neighboring province and rushed over. However, after verification, this elixir formula was just superficial, and the actual effect after consumption was not significant. Moreover, the seller asked for an exorbitant price of 20 million. Naturally, the deal was not made. Xin Zi walked into the pharmacy and saw the male clerk behind the counter looking somewhat flustered, busy putting away his phone. "Boss, you're back." Shui Jun greeted Xin Zi while putting his phone back in his pocket. Xin Zi, who was already in a bad mood, felt even more annoyed at this moment and gave Shui Jun a disdainful glance. Then she went upstairs. Shui Jun usually liked to slack off, often playing with his phone during work hours. Once he even took pharmacy products out to sell without permission, and when caught, he still tried to argue. Xin Zi made up her mind that after dealing with the current matters, she would definitely fire Shui Jun. Ignored by Qin Zi, Shui Jun rubbed his hands, leering at Qin Zi's sexy figure. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a great figure. When Qin Zi's figure disappeared upstairs, Shui Jun withdrew his gaze, took out his phone, and continued watching videos. Just as he was getting into it, he suddenly saw Qin Zi appear in front of the counter. "Qin boss, I." Shui Jun was a bit flustered because Qin Zi's face was terribly dark, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. "Shui Jun, someone tampered with the pharmacy room, you should know what's going on, right?" I don't know." Shui Jun quickly shook his head, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Boss, what's going on?" Seeing Shui Jun pretending to be clueless, Qin Zi coldly sneered, "Playing dumb, huh? You're fired, pack up and get out." With that, she ignored Shui Jun and went upstairs. Shui Jun was getting more and more out of line, daring to let people into the pharmacy room, a place of importance. The more Qin Zi thought about it, the angrier she became, and her already frustrated mood was ignited into a blaze of anger. As soon as she entered the pharmaceutical room, she smelled the residue of medicine. Obviously someone had been refining elixirs inside. Traces could be cleaned up, but the smell wouldn't dissipate easily. "Damn it, I spent over 5 million on this equipment, don't let it get damaged." Qin Zi frowned, carefully inspecting the equipment for any damage. The equipment seems fine. After a thorough check, Qin Zi breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me, I don't know who that damn Shui Jun brought in, I need to maintain the equipment quickly." With that, she began to adjust the equipment, removing the lid of the pharmaceutical machine to clean out the residue. What kind of elixir did this person refine? Why is the residue dark green? Qin Zi suddenly noticed some residual medicine while cleaning the equipment. She absent-mindedly dipped a cotton swab into it and analyzed the components under a microscope. "I must be crazy, what's there to research? Could it be a new elixir recipe?" Qin Zi chuckled self-deprecatingly but didn't stop her actions. "Shui Jun, hold on a minute." Shui Jun downstairs was packing up, about to leave the pharmacy, when Qin Zi rushed over to stop him. "Boss, it's not my fault, the business at our pharmacy was so bad that I rented out the pharmaceutical room to someone else. And that person said the elixir he refined was his own invention, not illegal, that's why I agreed." Shui Jun thought it was a equipment malfunction and quickly shifted the blame. Hearing this, Qin Zi's eyes lit up. She grabbed Shui Jun excitedly and asked, "Do you have that person's contact information?" "I do. Give it to me." Qin Zi was very anxious at the moment because the medicine residue she had just tested not only used very cheap ingredients but its effects were several times that of equivalent elixirs. If she could get her hands on this elixir recipe, the pharmacy would thrive. I wonder how much this True Yuan pill can enhance one's vitality. Lu Chun swallowed the True Yuan pill and began practicing the Star Era body tempering technique. Gradually, a mist emanated from his body, filling the entire room. Every pore on his body was wide open, resembling a boiling kettle, emitting a continuous rumbling sound. If one observed closely, they could see Lu Chen's muscles all over his body trembling rhythmically. With each tremor, the muscles became fuller, brimming with explosive power. Soon, as time passed, Lu Chen completed the entire practice of the Star Era body tempering technique. Instead of resting immediately, he sat cross-legged and began meditating. As he breathed in and out, snake-like spiritual mist swiftly circulated within his body. His chest swelled, exhaling silently, inhaling like a dragon. Half an hour later, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, looking pensive. This body tempering technique is terrifying. The True Yuan pill is an intermediate elixir, yet I absorbed over half of its medicinal power with just one simple practice. Smack! Lu Chen punched into the air, tearing it apart with a sonic boom. Now, my vitality should be close to that of a first-stage warrior. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. And this miraculous meditation technique seems to not only enhance my mental strength but also sharpen my senses, almost like a qualitative improvement for combat. Yes, just after finishing his meditation, Lu Chen noticed a dramatic change in his nerve response speed and vision. Watching his own movements now felt like they were in slow motion. His mind also became much clearer. Many things that were previously unclear suddenly became transparent. Ring ring ring. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Chen answered the call. On the other end, Qin Zi's anxious voice came through. Do you want the elixir recipe? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Wasn't this a potential partner coming to him? I can give you the Dan Fong, but I hope to do it in a different way. I'll call you back when I have the time, Lu Chen said before hanging up the phone. The other party had called to acquire the Dan Fong, but Lu Chen was not satisfied with the price offered. If possible, he didn't mind cooperating with them. He would provide the Dan Fong, and they would be responsible for refining and selling it. This way, the profits would be continuous. This person is so rude, just hung up on me. Qin Zi felt somewhat unwilling and called back again. However, she heard a busy tone on the other end. It's infuriating, you people like to go against me, don't you? Qin Zi's chest heaved with anger. Seeing Xuejun looking at her with a smirk, she suddenly lost her temper and pushed the other party out of the door. Get out, you're not welcome at Rejuvenation Hall anymore. There was no need to go to school for now, so Lu Chen focused on improving his strength at home. It had been a week since he had been practicing the Star Record body tempering technique and the new martial arts visualization method. He knew his progress in Qi and blood was rapid, but he needed to test to know the specific values. I should be able to participate in the warrior assessment now. With the boost from the visualization method, my combat power has also greatly increased. If necessary, I can even use that secret force technique. The force technique Lu Chen referred to was actually the force method used in the Star Record body tempering technique. Through his experiments, he found that using the same force method in battle could multiply his strength several times. Although it was very exhausting, it could significantly boost his combat power in a short period. With his current strength, he could at most achieve 3 times the force for 5 minutes. This was already incredible. Imagine a first realm warrior suddenly bursting out with the strength of a second realm warrior in battle. It could likely kill the opponent instantly. This was truly a transcendent combat skill. In the Star Record, this force method was well known, but in the present, it would definitely shake the entire world. Lu Chen named this force method Ignition Force. It's been a while since I tested my Qi and blood in combat power. I'll go to the martial hall today to test it, and if time permits, I'll also participate in the warrior assessment. The next morning, Lu Chen arrived at the Tianyi Martial Hall once again. He went straight to the 3rd floor and headed towards the counter. Hello, I'm here for testing, thank you. Coincidentally, this time, Lu Chen was greeted by Yumei. Seeing Lu Chen, Yumei's expression changed slightly, her eyes full of curiosity. This young man seemed to have become stronger. But didn't the hall master say that the sudden surge in this young man's qi and blood was due to taking talent-enhancing drugs? Thinking of this, Yumei smiled and asked, Sir, it's only been a little over a week since your last test, have you made progress in your strength? Lu Chen was slightly surprised at her words but quickly understood. It seemed he had been testing his qi and blood too frequently, and the martial hall had the authority to access his test records. His rapid progress in qi and blood had caught someone's attention. However, Lu Chen didn't mind, his strength was clear, and he wasn't afraid of investigation. There has been progress. Isn't the warrior assessment coming up soon? I want to retest my chi and blood levels, Lu Chen said with a smile to Yume. He walked into the testing room and lay down in the testing chamber. The testing procedure was the same as before, first testing chi and blood, then testing combat power. The instruments in the testing chamber began scanning, and soon the chamber door opened automatically. Ding! Chi and blood test completed, 25. 35 cards. What? Lu Chen and Yume were both startled. They had thought that surpassing 15 cards in chi and blood, reaching the level of a first realm warrior, would be good enough, but they hadn't expected to directly break through 25 cards. The threshold for a second realm warrior was also just 25 cards. Upon careful consideration, Lu Chen has been consuming a lot of elixirs lately, coupled with the star record body tempering technique and visualization method. It's very normal to see such significant improvements. He is trained for 7 days, equivalent to an ordinary person training for 7 years. How could progress not be fast? Beside him, Yume covered her cherry lips with her small hand, astonished beyond measure. An 18-year-old second-stage martial artist. This is unprecedented in Anwu City. What's even more terrifying is that not long ago, this young man's blood and energy were only at 87 cards. How long has it been since then that he has reached the level of a second-stage martial artist? What a terrifying growth rate. Shouldn't we test your combat power? Lu Chen interrupted Yume's thoughts. Ah, yes, follow me. Yume's face showed apology as she led him to the combat testing room. Lu Chen rubbed his fists together, eager to try. The last combat test was quite disappointing, but this time he was prepared. Bang! Lu Chen exerted all his strength and fiercely punched the instrument in front of him. Ding! Punch power test, 2,985 kilograms. Wow, was that punch so heavy? Lu Chen was slightly stunned. This value far exceeded his expectations. The punch power of an average second-stage martial artist is around 2,500 kilograms. His punch soared to nearly 3,000 kilograms. It seems there are many effects of the visualization method that have not been fully developed. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, understanding the key point. When he exerted force just now, his mental focus was highly concentrated. In that instant, he felt that his control over the muscles had risen to a new level. He effortlessly coordinated all the muscles in his body, which resulted in such a terrifying punch. This is the most obvious manifestation of mental enhancement in actual combat. Every movement was close to perfection, innate and flawless. Every attack was delivered with full force, to the fullest extent. Lu Chen was somewhat excited. This time he planned to use his burning power and test his limit punch again. As his breathing slowed down, Lu Chen's muscles began to rhythmically move. The next moment, bang! The fist wind broke through the air. Ding! Punch power test, 6,960 kilograms. Seeing the value displayed on the instrument, Lu Chen shook his head slightly, somewhat disappointed. He thought the burning power could triple his limit punch power, but now it seemed to only enhance the basic punch power. On the other side, Yume was already dumbfounded, her pupils shaking. And looking at the expression of the young man, it seemed he was not very satisfied with this result. Lu Chen didn't notice Yume's reaction behind him and proceeded with the next round of testing. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen walked out of Tianyi Martial Hall. Yume, are you saying that the kid with the sudden surge in blood and energy last time came for testing again? Inside the testing room, the curator Zhang Qingyang entered. What's wrong with you? Feeling stimulated? Seeing Yume's absent-minded look, Zhang Qingyang couldn't help but find it amusing. Is it because that kid's blood and energy dropped drastically, which scared you? Zhang Qingyang chuckled and said, I've said before, these kinds of medicines cause great harm to the body, and now many young people like to resort to these crooked ways just to pass the martial exam. No, curator. Yume shook her head. His blood and energy didn't drop but increased significantly. Zhang Qingyang clearly didn't believe it, raising an eyebrow. Oh, really? Open the device and let me see the test records. 1 minute later, Lu Chen's test data appeared on the screen. When Zhang Qingyang saw the numbers clearly, oh my, what's going on? Zhang Qingyang's face suddenly changed, his expression shifting from doubt to shock, almost speechless as he stared at the screen, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Yume, do you think this testing chamber is broken? Zhang Qingyang's face twitched. By now, Yume had recovered and led Zhang Qingyang to the combat testing room. The data should be correct. His combat power has increased even more dramatically this time. With her actions, Lu Chen's combat power was also displayed. 458 points, exceeding the ordinary second realm warrior by nearly double. Zhang Qingyang was first stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly, Go find this kid for me, he's definitely a talented individual. The voice was loud, spreading throughout the Tianyi Martial Hall. Yes, Chief. On the other side, Lu Chen came out and headed straight to the Warrior Association by car. If he was fast enough, he might still make it to today's Warrior assessment. It had to be said, the taxi driver was really talkative, chatting with Lu Chen about various topics along the way. "Young man, you look quite young. What are you going to the Warrior Association for?" The driver, seeing Lu Chen's student appearance, was curious about his purpose for this trip. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Master, I'm going to participate in the Warrior assessment." "Ha, participate in the Warrior assessment? Young man, you're really funny." The driver burst into laughter, thinking Lu Chen was joking with him. "I see you're so young, just coming of age, you're still far from being a warrior. My daughter is about your age, she's in her senior year at the first high school in our city, about to take the warrior exam. The whole family is worried about it. Her vitality is good, if she can get into a specialized warrior university, I won't have to drive anymore." Once the driver started talking about his child, he immediately opened up and began boasting about his child's achievements to Lu Chen. "Young man, I think you're not bad either. Do you have a chance to get into a warrior university?" Lu Chen felt awkward to interrupt, so he could only nod and agree casually. After a torturous 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Lu Chen quickly got out of the car, taking a deep breath. As the taxi driver was about to leave, he waved to Lu Chen, "Young man, if there's a chance, I'll introduce my daughter to you, she's very outstanding." Lu Chen smiled wryly, nodded, and turned to walk into the Warrior Association. Stepping into the hall, he immediately felt the grandeur of the Warrior Association, simple and elegant. Looking around, although there were no luxurious decorations, there was a sense of simplicity and grandeur. In the middle of the hall stood a statue of the founder of the Warrior Association, exuding supreme dignity. Following the signs, Lu Chen walked towards a service window. "Hello, I want to sign up for the Warrior assessment." The staff at the window took Lu Chen's ID card, and after seeing his age, deliberately looked at Lu Chen a few more times, as if confirming his identity. "Fill out the registration form, then scan the code to make the payment." The staff handed over a form to Lu Chen, indicating for him to fill it out. "Let me tell you about the things to pay attention to in the Warrior assessment." Taking advantage of Lu Chen's time filling out the form, the staff mentioned some points to note, surprisingly with a good attitude. Although she didn't think Lu Chen could pass the assessment, since he came to register, it meant his strength wasn't too far off, at least close to that of a warrior. Plus, Lu Chen was so young, his talent must be good. With a better attitude, maybe he could make a good connection. After filling out the form, Lu Chen followed the staff's instructions into another hall. This hall was even more spacious, with several people scattered around waiting for the assessment. Testing equipment was placed in the middle of the hall. Lu Chen glanced around and casually found a place to sit, waiting for the assessment to begin. Soon, a few more people came in. One of them, a girl, looked somewhat familiar. "It seems like Cold Moonyu from Class 3, that girl whose vitality test exceeded 13 cards, causing quite a stir at the time." Lu Chen recalled, unable to help but glance at her a few more times. This Cold Moonyu's vitality had also improved rapidly, actually coming to participate in the Warrior assessment. Among them, Cold Moonyu and Lu Chen seemed to be the youngest, while the others looked to be at least in their 30s. Cold Moonyu seemed to notice Lu Chen's gaze, glanced back at him, then looked away. It seemed she didn't recognize him as a classmate from the same year. "Alright, everyone quiet down." A burly middle-aged man walked in, closed the door of the hall, and declared loudly, "All the assessors for today are here, the assessment will begin now." He walked to the center of the hall, scanning the surroundings. "My name is Zhou Xingwen, and I am your assessment instructor for this session." Zhou Xingwen had a square face, tall stature, and a dark complexion, giving off a somewhat honest appearance. "Hello, Instructor Zhou," many people greeted him with flattering smiles. Zhou Xingwen nodded, took out a list, and said, "Wu Ziming, registered for the assessment of a first-level martial artist, come forward." As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly chubby young man stood up. "Let me explain the testing rules. First, we will test your vitality, and then your combat power. Everyone has 2 chances. I hope you will cherish them." Zhou Xingwen waved his hand, signaling Wu Ziming to come forward for the test. Wu Ziming was visibly nervous, clenching his fists and his calves trembling. This was not his first time participating in the martial artist assessment. All his previous attempts had failed, leaving a psychological shadow on him. The vitality test here used blood samples for accuracy, which was higher than the vitality chamber. Zhou Xingwen took a blood sample from Wu Ziming's hand with a needle and placed it in a device. Drip. Vitality test completed, 15. 58 calibrations. Wu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the test results. He had finally passed this time. Before coming, he had taken a vitality-enhancing pill, which seemed to have some effect. Let's continue with the next test of combat power. Zhou Xingwen, expressionless, led Wu Ziming to the strength testing machine. Wu Ziming gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, hammering forward. Bang! Strength test, 1,430 kilograms. Not pass, you have one more chance. However, after another attempt, his result was worse than the first. A first-level martial artist's strength requirement was above 1,500 kilograms. Wu Ziming was just a bit short of the passing line. How could this be? I tested over 1,500 kilograms at the martial hall a few days ago. Wu Ziming was visibly upset, his face pale, and he requested another chance from Zhou Xingwen. Zhou Xingwen shook his head, seeing the desolate look on Wu Ziming's face, and comforted him. It's normal for the testing equipment at the martial hall to have errors. Everything is based on the Martial Artist Association's tests. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of martial artist tests. Go back, practice your strength, and come back for the assessment when your skills are stable. Wu Ziming could only nod in response to Zhou Xingwen's words and left the assessment hall dejectedly. Seeing someone not doing well, the remaining people waiting in the hall became somewhat nervous. Just as Zhou Xingwen was about to call the next person, the hall's door was pushed open forcefully. Sorry for being late. A man in a deep green military uniform walked in, tall and in his 30s, with a thick beard. The man strode confidently to Zhou Xingwen, smiling. Sorry to trouble you, Instructor Zhou, I was delayed on the way. So it's Brother Wang. Zhou Xingwen's face lit up with a smile. You're being too polite, come for the test first, and then we can go for a drink together. The sudden appearance of the man in military attire made the others waiting in the hall somewhat displeased. Why does he get to cut in line just because he's from the military? Yeah, why, we've been waiting for so long. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and spoke out. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingwen looked disdainful, sneering, what's the fuss about? He's here for the assessment of a third-level martial artist, and military personnel have priority for assessments. They shed blood on the battlefield, defend our country. What's wrong with them cutting the line? Well, Zhou Xingwen's words left the previously agitated individual speechless. A third-level martial artist, and one with practical experience from the military. In this world where the strong are revered, having a bit of privilege is nothing out of the ordinary. The man in military attire glanced at the few who had just protested, snorted coldly, and walked straight to the testing area. With the help of Zhou Xingwen, he underwent a blood test. Soon, a string of numbers appeared on the device. Ding! Blood and energy test completed, 58 kilocalories. Hiss! Gasps filled the hall. The standard for a Three Realms warrior is 40 kilocalories, and the man in military attire had already met the standard in this aspect. Not only that, he exceeded it by 2 kilocalories. It's worth noting that the higher the blood and energy value, the harder it is to improve. Next was the strength test. The man in military attire took a deep breath, and the fabric on his right arm fluttered. Bang! His punch was incredibly fast. Except for Lu Chen, no one could follow its trajectory. With the enhancement of his visualization technique, Lu Chen saw all of the man's movements clearly. This punch is not simple. It seems to use a special way of exerting force. Although not as effective as burning energy, it can still enhance explosive power slightly. It should be a common technique in the military. Ding! The testing device started running. Strength test, 4,458 kilograms. Test passed. As soon as this data appeared, everyone present widened their eyes. He was too strong. He exceeded the passing line by over 400 kilograms. It seemed that the man in military attire would easily pass this assessment. The few who had just criticized him for cutting in line now felt regretful. They only hoped that the man in military attire wouldn't remember them. Offending a Three Realms warrior would not end well. Brother Wang, impressive. Your combat data has been evaluated, and you have successfully passed this assessment. Zhou Xingwen smiled and said, you wait over there for a bit, and once I finish testing these people, we'll go have a drink together. Okay. The man in military attire nodded and walked to a seat at the back. A hint of pride appeared on his face, satisfied with his performance. The assessment continued, and most of the following participants were One-Realm warriors, with the majority failing to pass. Lu Chen, as a One-Realm warrior applicant, it's your turn. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn to be tested. As Lu Chen stood up, all eyes in the hall focused on him. Because Lu Chen looked too young, resembling a high school student. A child this young participating in the warrior assessment? Even the man in military attire took a few more glances at Lu Chen, showing some interest in him. Lu Chen, it's your first assessment, take your time, no need to rush. Zhou Xingwen, unusually kind towards the examinee, comforted Lu Chen not to be nervous. Lu Chen nodded, cooperatively extracting a drop of blood from his finger and placing it into the testing device. The device started running, and everyone eagerly awaited Lu Chen's test results. The next moment, the device made a ding sound. Blood and energy test completed, 25. 36 kilocalories. What? Oh my god, is this blood and energy value for real? When everyone heard the device's announcement clearly, the room exploded. Did I hear that correctly? Almost everyone stood up instantly, wearing expressions of disbelief. The man in military attire was also surprised, frowning as he looked at Lu Chen, sizing him up, unsure of what to think. So young, yet his blood and energy have reached the standard of a two realms warrior. Terrifying. After a moment of astonishment, Zhou Xingwen did not immediately announce the results but instead went to check the testing equipment. After confirming that the device was functioning properly, he awkwardly said to Lu Chen, "I'm sorry, could you please retest?" Generally, blood tests are very accurate. As long as the blood is not contaminated, the values remain consistent no matter how many times it's tested. However, Lu Chen's data was so unbelievable that Zhou Xingwen had to suspect an error during the testing process. Sure. Lu Chen nodded and once again cooperated with Zhou Xingwen to extract a drop of blood. Blood and energy test completed, 25. 36 kilocalories. The results of the second test were just as impressive as the first. A brief silence fell over the hall. It seemed that Lu Chen's performance was indeed remarkable. The young man's blood and energy were truly terrifying. Damn, he actually has the blood and energy value of a second realm warrior. This guy is too terrifying, at such a young age, to have such blood and energy levels? Most likely achieved through a pile of elixirs. Some people looked at Lu Chen with jealousy, clearly unable to accept this fact. They believed that Lu Chen's blood and energy levels were due to the massive intake of elixirs. A middle-aged man with a burly build sourly remarked, "We still have the combat power test later. Let's see if he can pass it." "I doubt it." Some nearby onlookers couldn't stand it and retorted, "Even if he doesn't have the combat power of a second realm warrior, he should at least pass as a first realm warrior, which is still better than you. Look at you, balding and older than him, even envious of a kid, TSK. With these words, the middle-aged man blushed and fell silent. It was true that even if Lu Chen's blood and energy were boosted by elixirs, his strength was undeniable. Even without knowing any advanced techniques, he could easily pass as a first realm warrior, far surpassing those in their 30s still striving to become official warriors. Moreover, he hadn't even made a move yet, so the final outcome was still unknown. After confirming Lu Chen's results, Zhou Xingwen became more positive. In an unusually gentle tone, he said, "Next up is the fist strength test for you. This test mainly assesses muscle control and power techniques. Give it your all, don't be nervous. You can take a moment to prepare, no rush." Others couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In the previous rounds of testing, Zhou Xingwen was in a hurry to go drinking with the military-clad man, urging everyone to be faster. And now he was telling Lu Chen not to rush? Such double standards. Lu Chen nodded, "It won't take too much time, I'll just throw a punch." Zhou Xingwen was slightly surprised and then saw Lu Chen throw a punch. The speed of this punch was extremely fast, he only saw a blur. The military-clad man watching Lu Chen intently had his pupils contract suddenly, but no matter how focused he was, he still couldn't track the trajectory of the punch. Bang! The fist struck the testing device, emitting a deafening explosion. Everyone's heart skipped a beat with that sound. Their attention then turned to the monitor. The next moment, everyone's breath caught in their throats. Eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Ding! Fist strength test, 7,060 kilograms. 7. Over 7,000? Zhou Xingwen stuttered, his mind reeling, unable to believe his eyes. Soon, he regained his composure and announced, 7,060 kilograms. Test passed. Hiss. Over 7,000 kilograms with just one punch. He hit harder than the third realm warrior military-clad man did just now, and by over 3,000 kilograms, far exceeding the minimum requirement for a second realm warrior. The hall fell into silence once again, only the sound of gasps could be heard. The military-clad man swallowed hard, his temples throbbing incessantly. The impact of that punch was too much for him to handle, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lang Yu's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Chen, who was of similar age, feeling like she was in a dream. Time seemed to freeze, with everyone's shock, astonishment, and disbelief suppressed, fermenting until it could no longer be contained. Holy crap! Is he even human? Who said he lacked combat power just now? Even a third realm warrior couldn't withstand that punch. The hall erupted in noise, but Lu Chen remained unfazed. He showed no surprise at the result. It was almost the same as during the previous test at the martial hall, just a slightly better performance this time. The explosive outbreak of energy combined with visualization techniques for perfect muscle control. Now every punch I throw can achieve this effect, but the energy consumption has also doubled, Lu Chen sighed in his heart, realizing he still had a lot of room for improvement. After a while, Zhou Xingwen finally came back to his senses and continued to lead Lu Chen in testing speed and evasion. The following tests did not disappoint. Lu Chen seemed to have no weaknesses, exceeding the passing line of a second realm warrior in every test. Congratulations, Lu Chen, you have passed this assessment with a very perfect score. Zhou Xingwen smiled and nodded, announcing Lu Chen's results. From now on, you are officially a first realm. No, you signed up for the first realm warrior assessment, but your strength has already surpassed the second realm. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Zhou Xingwen furrowed his brow. Following the procedure, he could only award Lu Chen the badge of a first realm warrior. Did this mean Lu Chen had to undergo a second realm warrior assessment again? The staff at the front desk did not ask Lu Chen which realm he wanted to apply for, and took the initiative to apply for the first realm warrior assessment for him. After all, Lu Chen's age was a factor. Who would have thought that a 17 or 18-year-old boy would possess the strength surpassing that of a second realm warrior? Lu Chen, I need to report this to the higher-ups. When the results are decided, I will directly award you the badge of a second realm warrior. Rest assured, our warrior association will not overlook any talent. No, it's a genius. Zhou Xingwen finished speaking and asked Lu Chen to go home and wait for the news, mentioning that he would be informed once the decision was made. Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless but had no choice but to accept. When can I expect the results? Lu Chen was about to ask for more details, but to his surprise, Zhou Xingwen took Lu Chen's test data and hurried out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He even forgot about the military-clad man he had agreed to have a drink with. Oh well. Lu Chen chuckled wryly and could only leave the warrior association. Just as he was about to leave the hall, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The military-clad man stood in front of Lu Chen, forcing a terrifying smile on his frosty face as he extended his right hand. Hello, friend, I'm Wang Sudong, nice to meet you. Hello, Lu Chen. Out of politeness, Lu Chen lightly shook hands with him. After shaking hands with Lu Chen, Wang Sudong's face flushed slightly, as if he had been drinking. His uncontrollable excitement and thrill were written all over his face. He. Wang Sudong chuckled foolishly, making way for Lu Chen. It seemed like this handshake had gained him the utmost approval. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, not quite understanding Wang Sudong's intentions. However, upon further thought, in a world where strength was revered, being able to meet a young genius should also be considered an honor. Lu Chen, I'm Long Yayat. I'm Wu Daikong. With Wang Sudong leading the way, many others also realized and ran over to Lu Chen, wanting to get to know him. Lu Chen was at a loss for words and fled. What was supposed to be a warrior assessment had turned into a fan meeting? Watching Lu Chen's figure disappear into the corridor, those who missed the chance showed disappointment. It was a pity. Who wouldn't want to get to know such a genius? At his young age, Lu Chen's talent was just beginning to show. Given time, not just in the small Anwu city, but in the entire Huaxia country, Lu Chen's name would resound like thunder. This was their only chance to interact with Lu Chen, and they had missed it, truly regrettable. Many people lamented and shook their heads in regret. Amidst their remorse, they couldn't help but admire the decisiveness of the military-clad man, truly living up to being a third-realm warrior, with a mind sharper than most. Lu Chen ran all the way to the outside of the Warrior Association, about to hail a cab home when someone called out to him. Lu Chen! Lu Chen followed the voice. I saw my sister Lu Lei and another girl resting on a chair by the roadside. Lu Lei? What are you doing here? Lu Chen greeted as he walked towards Lu Lei. How dare you ask me what I'm doing here? Lu Lei said angrily, what's wrong with you these days? You're so aimless, not studying, either locking yourself in your room or running around everywhere. I really want to ask you what you're doing here. Lu Lei put her hands on her waist, listing her brother's faults. You're about to take the warrior exam, can you stop giving up on yourself? Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed being scolded by his own sister in front of someone else. I'm here to undergo warrior certification. Humph, you're just bragging, I know you inside out. Lu Lei clearly didn't believe him. Just then, the girl beside Lu Lei curiously asked, Lei, is this your brother? Didn't you say he's very ugly? He looks handsome to me. After speaking, the girl blushed slightly in embarrassment. Where's the handsome part? Why are you defending him? Lu Lei was furious, turned her head away from Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Lei's angry expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He turned to the girl beside them and introduced himself. Hello, you must be Lei's classmate. I'm her brother Lu Chen. My sister can be a bit stubborn sometimes, please take care of her. What nonsense are you talking? When have I been stubborn? Lu Lei wrinkled her nose, grumbling discontentedly. Long Lingxue cutely stuck out her tongue, smiling. Hello Lu brother, I'm Long Lingxue, Lei's classmate. Lei is very sensible at school, good at studying, not stubborn at all. Lu Chen nodded, smiling. That's good to hear. By the way, what are you all doing here? Long Lingxue explained. We're here to accompany my sister for the warrior assessment. She went in early and hasn't come out yet. I see, you can continue waiting then. I'll take my leave, let's have a meal together sometime. Okay, goodbye Lu Chen. Humph. Long Lingxue's cheerful voice mixed with Lu Lei's disdainful snort. Lu Chen suddenly had a mischievous idea, sneaked behind Lu Lei, and gave her a light tap on the head. Then, taking advantage of Lu Lei's delayed reaction, he slipped away without looking back. Lu Chen, you? Lu Lei rubbed her head, fuming, but she felt a strange sense in her heart. Long ago, they used to joke around like this all the time, but at some point, their relationship had become strained. Lei, your brother isn't as bad as you say. He's tall, handsome, polite, practically a male god. Long Lingxue watched Lu Chen walk away dreamily, her eyes squinting into little stars. You just don't understand him. Lu Lei insisted. He's not that handsome, how come he looks like a different person these days? By the way, didn't your brother just say he's going for the warrior assessment? Long Lingxue suddenly remembered Lu Chen's words. So, your brother is quite strong too. He must be around the same age as my sister. He's definitely bragging. Lu Lei shook her head, unable to believe that Lu Chen could have any connection to warriors. His energy and blood levels are even lower than mine. He's far from being a warrior. And he has no ambition at all. He's in his final year of high school, about to take the warrior exam, yet he skips classes every day to go out and play. Can someone like that really get into the warrior academy? Long Lingxue was puzzled, murmuring to herself, but I just saw it clearly. He seemed to have come out of the warrior association. There's no other possibility, right? Maybe he went to meet someone, Lu Lei said confidently. Just as Long Lingxue was about to say something else, another person walked out of the door. Look, my sister is coming out. Cold Lingxue's eyes lit up, pulling Lu Lei towards the door. Sister, how did it go? Did you pass the warrior assessment? Yes, Sister Long Yaya, how did the assessment go? The two surrounded Long Yaya, chattering non-stop. Long Yaya was a prominent figure in the middle school and considered a genius in Anwu City. Coming from a wealthy family, she never stopped taking elixirs, and her progress in qi and blood cultivation was rapid. In Lu Lei's eyes, Long Yaya was a dazzling star, completely different from her brother, even though they attended the same school. However, at that moment, Long Yaya's expression was somewhat strange, devoid of the joy of passing the assessment or any hint of sadness. Instead, she seemed burdened with something on her mind. Long Yaya sighed. There was a slight interruption during the assessment due to an unexpected incident. I might have to wait for the next opportunity. Unexpected incident? What happened? Lu Lei and the others were puzzled, quickly asking, what could pause the assessment? Did the equipment malfunction? The equipment didn't malfunction. Long Yaya shook her head, looking around as if searching for someone. During the assessment, a genius suddenly appeared and scared off the assessors. We don't know when they'll be back. What? Lu Lei and the others were even more puzzled by Long Yaya's explanation. What kind of genius could make the assessors flee? Are they more powerful than Sister Lang? Far more powerful. Long Yaya forced a smile. Compared to that person, I'm nothing but an ordinary individual. You don't know, during the test, that person displayed strength surpassing that of a second-stage warrior. What's more, that person seems to be the same age as me. Long Yaya exaggerated her expression, continuing, I haven't even reached the first stage yet, and they're already at the second stage. It's truly disheartening. Cold Lingxue looked astonished. Such a person exists in this world, overpowering sister with talent? How come we've never heard of such a genius before? Are they from our city? Lu Lei also widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe. In Anwu City, reaching the first stage warrior level at Long Yaya's age was already newsworthy, with high hopes of entering a prestigious martial arts university in the future, bringing glory to the city. Now, encountering such a terrifying genius, no, a monster. Advancing as a warrior becomes increasingly difficult, with breaking through to the second stage being several times harder than becoming an official warrior. Long Yaya seemed somewhat unsatisfied, sighing, I wanted to get to know that person, but this genius named Lu Chen left too quickly. She shook her head, feeling disappointed. But a genius like Lu Chen probably wouldn't be interested in getting to know an ordinary person like me. Long Yaya regretted not stopping Lu Chen earlier and having a conversation with him. Such geniuses are rare, and she might never have another chance to meet one. Just as she was contemplating, she noticed her sister Cold Lingxue and Lu Lei's expressions were off. Just as she was about to ask, Cold Lingxue whispered, Li, is your brother named Lu Chen? It can't be a coincidence, right? He also just came out of the Warrior Association. Lu Lei looked stunned, seemingly unable to accept the reality. My brother, his name is Lu Chen. With Lu Lei's confirmation, the three of them swallowed hard. Lang Ye's breathing halted, rushing to Lu Lei and asking, "You always complain that your brother lacks ambition and is weak in strength. What's going on here?" At that moment, Lu Chen was completely unaware of what was happening at the entrance of the Warrior Association, leisurely walking towards home. After passing the assessment, he felt very relieved and leisurely strolled along the way, buying a lot of snacks and drinks. Martial arts training emphasizes the combination of work and rest, so when it's time to relax, one must relax appropriately. Just as Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, he noticed many people gathered nearby. As he approached, he realized that Tianyi Martial Arts Hall had assembled many people, lining up downstairs. The Martial Arts Hall employees stood neatly in rows, wearing the distinctive uniform of the Martial Arts Hall. Surrounding onlookers were discussing animatedly, and one middle-aged woman said to her companion, "Have you heard? Tianyi Martial Arts Hall is looking for someone, wonder what it's for." Maybe someone offended Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, quite bold. The Martial Arts Hall's influence spans the whole country, finding someone is simple. The leader said they are looking for someone named Lu Chen, offering a huge reward for information. Upon hearing his name, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. Why would Tianyi Martial Arts Hall be looking for him? He hadn't done anything to offend anyone. Could it be that his test results today had caught the attention of the Martial Arts Hall's higher-ups? After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen chose not to show up proactively. The Martial Arts Hall looking for him was probably to recruit talents or to understand the reason for his sudden surge in strength. Lu Chen was not interested in these matters, he just wanted to make money and improve his strength. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Huichun Hall. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen answered the call. On the other end, Qin Zi finally got through to Lu Chen and quickly set the tone. "Hello, I'm Qin Zi, the owner of Huichun Hall. Can we meet to discuss something?" "Discuss what?" "Of course, it's about the prescription. You mentioned wanting to cooperate with me, so how do you propose we collaborate?" Lu Chen was stringing her along to take the opportunity to investigate Huichun Hall's background, to see if they were worthy of the prescription he had. Even if his prescription was powerful, it would be challenging to sell if the other party lacked strength. But since he had time now, he decided to go for a preliminary discussion and assessment. Half an hour later, meet me at the second-floor Western restaurant in Woolen Square. With that, Lu Chen hung up before Qin Zi could react and turned off his phone to prevent further calls. He then hailed a passing car, driver, to Woolen Square. Qin Zi arrived at the Western restaurant in just 10 minutes. Today she was dressed in a blue and white floral dress, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding charm. Her figure attracted the attention of many patrons in the restaurant. After waiting for 10 minutes, Qin Zi anxiously lit up her phone and called Lu Chen back. However, she couldn't get through, as his phone was already switched off. Frustrated, Qin Zi raised a pink fist and lightly pounded the table, drawing the gaze of many around her. She was getting impatient. Although it wasn't yet the agreed time, Qin Zi felt like a long time had passed. Her pharmacy was currently at a critical juncture, and Lu Chen's prescription was her last hope. She had initially thought Lu Chen wouldn't sell the prescription to her, but he unexpectedly proposed cooperation. This made Qin Zi ecstatic. After setting the meeting place with Lu Chen, she wasted no time and headed straight to the destination. He said he wants to cooperate with me, but I wonder what kind of cooperation it will be. Qin Zi pondered the cooperation proposal Lu Chen mentioned. Shuijun described his appearance to me. He should be a high school student, probably lacking experience in business dealings. Qin Zi had been running the pharmacy for years, experienced in various negotiations and dealings, confident that she wouldn't lose to a high school student. I should assert myself later, try to secure more benefits for myself, just afraid that the high school student's family might also get involved. Qin Zi furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Qin Zi had already imagined the background and purpose of cooperation of Lu Chen. How could a high school student possibly research a new pill formula on his own? The one who could produce such a formula must have powerful forces behind him. The other party was likely a reclusive family who researched pill formulas themselves, and this young man contacting her was probably also instructed by the family. But why choose her? Just as she was lost in thought, she saw a high school-looking boy walk into the restaurant through the glass window. It should be him. Qin Zi took a deep breath and sat up straight. The fact that he came alone was very advantageous for her in the upcoming negotiation. The young man entered the restaurant, glanced around, and then walked straight to Qin Zi, as if he already knew who she was. Lu Chen, now with an improved strength, had a well-proportioned figure, tall and slender, coupled with handsome features and a lazy demeanor. He looked like a star who had walked straight out of reality. Qin Zi couldn't help but be a little mesmerized, her heart beating a bit faster. Ahem! Sensing her own loss of composure, Qin Zi's face turned slightly red. She coughed lightly, lowered her head, pretending to adjust her clothes to ease the embarrassment. Lu Chen walked to the opposite side of Qin Zi and casually sat down. "Miss Qin, right?" Before Qin Zi could reply, Lu Chen picked up the menu beside him and said to himself, "This Western restaurant is very famous. I've always wanted to try it, but never had the time. What would you like to eat?" "Anything." Qin Zi frowned slightly. This young man gave her a strange feeling, making her somewhat uneasy. She was thinking about how to broach the subject of the pill formula when she saw Lu Chen wave for the waiter. "What is your specialty here?" "Sir, hello, we recommend the filet mignon." "Okay, bring 10 portions, medium rare." "All right, sir." The waiter was somewhat surprised and curiously glanced at Lu Chen and Qin Zi. Qin Zi, who was sipping her coffee on the side, was almost choked. She asked in confusion, "Are there more people coming? Why did you order so much?" Lu Chen shrugged, "There are many, just enough to fill our stomachs." Qin Zi had just glanced at the menu while Lu Chen was away. One portion of filet mignon cost 2,000 yuan, so 10 portions would be 20,000. Even for martial artists with high energy consumption and large appetites, it was still too much to eat. She calculated in her mind, feeling a bit distressed. But then she thought, this meal might not necessarily be on her tab. Since he ordered so much, he would probably feel embarrassed not to pay. With that in mind, Qin Zi relaxed. "Is there anything else you'd like to order?" Lu Chen asked the absent-minded Qin Zi across the table. Qin Zi shook her head. She didn't have much of an appetite now, and she had already eaten lunch before calling Lu Chen. "All right, bring another bottle of red wine, the finest one." Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling the waiter to prepare it. Seeing Lu Chen had placed the order, Qin Zi hesitated for a moment before asking, "Where did your pill formula come from?" Qin Zi, 21 years old, born in Daxing City, Linhai Province. Her family has been in the pill business for 200 years, experiencing prosperity and eventual decline. The Qin family's pharmacies were once spread across the country, but most have been acquired now, especially here, where only one rejuvenation hall was passed down to you. Due to the lack of competitive pill formulas, the business has been bleak, facing closure. Lu Chen did not respond to Qin Zi's words but went on to eloquently describe Qin Zi's background. Qin Zi was initially surprised but quickly calmed down. She said with a hint of mockery, "Little brother, what you said is true, but what does it have to do with doing business with us?" She stared at Lu Chen's eyes intently, her face looking a bit unpleasant. This young man completely took the initiative without following her lead. Lu Chen remained silent and soon, the ordered filet mignon and red wine were served on the table. He picked up his knife and fork, focusing intently on dissecting the steak in front of him. The taste of this steak is excellent, and it is rich in vital energy, making it a great dietary supplement. This is why he specifically chose this restaurant, as the ingredients here are very suitable for warriors. Qin Zi, seeing Lu Chen ignoring her, was burning with anger. If she didn't need something from him, she would have stormed out long ago. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in her heart. "Lu Chen, don't forget our purpose. Can we discuss the cooperation you mentioned?" Lu Chen ate 10 steaks in one go, then wiped his mouth contentedly with a napkin. "The cooperation I mentioned is that I provide the prescription, and your rejuvenation hall is responsible for production and sales. The final profit will be split 70-30. And you must pay me 5 million upfront as a guarantee." 70-30 split? Qin Zi stood up directly, sneering, 5 million is enough to buy the production rights of intermediate elixirs. Are you asking for too much? And I can only take 30%, why don't you aim higher? Lu Chen shook his head, 70% is mine, you only get 30. You? Qin Zi's chest heaved with anger, her fists clenched tightly. Lu Chen thought for a moment, realizing he was asking for a bit too much, so he asked, "What does Miss Qin think?" "A 70-30 split is fine, but I'll only give you a maximum of 500,000 as a deposit. Don't worry, I will help you apply for patents, and I won't leak anything." Lu Chen smiled slightly, nodding, "Okay, but the profit must be increased to 80%. Just now Miss Qin said it seems you don't think the prescription was researched by me alone?" "Of course." Qin Zi blurted out. "That's right." Lu Chen smiled, "Give me an extra 1% of the profit, and I can secure the support of my backers. Isn't that a good deal? And this is just the beginning of our cooperation. In the future, you won't forget Miss Qin for such a good deal." Qin Zi's expression kept changing. If Lu Chen wasn't exaggerating, then his backers must be incredibly powerful. Although she didn't understand why they didn't produce elixirs themselves, it was definitely a tempting business. Perhaps with the help of Lu Chen's backers, the Qin family could soar again. After some consideration, Qin Zi made up her mind and nodded. Alright, it's a 28 split then. Qin Zi reached out her right hand to Lu Chen. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Definitely. Lu Chen smiled, taking out the copied prescription from his pocket and handing it to Qin Zi. This is the prescription for the True Yuan elixir. You can arrange it, and if you encounter any problems during the refining process, you can contact me. As for sales, I trust your abilities and channels. Qin Zi looked at the prescription in her hand, slightly stunned. She just wanted to shake hands with Lu Chen, but he directly handed her the prescription. Do you trust me that much? Why wouldn't I? You can try something different. Lu Chen smiled, his aura instantly changing. From the friendly boy next door to a domineering figure, making Qin Zi feel an intense pressure. It was as if she was facing not a high school student but a ruler who had been in power for a long time. She couldn't muster any resistance or thoughts of opposing him. Let's end it here today, don't forget the 50,000 deposit. Lu Chen, seeing that he had successfully intimidated her, stood up and pointed to the leftover food on the table, saying to Qin Zi, "Oh, remember to settle the bill, I'm leaving." With that, he turned and left. Qin Zi was momentarily stunned, sitting there blankly. Holding the prescription for the True Yuan elixir, she felt like she was in a dream. She had intended to use her negotiation skills to acquire the prescription at a low price, but ended up reaching a cooperation agreement with the other party. "Miss, hello." A voice beside her interrupted Qin Zi's thoughts. She looked up to see a waiter standing in front of her. "Miss, if you'd like to settle the bill, please come this way." Settle the bill? Qin Zi was slightly taken aback, but then she reacted. It seemed that the guy had asked her to foot the bill before leaving. Although she felt a bit annoyed, she took out her phone, ready to scan and pay. "How much?" "Miss, 20 portions of steak totaling 40,000, red wine 85,000. We've rounded down the extra, so it's a total of 120,000. "What kind of wine is so expensive, and didn't we only order 10 portions of steak?" The gentleman just now also packed 10 portions before leaving, and the wine is an 82 vintage, so it's a bit pricier. Qin Zi's mouth fell open, her face flushed with anger, her chest heaving up and down rapidly. "Damn it, Lu Chen!" Through gritted teeth, Qin Zi uttered these words, then sighed helplessly and settled the bill. After leaving the Western restaurant, Lu Chen strolled down the street carrying a large bag of steaks, attracting the attention of passers-by. He was quite satisfied with the negotiation outcome with Qin Zi. Initially quoting a 70-30 split was intentionally high to facilitate bargaining. Unexpectedly, he ended up with a profit margin as high as 80%, completely exceeding expectations. Not to mention enjoying a free meal, which would probably make Qin Zi regret once she realized it. Although Qin Zi's business skills are lacking, she is honest and straightforward. She doesn't need to be too good at making money, just stable enough. Lu Chen had researched Qin Zi's background online and valued her character. He planned to enhance his strength next and couldn't afford to focus too much on this, which was why he chose Qin Zi. With some time before the martial arts exam and genius training camp, Lu Chen decided to venture to the outskirts of the city to test his combat abilities. Anwu City, headquarters of the Warrior Association. Inside the president's office, Su Xingwu, nearing 70, looked spirited with meticulously groomed black hair, though his beard had turned white. As the president of the Anwu City Warrior Association, he possessed the strength of a 7th Realm Grandmaster, recognized as the strongest in the city. Warriors progress in realms of 3. 1 to 3 is a warrior, 4 to 6 a knight, and 7 to 9 a master, also known as a grandmaster. Su Xingwu was currently dealing with documents, making annotations on them continuously. President Su. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Su Xingwu was startled, and the force in his palm uncontrollably shattered the paper he held. Sighing, he turned to the newcomer and asked, "What's the rush? Didn't I tell you to knock before entering?" The person was Su Xingwu's assistant, slender and dressed in a tight leather jacket, looking very capable. "Sorry, President Su, the branch manager Zhou Xingwen reported a major incident today." "What happened?" The assistant took a deep breath and began recounting how Lu Chen had passed the assessment. Su Xingwu initially remained expressionless, but when he heard about Lu Chen's strength surpassing that of a 3rd realm warrior with a single punch, he couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up abruptly, leaned forward, staring wide-eyed at the assistant, his nose almost touching the assistant's face. "Is that so? Bring me his assessment data." The assistant quickly handed over the file. It detailed all aspects of Lu Chen's test, including his family background check, very thorough. Su Xingwu held the file, carefully flipping through it. Soon, his pupils contracted, and his body trembled slightly. After reaching the last page, Su Xingwu could no longer contain his excitement and slammed his hands forcefully on the table. Great! Fantastic! Amazing! Anwu City has produced such a genius. Su Xingwu opened his mouth slightly, took a deep breath, finally calming himself down. Do we have the assessment video of this child? Screen it for me. Yes, we do. The assistant nodded and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, inserting it into the projector. Soon, the scene in the assessment hall began to play. The assistant dragged the progress bar and paused at the moment when Lu Chen stood up to prepare for the test. Although the projection was somewhat blurry, it couldn't hide the extraordinary grace of Lu Chen. Especially his eyes. Su Xingwu could see that the radiance in his eyes clearly showed a strong spiritual power. Su Xingwu's eyes lit up, unable to help but praise, "What a pure and outstanding young man, as clean as jade." The assistant chimed in, "This young man is indeed extraordinary, exuding the aura of a great general." As the progress bar moved, Lu Chen's test officially began. Although Su Xingwu had already known Lu Chen's test results from the data, he was still shocked when he saw the terrifying numbers. The visual impact was incomparable to words. Su Xingwu suddenly exclaimed, "This child is only 18 years old this year." The assistant nodded, "Yes, President, he is currently in his third year of high school. So young, at this age, he has 36 Kai of Qi and blood, while the average Qi and blood of high school students in our city is only around 10 Kai. Su Xingwu sighed. Lu Chen's Qi and blood value was more than double the average. Even the most outstanding genius in the city did not have over 20 Kai at Lu Chen's age. President Su, I have accessed all the test records of this young man. The rate at which his Qi and blood value is increasing is quite exaggerated. Do you think he might have used something external to stimulate his potential? The assistant frowned and said, "It shouldn't be." Su Xingwu shook his head. "With the current technology, we still can't produce such a medicine. Moreover, looking at how full of Qi and blood this young man is, like a surging river, there are no signs of aftereffects from stimulating potential." Su Xingwu had already made a judgment in his mind. As a master-level expert, he could tell at a glance that this young man definitely did not become stronger by taking drugs. It was very likely that he had just awakened his talent. The sudden surge in Qi and blood in a short period of time could only be explained by being a talented individual. Boom! The projection screen shook as Lu Chen threw a punch with force, causing even the cameras on the wall to tremble. The assistant watching the projection exclaimed, 7,060 kilograms, he's simply a monster. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought the data was fake. Su Xingwu remained silent, his eyes widening suddenly, as he manipulated the projection to play back in slow motion Lu Chen's punch. However, the speed of this punch was so fast that even the high-speed camera couldn't capture it completely, with several frames seemingly missing. In the flickering of the punch, a residual image was left behind, and it struck the testing device in an instant. After watching it repeatedly a dozen times, Su Xingwu finally understood Lu Chen's punching technique. He took a sharp breath, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The way he exerts force in this punch has reached the pinnacle in martial arts. Exerting force? The assistant was puzzled, not understanding at all. Yes, it's normal for non-martial artists like you not to comprehend. This punch may seem simple, but it actually uses a special force application method that can amplify the strength several times. Several times? That's so exaggerated. The assistant was taken aback. This kind of force application method usually takes decades of martial arts practice to master. I didn't expect this young man, who was only 18, to already be unmatched in martial arts. Su Xingwu chuckled, stroking his graying beard, unable to contain his laughter. "Ha, my city of Anwu has actually produced such a genius, truly a stroke of luck. A rare talent combined with such terrifying martial arts skills, the future achievements of this young man are limitless." Talent? The assistant was slightly stunned, asking in confusion, "What does that mean?" Su Xingwu was in a good mood at the moment, patiently explaining, "As is well known, the path of martial arts is a process of constantly exploring one's own potential and tempering the body. Some people are naturally gifted, and during the cultivation process, they awaken certain talents, thus possessing abilities beyond ordinary people. For example, mental manipulation or elemental abilities like ice and fire. These people are collectively known as the gifted. One characteristic of the gifted is that in the early stages of awakening their talent, their Qi and blood values will soar, which is very consistent with the changes happening in Lu Chen's body." The assistant listened with a puzzled expression, as this was her first time learning about the unknown field of the gifted. "So, you mean Lu Chen's ability to deliver such a heavy punch is likely related to his awakened talent?" "It should be," Su Xingwu nodded. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear, and he had already confirmed that Lu Chen was a gifted individual. The sudden appearance of Lu Chen seemed like a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Su Xingwu, who was approaching old age, had not retired yet because he wanted to make one last effort to strive for promotion in his later years. This way, he could receive the resources tilted by the Provincial Martial Arts Association and use these resources to advance to the 8 Realms Martial Master. Advancing in martial arts not only improved one's strength but also extended one's life, which was a huge temptation for Su Xingwu. However, in recent years, the city's martial arts association had been mediocre under his leadership, with no commendable achievements. Just as he was about to give up and retire to his hometown, Lu Chen appeared. This was a gifted individual. Among 10 ordinary people, there might be one martial artist, but among 1,000 martial artists, not necessarily one gifted individual. This was enough to illustrate the rarity and preciousness of the gifted. Lu Chen grew up in my jurisdiction. If I can establish a good relationship with him and provide him with support in cultivation, it would definitely be a great achievement for the higher-ups. With this in mind, Su Xingwu could no longer contain his excitement, grabbing his coat from the side and saying to his assistant, "Quick, prepare the car. Prepare a generous gift and come with me to meet this young genius. Oh, there are 4 people in his family, and Lu Chen has a younger sister, so prepare some things that young girls like." "Yes, President Su." As Lu Chen leisurely returned home from the Western restaurant, the twilight had gradually engulfed the evening glow, and a bright moon hung in the indigo sky. His parents had already returned home early from work and were preparing dinner for the night. "Xiao Jing, what did you bring back? It smells so good." As soon as Lu Chen entered, Feng Qinru smelled the aroma of beef coming from the bag in his hand. Lu Chen placed the bag on the table and took out boxes of packaged steaks. "Mom, we don't need to cook tonight, let's have steak." "Why did you buy so many?" Feng Qinru looked pained. "These ready-made steaks are expensive. If you want to eat, just tell me, I'll go to the market and buy some to cook, it's more cost-effective." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Mom, these steaks didn't cost anything, a friend bought them for me, her family is very wealthy, so eat with peace of mind." "Oh, I see." Feng Qinru relaxed at the explanation but still advised, "Don't let others treat you in the future, it's not good to take things for free. When you have time, invite your friends over for a meal." Lu Chen nodded, letting Feng Qinru handle the steaks on the table as he headed to the bedroom. He didn't notice the complex expression on his younger sister Lu Li's face. Lu Li had not told her parents about what happened at the Martial Arts Association's entrance because she felt there must be some misunderstanding. She knew her brother better than anyone else and was certain that he couldn't have the strength of a second realm martial master in such a short time. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that there was a genius with the same name as Lu Chen. In the bedroom, Lu Chen tidied up the scattered prescription papers on the ground. This time, synthesizing prescriptions was definitely a profitable business. He planned to wait a while before synthesizing a few more advanced medicinal prescriptions. As long as there were no issues on Qin Zi's side, he could continue to make money for himself. However, there were not many colorless crystal blocks left in his hand, only the last 30, so he could only synthesize some basic things. It will take some time to sell the elixirs, so I should stabilize my own strength first. After tidying up the room, Lu Chen began to practice the Star Era forging technique. Although it was not the first time he had practiced, Lu Chen could still feel his body gradually getting stronger, his qi and blood majestic, like a rising sun. Just as he finished practicing once and before Lu Chen could relax, the bedroom door was suddenly knocked on vigorously. "Lu Chen, come out quickly, there are guests at home looking for you." His sister Lu Li shouted from outside the door, sounding a bit urgent. "Looking for me?" Lu Chen was slightly surprised, then said, "Got it, I'll be out in a moment." "Strange, why would someone be looking for me? Could it be from the Tianyi Martial Hall?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment and roughly guessed the identity of the visitor. He then tidied up the room a bit, changed into clean clothes, and walked out. Lu Chen's house was not large, so he could see the living room directly after coming out of the bedroom. Lu Li, Lu Haitao, and Feng Qinru were sitting on one side of the sofa, looking somewhat uneasy. On the other side of the sofa sat an old man, with a woman in a secretary uniform standing beside him. When Lu Chen came out of the room, everyone's gaze turned towards him. "Xiao Jing, come over here." Lu Haitao greeted Lu Chen, motioning for him to come over quickly. Lu Chen nodded and calmly walked over. When he reached the living room, he saw a corner filled with gift boxes. Glancing briefly, these gifts looked very high-end, with the top 2 gold-edged boxes being semi-transparent. Inside were red silk linings, with several small ginsengs wrapped in gold thread on top. Taking his eyes off the gifts, Lu Chen walked to the sofa, where Lu Li astutely made room for him to sit down. "Mom, Dad, guests are looking for me?" Lu Chen turned to the smiling old man beside him. Xiaojing, these two are from the city, they say they are from the Warrior Association. Lu Haitao quickly explained. The old man beside him interrupted Lu Haitao and said with a smile, Lu Chen, I am Su Xingwu, the president of the Anwu City Warrior Association. Lu Chen nodded gently, smiling back, so it's President Su, I've heard a lot about you. Su Xingwu looked satisfied as he gazed at Lu Chen, stroking his long beard, exuding an imposing aura. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Even knowing his identity as the president of the Warrior Association, he remained composed and respectful. If it were someone else, even if they tried to remain calm, their expression and attitude would inevitably change. The Warrior Association was the sanctuary in the hearts of all warriors, and the president of the Warrior Association was a figure that could make Anwu City tremble with just a stomp of his foot. Su Xingwu had been in the position of president for many years and had seen many so-called geniuses, but none could match Lu Chen in terms of character. Calm and composed, yet filled with fiery passion, seeing through the vanity of the world, only aspiring for the ambition of swallowing mountains and rivers in his heart. This young man was truly born for the path of martial arts. I wonder what President Su has come to find me for. Getting straight to the point, Lu Chen asked. Su Xingwu smiled and said, Xiaojing, I came here because of your assessment as a warrior this morning. Due to some special circumstances, we were unable to issue you the badge of a several realms warrior, so after discussion, we decided to directly list you as a second realm warrior. The badges of the warriors are made by the headquarters and will be mailed to your home in about a week. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, not expecting that his assessment would attract the attention of the president of the Warrior Association. Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru on the sofa beside him were suddenly unsettled. Did they hear correctly just now? Awarding Xiaojing the badge of a warrior? And it's even a second realm warrior? The couple felt somewhat unreal, as if they were dreaming. When Su Xingwu first came to their door, they thought he was a scammer. After all, in their small town, there was nothing worth the president of the Warrior Association personally visiting for. If it weren't for the imposing aura of authority on Su Xingwu and the piles of gifts behind him, they might have been driven out as frauds long ago. After inviting Su Xingwu into the house, Lu Haitao also asked about the purpose of his visit, but Su Xingwu only mentioned looking for Lu Chen and did not mention the assessment. This made the couple think that their child had caused some trouble, so they had been so nervous all along. As a result, the president himself came to congratulate them in person. Lu Haitao wanted to confirm again and asked in a low voice, President Su, my son Lu Chen has just turned 18 this year, could there be a mistake? Su Xingwu laughed and explained, don't worry, there's no mistake. It's precisely because Lu Chen, at such a young age, has the strength of a second-stage martial artist that I personally came to visit. After speaking, Su Xingwu looked at Lu Chen, who was drinking tea on the side, and said, Lu, congratulations once again on passing the second-stage martial artist assessment. From now on, the Martial Arts Association will give you a monthly martial artist allowance. Remember to collect it. In addition, because you broke the record for the youngest second-stage martial artist in Anwu City, I personally decided to give you a 1 million bonus. I hope you can use this money to buy more resources for cultivation and strive for greater heights in the martial path. A 1 million bonus? This statement startled everyone present. The assistant beside him brightened up, understanding Su Xingwu's intention of personally paying for it, using money to strengthen the relationship between them. Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru almost exclaimed. They had never seen so much money in their lives. If there weren't outsiders present, they probably would have burst out laughing. Our child is actually a second-stage martial artist. Not only does he have a fixed allowance of several thousand per month, but he also received a 1 million bonus. Xiao Jing has made it. This child, when did he become a martial artist, and didn't even tell us? Lu Li was also shocked at this moment, but because she had anticipated it earlier, her reaction was not significant. She had doubted Lu Chen's strength before, but now she believed 100%. Su Xingwu clapped his hands, and his assistant immediately understood his meaning, taking out a bank card. Lu, the bonus is all in this card, no password, you can withdraw at any time. Lu Chen nodded, thank you, President Su. He then reached out without hesitation. He was indeed in need of money. This 1 million, along with the 50,000 from Qin Zi, could exchange for a lot of colorless crystal blocks and continue synthesis. Seeing Lu Chen accept it, Su Xingwu was also very happy and said, there is one more thing I want to discuss with Lu. Do you know about the genius training camp? Lu Li whispered to herself sitting next to Lu Chen, is President Su talking about the training camp the province will hold soon? Su Xingwu nodded, it seems that Li also knows about it. Lu Li nodded, yes, our teacher mentioned it, saying that this genius training camp is held once a year, with a total of 100 spots in the province, averaging less than 10 per county. Only true martial arts geniuses can be selected to participate. Yes, I have one spot here and want Lu to represent our Anwu City Martial Arts Association. Su Xingwu looked at Lu Chen and asked, "What do you think, Lu? Are you interested?" Lu Li's heart stirred slightly. Her brother could actually participate in the genius training camp, which was a rare opportunity. Sister Ling Yue, known as a genius, was very eager for this training camp. It was said that she used her family's connections and spent a lot of money to finally get a spot. This was because of her strong abilities. Students with slightly less talent couldn't even get in. Lu Chen was directly invited by the Martial Arts Association president and even used a pleading tone. This was such a great honor. "I'm sorry, President Su," Lu Chen shook his head. "I have already promised the school to represent them." Like this. Su Xingwu furrowed his brows slightly, surprised that someone had beaten him to it. It doesn't matter, as long as it represents the city. Just participating is enough. With that, he got up from the sofa, patted Lu Chen's shoulder. "That's about it, Lu Xiaoyu. I've said what I needed to say, so I won't disturb you any longer." Before leaving, Su Xingwu exchanged pleasantries with Lu Haitao and his wife, praising them for their excellent parenting that had nurtured such a genius. Being praised by such a prominent figure left Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru feeling very pleased. After seeing Su Xingwu off, the couple were still in a daze, feeling a bit lightheaded. Lu Chen bid farewell to his parents and returned to his own bedroom. It seemed like what had just happened was insignificant. At this moment, Lu Li had lost her usual mischievous and lively demeanor. She was currently in a very confused state. She had been puzzled since the morning when she was at the Martial Arts Association. At first, she didn't believe what senior sister Lan Yeye had said, thinking it was a coincidence that the person who scared off the assessors shared the same name as Lu Chen. In Lu Li's impression, senior sister Lan Yeye had always been aloof, keeping a distance from others and remaining unruffled no matter what happened. This seemingly cold and proud person, when mentioning Lu Chen, had a sparkle in her eyes, like a devoted fangirl. Senior sister Lan Yeye had always been her idol and role model, so it was hard for her to accept that her idol turned out to be her brother's fangirl. It was a bit much for her to handle at the moment. And to top it off, even the president of the Martial Arts Association personally came to congratulate them, all because her brother's talent was too outstanding. What kind of person was Su Xingwu? He was a prominent figure only seen on television. She vaguely remembered that Su Xingwu had been invited to a school ceremony once. As soon as Su Xingwu arrived, he was surrounded by the school leaders, showered with flattery and compliments. Even the principal treated him with utmost respect, as if having Su Xingwu there was a great honor. However, such a figure actually came to congratulate Lu Chen in person, just because her brother's talent was so extraordinary. What kind of person was Su Xingwu to be so close to her brother? When did Lu Chen become so dazzling? Lu Li recalled the recent changes in Lu Chen, his demeanor, height, physique, and even his appetite, all seemed different from before. So he's this talented, and I used to bully him thinking I was superior. Reflecting on her childish behavior in front of her parents, competing with Lu Chen for attention, always insisting on being right, and claiming her talent was better than Lu Chen's. Every time, Lu Chen just smiled, and she thought he was aware of his own shortcomings and didn't dare argue with her. Now it seemed that Lu Chen just didn't want to stoop to her level. I was really too stubborn before. Lu Li's cheeks blushed slightly, unsure how to face Lu Chen in the future. "Mom, Dad, I'll go back to my room first." Lu Li got up from the sofa, preparing to calm down in her bedroom. However, Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru were still discussing Lu Chen's matters, completely oblivious to what she had said. This made Lu Li feel a pang of jealousy. Her brother was truly outstanding, while she felt like a mere shadow. The next day, inside the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, as soon as a young man entered, he was surrounded by a group of people. "You're Lu Chen? You look just like in the videos. Quick, go report to the hall master." Lu Chen had come to the martial arts hall to purchase some weapons for synthesis. Although he practiced boxing, in order to survive in the wilderness god forest, weapons were essential. When facing attacks from groups of demonic beasts, it was easy to get injured relying solely on fists and teeth. However, as soon as he entered the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, he was surrounded by people. Before long, Hall Master Zhang Qingyang hurried down from upstairs. "Lu Chen, we've been looking for you everywhere, and you finally show up." Lu Chen was slightly taken aback at the words. "Why are you looking for me? Did I forget to pay for something?" "It's not like that, you've misunderstood," Zhang Qingyang quickly explained. "I have something to discuss with you." With that, he led Lu Chen to a VIP room. "Here's the thing, Lu Chen, we would like to invite you to become an honorary disciple of the Martial Hall. Do you have any interest? A disciple of the Martial Hall?" Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. "What's in it for me?" Zhang Qingyang smiled and said, "Firstly, honorary disciples don't need to do anything, just carry the title. In the future, you will receive a 20% discount on all items sold by our martial hall, and you will also receive a monthly subsidy of 5,000 yuan. This was a common tactic of the martial hall, leveraging their advantage of having branches everywhere to recruit talented disciples. By providing minimal support to these disciples, they could potentially reap unexpected rewards in the future. Those targeted by the martial hall were all top-tier geniuses, and once they grew, they would become formidable figures. Although it was said that honorary disciples didn't need to do anything for the martial hall, when push came to shove, most of them would likely lend a hand if the martial hall encountered any difficulties. The reason why the martial hall had grown to its current size was closely related to this strategy. They had already accumulated countless honorary disciples, many of whom were already remarkable talents that had grown. This served as a form of indirect advertising for the martial hall. Zhang Qingyang was putting in so much effort for his own future prospects. Every successful recommendation of a talent would be a significant achievement for him. I disagree, is there anything else? Lu Chun unexpectedly refused without a second thought. Well, how about you reconsider, we can discuss the subsidy further. Zhang Qingyang was a bit anxious. In his mind, Lu Chun had already confirmed his status as a gifted individual. By recruiting such talents, he might be able to advance himself. Seeing Zhang Qingyang make concessions, Lu Chun changed his approach and continued, "It's not impossible, but I want a 30% discount, and the subsidy must be increased to 10,000. And if I decide to leave, I must be able to do so at any time." Lu Chen had some understanding of being an honorary disciple of the martial hall, and joining wouldn't have much impact. Zhang Qingyang hesitated and said, "This seems a bit too much, I need to consult with higher-ups." "Fine, if you can accept my conditions, come find me to discuss further." With that, Lu Chen left the room and headed to the weapon sales area. As for what weapon to choose, he had already made up his mind in advance. The commonly used weapons were knives, guns, and swords. Swords were stylish but more suited for direct combat, which wasn't very useful for Lu Chen. Knives were dominant, had great killing power, simple techniques, and were suitable for battling monsters. As for guns, despite being the king of 100 soldiers and a good weapon for battlefield combat, Lu Chen didn't consider them due to their inconvenience. In the northwest area of the first floor of the martial hall, weapons gleaming with cold light were hung on shelves. Many martial artists were scattered around, providing security even stricter than a bank. Seems like they are all alloy weapons. Lu Chen looked around. The variety of weapons here was vast, and he couldn't immediately locate where the knives were displayed. He glanced around and found the prices of the weapons to be exorbitant. For instance, a pair of alloy knuckles were priced at a staggering 150,000. Protective gear, on the other hand, went up to 300,000. Making knives should be relatively simple, so they might be cheaper. Lu Chen held on to a glimmer of hope. Although he had earned some money recently, it didn't seem like it would be enough if he wanted to synthesize a weapon. He walked over to another shelf and found neatly arranged war knives. An alloy war knife costs 40,000 each? Lu Chen swallowed hard. Currently, he could only afford to buy 3 of them. Should I go to the market and buy a few kitchen knives to synthesize? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of the most cost-effective method. After all, they were all going to be synthesized, so there was no need to buy these finished swords and knives. For example, buying 2 rusty iron swords can be combined to create a sharp iron sword. Lu Chen calculated in his mind that the most important thing in synthesis was the material of the items, while the craftsmanship and appearance had little impact. Unlike pills, which couldn't be considered pills if the production failed, weapons were different. Even a poor quality knife could still harm someone. So Lu Chen turned to the nearby staff and asked, "Excuse me, do you have any semi-finished long swords?" Semi-finished? The staff at the martial arts hall was slightly surprised. There are some defective products in the warehouse, but they are generally not sold to the public. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, about to think of another way, when the voice of the curator, Zhang Qingyang, came from the side. "Lu Chen, you just mentioned the conditions, and they have been agreed upon. As for those defective products in the warehouse, you can take them if you want." "Okay, then I can join the martial arts hall," Lu Chen nodded. This meant that Tianyi Martial Arts Hall could use his name for promotion and advertising, in exchange for a fixed monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan and a 30% discount throughout the venue. Lu Chen felt this was a profitable deal. After all, it was just a nominal role, and he could quit any time. With the martial arts hall's significant influence, there shouldn't be any issues with reputation. "Great, I agree." Zhang Qingyang beamed with joy. Just now, he had received Lu Chen's assessment results from the Martial Arts Association above. The leaders instructed him to do whatever it takes to keep Lu Chen. Missing this opportunity, once Lu Chen's name spread throughout the entire Anwu city, the price would not be the same. Zhang Qingyan waved to the staff beside him, indicating, "Let's go, Lu Chen. I'll take you to the warehouse at the back." Entering through the back door of the martial arts hall, walking along the cobblestone path, they occasionally saw young people in martial attire practicing martial arts. Soon, Lu Chen followed Zhang Qingyan to a heavily guarded building. Zhang Qingyang held a token and presented it to the guard. After a while, the door on the first floor slowly opened. "Come, follow me," Zhang Qingyang said to Lu Chen, then stepped inside. Curious, Lu Chen hurriedly followed. Once inside the gate, everything seemed hazy, and the door behind him disappeared. When he came to his senses again, Lu Chen found himself in a huge warehouse. This magical scene didn't catch Lu Chen's attention. He was already captivated by the array of materials before him. The ground floor of the warehouse was vast, with shelves displaying exotic flowers, herbs, and precious minerals. Lu Chen didn't recognize most of these items. He had never seen them before. But through the immense energy emanating from these treasures, Lu Chen knew they were extraordinary. "The first floor of our warehouse mainly stores materials and herbs. The long swords you want are also here. Although these swords are either broken or damaged, the alloy used in the blade can be recycled." Zhang Qingyang hinted that these items were valuable, even though he said he was giving them to Lu Chen. Lu Chen naturally understood and nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Curator Zhang." "Not at all, just a small gesture." Zhang Qingyang waved his hand. "Lu Chen, come with me, everything you need is here." After walking around with Zhang Qingyang, they stopped at a pile of scrap metal. "You can choose for yourself. Most of these long swords have cracks from use or are second-hand goods, but the materials are solid, made of top-quality alloy." Lu Chen nodded and began selecting. Since the other party didn't mention how many he could take, he didn't see any problem with taking a few extra. After more than half an hour, there were 8 makeshift long swords on the ground next to Lu Chen. "Curator Zhang, I've made my selection, just these." "So many?" Zhang Qingyang was slightly surprised, but despite his doubts, he didn't ask Lu Chen about the purpose of taking these broken swords. This guy probably has some kind of collecting obsession. He waved his hand generously and said, "All right, I'll have someone from the hall deliver it to your home later. Any other requests, Mr. Lu Chen?" "No, thank you, Director. It's getting late, I should head back now." Lu Chen bid farewell to Zhang Qingyang and left the martial hall. Not long after Lu Chen arrived home, the delivery personnel from the martial hall also arrived. Lu Chen dragged a large bag of sword fragments into his room and closed the bedroom door. Phew! He opened the bag and looked at the scattered pieces inside, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Before synthesis, I need to assemble these swords. I'll use tape." Without hesitation, Lu Chen securely wrapped the 8 swords with tape. "Let's try synthesizing first. I wonder if 30 colorless crystals are enough." Lu Chen opened the synthesis panel and placed 2 swords inside. Damaged long sword, a long sword that has been through battles, now rusty and can cause tetanus upon attack. Damaged long sword *2, synthesis requires 2 colorless crystals. Synthesize. With a hiss, a gleaming long sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand as the steam dissipated. Synthesis complete. Consumes 2 colorless crystals, obtained battle-damaged alloy long sword. Battle-damaged alloy long sword, an excellent weapon made of modern alloy, extremely tough and durable, but the blade is covered in cracks, seeming like it could shatter upon the next impact. Why does the synthesized sword still look like it could break at any moment? Lu Chen lifted the alloy long sword and examined it. He liked the appearance of the blade, noticing some carbon fiber-like material wrapped around the blade. Unfortunately, the sword was full of cracks, not suitable for combat. Seriously, what's wrong with the synthesis panel? I spent crystals, and it gives me this easily breakable sword? Lu Chen held the alloy long sword, feeling helpless. It seemed like the synthesis panel understood Lu Chen's complaint as a puff of smoke suddenly emerged from the grid, almost mocking him. "I don't believe this," Lu Chen continued without hesitation, picking up 2 more swords taped together. "Let's try again." Although the synthesized long swords have some cracks, they are much better than the first version. Maybe with further synthesis, a complete sword can be obtained. Synthesis complete. Consumes 2 colorless crystals, obtained battle-damaged alloy long sword. Synthesis complete. Soon, 4 battle-damaged alloy long swords were neatly arranged on the ground. Battle-damaged alloy long sword *2, synthesis requires 4 colorless crystals. Continue synthesizing. Whether it was Lu Chen's sufficient vitality or the ease of synthesizing long swords, the synthesis panel did not drain too much energy. With a hiss, amidst the boiling steam, a uniquely shaped long sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Synthesis complete. Consumes 4 colorless crystals, obtained 100-blade warsword. 100-blade warsword, a special weapon made of extraterrestrial alloy. Although the blade is full of cracks, each blade piece has magnetism, tightly connected together. However, it could still break under heavy impact. What made this sword strange was the intricate patterns engraved on the blade, seemingly radiating a glow. Although there are still cracks on the blade, it looks much sturdier now, seems suitable for combat. Lu Chen wielded the 100-blade war sword in his hand, feeling comfortable. Let's try one more synthesis, take a chance. Lu Chen proceeded to synthesize the remaining 2 battle-damaged alloy long swords. What can 200-blade war swords synthesize into? Hopefully, it will give me a complete one, not these seemingly fragile ones. Lu Chen prayed silently, took a deep breath, and placed the 100-blade war sword into the synthesis panel. 100-blade war sword *2, synthesis requires 8 colorless crystals. Synthesize. As Lu Chen's voice fell, his stamina instantly decreased by nearly half. Congratulations! Critical synthesis, will proceed to jump level synthesis. 10% chance, oh my, I actually hit the 10% chance again. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, his luck had been quite good recently. Synthesis complete, obtained the Magic Blade 1000 Blades. Magic Blade 1000 Blades, all offense, unmatched in the world, exclusive assassin spirit weapon, national treasure of the god-forging country. The blade is made up of thousands of pieces of shards that can be separated and formed into any shape. Magic Blade 1000 Blades. Lu Chen was completely stunned. Looking at this description, it should be correct. I should have realized earlier, the blade covered in cracks, isn't it the Magic Blade 1000 Blades? Lu Chen looked at the long sword in his hand shimmering with a deep blue light and couldn't help but praise, "Great blade!" A gleam flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed the sword. Holding the blade in his right hand, he ran his left hand over the blade. Clang! The magic blade lightly hummed, as if coming alive in that moment. Deep azure light emerged, flowing like tides through every crack. The Magic Blade 1000 Blades responded to Jiancheng in its own way. After admiring the artistic blade of the Magic Blade 1000 Blades, Lu Chen suddenly realized something. I don't have the ability of Wu Liuqi to control the Magic Blade 1000 Blades for disassembly. How can I do it? After thinking for a while, Lu Chen remembered the new martial arts visualization method he was practicing. The new martial arts visualization method had an introduction that as long as a warrior cultivated this method, they could become a spiritual talent user. Then they could perfectly control the Magic Blade 1000 Blades. During this time, Lu Chen had been busy with other things and hadn't focused much on the visualization method. However, his cultivation speed was still very fast. The human form in his mind had been refined and was already taking shape. With a little more effort, he should be able to master it. I have the weapon, I have the strength, it's time to venture into the wilderness god forest. Lu Chen sheathed the Magic Blade 1000 Blades, making up his mind. 3 days later, early morning. Xiaojing, what are you thinking? Why go so far? You're about to participate in the genius training camp soon. Remember to come back early. Feng Qinru packed Lu Chen's luggage while incessantly reminding him to stay safe. Lu Haidao on the sofa took a puff of smoke and chuckled. The child has grown up. Let him do what he wants. Why bother so much? When he's tired of practicing, just consider it as going out to relax. Feng Qinru nodded, saying, that's true, Xiaojing has been too popular recently. It's better to go out and avoid the limelight for now. Since the president of the Martial Association, Su Xingwu, visited, Lu Chen's name had spread throughout the entire Anwu city. Even several television stations came to interview, but Lu Chen refused them all. Reporters were one thing, but they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of relatives and neighbors in the community. Now Lu Chen's family was already a star family in the community, with visitors coming in every day. Just as one guest left, the door was knocked on the next second. Most of these people came to seek advice from Lu Chen's parents on parenting secrets or to get to know Lu Chen. Now, even when they walked in the community, they would be stopped by the elderly who wouldn't let go of their hands, praising them in various ways, almost wanting to adopt Lu Chen as their grandson. At first, Feng Qinru and Lu Haitao quite enjoyed it. After all, it was an honor, but gradually they couldn't cope. The two had even quit their jobs now, hiding at home and not daring to go out. The situation on Lu Lei's side was not much different. As Lu Chen's sister, she was also the focus of everyone's attention. With a brother so talented, the sister must be equally outstanding. Now, as soon as Lu Lei entered the classroom, she was surrounded by classmates, some asking her to help get Lu Chen's autograph, others wanting to recognize Lu Chen as their big brother. It had to be said that since this incident, Lu Lei had been enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention at school. The teachers' attitudes had become much gentler, even the middle school principal personally inquired about her well-being, showing extra care. There's also the cool and delightful senior sister, Longyu, who went crazy contacting her after finding out that Lu Chen was her brother, wanting her help to pursue Lu Chen. Everything's a mess. Lu Lei sighed helplessly, feeling a mix of pain and joy. In just a few days, her unreliable brother had become a star in the city. The media widely publicized how hard Lu Chen usually trained in martial arts, getting up early and staying up late every day. Only Lu Li knew that her brother didn't really work that hard, sleeping early and waking up late every day, as if sleeping could enhance his strength. Maybe this is what talent is all about. Lu Li couldn't help but envy Lu Chen's talent. With the family all troubled by this, not to mention Lu Chen himself as the main character. Since the day he synthesized the magic blade of 1,000 blades, he hadn't dared to leave the house. It was a good time to go to the wilderness god forest for some training, so he decided to set off early. After making up his mind, Lu Chen informed his family in advance, saying he wanted to go out for a trip to relax. He didn't tell them the truth, fearing his parents would worry about him. "Mom, Dad, I'm leaving, no need to see me off." "Okay, come back soon. Isn't the training camp about to start? Do you have enough money with you? Let us know when you arrive." With half a month left before joining the Genius training camp, Lu Chen had enough time to train in the wilderness god forest. "Don't worry, Mom, I'm not a child anymore." After listening to Feng Qinru nag for a few more minutes, Lu Chen finally picked up his backpack and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lu Chen sought his somewhat melancholic sister, Lu Li, and reached out to pat her head. "Hurry up and finish breakfast and go to school. Be obedient at home while I'm away these few days." He thought Lu Li would argue with him as usual, but unexpectedly, she softly replied, "Okay, I got it, brother." Lu Chen was slightly surprised, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. It seemed like this little girl had grown up too. The nearest entrance to the wilderness god forest from Manhwa City was over 5,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, the high-speed rail in this world was fast, taking only 2 days to reach there. On the speeding train, 2 rows of seats facing each other were occupied by 2 men and 2 women, all looking young, around 20 years old. "I don't know what got into the school, actually issuing tasks for the wilderness god forest. We've only recently broken through to become first-stage martial artists. Will it be dangerous?" A cute girl with pink hair and a rabbit-eared hood suddenly complained. The girl sitting next to her had a contrasting demeanor, with long black hair hanging down to her waist, wearing a tight white t-shirt and denim shorts, looking very cool and aloof. The cool girl withdrew her gaze from the window and said softly, "I heard that the monsters in the wilderness god forest have been acting unusually, and many martial arts schools have issued corresponding tasks. With our strength, it's safe to hunt down a few low-level monsters on the outskirts. Don't worry, with me here, I'll guarantee your safety," the guy with dyed yellow hair sitting across from them said, patting his chest. "I'm a second-stage martial artist, and I'll fly you through this task. Oh, my blood energy has recently broken through to 26 cards. I feel like I'm not far from the standard of a third-stage martial artist." Yellow hair kept boasting about himself, clearly eager to show off in front of the girls. The cute rabbit-eared girl sitting across from him nodded repeatedly, her face full of admiration. On the other hand, the cool girl, Lu Wanqing, showed a hint of disgust in her eyes, seeming quite annoyed with yellow hair. Lu Wanqing was getting fed up with this talkative yellow hair. Originally, she had only accepted the task with the cute girl, but yellow hair insisted on joining, claiming to protect them, but in reality, he had ulterior motives. She and the cute girl had just started their freshman year, only having the strength of first-stage martial artists. It was indeed a bit dangerous for the two of them to go to the wilderness god forest. Although Yellow Hair was a second-stage martial artist, he was already a senior student in his 4th year, 3 years older than them, and his strength was only average among the martial arts students. So this blondie could only show off in front of them, definitely ranking at the bottom among the senior students. She just didn't expect this blondie to have such thick skin, always showing off over trivial matters. However, this time the commission did require the other party's help, so Lu Wanqing endured it and didn't lose her temper. But she didn't regret this trip because besides the blondie, there was also a handsome boy she didn't know sitting across from her. This boy had been there before they boarded, sitting by the window opposite them. He looked about the same age as her, around 18 or 19. Apart from his outstanding appearance, the boy's behavior was also quite unique. He had been resting with his eyes closed for a long time. This allowed Lu Wanqing to openly admire his handsome face. The boy had exquisite features, sharp and powerful contours, dressed in white, shining under the sunlight as if radiating brilliance, making it hard to forget him at a glance. It was because of this boy's presence that Lu Wanqing endured the blondie for so long. Just as Lu Wanqing was stealing glances at the boy from the corner of her eye, suddenly a uniformed crew member walked down the aisle. "Huangshenlin Station is approaching. Please prepare to disembark." The boy seemed to be awakened, his beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly, then he opened his eyes. Lu Wanqing was afraid of being caught, about to retract her gaze when she was suddenly captivated by his clear eyes. Heavens, what mesmerizing eyes! Lu Wanqing swallowed nervously. She had never seen such beautiful eyes in her life. The boy raised his slender eyebrows, his deep black eyes shimmering with a hint of bewitching color, as if he had just woken up. What was even more magical was that there seemed to be a mysterious power in the boy's eyes, slowly drawing Lu Wanqing's attention in. She couldn't help but stare. "Are you okay?" It wasn't until the boy spoke that Lu Wanqing snapped out of her daze. The boy looked at her with concern, leaning slightly forward. "I'm fine. I was just too sleepy, so I zoned out." Feeling her face flush at the scent emanating from the boy, Lu Wanqing blushed all the way to the roots of her ears. She never expected her peeking to be discovered. It was so embarrassing. "It's okay." Lu Chen nodded and returned to his seat. He had been practicing a new martial arts technique out of boredom on the high-speed train, and after finishing, he hadn't fully retracted his mental power, which led to Lu Wanqing's unusual reaction. "Hello, I'm Zhang Meng. You sleep quite well. You haven't woken up the whole way. Are you also here for the Wu University mission?" The cute girl with bunny ears greeted Lu Chen, easing Lu Wanqing's embarrassment. Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in getting to know them, but out of politeness, he replied, "I'm Lu Chen, just a high school student here for training in the Huangshenlin forest." "A high school student here for training? Are you alone?" Lu Wanqing was somewhat surprised. Lu Chen was even younger than she had imagined. "The Huangshenlin forest is very dangerous. I suggest you wait until you enter Wu University before embarking on this training." The blondie glanced at Lu Chen and then chimed in, "Not just anyone can go to the Huangshenlin forest. Even as a second-realm warrior like me, one must be extremely cautious inside. I suggest you stick to where you came from." When mentioning that she was a second-realm warrior, the blondie involuntarily raised her voice, revealing a smug smile, as if she could already foresee Lu Chen's admiring gaze. Lu Chen was speechless. If the two girls seemed to care about him, this blondie was simply showing off. People like her were like someone who had just bought a new phone or wore a branded watch, always checking the time every minute, afraid that others wouldn't know how amazing they were. Lu Chen didn't want to engage with her and simply said, with a calm expression, "Oh." At this moment, the blush on Lu Wanqing's face gradually faded. She steadied her emotions and somewhat shyly said, "My name is Lu Wanqing, a student at Yunghai Wuda University. It's nice to meet you." "Ha, Lu Chen, when we arrive at the station, you should go back. If you don't have the formal strength of a warrior, the guards won't let you enter the Wilderness God Forest," Huang Mao said with a smile. Because the monsters in the Wilderness God Forest have been rioting frequently lately, the country has issued a new decree that only those with the warrior emblem can enter. After speaking, he tapped his chest where a shiny gold emblem hung, engraved with 2 stars. This was the emblem of a second-realm warrior, representing the strength and identity of a warrior. Only warriors with certified emblems can enter? Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. His warrior emblem was still being made. Did he come here in vain? "It's not just the warrior emblem holders who can enter," Lu Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "During this period, the hunting groups can still come and go freely. After all, they rely on the Wilderness God Forest for their livelihood. Not being able to enter is like losing their source of income." The hunting group was a team composed of warriors and ordinary people who roamed the Wilderness God Forest all year round hunting and killing monsters. Selling the monsters at a high price to suppliers in the city was their job. This job was also filled with danger, akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Even for high-level warriors, the mortality rate was very high. Not to mention the ordinary people responsible for logistics and transportation, who were basically risking their lives for money, needing to replenish with fresh blood before each hunt. Lu Chen knew very little about the hunting group and asked Lu Wanqing across from him, "Are there any requirements to join the hunting group?" "You have to go." Lu Wanqing was somewhat surprised. With Lu Chen's strength, going in would certainly be risky, but she still told him how to join the hunting group. Not far from the entrance of the Wilderness God Forest, there is a Hunters Alliance. That's where the hunting group receives tasks and recruits members. You can go there and give it a try. Lu Chen nodded, "All right, thank you." At this moment, a pleasant reminder sounded in the high-speed train, indicating that they had arrived at the station. "Phew, looks like I have to go to the Hunters Alliance." Getting off the high-speed train, Lu Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. Perhaps because they were close to the Wilderness God Forest, the air here was exceptionally fresh. "Lu Chen, do you want to walk with us?" Beside him, Lu Wanqing, who had just gotten off the train, asked. "Oh, Wanqing, he's not on the same path as us at all. Why bring him along? He's just a burden." Huang Mao seemed to have some ideas about Lu Wanqing. Seeing the two of them getting close, he felt somewhat displeased with Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen could speak, Lu Wanqing, who was beside him, had already frowned and spoken up. "What do you mean, Wang Huan? Did Lu Chen offend you? It's on the way, what's wrong with walking together?" Seeing Lu Wanqing getting angry, Wang Huan quickly explained with a smile, Wan Qing, you misunderstood. I'm just afraid of wasting time on the road. Our school's mission has a time limit. If we don't complete it on time, we'll lose credits. Lu Wanqing turned her head away, looking disgusted. Lu Chen looked at Huang Mao fawning over him and couldn't help but smile. These people were too boring. No need, I'll take a taxi, Lu Chen said. After that, he hailed a taxi on the side of the road and headed to the Hunters Alliance. Lu Chen. Watching Lu Chen get into the car, Lu Wanqing bit her lip, hesitating. She really wanted to ask for his contact information, but before she could make up her mind, Lu Chen had already closed the car door. Watching the taxi gradually drive away, Lu Wanqing felt like she had lost something important, but she thought that Lu Chen was also going to the Wilderness God Forest, so maybe they would meet again. Young man, we've arrived at the Hunters Alliance, the driver said as the car slowly came to a stop, reminding Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, picked up his backpack, and got out of the taxi. Not far ahead of him stood a magnificent building. In front of the building was a stone pillar inscribed with the 5 characters of the Hunters Alliance. Many large trucks were parked in front of the Hunters Alliance, all stained with blood. The pungent smell of blood could be detected from afar. There were many shops around specializing in purchasing materials from demonic beasts. A large group of hunters gathered together, bargaining and creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Chen walked slowly towards the entrance of the alliance, and the scene before him suddenly became clear. The building was divided into 3 parts, the recruitment area, the mission area, and the rest area. Lu Chen had done his homework in the taxi beforehand. He only needed to register his identity at the front desk to enter the recruitment area and find a suitable hunting group to join. Walking into the hall, he was surrounded by warriors, and he could feel the fluctuations of their energy and blood. Most of these people were 2nd and 3rd realm warriors, with a few whose strength Lu Chen couldn't discern, likely above the 3rd realm. No matter how high the mortality rate is, it can't resist the lure of money, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. There was a long line in front of the hall, all waiting to register their identities. Only by registering could they enter the godless forest as members of a hunting group. Hey, young man, is this your first time here? A middle-aged woman behind Lu Chen asked. Yes, how did you know? You look young, so most young people come here for the first time, the woman replied. Seemingly bored, she struck up a conversation with Lu Chen. Why do you say that? Lu Chen was curious. The woman explained, many young people think being a hunter is a lucrative job. After gaining some strength, they come here to try their luck. They just don't know how dangerous being a hunter is. Demonic beasts are bloodthirsty, and the attacks are life-threatening. Most young people end up dying, and those who survive by luck dare not go back in. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The woman's words made sense. It's your turn to register, young man, the woman said as Lu Chen reached the counter during their chat. Just as Lu Chen handed his ID to the staff at the counter, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from beside him. Why are there so many fearless students lately? Do they think demonic beasts grow on grass? Every time I come here, I have to wait in such a long line, wasting my time. With those words, a burly figure stood in front of Lu Chen. It was a middle-aged man with a face full of muscles. Without a word of greeting, he bypassed Lu Chen and handed his ID to the staff. I'm in a hurry, register me first. Lu Chen was stunned. In this day and age, there were still people with such low manners? Did I agree to let you cut in line? Lu Chen's eyes were cold, his tone devoid of emotion. The atmosphere tensed up instantly, as if even the air had solidified. Ha! The man who cut in line was sensitive and felt the danger behind him, so he turned around abruptly. Kid, are you tired of living? The man talked tough, but his eyes were scanning around. When he saw the patrol team nearby, his eyes twitched. Muscles bulged in Lu Chen's right hand. If he could, he wouldn't waste time talking. Young man, endure it, don't act here. Just then, the voice of the middle-aged woman behind him came. Fighting is prohibited within the alliance. If anyone starts a fight, they will be sent directly to prison. This Shirshio is deliberately provoking you, waiting for you to make the first move. The man who cut in line in front scowled. Hoyu, mind your own business. I'll handle this. If you're going on a mission later, keep your bravado up, Hoyu said with a displeased expression, a fierce aura emanating from her eyes. Shirshio felt embarrassed at being rebuked, but facing a 4th realm warrior, he could only glare at Lu Chen helplessly. Hoyu, don't think you can be so arrogant all the time. Next time we meet, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Shirshio took his identification from the front desk and slinked to the back of the line to queue up again. This arrogant fool will end up killing himself sooner or later, Hoyu commented after Shirshio had walked away. Were you not scared? Many hunters have a bad temper because their nerves are constantly strained, making their emotions uncontrollable, leading to frequent outbursts, Hoyu explained. Lu Chen shook his head. How could he be scared? He was even a bit excited when he was about to act just now. He was in urgent need of a real battle to test the results of his recent training. If it weren't for Hou Yu coming in time to intervene, Xiu would probably be lying on the ground by now. Seeing Lu Chen shake his head, Hou Yu smiled and said, "Were you thinking of making a move just now?" Lu Chen nodded, not denying it. Just because you can't act here doesn't mean you can't in the wilderness god forest. Once you enter there, those with grudges settle them, those with grievances air them out, and there is no order to speak of, Hou Yu explained. Hurry up and register, I have other things to attend to. Just remember, never be alone in the wilderness god forest. Alright, thank you, big sister. You're welcome. Hou Yu smiled and turned to attend to other matters. After registering his identity, Lu Chen entered the recruitment area on the side, which looked more like a bar. Glancing around, he saw high tables filled with the emblems of various hunting groups, with many members sitting around drinking. You could just approach the group you were interested in, similar to an interview. It was a mutual selection process. Lu Chen planned to join a hunting group with slightly weaker strength that wouldn't restrict his freedom too much. As they were checking the information of the hunting groups one by one, a voice nearby shouted, "The Xuanwu hunting group is in need of a logistics personnel to watch the car. No strength requirements, depart as soon as everyone is ready. Urgent recruitment. Urgent recruitment. Last spot, just need to watch the truck on the outskirts." Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he followed the voice. He saw a middle-aged man holding a sign and calling out. After a brief conversation, Lu Chen smoothly joined the Xuanwu hunting group. The one who had just called out was the leader of the Xuanwu hunting group, named Wu Li, a three-realm warrior. After Lu Chen expressed his interest, Wu Li immediately approved Lu Chen's application to join the group. Our mission this time is urgent, follow me quickly. Wu Li ordered, leading Lu Chen outside. By a truck, Lu Chen saw the other members of the Xuanwu hunting group. To his surprise, Xiu, who had cut in line earlier, was among them. Let's get to know each other, I'll start. Wu Li spoke quickly. I'm Wu Li, a three-realm warrior, skilled in swordsmanship. Guan Yulan, a two-realm warrior. Lu Quanglong, a two-realm warrior. The other two also introduced themselves, leaving Xiu on the side glaring at Lu Chen. Quite a coincidence, kid, you've fallen into my hands, Xiu sneered. Wu Li furrowed his brow, sensing the tension between Xiu and Lu Chen. However, he chose not to intervene. The main purpose of recruiting Lu Chen into the group was to fill the numbers and check the truck incidentally. Just now, he had taken on an urgent commission from an alchemy company. Although the task was simple, the employer insisted on a full team of 5 for a smooth completion. Wu Li had heard Lu Chen mention he didn't have a warrior badge at the recruitment hall and had agreed to his joining. The survival rate of inexperienced newcomers like him was extremely low. If Lu Chen died, the task reward would be split among the remaining 4. Even if he miraculously survived, a few benefits thrown his way would suffice. After all, once inside the wilderness god forest, whether he lived or died was up to him, right? Wu Li subtly signaled to Xiu, hinting that they should enter the wilderness god forest first. Xiu understood and began his introduction. Xiu, a three-realm warrior, nothing special, just have a strong fist, he said, giving his metal-clad fist a squeeze. Lu Chen, a two-realm warrior, Lu Chen calmly introduced himself. His current goal was to enter the desolate god jungle with the help of the Xuanwu hunting team. As for personal grievances, they could be resolved later. You, a second-realm warrior? Xiu raised an eyebrow, grinned, and said, this kid is really funny. Don't tell me he's trying to scare me silly. Not only did Xiu not believe it, but the other teammates also looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. After all, Lu Chen was too young, and these people completely doubted that a high school student could be on the same level as them. The team leader, Wu Li, smiled and said, Kid, there's no need to pretend to be something you're not. Having the strength of a formal warrior is already good enough. Besides, this time your task only requires you to watch the car. He then eagerly took out the commission from the pill company. This time we've taken on a material collection commission from a pill company. The difficulty isn't high, but time is of the essence. Wu Li glanced at everyone and continued, we need to collect the tendons of 10 shadow wolves, the venomous fangs of 10 giant fire pythons, and the eyeballs of 10 pairs of moonshadow rabbits within 5 days. These demonic beasts are mostly on the outskirts and don't require deep searching, especially the moonshadow rabbits, which are not aggressive. Anyone who has practiced martial arts can handle them. After we drive in later, everyone except Lu Chen will come with me to search for the demonic beasts. As for Lu Chen, you just need to watch the car. If you're confident in your strength, you can also help kill a few moon rabbits. It shouldn't be difficult for you. After speaking, Wu Li looked at Lu Chen and asked, what do you say, kid, can you handle it? Lu Chen nodded. Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Wooly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he would have to persuade him further. "Let's go, get in the car, we're ready to depart." The front of the truck only had 4 seats, and Lu Chen was undoubtedly assigned to the cargo compartment. They were about to enter the desolate god jungle, and he was a bit excited. The truck suddenly accelerated, raising mud and sand with its wheels, leaving a trail of tire marks on the mountain road. Swish! The truck passed through the city gate and officially entered the desolate god jungle. "Alright, let's park the car here. We'll have to walk from here on out. It's easy for the truck to break down if we drive further," Wooly said to the team as they got off the car. Then he stared at Lu Chen and said, "You must watch the car carefully. As long as you're with the car, there's no need for you to be here. Do you understand?" After that, Wooly was still somewhat worried and instructed, "There's a special powder sprinkled on the truck. Under normal circumstances, it won't attract demonic beasts, but we're afraid someone might try to steal it. If anyone approaches, just mention the name of our hunting team." For the hunting team, the truck was their most important tool. Without the truck, everything they hunted would be impossible to transport. Wooly clearly didn't trust Lu Chen much, fearing that he would slow down the team. He was afraid that after they worked hard to complete the task, the truck would be gone. If they exceeded the commission deadline, not only would they not receive payment, but they would also have to pay a hefty penalty. "Since you don't trust me, why not let someone else watch the car and take me hunting? Just remember to split the task reward with me later," Lu Chen mocked. Wooly was truly dragging his feet, eager for these people to leave. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that you lack experience, so I'm reminding you. You'll receive a reward based on your strength. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, understand?" Wooly said bluntly, sneering, "So when it comes to rewards, whether you get more or less will depend on my mood." With that, he led the group towards the depths of the desolate god jungle. Lu Chen remained calm. Wooly was right, this world respected strength, so improving his own abilities was crucial. These 5 days would be enough for him to hone his combat skills. When they returned after completing the task, Lu Chen would give them a big surprise. As for task rewards and such, it was only natural for the strong to claim them all. Let's begin. Killing demonic beasts can also yield colorless crystal blocks, but the amount is uncertain. Lu Chen hid in a thicket, faintly hearing the rustling sounds of feasting ahead. Parting the bushes, he saw a giant bear covered in red fur devouring its prey, the flesh already half-eaten and unrecognizable. This bear was named the Black Flame Bear due to its car-sized body. Unaware of Lu Chen behind it, the bear continued its meal. This must be the Black Flame Bear. Besides martial arts, students now had to study various demonic beast information, and Lu Chen could easily recognize this common creature. The Black Flame Bear, a second-level demonic beast, stronger than a second-realm warrior, excels in claw and pounce attacks, and can also spew flames from a distance. Lu Chen recalled information about the Black Flame Bear in his mind. "Let's not use the magic blade Thousand Blades for now, and test my pure physical strength. Today, I'll test you with my fists." With that, Lu Chen released all his energy and blood, soaring up like a straight red smoke. In the next moment, he dashed out from the thicket. Lu Chen's unabashed energy and blood column instantly alerted the Black Flame Bear. With 2 crimson eyes fixed on Lu Chen, its face stained red with the blood of its prey, it looked extremely fierce. The disturbed Black Flame Bear kicked the ground and leaped towards Lu Chen. Roar facing the giant bear charging with its jaws wide open, Lu Chen remained composed, spreading his legs, slightly bending his knees, one hand held upright in front of him, the other clenched into a fist against his abdomen. A pure intent emanated from Lu Chen's body. Despite his slightly slender figure, he gave an impression of immovability. Like the rising sun, like a deity lifting a cauldron. Bang! The bear's paw collided with Lu Chen's fist. Despite appearing physically inferior, Lu Chen stood firm under the bear's massive paw, not budging an inch. Only the force generated by the clash of man and bear stirred the surrounding fallen leaves wildly. As the dust settled, Lu Chen's well-defined, symmetrical, and muscular body shone brightly in the morning light. "Your bear-like strength is decent. Without using my full power, I can barely match you, but..." Lu Chen evaluated the Black Flame Bear's strength. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, although the Black Flame Bear was a second-level demonic beast, its strength alone could rival that of a third-level demonic beast. Bears were naturally powerful creatures, and coupled with their size advantage, they posed a threat even to third-realm warriors. Roar! Whether the Black Flame Bear understood Lu Chen's words or not, it roared angrily at him, its bloodthirsty scent filling the air. In the next moment, the bear raised its paw and struck at Lu Chen once more. This time, the force was even more terrifying, creating a sonic boom in the air, rustling the leaves around. Well done! Lu Chen still met the attack with one hand, forcefully blocking the bear's paw just a foot above his head, showing incredible precision. He then clenched his other fist tightly. Empowered by his energy, this punch carried immense force, as if tearing through the earth, piercing through space. Boom! This punch struck directly at the black flame bear's leg. Not that he avoided hitting a vital spot, but with his height of 185 meters, he could only reach the bear's thigh. The black flame bear roared in pain, attempting to block the punch, but the overwhelming force sent it flying backward. Bang! The massive bear crashed into a large tree behind it. The tree, as thick as several people hugging it, snapped in half instantly, turning into splinters. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring the sky once more. By then, Lu Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had tested his strength and saw no need to continue playing around. While the bear was down, he aimed to finish it off. Lu Chen transformed into a streak of light, stepping onto the black flame bear's body. At the next moment, a pair of iron fists alternated in striking, like a god beating a drum. Fist-like raindrops landed on the body of the black fire bear, yet the black fire bear could still move. This surprised Lu Chen a bit. It was his first time fighting a monster, and he didn't expect it to be so resilient. "It's over," Lu Chen said softly, like a whisper between friends. Then, in the terrified gaze of the black fire bear, the magic blade at his waist unsheathed its 1,000 blades. Clang! The magic blade hummed lightly, its blade shimmering with a dark purple sheen. Muscles bulged in his right hand, manipulating the nerves of the black fire bear, emitting a menacing buzzing sound. Swish! The 1,000 blades of the magic sword seemed to extend slowly, but in reality, it was swift. The black fire bear's eyes filled with a human-like look of terror, its gaping mouth suddenly inhaling sharply, a hot flame breath gradually filling the air. It was about to unleash its innate flame skill. Unfortunately, it was too late. The blade flashed, dispersing the smoke and dust that enveloped the surroundings, revealing Lu Chen, maintaining his striking pose, and the decapitated body of the black fire bear beneath him. A black-red gush of blood spurted from the severed neck, and the once fiery red eyes of the black fire bear gradually lost their luster. Around them, not a single leaf remained on the ground. The aftermath of the battle was terrifying. Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Chen's body, but under his vigorous vitality, they evaporated into a faint mist in an instant. As Lu Chen reflected on the battle just fought, a pleasant notification sound rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host, for killing the second-level monster Black Fire Bear and obtaining 2 colorless crystal blocks." Killing a second-level monster rewarded 2 colorless crystal blocks. It seems that obtaining these crystals is indeed not easy, Lu Chen decided. This time, he would kill more monsters, not only to get colorless crystal blocks but also to sell the monster corpses. However, before that, he had an important task to complete. Lu Chen tossed the black fire bear's body into the cargo compartment of the truck, then opened the door and climbed in. He closed his eyes and began practicing the new martial arts visualization method. In Lu Chen's mind, a translucent humanoid figure was gradually taking shape. Only the footsteps were still somewhat incomplete. With Lu Chen's continuous visualization and refinement, the outline of the diamond-like figure became clearer and more solid. An hour later, the diamond figure finally appeared complete in Lu Chen's mind. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Lu Chen, exuding a brilliant radiance. What dissatisfied Lu Chen was that there were still many impurities within the figure. With deliberate control from Lu Chen, the diamond figure could mimic any action he performed. Since this diamond figure is under my control, can I also have it practice the Star Era body forging technique? Lu Chen had a bright idea. There was no harm in giving it a try. Lu Chen took a deep breath and assumed the posture of the Star Era body forging technique. The next moment, the figure in his mind suddenly stood upright and mirrored Lu Chen's movements perfectly. As Lu Chen continued to practice, the impurities within the diamond figure were gradually eliminated. During this process, Lu Chen could feel a strong mental feedback, as if his mind had been refreshed like after eating a mint, a cool sensation sweeping through. It made him shudder involuntarily, and the figure in his mind also mimicked his shudder. Continue. Lu Chen kept moving, and the Star Era body forging technique had a significant effect on the diamond figure. As the figure became purer, the accumulated martial knowledge, skills, insights, and experiences in Lu Chen's mind were gradually organized and clarified. Boxing, swordsmanship, body techniques, all were stabilizing and rapidly improving at this moment. From now on, I am a spiritual talent user. Lu Chen gazed at the flawless diamond figure in his mind, silently thinking, the Star Era body forging technique actually allowed me to refine the visualization method to a small achievement within a few hours. Perhaps even the creator of the technique didn't progress as quickly back then. My martial arts have stood on the shoulders of countless giants, crushing everyone from the very foundation. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at his own transformation. After reaching a small achievement in the new martial arts visualization method, both his boxing and swordsmanship had broken through bottlenecks, entering the next realm. Before, using energy could enhance my punching power threefold. I wonder how much it can enhance now. The visualization method had brought about a tremendous improvement for Lu Chen. Besides becoming a spiritual talent user, he could now unleash the full potential of the Magic Blade Thousand Blades. Clang! The Magic Blade Thousand Blades unsheathed. Lu Chen mobilized his mental power, attaching it to the blade. The 1,000 pieces of icy blue light-emitting fragments floated in the air, arranged in a dazzling and magnificent display, resembling a brilliant galaxy. With a gentle turn of the hilt, the floating fragments in the air were instantly attracted, converging towards the blade like swallows returning to their nests. Swish! 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 The blade instantly reassembled, returning to its original state. Sheathing the blade, Lu Chen's face revealed a satisfied smile. The Magic Blade Thousand Blades, ever-changing. This move can catch enemies off guard and deliver a fatal blow. Just imagine, in the midst of a life-and-death struggle, Lu Chen's long blade suddenly disintegrating and piercing through the enemy's body. How terrifying would that be? Retrieving the mental power attached to the blade, Lu Chen slowly released his mental power outward. To the northwest of the truck, 30 meters away, 3 shadow wolves are lying in ambush. After speaking, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a strange electric light burst forth from them. This was a new way of using mental power that Lu Chen had developed. I can now extend my mental power outward to a radius of 50 meters. Nothing can block the penetration of my mental power, not even underground or inside trees. Everything is crystal clear. The sensation of extending mental power outward was extremely peculiar. Lu Chen felt as if his soul had left his body, seeing everything within 50 meters clearly. This ability has so many applications, finding things, seeing through walls, it's like cheating. Most importantly, in battle, I can see the enemy's body structure clearly, their muscles, weaknesses. Everything is crystal clear, giving me the advantage of anticipating their moves. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. As far as he knew, talents were already rare, and spiritual talent users were even rarer, like a rare and precious existence. With the new martial arts visualization method, as long as I strengthen the Diamond Man, I can enhance my mental power, progressing at a speed akin to riding a rocket. In contrast, the training speed of ordinary spiritual talent users was extremely slow because so far, there was no martial art that could cultivate mental power. They could only use the most primitive method of continuously retracting and releasing mental power to strengthen their minds. Like ordinary martial artists, talents were also divided into several realms. Talents of the same realm could crush ordinary martial artists, even facing multiple opponents alone. Lu Chen recalled a piece of news he had read before, where a 3-realm spiritual talent user had instantly taken down 8 3-realm warriors. These ordinary warriors didn't even have the ability to fight back and were destroyed in their minds by the spiritual talent user. Talents are truly terrifying. Luckily I am one too. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he was curious about what realm his current mental power had reached. According to the ranking of talents, which realm was he in? I can now extend my mental power 50 meters outward, so my level shouldn't be low. Lu Chen recalled the classification of spiritual talent users in his mind, estimating that he should be above the 2nd realm. The Talent Association has specialized equipment for testing mental power. I should take the opportunity to test it sometime. Before that, he needed to hunt down more monsters. The consumption of colorless crystals was too rapid. Closing the truck door, Lu Chen swiftly rushed towards the location where he had just detected the shadow wolves. His steps were as fast as a bullet leaving the barrel. With each step taken, a distance of 7 to 8 meters could be crossed, and 50 meters could be reached in an instant. Just now, I applied the power of combustion to my feet, unexpectedly increasing my speed. Roar! 3 shadow wolves lurking and waiting for prey were startled by the sudden appearance of Lu Chen. Upon realizing Lu Chen was alone, they snarled and growled at him. 2nd-level demonic beast, shadow wolf, and 6 colorless crystal blocks. I'll reluctantly accept them. Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, one of the shadow wolves charged towards him. Its speed was incredible, with its limbs almost leaving the ground, resembling a flight close to the surface. Shadow wolves were known for their speed, often appearing in groups, making them formidable opponents. Moreover, these beasts held grudges and once provoked, they would relentlessly attack. Come at me. Lu Chen wielded the Magic Blade Thousand Blades, stomped fiercely on the ground, and charged towards the 3 shadow wolves rushing at him. Muscles bulging, he struck with all his might. Clang! A purple light flashed, a crisp sound of the blade. The Magic Blade Thousand Blades swept past, beheading one of the shadow wolves. The large head rolled on the ground, blood gushing from the neck, splattering everywhere. Clang! Clang! Lu Chen continued to strike relentlessly. Each blow was full of force. The remaining two shadow wolves couldn't withstand Lu Chen's fierce attacks, their crimson blood splattering around. One of the shadow wolves let out a mournful howl before its death, its body split in two the next moment. The scene was extremely bloody, reaching a point where it needed to be censored. Congratulations to the host for killing the second-level demonic beast, Shadow Wolf, and obtaining 2 colorless crystal blocks. Congratulations to the host for killing the second-level demonic beast, Shadow Wolf, and obtaining 2 colorless crystal blocks. Lu Chen's consecutive kills of 3 shadow wolves yielded him 6 colorless crystal blocks. Onward! Lu Chen, wielding the magic blade Thousand Blades, traversed the desolate god of wilderness forest, using his mental power to locate the hidden beasts. As dusk approached, a hazy mist rolled through the mountains, with the newly risen moon faintly visible. It was then that Lu Chen stopped, returning to the truck to rest. The entire god of wilderness forest seemed like a painting, eerily silent. Today has been so fulfilling, killing 10 first-level demonic beasts in a day, and 20 second-level demonic beasts. Even Lu Chen, with his vigorous vitality, felt a bit tired at this moment. He rummaged through the carriage and found a box of beer and some dry rations. Popping open the beer cap, a fresh aroma filled the entire cabin. The members of the Xuanwu hunting group sure know how to enjoy life. Lu Chen tilted his head back and gulped down half a bottle of beer. It was late summer, early autumn. The refreshing drink instantly eased his fatigue. Lu Chen was enjoying himself in the truck, completely unaware that a dense red glow had surrounded him 100 meters ahead of the truck. Roar! Roar! Howls of wolves echoed outside the truck. In the deep forest at dusk, under the high-hanging frost moon, the mournful howls reverberated, piercing the serene forest with an eerie sound. Lu Chen instantly sobered up, extending his mental power outward. Dozens of pairs of eyes emitting a faint glow surrounded him from all directions. Truly vengeful beasts, probably seeking revenge for those 3 shadow wolves from earlier. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, not expecting the beasts to come looking for him. If you like holding grudges, then I'll just have to wipe you all out. Lu Chen opened the car door and leaped out. As soon as he stepped out of the car, rustling sounds came from all directions. 3 larger shadow wolves slowly approached Lu Chen. Wolves from other directions closed in, surrounding him. The densely packed blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Lu Chen, as if they wanted to devour him. If it were an ordinary warrior, facing such a situation would surely lead to panic. Sometimes, quantity could cause a qualitative change, making it difficult to handle multiple threats at once. Once the fight started, the shadow wolves, who had been hunting together for years, launched attacks from all directions, making it hard to defend against. However, for Lu Chen, a spiritual talent, this was like a gift of colorless crystals delivered to his door. Lu Chen transformed into a shadow, swiftly moving through the wolf pack. Blades flashed, and one shadow wolf after another fell. Congratulations to the host for killing the second-order demon beast Shadow Wolf and obtaining 2 colorless crystals. The pleasant sound of kill notifications kept ringing. Although each shadow wolf only had 2 colorless crystals, the accumulation was significant. In no time, Lu Chen had already slain 10 of them. Oh whoa! Just then, a deep wolf howl echoed from afar. As the howl resounded, the shadow wolves surrounding Lu Chen seemed to be invigorated, their formation starting to change. Was the Wolf King just commanding the formation? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The Shadow Wolf King was a third-order demon beast, not only able to command the wolf pack but also terrifying in solo combat. This instantly ignited Lu Chen's fighting spirit. Let's deal with these small fries first. Lu Chen halted his charge, creating deep craters in the ground beneath his feet, his magic blade Thousand Blades spinning. In the next moment, numerous dark purple blade beams shot out. Swish, sharp sounds pierced the air, causing the preparing shadow wolves to shudder, an invisible pressure making them tremble. Swish swish swish, the blades intertwined in the wolf pack, forming a dense net, moving so fast it was dizzying. Only the sound of blades piercing the tough flesh of the shadow wolves could be heard. In a short time, the grass around Lu Chen was stained red with blood, limbs and flesh scattered everywhere. In just a few seconds, 20 shadow wolves had been slaughtered. Lu Chen's blade handle flipped again, the hovering blades in the air converging like swallows returning to their nest. Swish swish swish. The magic blade Thousand Blades reformed, its flowing light rotating smoothly like a mirror. A strong wind lifted Lu Chen's scattered hair in front of his forehead, dancing freely. Not far away, a pure white wolf stood under the moonlight, fur bristling like thorns. Oh whoa! A mournful howl rang out. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to be mourning its fallen comrades. This pure white wolf king, with crimson eyes and fierce claws, was twice the size of a regular shadow wolf, exuding a chilling aura. It looked like a creature from ancient myths. The monster encyclopedia mentioned that after evolution, a group of shadow wolves would give birth to an ice attribute Wolf King, powerful and possessing remarkable intelligence. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with a third-order demon beast, and a special leader-type one at that. Leader-type demon beasts were the cream of the crop in their respective domains, with this Wolf King even capable of challenging a Four Realms warrior. After the Shadow Wolf King howled to the sky, its crimson gaze pierced through the misty jungle, enveloping Lu Chen. It seemed curious as to how this seemingly weak human could unleash such terrifying power. Despite being stared down by the lantern-sized blood-red eyes, Lu Chen remained unfazed. "It seems you have some intelligence. Can you understand me? It's not easy for a king to emerge from a wolf pack. If you retreat now, I might spare your life." Lu Chen's words were sincere, but to the Shadow Wolf King, they sounded like a blatant challenge. "Awah!" The Wolf King crouched low, roaring angrily at Lu Chen, the thunderous sound shaking nearby trees, making leaves flutter. In the next moment, the Wolf King pounced towards Lu Chen, appearing in front of him in a blink. However, instead of attacking immediately, it lowered its head slightly, looking down at this bold human. The Wolf King intended to toy with this prey who had just killed its kin. With its ferocious and exaggerated fangs, and the continuous droplets of corrosive and toxic saliva dripping from its mouth, the Wolf King exuded a strong sense of danger. Lu Chen calmly looked at the fangs almost touching his face, a stench comparable to a cesspool emanating from the creature's mouth. He shook his head. "Your breath is too foul, I think you'd be better off dead." As the words fell, he swung the long knife in his hand, the blade flashing as it aimed straight for the Wolf King's throat. However, true to its reputation for speed, the Shadow Wolf dodged the vital strike in the blink of an eye, the fierce blow only landing on its front shoulder. Splurt! Fur burst open instantly, blood splattering. "Awah!" The Wolf King, in pain, took a few steps back, distancing itself from Lu Chen. Its bloody mouth opened, brewing a chill. A surge of cold air, several ice blades mixed with icy debris, rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's long knife hummed lightly in his hand, his mental power extending outward, accurately capturing each ice blade. The next moment, Lu Chen continuously slashed in front of him, the clash of blade and ice blade producing a pleasant sound. Ping! Bang! Ping! Bang! After cutting down all the ice blades, Lu Chen stomped fiercely on the ground, soil flying. In a flash, he charged towards the Shadow Wolf King. In an instant, he was in front of the Wolf King, the long knife in his hand slashing towards its front paw. Compared to the massive beast that was the Wolf King, Lu Chen was only as tall as its leg. But he showed no fear, instead, his heart beating rapidly, the enormous opponent exciting him. Put! Blood splattered. This time, the Wolf King couldn't dodge in time, its front paw slashed open. Lu Chen followed through with another slash, but the reacting Wolf King opened its bloodied mouth and clamped down on the Thousand Blades demon blade. The long knife was caught, and despite Lu Chen's attempts to pull it back, it remained motionless. "This is what you asked for." Lu Chen sneered, and the Thousand Blades demon blade disintegrated instantly, the blade pieces in the air forming a sharp edge, stabbing towards the Wolf King's left eye. Splurt! This move directly disabled one of the Wolf King's eyes. Roar! An angry wolf howl echoed. Black-red blood sprayed from the Wolf King's eye socket. In pain, it finally let go of the Thousand Blades demon blade it had bitten. Under Lu Chen's control, the blade reformed, the Thousand Blades demon blade made whole again. The long knife naturally hung down in his hand, the tip against the ground, a purple aura circulating. The one-eyed Shadow Wolf King was extremely furious. Its two massive claws scratched wildly towards Lu Chen's position. The sharp wolf claws gleamed like metal. If caught, Lu Chen would surely be torn apart, losing his ability to fight. Not daring to be overconfident, Lu Chen raised the Thousand Blades demon blade to block the claw attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward, gripping the Thousand Blades demon blade's hilt with both hands, delivering another strike on the wolf's claw. The reason for targeting the wolf's claw was the significant difference in size, making it very difficult to attack other areas. If he used the Thousand Blades demon blade for long-range attacks, he would lose his primary defensive weapon. The Thousand Blades demon blade was only for offense, not defense, making it unsuitable for defense and hard to defend against. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. An incomplete Thousand Blades demon blade was extremely fragile, with almost zero blocking effect. A slight collision would immediately disintegrate it. So using an incomplete Thousand Blades demon blade to block attacks was akin to relying on his mental power to resist. Lu Chen wasn't sure if his mental strength could withstand the Wolf King's power. Looks like I need to get a weapon specifically for mental control, Lu Chen thought to himself. After a few rounds, the Wolf King had sustained multiple injuries and was losing a significant amount of blood. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it lost its ability to fight. Awah! The Shadow Wolf King clearly understood this as well. With a low growl, it spat out ice blades again, pushing Lu Chen back. While creating distance between them, the Wolf King's body slowly retreated. Whether intelligent or not, most demonic beasts, knowing they were facing certain death, would choose to flee. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm was not only a human instinct but also beneficial to demonic beasts. As the Shadow Wolf King retreated slowly, its lone eye scanning around, looking for an opportunity to escape. But Lu Chen wouldn't let it get away, slashing away the ice blades and closing in. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Lu Chen wielded the magic blade in his hand, slashing several terrifying wounds on the Shadow Wolf King. Wu the Wolf King completely gave up resistance, emitting a whimper of grievance. Lu Chen sneered, "What, now you want to surrender?" However, the next moment, the Shadow Wolf King suddenly turned and ran with its tail between its legs. Lu Chen had already anticipated this move, channeling his energy into his legs and swiftly catching up. Swish! The blade flashed, and the Shadow Wolf King's hind leg was instantly severed. The sensation of the magic blade's 1,000 blades cutting through bones was unique. Lu Chen, gripping the handle tightly, could distinctly feel the resistance coming from it. The bones of this third-level monster were indeed tough. Awu the Shadow Wolf King let out a howl, falling to the ground as a long line of blood sprayed from its severed leg, staining Lu Chen's coat red. With its hind leg severed, it had lost any chance of escape. Knowing it couldn't flee, the Wolf King crawled towards Lu Chen, prodding his shoe with its bloodied nose. Lu Chen looked at the Shadow Wolf King submitting at his feet, and he smiled, a particularly gentle smile. The autumn wind blew, and blood droplets from somewhere splattered on Lu Chen's fair side profile, his eyes deep and cloudy, exuding a fierce aura at that moment. His coat soaked with blood felt unpleasantly warm and slippery. He lowered his gaze to the Wolf King wagging its tail at his feet. This king among wolves, always living in the godless jungle as a hunter, now found itself in a role reversal, only able to beg for mercy from the human who had just killed its kin. Because the man before it, smiling faintly, could take its life at any moment. If it had submitted before the fight, Lu Chen might have considered sparing it, perhaps even keeping it as a mount. But now, the enmity between man and wolf could no longer be resolved. If spared this time, the Wolf King would surely seek revenge. Once Lu Chen made up his mind, his killing intent erupted uncontrollably. Awu! Sensing this killing intent, the Shadow Wolf King let out a roar mixed with fear and anger. Die! Lu Chen shouted. The magic blade in his hand bloomed with a dark purple blade aura. With a single strike, his disheveled hair was swept up by the chilling blade energy, revealing eyes brimming with murderous intent. Accompanied by the Wolf King's unwilling howl, its head was already severed by Lu Chen. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster Shadow Wolf King, obtaining 6 colorless crystal blocks. Asterisk, congratulations to the host for killing the leader-type monster, obtaining 2 red crystal blocks. Asterisk, the new enhancement panel has been unlocked. The system prompts sounded one after another. Lu Chen looked puzzled. Red crystal blocks? Enhancement panel? What were these for? Why did only colorless crystal blocks drop when he killed ordinary shadow wolves before? Did only boss-level creatures produce crystals of different colors? Lu Chen opened the synthesis panel and indeed found a new feature marked with an exclamation mark below it. The enhancement panel was similar to the synthesis panel, with just one slot, but enhancing required spending red crystal blocks, only obtainable by killing bosses. It had to be said that the system always liked to surprise people unexpectedly. Let's clean up the battlefield first, and study the enhancement function when we get back. Lu Chen gazed at the scattered bodies of the shadow wolves, feeling somewhat troubled. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to load these bodies onto the truck. The fur of a complete shadow wolf could fetch up to 100,000 on the market. Even if it had wounds, it could still be sold for half the price. Not to mention the rare Shadow Wolf King. Just the fur alone could sell for over 300,000. It could be used to make lightweight and comfortable armor that could deflect attacks. When an attack from a first-level warrior hit this wolf skin, it could reduce the impact by half. And that didn't even account for the prices of other parts of the wolf. Wolf claws and fangs could be used to make weapons and accessories. Wolf meat was edible and a precious high-end ingredient. After consumption, it can enhance one's own vitality and blood, playing a nourishing role. It took nearly half an hour for Lu Chen to move all the wolf corpses. Feeling a bit hungry, let's have some wolf meat. Lu Chen took out a wolf leg weighing over 10 kilograms, the one that belonged to the Shadow Wolf King. He set up the large pot prepared by the Xuanwu hunting team and prepared to have a hot pot in the wilderness god forest. Luckily, there was a pack of Sichuan-style hot pot base in the car. Boiling water and adding the meat, in no time the meat was cooked. Lu Chen lifted the lid, and the aroma of the hot pot wafted out. Under the moonlight, Lu Chen held a wolf leg in one hand and a beer in the other, feeling quite at ease. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Others who come to the wilderness god forest are usually trembling with fear, risking their lives for money. But you're here for a vacation? The next day, early morning, Lu Chen jumped off the truck and stretched lazily. He then started practicing the stellar record body forging technique. After completing a set, a hint of heat emanated from Lu Chen's body, his vitality and blood once again condensed. After a simple wash, he leisurely walked towards the depths of the wilderness god forest. Lu Chen walked neither fast nor slow, as his purpose in coming to the wilderness god forest was not to complete any task but to treat this journey as a form of cultivation. And this special cultivation had already begun from the moment he stepped out of his house. The golden morning glow shone on Lu Chen, draping him in a robe of golden threads. The future seemed bright, the road ahead leading to the sky. The path is long and arduous, but as long as you keep going, success is within reach. Lu Chen, with a peaceful mind, was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment. Like a fish living in muddy waters, blinded by illusions and turbidity, only able to swim in circles without direction. But now, as the mud cleared and the fish leaped out of the water, he understood what he wanted and what he needed to do. Just a month ago, Lu Chen was living aimlessly, spending his days in internet cafes. Now, he faced the leader of a third-level monster without fear, dancing on the edge of a blade, accompanied by blood. Do you regret it? Lu Chen softly asked himself. No regrets. Lu Chen's eyes were firm, giving a resolute answer. In that moment, the diamond figure in Lu Chen's mind suddenly sparkled. He could feel that a bottleneck in his mind had been broken. The sparkle gradually dimmed, and the diamond figure underwent a slight change, a touch of crimson appearing at the heart position. This is a breakthrough in mental power. Lu Chen gazed at the distant morning glow, somewhat absent-minded. After this breakthrough, the bottleneck in his mental power disappeared, taking his strength to a new level. It was an indescribable state. Discarding the dross and selecting the essential, he felt rejuvenated. Lu Chen extended his mental power outward, this time reaching a distance of 100 meters. And he found it even more effortless to control. During martial arts classes before, the teacher mentioned that some martial artists with innate talents would enter a mysterious state in specific environments, gaining profound insights that would lead to a qualitative transformation in their martial arts. Enlightened by understanding one's nature. This state, in martial arts, is known as enlightenment. I'm quite lucky, a casual contemplation led to enlightenment. Lu Chen smiled, knowing that any improvement in strength was a good thing. With his mental power extended, Lu Chen continued walking tirelessly for over 10 kilometers. The wilderness god forest was a world apart from the city, one characterized by the wild growth of flora and fauna, while the other was a bustling and enclosed urban jungle. Occasionally, towering monsters and birds that blocked out the sky passed by. There were even trees that could move and flowers that could swallow people. Lu Chen felt like he had returned to a primitive and wild era, a feeling that grew stronger as he delved deeper. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and halted his steps. Even without using his mental power to sense, he could hear the sounds of a fight not far ahead. And the voices of those few people seemed somewhat familiar? Lu Chen frowned slightly, then decided to move closer. As he approached, the cries for help became clearer. He followed the sound and saw several waist-thick trees ahead broken off. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. In a clearing, 3 young people were facing off against a demonic ape exuding black mist. This demonic ape had 2 horns on its head, a crimson single eye on its face, dense fur all over its body, and a faint black mist surrounding it. Compared to the 3 individuals in front of it, the demonic ape was huge, like a small mountain. This is a third-level demon beast, the one-eyed demonic ape. Lu Chen became interested and quietly retreated behind an ancient tree to observe the situation. The 3 people were Lu Wanqing, Zhang Meng, and Huang Mao, whom Lu Chen recognized from their brief encounter on the high-speed train. The strength of these 3 individuals was at most at the second realm warrior level, almost like toys in front of the one-eyed demonic ape. But this is considered the outermost part of the wilderness god forest. Generally, third-level demon beasts are not encountered here. Could it be due to the turmoil caused by the demon beasts? Lu Wanqing and the others were at a loss. They had planned to hunt a few first-level demon beasts on the outskirts to complete their school mission, but unexpectedly encountered a demonic ape emitting black mist. Seeing the third-level demon beast, they were terrified, unable to fight or escape. Fortunately, this kind of demon beast, the demonic ape, had a playful nature and engaged them in a cat-and-mouse game instead of devouring them in one bite. At this moment, only Huang Mao was struggling to resist, while Lu Wanqing lay injured on the ground, calling for help around her. Damn it, how did this monster appear here? It's all because of you. Why did you take on the task of exploring the wilderness god forest? Are you deliberately making things difficult for yourselves? Huang Mao barely dodged a slap from the one-eyed demonic ape and angrily scolded towards the two women. "You idiot, you followed us eagerly. What does it have to do with us?" Lu Wanqing finally spoke her mind, no longer able to hold back. "You! Oh!" Huang Mao was trembling with anger, and in a moment of distraction, he was caught by the one-eyed demonic ape. Zhang Meng, leaning against a large tree, curled up shivering, repeatedly pleading, "Help, someone please save us." Lu Chen observed from the shadows and had no intention of rescuing Huang Mao. He had a poor impression of Huang Mao and saw no benefit in saving him. However, he admired Huang Mao's courage a bit, daring to act as a flower protector in the wilderness god forest with the strength of a second realm warrior. The Xuanwu hunting group had two third realm warriors in charge and could only circle cautiously on the outskirts, trying to avoid the range of large demon beasts. The one-eyed demonic ape, successfully capturing Huang Mao, exerted a little force, causing him to cough up blood continuously. This demonic ape is also a well-known type of demon beast. Not only is it fast, but it is also top-notch in terms of strength. Being a primate, it can attack with its hands, making it very agile. After Huang Mao is eaten, I'll go out and finish it. The eye of this demonic ape is quite valuable, Lu Chen thought to himself. However, at that moment, the one-eyed demonic ape stopped its action of putting Huang Mao into its mouth, as if it had sensed something. It turned its head, staring intently in the direction where Lu Chen was hiding, showing a vigilant expression. "Has it discovered me?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He had just emitted a hint of killing intent, yet the other party had keenly detected it. Such a strong perception. Bang! The half-dead Huang Mao was violently thrown to the ground by the one-eyed demonic ape, creating a small pit. The strange behavior of the one-eyed demonic ape also caught Lu Wanqing's attention. She looked towards Lu Chen's direction and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone there? Can you please come and help us? There will be great rewards." Lu Chen sighed. "In that case, it seems there's no need to hide anymore." He walked out calmly from behind the tree, smiling and saying, "It seems like you're in trouble. Is there anything I can help with?" Lu Wanqing's eyes lit up as soon as she saw someone coming out. Zhang Meng also stood up abruptly, thinking that someone had come to rescue them. But upon seeing that it was Lu Chen who had arrived, the hopeful look in their eyes turned instantly to disappointment. "Why is it you?" Lu Wanqing was slightly taken aback, frowning and shouting loudly, "Run, you are no match for this monster, it's a third-level beast." This shout brought the half-conscious Huang Mao back to his senses. He quickly looked up, and upon seeing Lu Chen, he despaired and lay back down. Seeing Lu Chen standing still, Lu Wanqing thought he was scared stiff, and shouted again, "Run, quickly get out and find someone to save us." This young man dared to come to the wilderness god forest alone, so he should be a warrior, but she didn't think Lu Chen alone could change the current situation. "It's okay, I'm enough on my own." Lu Chen's expression was calm, as if the one-eyed giant ape in front of him didn't exist. He leisurely walked up to Lu Wanqing and asked with a smile, "You mentioned repaying me, how exactly do you plan to do that?" Lu Wanqing looked at the young man in front of her who haunted her dreams, and couldn't help but sigh. Fate had made her encounter him again before her death, but unfortunately. Huang Mao struggled to sit up, looked teasingly at Lu Chen, and said, "Well, ignorance is bliss. Do you know, from the moment you appeared, you were doomed? This one-eyed demon ape is no ordinary beast. Besides having the strength of a third-level beast, it can also use its innate abilities. Do you understand innate abilities? It's equivalent to a gifted individual among warriors." Huang Mao got excited, then coughed up a large clot of blood. "But it's fine, one more person to accompany me in death. The road to the underworld won't be lonely." The one-eyed demon ape at this moment was drooling, looking at Lu Chen with interest, its nose telling it that this person seemed tastier. The taste was sweeter than the others. In the next moment, it took steps with its nearly 10-meter-tall body towards Lu Chen. "Don't worry, I can handle this monkey, don't forget my repayment later." Lu Chen's tone was full of confidence. He turned his gaze to the slowly approaching demon ape, calmly locking eyes with its eerie green ones. One man against one ape, despite the vast difference in size, Lu Chen gave off the aura of a towering giant. Even under his confident influence, even the trembling Zhang Meng gradually calmed down, because she realized that this young man seemed a bit too calm. And how could someone who could come here alone not know the one-eyed demon ape? With this in mind, Lu Wanqing also gained a little confidence. The one-eyed demon ape reached out its thorn-covered hand towards Lu Chen. If caught by this, one would immediately lose the ability to resist. Huang Mao was caught like this and almost lost his life. Lu Chen, however, remained standing still, not opting to draw his thousand-blade demon sword, but instead assumed a simple boxing stance. Dealing with this power-type monster, he preferred to use brute force to counter it. The fist, the heart of a warrior. Power, rising from the feet, condensing in the waist and abdomen, flowing through the spine like a dragon, gathering in the arms. The spine dragon bends like a bow, withdrawing the fist is like pulling an arrow. This was the most basic power technique in boxing, but when spoken by Lu Chen at this moment, it carried a mysterious and profound flavor. Boom! Lu Chen threw a punch. Fast, fierce, ruthless. This punch was so fast that no one could see the trajectory of the punch, not even when it was thrown. It was as if a roar came first, and then the fist appeared directly on the enemy. All they could see was the piece of land under Lu Chen's feet cracking, and the splatter of foul blood as the fist struck the demon ape's hand. But at the moment when the fist was thrown, extreme stillness turned into extreme motion, and the fist, containing boundless energy, exploded like a bomb. The head-sized one-eyed demon ape had its grinding stone-sized hand flung to the side by the punch, dislocating and fracturing its pinky finger. The reason this punch was so powerful was due to the transformation of visualization techniques and the enlightenment that led to the intent behind the punch. Coupled with the surging waves of chi and blood within him and his inherent strength, it was terrifying to the point of making one's scalp tingle. At this moment, the one-eyed demon ape's eyes lost their previous mockery and turned serious. It gripped its dislocated pinky finger and forcefully snapped it back into place. Then, its massive head shook, emitting a piercing roar towards the sky. This was the first time it had been injured by a human, making it extremely angry. Lu Chun. So strong. Lu Wanqing covered her mouth with her hand, deeply shocked by the scene before her. Zhang Meng, with one of his rabbit ears missing, jumped up excitedly, shouting, "I knew it, he must be a hidden powerhouse. I could tell he was extraordinary. Go Lu Chen, beat that damn monkey." Zhang Meng cheered on the side, while Huang Mao's expression was more complex. He remembered what he had said to Lu Chen on the high-speed train. His face alternated between pale and flushed, mixed with a sense of relief after surviving a disaster, and a hint of unease. "I hope Lord Lu Chen has mercy and doesn't treat me the same way." To make up for his mistake, he endured the pain in his body and shouted ahead, "Lu Chen is amazing, a true powerhouse." The one-eyed demon ape, pushed back by Lu Chen's punch, had bloodshot eyes in its greenish pupils, its enraged gaze fixed firmly on Lu Chen. Then, it opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth and spewed out a dark smoke cloud, heading straight for Lu Chen. This was its innate skill. Wherever the smoke cloud passed, trees and flowers withered into ashes, exuding a sense of destruction. The intensity is good, but the speed is too slow. Watching the rapidly approaching smoke cloud, Lu Chen remained calm, paying it no mind. The one-eyed demon ape's innate attack was powerful and could be said to be the strongest attack Lu Chen had encountered so far. He had no doubt that before he had achieved a certain level of mastery in his visualization techniques, this strike would have turned him to ashes instantly. But now, with the support of his powerful mental strength, the incoming smoke cloud seemed as slow as a turtle in Lu Chen's eyes. As long as he wanted to dodge, it was impossible for it to reach him. "My turn!" Lu Chen stomped on the ground, clenched his right fist, and when his 5 fingers closed together, a clear sonic boom rang out. This strike perfectly combined speed and strength. Swish! Lu Chen's figure flashed and appeared in mid-air. Evading the dark smoke cloud, he charged towards the one-eyed demon ape. This time, he used his burning power. Lu Chen's fist seemed to instantly enlarge, an invisible intent overflowing from the front of his arm, colliding with the one-eyed demon ape's chin. Boom! The huge-headed one-eyed demon ape was violently thrown to the side by the punch, its feet floating, unable to stop sliding backward. Its 2 thick legs carved deep furrows in the ground. Even so, it couldn't dissipate the force of Lu Chen's punch. The one-eyed demon ape fell backward on the ground, trying to make contact with the ground to create more friction and slow down its retreat. Dozens of trees turned to dust in an instant under the impact, and the hillside collapsed and shattered. Lu Wanqing and the others felt a ringing in their ears, filled with the one-eyed demon ape's screams mixed with the explosive sounds of trees collapsing. In the dense jungle, a fierce scar appeared, and the one-eyed demon ape slid for dozens of meters before barely stopping its momentum. It looked as if it had been pushed over by a bulldozer, leaving a trail of destruction. A single punch pushed the enemy back tens of meters. This was Lu Chen's full-force strike. The terrifying power of his burning power had likely increased from 3 times his original strength to 5 or 6 times. The one-eyed giant ape, who was full of vigor just a second ago, was now lying on the ground panting heavily. Its lungs were like a broken bellows, exhaling more than inhaling. Its head hung low, with a bloody mess at its chin, revealing stark white bones. Roar! The one-eyed demon ape felt that Lu Chen's killing intent had firmly locked onto it, making it sense the true breath of death. Like a rabbit trapped in a snare, waiting for the hunter's return. Lu Chen didn't give it much time to catch its breath. With a step, he leaped into the air. In an instant, he was just tens of meters away. Before the one-eyed demon ape could react, Lu Chen was already in front of it. Bang! Another punch, carrying a terrifying gravitational force, as if a meteor was falling from the sky. Boom! The fist hit the ground, emitting a deafening roar, stirring up terrifying airwaves and shockwaves. When the dust settled, calmness returned to the surroundings. The body of the one-eyed demon ape was deeply embedded in a circular pit. Its bones were dislocated, flesh mangled, presenting a gruesome sight. Lu Chen grabbed the ape's tail and leaped up. In an instant, he was back in front of Lu Wanqing and the others. At this moment, the others had not yet recovered from their shock. Everything had happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-sized demon ape was dealt with? Lu Chen glanced at the still shocked group and reassured, the problem has been solved. Quite tricky though. The group. Lu Wanqing, who was about to speak, fell silent instantly. Tricky? He had only thrown 3 punches, as if he had gone through a fierce battle. What puzzled them the most was why Lu Chen, who was so strong, didn't have a warrior badge? This one-eyed demon ape should fetch a good price. Lu Chen dragged the ape's body, his expression calm as ever, as if the battle was just a warm-up. Lu Chen, thank you. Lu Wanqing regained her senses, grabbed Lu Chen's hand, her face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Lu Chen waved his hand, it was just a small matter, no need to worry about it, and I only acted because I heard there would be a heavy reward. Boss, please accept my bow. Zhang Meng earnestly bowed on the ground, the rabbit ears on her hat trembling nonstop, leaving Lu Chen speechless. Anyway, thanks to you this time. Huang Mao threw a healing pill into his mouth, then leaned in. Boss, I'm Huang Qitian, you can call me Xiao Wang. Lu Chen glanced at him and nodded slightly. Although this Huang Mao was a bit presumptuous and annoying, he didn't choose to flee at a critical moment but bravely stood in front of the girls. This was commendable. Seeing Lu Chen nod at him, Huang Qitian immediately smiled. He took out a card from his pocket with dirty hands and handed it to Lu Chen. Boss, this is my token of gratitude. There are 200,000 coins inside. Although it's not enough to repay your life-saving grace, it's a token of respect. Oh! Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This guy was quite decent. Lu Wanqing and Zhang Meng also took out their bank cards and handed them over. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly put them away. In this world, there were few families in difficulty who could enter the martial university. Because those in difficult circumstances couldn't even pass the entrance exam for the martial university. Without money to buy elixirs, even if you had great talent, you couldn't compare to the rich kids who treated supplements as their daily meals. Moreover, Lu Chen had saved their lives, so it was only right to accept the money. Lu Wanqing smiled and said, Lu Chen, you're only in your 3rd year of high school, and you're already so strong. You can choose any domestic martial university you want. Would you consider coming to our school? Our school is just a trashy martial university. Lu Chen wouldn't come here. Zhang Meng muttered quietly on the side. Yanhai University was considered a low-tier martial university nationwide. With Lu Chen's talent and strength, he could aim for something better. Let's talk about which martial arts university to apply to later. You should hurry and leave now. Something seems off about the monsters here. Lu Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Meng stopped him. Lu Chen, can we hire you for a while? Lu Chen shook his head and said, my time is precious, and I don't like being a babysitter. I will continue to delve deeper, and it will be dangerous for you to follow me. Lu Chen decisively refused, knowing that venturing alone would allow him to escape danger at any time. Bringing them along would not only waste time but also distract him from protecting them. We will pay you a reward, at market price, can't you reconsider? Zhang Meng persisted, trying to persuade Lu Chen with a hint of pleading in her tone. Lu Chen shrugged, to be honest, it's not about the money. The Forbidden God jungle is too dangerous, and with my current strength, I can't ensure your safety. Zhang Meng felt disappointed by Lu Chen's rejection. At that moment, Lu Wanqing stepped forward and said, Lu Chen, our school task is not yet complete. Could we ask for your help? She added, we can transfer the reward for the task to you. What task? Just kill 2 first-level monsters with this sword. We don't need the monster materials. You want me to help you complete a school task? Yes, this sword is a task-specific weapon. The monsters you kill with it will be recorded. Just take the sword back after completing the task. This mission is crucial for us, please. After some thought, Lu Chen found the task not too troublesome. Killing 2 first-level monsters along the way was a simple task. Alright, but my appearance fee is quite high. You should be prepared. Will 200,000 be enough, plus another 100,000 after the task is done? We'll transfer it to you once we're out. Pointing to Lu Wanqing beside her, Zhang Meng said, don't be fooled by her simple attire. She is the daughter of the Lu Pharmaceutical Company, very wealthy, and you won't be short of money. The daughter of the pharmaceutical company doing tasks in this remote place? Lu Chen thought to himself. Lu Wanqing seemed to sense Lu Chen's confusion and quickly explained, you may not be familiar with the martial arts university yet. Competition there is fierce, and task requirements are strict. Even if one's status is noble, they must personally complete the tasks. After all, the resources of the martial arts university are provided by the state, and they won't support individuals without value. So, please keep this task confidential. Lu Chen nodded, realizing that life at the martial arts university would be much harsher than he had imagined. By the way, are there any specific requirements for killing the monsters? No, as long as you kill them with this sword, Lu Wanqing said, handing over the long sword in her hand. Lu Chen accepted it. It was an ancient-looking long sword, over 3 feet long, with a chip embedded in the hilt displaying the number 0. This must be the special task sword for Yunhai Martial Arts University, capable of recording the number of monsters slain. I'm off. Lu Chen slung the long sword behind him. You can head southeast. My truck is parked near the exit over there. It's relatively safe. With that, he walked towards the depths of the Forbidden God jungle. Alright, we'll wait for you there. Stay safe. Lu Wanqing called out to Lu Chen. She suddenly realized she forgot to ask for his contact information and felt regretful. Oh, don't worry, we'll meet again soon. We have to retrieve the task sword, right? Zhang Meng teased, lightening the mood. Hearing the laughter behind him, Lu Chen felt much better. These students were indeed interesting, making him look forward to his future life at the martial arts university. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Forbidden God jungle, the 4 members of the Xuanwu hunting team are engaged in a fierce battle with a massive lizard. The scene is extremely brutal, with 2 second-stage warriors already incapacitated, leaving only Wu Li and Shi Xiu standing. Damn it, shouldn't this map be updated? How could there be a level 4 monster like the cannon dragon lizard in this place? Captain Wu Li gasped heavily, his lungs like a broken bellows, each breath heavy and labored. After a long battle, his qi and blood were nearly depleted. Blocking the cannon dragon lizard's claws with great effort, Wu Li shouted to the side, Shi Xiu, are you just idling around? It's already this late, and you're still loafing. Attack quickly. Do you want to get us all killed? Not far from Wu Li, Shi Xiu, with his alloy knuckles, moved around the cannon dragon lizard. His figure darted and weaved, seemingly looking for an opportunity but hesitating to launch an attack. Seeing Wu Li drawing all the hatred of the cannon dragon lizard with his full force, being relentlessly pursued by it. Fortunately, the cannon dragon lizard was a slightly weaker presence among level 4 monsters, otherwise, the Xuanwu hunting team would have been wiped out long ago. The cannon dragon lizard kicked off the ground with its hind legs, leaping into the air with its front limbs, continuously scratching at Wu Li. Its claw attacks were extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages. Soon, Wu Li's body was covered in bloodstains, looking as if he had bathed in blood, his clothes torn, not a single piece of intact skin on his body. Shi Xiu observed everything calmly and said, Captain, you're being unfair. I have been contributing. Can't you see I've been trying to find an opportunity to strike at its weak points? Besides, I'm running out of strength. Give me some time to recover. Damn it, are you trying to find a chance to escape? Wu Li was shaking with anger, his long knife almost slipping from his hand in a moment of carelessness. His eyes widened in fury as he roared at Shi Xiu, have you ever seen anyone looking for opportunities like you? If you keep idling around, I'll make sure you pay the price even if it costs me my life. Wu Li was extremely angry now. If he could break free, he would definitely strike Shi Xiu first. Initially, with him and Shi Xiu as 2 third-stage warriors, along with Guan Yulan and Lu Quanglong as 2 second-stage warriors, there was hardly any danger in hunting on the outskirts. The journey had been relatively smooth, except for not finding the shadow wolf. All other mission materials had been collected. However, Shi Xiu, for some reason, picked up 2 lizard eggs the size of human heads on the way. At first, Wu Li tried to stop him, emphasizing not to pick up eggs from unknown creatures in the wilderness god forest, because the ability to leave eggs in the nest indicated the dominance of the monster in that area. Having a comfortable and safe environment was an essential prerequisite for giving birth, which also applied to humans. But Shi Xiu was determined to have boiled eggs. He even took out the map, claiming that this was a gathering place for level 2 monsters, and no monsters above level 2 would appear. After saying that, he boiled and ate the eggs on the spot. Since the eggs were too large, he even shared some with Wu Li. Coincidentally, just as Wu Li was about to eat the egg, he was caught off guard by the returning cannon dragon lizard. This time, the cannon dragon lizard went berserk, attacking Wu Li as if possessed. Guan Yulan and Lu Quanglong tried to help but were severely injured by a single blow. Moreover, the cannon dragon lizard was very fast, and now they couldn't even run away, they could only fight desperately. It's about to use its innate skill. Wu Li kept retreating, swinging his long knife in a flurry of attacks. The next moment, he rolled to the side, trying to dodge the attack. The cannon dragon lizard's mouth shimmered with red light, spewing out a fireball. Boom! Wu Li barely dodged the fireball, but Lu Quanglong lying behind him wasn't so lucky. Helpless as he watched the fireball getting closer and closer. Ah! The fireball engulfed Lu Quanglong, instantly turning him into charcoal. Quanlong! Guan Yulan looked at the charred Lu Quanlong, her eyes filled with fear. Brothers, while this cannon dragon lizard is in its skill cooldown period, let's split up and run. We'll meet at the temporary material storage point. Xiao saw the opportunity and shouted as he ran. That damn Xiao! Wu Li angrily cursed and sheathed his long knife, running towards Guan Yulan. He reached out to help her up. Yulan, let's go. Escaping separately now was indeed a rare opportunity. Brother Wu, you go on your own, I'm just a burden. Guan Yulan cried, not wanting to drag Wu Li down any further. Wu Li remained silent, firmly carrying her on his shoulders. As a triple realm warrior, carrying a person was like having no extra weight, with minimal impact on speed. He didn't bring Guan Yulan along because he was a good person or felt a sense of responsibility as the team leader. It was to drop Guan Yulan and buy time when the artillery dragon lizard caught up. Ironically, Guan Yulan was deeply moved. Wu Li raced ahead, pushing his physical limits, without a moment's pause, reaching the place where they stored the monster materials before. Huff, huff, Wu Li abruptly stopped, spitting out blood. Then he gasped heavily, greedily inhaling the air. Brother Wu, it seems like the monster didn't follow us, Guan Yulan whispered softly. Wu Li glanced back and indeed saw no sign of the monster. He slumped to the ground, cursing, this godforsaken jungle is cursed. A fourth-level monster appeared on the outskirts. I've been hunting here for over a decade, and it's the first time encountering such a situation. Monsters usually have strong territorial instincts, high-level monsters don't venture to the outskirts, and low-level ones dare not enter the depths. It's a survival rule among monsters. However, something strange seemed to be happening deep in the godforsaken jungle recently. Some high-level monsters left their territories, reshuffling the distribution of monster territories. The reason the artillery dragon lizard didn't pursue them was likely encountering even more terrifying monsters. But all that didn't matter now. What mattered was that they survived. Wu Li and Guan Yulan rested briefly before spotting a figure not far away. It was Xiao, the one who led the escape. Wu Li cursed, that damn bastard has the nerve to come back. Guan Yulan quickly restrained Wu Li, who was ready to act, whispering in his ear, Captain, you're not in good shape now. It's not the time for settling scores. Let's wait until we're out. Wu Li nodded at her words and sat back down. Captain, Yulan, I'm so glad you're alive. Xiao ran over, his face beaming with joy but feeling somewhat disappointed inside. Wu Li had some valuable items on him, and if he had died, it would have been quite a haul. Wu Li steadied his fluctuating breaths and sneered, thanks to you, we barely made it out alive. Xiao scanned around, and when he saw the pool of blood Wu Li spat out, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This guy was severely injured. Should he make a move? After careful consideration, he chose to give up. What if Wu Li had a trick up his sleeve? It would be a lose-lose situation, and Guan Yulan would benefit. Captain, come, let me help you walk. We need to leave quickly, it would be bad if that lizard catches up. Xiao eagerly stepped forward to assist Wu Li, a smile on his face. However, Wu Li shook off Xiao's hand, declining his offer. No need, I can manage on my own. You should save your energy to bring the monster materials. Ah, what a pity. We were so close to completing the mission, missing only the materials from the Shadow Wolves. Upon hearing Wu Li's words, Xiao's gaze turned somewhat cold. Indeed, the mission commissioned by the alchemy company was not yet finished, lacking 10 sets of Shadow Wolf materials. Hunting Shadow Wolves was no easy task. They usually appeared in groups, requiring numerical advantage to disrupt their formation and take them down one by one. With Wu Li severely injured and Guan Yulan lacking strength, it was impossible for Xiao alone to complete the task. If the mission wasn't completed, there would be no reward, and instead, they would have to pay several times the penalty fee. The penalty was certified by the Hunters Alliance, and no one dared to default on it. What should we do? I went there for nothing, didn't make any money, and now I'm in trouble. Xiao was angry, punching a stone. Gravel flew everywhere, making Wu Li's eyelids twitch. Wu Li knew that Xiao was threatening him. Xiao, forget it. If the mission failed, it failed. As long as we are alive, it's enough, Guan Yulan advised. Besides, if you hadn't insisted on eating that egg. What, you didn't eat it? Xiao interrupted Guan Yulan, sneering. Why didn't you say so when you ate it? Now you're blaming me, Fine, I'll lure the fire cannon dragon lizard over now, and we'll all die. After Xiao finished speaking, he opened his mouth as if to shout. Stop! Wu Li hurriedly stopped Xiao, sighed, and said, currently, our Xuanwu hunting group has suffered heavy losses. Lu Quanglong sacrificed himself, and the rest are all injured. It's not realistic to go hunting shadow wolves. The penalty for this time should be paid. I just calculated it. The penalty is 1 million, including Lu Chen and 4 others in our group, which means 25,000 each. As for your share, Shirshio, I'll cover it for you. Wu Li had no choice. He was barely standing now and had actually lost his fighting ability. In order to avoid a falling out with Shirshio, he had to meet his demands. Shirshio's originally gloomy face instantly brightened at Wu Li's words. "Ha, my good captain, your sense of responsibility is admirable." Guan Yulan frowned beside them, biting her lip and whispering, isn't Lu Chen just here temporarily? It doesn't seem quite fair to make him pay the penalty. What's unfair about it? Wu Li said breathlessly. Since he joined our Xuanwu hunting group, he's part of the team. We took on the mission together, so the penalty should be shared too. Moreover, the Hunters Alliance has regulations that the penalty is borne by all team members. Even if he wants to escape, he can't. Guan Yulan wanted to say that now you're treating others as team members, but when you assigned the task earlier, you didn't mention sharing the rewards. But in the end, Guan Yulan didn't say anything because her words wouldn't have any effect here. And if Lu Chen could pay a share of the penalty, she would have to pay less. She spoke up for Lu Chen purely because she felt guilty. That brat. Hearing Lu Chen's name, a hint of fierceness flashed in Shirshio's eyes, and he snorted coldly. That kid should come from a good family. I noticed the sword hanging from his waist. It's probably not ordinary. We can get more things out of him. Wu Li added, I noticed it before. You two have some conflict, so I'll leave this matter to you. As long as you can make him honestly pay the penalty, the extra will be yours. Good, it's a deal. Shirshio's mouth curled up, already thinking about how to torment Lu Chen severely. Achoo! Lu Chen, who was fighting a monster, suddenly sneezed. Someone cursing me? That shouldn't be. I don't think I've offended anyone. Lu Chen raised his sword and cut the rhinoceros in front of him in half. Just as he was about to dismantle the rhinoceros, the ground beneath his feet began to shake, as if a huge creature was approaching. Judging by the intensity of the ground tremors, it was a monster no smaller than the Cyclops ape. Lu Chen wiped the blood off his sword and waited quietly for the monster to arrive. Ho ho! With a strange cry, a pig-like monster covered in arrows and bleeding profusely rushed over. This should be a third-level monster, the double-headed pig boar. The double-headed pig boar was easy to recognize, even covered in wounds and dirt. Its appearance was still discernible, but the two pig heads in the front still exposed its identity. With the tragic cry of the two-headed pig lion, the birds in the trees scattered, showing that a third-level monster still had a certain deterrent power. What surprised Lu Chen was that behind the two-headed pig lion, there was a girl with a bow and arrow chasing relentlessly. Classmate ahead! The girl gasped and shouted towards Lu Chen, Classmate, move aside quickly, this monster is very dangerous. Lu Chen shook the task sword in his hand, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this an opportunity to obtain colorless crystal blocks? Judging by the appearance of the two-headed pig lion, it should be on its last legs. With this in mind, Lu Chen raised his sword and charged towards the two-headed pig lion. Muscles bulging in his hand, he thrust the sword towards the neck of the two-headed pig lion from the side. The two-headed pig lion looked clumsy but reacted swiftly. Seeing the unexpected guest suddenly appearing in front, it made a sudden turn and continued to flee in a different direction. However, Lu Chen's speed was clearly faster than its, and he dashed forward, the long sword piercing the hindquarters of the two-headed pig lion. Poochie! The long sword then continued to slash forward, finally beheading the two-headed pig lion. A terrifying wound that ran through its body was left on the two-headed pig lion. The two-headed pig lion still maintained its fleeing posture, the lifeless body rolling forward, stopping 10 meters away after breaking several pieces of rubble. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster two-headed pig lion, obtaining 6 colorless crystal blocks. Asterisk, congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster two-headed pig lion, obtaining 3 red crystal blocks. Asterisk, classmate, you killed it? The girl chasing the two-headed pig lion ran over, panting heavily, and said breathlessly, Thank you so much, I was afraid it would hurt you, but you killed it with one sword. Due to the long run, the girl's face was flushed and adorable. Lu Chen smiled, it was nothing, just a casual move. This time, not only did he obtain colorless crystal blocks, but also 3 red crystal blocks that could be used for enhancement. He was already thinking of thanking this girl properly. It was casual for you, but it was crucial for me. This two-headed pig lion was too tough. I shot it with over 30 arrows and still couldn't kill it. If it had run away with my arrows, I would have suffered a big loss. The girl walked to the two-headed pig lion's body, pulled out the arrows, and carefully wiped them clean. The arrows gleamed with gold, obviously valuable. No wonder the girl chased the two-headed pig lion relentlessly. This single arrow was probably worth a fortune. After wiping each arrow clean, the girl finally turned her gaze to Lu Chen. She extended a hand covered in calluses and smiled. "Hello, I'm Jiang Fanxin. Judging by your appearance, you should be around the same age as me." After Jiang Fanxin finished speaking, she noticed the task sword in Lu Chen's hand. "Are you also a martial arts student here to complete tasks?" "Hello, I'm Lu Chen." Lu Chen shook her hand lightly. "I'm just a senior high school student here for training in the wilderness god forest." Jiang Fanxin's eyes lit up. A senior high school student with such combat power, he must be a genius nurtured by a prominent family. "Well, I thought you received an official notice to come here and complete a task." Lu Chen frowned. "Notice? What do you mean? You don't know?" Jiang Fanxin slung the arrow basket behind her, stretched lazily, showcasing her perfect figure curves in front of Lu Chen. Just a day ago, the Martial Association of East Chuan Province issued a reward task. There have been frequent monster riots in the wilderness god forest recently. Anyone who can find the root of the problem can receive a substantial reward. If the problem is directly solved, not only can you get a reward, but you can also receive a top-quality equipment from the Martial Association, rumored to be a spatial ring made by a spatial talent. Jiang Fanxin's face was full of longing when she mentioned the spatial ring. "If I had a spatial ring, I wouldn't have to carry this arrow basket around." As someone from Earth, Lu Chen was very sensitive to the four words spatial ring. This thing is a divine artifact, priceless in this world. Only spatial talent users of 7 realms or above can create it. Spatial talent users are even rarer than mental talent users, let alone those of 7 realms or above. This results in a very limited supply of spatial rings in existence. As long as we solve the monster riots, we can get a spatial ring? Lu Chen suddenly became interested. Jiang Fan nodded. "I don't know what's wrong with the Martial Association this time. They actually offered such a valuable item as a reward, causing many students from the Martial Academy to flock to the Wilderness God Forest. How do we take on this task? You have to go through the Martial Association for procedures. It's a bit troublesome, but you can join my team and do the task together. As for the final task reward, whoever contributes more will get the ring, and the other person will get a cash reward. How about that?" Jiang Fan, after seeing Lu Chen kill the two-headed boar instantly, had the idea of inviting Lu Chen to act together. The level of danger in this task is still unknown, and it's somewhat risky to act alone. Jiang Fan originally wanted to find people at school to form a team, but was afraid of being preempted, so she came alone. After a brief thought, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. It's not very practical to go out and take on the task now, so it's better to team up with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan is not the kind of girl without combat power, as can be seen from the calluses on her hands. She must have been practicing with cold weapons for years. Swish! A military jeep rushed out of the Provincial Martial Association gate. "Uncle Lee, does my grandfather really need to go through all this trouble? Why not just give me the spatial ring directly?" The red-haired man with sunglasses in the passenger seat sarcastically commented. "Even if your grandfather is the chairman, he doesn't have that much authority." Uncle Lee, the middle-aged man, chuckled. "After all, this ring belongs to the public. There's no reason to give it to you directly." The red-haired man's name is Yi Xiaohua, the grandson of the chairman of the East Sichuan Provincial Martial Association. The reason for offering such a reward is simply to allow Yi Xiaohua to rightfully obtain the spatial ring. Li Wu drove towards the direction of the Wilderness God Forest, explaining to Yi Xiaohua beside him, "The root of this monster riot has been found. The satellite sent images. It's a mutated monster. As long as we go and eliminate it, it will be fine. I'll take care of it when we get there. You just watch from the side." Yi Xiaohua shook his head. "Uncle Li, let me handle this monster. With my current strength, even if it's a 4th-level monster, I can fight it." Li Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll protect you on the side. This opportunity is rare. It's a good chance to train your talent of fire." "Okay, Uncle Li, drive faster. Don't let others get ahead." Yi Xiaohua took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. A wisp of flame suddenly appeared in his empty hand. Li Wu smiled and said, "Don't worry, those people don't have a location. Trying to find that monster is like finding a needle in a haystack." "Lu Chen, have you noticed that the monsters we just encountered are a bit strange?" "They are indeed strange," Lu Chen nodded. "Seems like they are a bit crazy." After forming a team, the two randomly chose a direction and explored aimlessly. But as they delved deeper, they discovered many monsters behaving as if they were insane. Even the atmosphere around them became strange, with eerie monster roars frequently heard. They seemed to be frightened by something, running around in chaos. Jiang Fan gently rubbed her chin and said, "We must be heading in the right direction. Something must have happened deep inside to drive these monsters crazy. Let's go, continue deeper and we'll find out." The two set off in a determined direction, running towards it. It's better to have a target to search for than to wander aimlessly. Along the way, Lu Chen asked Zhang Fan many questions. Zhang Fan, what exactly caused these monsters to riot collectively? Zhang Fanxin thought for a moment before saying, I think it's very likely to be manipulated by someone, or influenced by advanced demonic beasts. Can humans control demonic beasts? Of course they can, Zhang Fanxin nodded, patiently explaining, some warriors have the ability to communicate with demonic beasts. These people are called beast language talents, but I think the possibility of advanced demonic beasts is greater. Why? There are intelligent beings among demonic beasts, especially some advanced ones whose intelligence surpasses even that of humans. They can command ordinary demonic beasts and are natural leaders of demonic beasts. Once these advanced demonic beasts become emotionally unstable or are preparing to reproduce, they will drive away other demonic beasts nearby. Intelligence surpassing humans, that's impossible. Lu Chen scoffed. If it were said to be on par with humans, he could accept it, but surpassing was a bit far-fetched. Why is it impossible? Zhang Fanxin shrugged, you seem inexperienced. In our Mu Mansion Martial Arts Academy, there is a demonic beast that can speak. It's said to have lived for over 500 years, and those words were spoken by it. Lu Chen was speechless. It seemed that the world was even crazier than he had imagined. So, are you interested in joining our martial arts academy? Mu Mansion Martial Arts Academy is one of the top 10 universities in the country. Why, Zhang Sr., are you from the school's admissions office? Lu Chen couldn't help but sarcastically comment. Why did every martial arts student he met want him to apply to their school? Zhang Fanxin patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, competition among martial arts academies is fierce. I want to bring some new talent to my school. Isn't that normal? There's competition among martial arts academies too? Definitely, not only among students but also among martial arts academies. The resources distributed by the country are limited and have to be fought for. It's survival of the fittest. The weak can only get what others leave behind. Zhang Fanxin continued to explain, for example, each martial arts academy has a list of senior students and new students, and the school's resources are distributed based on the rankings. Martial arts academies with higher rankings, like ours, have a building called the Extreme Tower. Inside the tower, there are many levels, and those who climb it will receive generous rewards. However, the spots to climb the tower are limited. Many people who can't make it in their own school go to other schools to climb the tower. After a successful climb, the conqueror gains the right to use the Extreme Tower for a month. This leads to intense internal competition among students, but at critical moments, they all unite outwardly. Lu Chen listened with great interest, never expecting martial arts academy life to be so rich and colorful. He had reasons to get into a prestigious martial arts academy, to honor his ancestors and fulfill his parents' long-cherished wishes, and to access higher-level items at the academy, not only to broaden his horizons but also to synthesize better things. The two chatted for a while and unknowingly arrived at the edge of a forest shimmering with a red glow. The forest ahead was shrouded in deep red blood mist, looking extremely eerie. What kind of place is this? It's the first time I've seen such red mist. Zhang Fanxin took a deep breath, cautiously probing outside the red mist. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the source of the demonic beast riot. Lu Chen casually picked up a twig and threw it into the red mist. After a while, the twig showed no abnormalities. Is it okay for you to do this? Watch me. Zhang Fanxin plucked an arrow from the quiver and shot it. Swish! A sparrow nearby was nailed to a tree. Bingo! Zhang Fanxin ran over and picked up the arrow. This arrow didn't harm the sparrow's life but precisely passed through a gap in its wing. Zhang Fanxin retrieved the arrow and released the sparrow into the red mist. Let's wait and see if the sparrow is affected by the red mist. The sparrow, having narrowly escaped death, seemed a bit confused. It flapped its wings a few times on the ground before flying into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fanxin's eyes lit up. Turning to Lu Chen, he said, it seems like there shouldn't be a problem with short-term exposure to the red mist. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Lu Chen and Zhang Fanxin cautiously merged into the red mist, and within just a few steps, their figures disappeared. Cough, what a foul smell. The bloody wind rudely drilled into their nostrils, causing Zhang Fanxin to cough involuntarily. Upon entering, they could clearly feel the change in the environment. The air was thick, with a hint of bloodiness, and a slightly pungent smell with each breath. Everywhere, there were dilapidated vines, thorns, and charred remains of demonic beasts. These remains were in grotesque poses, exuding a sense of despair, as if trying to infect their resolute minds. Besides that, they did not see any other living creatures. Even the sparrows that were just released were nowhere to be found, making the entire red mist eerily quiet. Suddenly, Lu Chen heard the sound of flowing water. Is there a stream here? Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, the sound of water echoing loudly in the silent environment, making one feel uneasy. It's a bit strange, be careful, Lu Chen cautioned Jiang Fanxin. The two kept their footsteps light, making no sound. They also slowed down their breathing, unsure if inhaling too much of the red mist would have any adverse effects. As they delved deeper, the sound of flowing water became clearer. It wasn't until they passed through a pile of demonic beast bones that they saw the source of the sound. Indeed, the sound came from a stream, but this stream was formed by the convergence of fresh blood. The bright red blood flowed incessantly, forming a vast lake not far from Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin. Apart from the stream in front of them, there were several man-made channels in other directions, through which more blood flowed into the lake. What was even more bizarre was that, as the blood continued to pour in, the water level of the lake kept decreasing, as if something beneath the lake was absorbing the blood. Shall we go over and take a look? Jiang Fanxin swallowed nervously, asking Lu Chen for his opinion. With a serious expression, Lu Chen nodded and took the lead towards the lake. Jiang Fanxin followed, holding her nose. This is definitely man-made. Jiang Fanxin pointed to the uneven edges of the channels. It's obvious they were dug out with tools, not long ago. Who would do such a thing? Lu Chen frowned, preparing to approach for a closer look. Suddenly, several blood-red tentacles emerged from the lake, reaching out towards them. Quick, dodge! Lu Chen reacted swiftly, drawing the thousand-blade demon sword from his waist and cutting off the approaching tentacles one by one. Jiang Fanxin, on the other hand, was not as fast as Lu Chen. She was entangled by a tentacle as thick as an elephant trunk, being dragged towards the blood lake. Dropping her bow, Jiang Fanxin took a dagger from her leg and slashed at the tentacle around her waist. But before she could cut it off, numerous tentacles emerged, attacking them. Seeing this, Lu Chen dodged and forced back the nearby tentacles. Jiang Fanxin was in a more dire situation now, with several tentacles wrapping around her body, leaving only her mouth exposed. Woo-woo Lu Chen, please, save me. In a critical moment, as Jiang Fanxin was about to be dragged into the lake, Lu Chen stepped forward. The thousand-blade demon sword disintegrated instantly in his hand, leaving only a hilt. In the next moment, countless blades formed a dense net in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Under Lu Chen's precise control, the blades grazed Jiang Fanxin's skin, severing the entwined tentacles one by one. Suspended in midair by the tentacles, Jiang Fanxin felt a sudden chill as the tight bindings disappeared. Then she plummeted towards the ground. Lu Chen controlled the blades around them, blocking the attacking tentacles, and swiftly appeared beside Jiang Fanxin. Catching her in a princess carry, he asked, "Are you okay?" After receiving Jiang Fanxin, Lu Chen quickly retreated to a safe distance. Cough, cough. Jiang Fanxin kept coughing in Lu Chen's arms. The touch of the tentacles just now had left her breathless. "I'm fine. Thanks to you, or else I would have been done for today." Jiang Fanxin blushed slightly as she thanked Lu Chen, then she twisted her body, intending to get out of Lu Chen's embrace. However, the sensation her body felt surprised her. Ah! A sharp scream pierced through the silent red mist, exceptionally ear-piercing. It turned out that when Lu Chen was cutting the tentacles with a blade, he accidentally cut through Jiang Fanxin's clothes. Even her close-fitting garments were severed and left on the lakeshore. In Lu Chen's arms, Jiang Fanxin's white jade shoulder and subtly alluring curves were presented in a seductive posture. Previously known for her tomboyish image, Jiang Fanxin's face was now filled with shyness, exuding a girlish charm. It had to be said, this girl was indeed quite something. Lu Chen took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and placed the curled-up Jiang Fanxin on the ground. Then, he took out a set of clothes from his backpack. "Here, wear mine for now." Lu Chen placed the clothes on the ground, then turned his back, gazing at the blood lake bubbling up. Thank you." Jiang Fanxin's soft voice came from behind. "What kind of creature is in this lake? Just the tentacles reaching out are so troublesome." Lu Chen frowned, pondering. The rustling sound of dressing echoed, as Jiang Fanxin quickly put on the clothes. "I'm dressed. We can't handle this monster. If not, we should inform the martial association to deal with it. This place is too dangerous." Jiang Fanxin panted heavily, still shaken by what had just happened. As a third-stage martial artist, she was unexpectedly powerless against those tentacles. Although there was an element of surprise attack, unknown entities like this were the most frightening. Her eyes had been blindfolded just now, so she didn't see how Lu Chen saved her, and she was unaware of his identity as a psychic talent user. "Let's leave quickly, it's getting hard to breathe in this blood mist." Jiang Fanxin's current thought was simple: to quickly leave the blood mist area, report to the martial association for a cash reward. Moreover, this place was too eerie, created by an unknown organization, and if time was wasted, something bad might happen. After saying this, Jiang Fanxin was ready to leave with Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen didn't move. Although the blood pool tentacles were powerful, they posed no threat to Lu Chen. Even if he couldn't win, he could retreat unscathed. After making up his mind, Lu Chen said to Zhang Fanxin, "You go out first, I can handle this thing myself." "Ha? You alone?" Zhang Fanxin was slightly stunned, doubting if she had misheard. "Did you just say you'll deal with that monster by yourself?" "Yes, trust me, I have confidence in my own strength." Lu Chen's words were firm and full of confidence. "You go out quickly, give me half an hour, I'll meet up with you outside." With that, Lu Chen turned around, carrying a long knife, and walked towards the lake. Seemingly stunned by Lu Chen's confident words, Zhang Fanxin stood still in place, not stopping Lu Chen's steps. When Lu Chen returned to the lake, the blood that was about to overflow was rapidly decreasing. The water level was dropping at a rate of 1 meter per second. In no time, the lake turned into a deep pit of tens of meters. Lu Chen stood on the shore, looking into the pit. The lake was almost dried up, revealing the rugged ground of the lake bed. At the very center of the lake bed, there stood a blood-red altar. Surrounding the altar were thick iron chains, twisted into a mysterious formation, looking extremely profound. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Above the altar, there sat a humanoid monster covered in tumors. The monster also noticed Lu Chen, tearing open a gash on its face, as if mocking his audacity. At the next moment, the lump on the monster's body trembled and it stood upright. "What in the world is this? So ugly." Lu Chen observed the monster at the bottom of the lake, feeling goosebumps involuntarily. This monster seemed to possess some intelligence. It stretched its body and yawned, the lump on its body expanding and contracting with each breath, absorbing all the remaining blood at the bottom of the lake into its body. Hee. The monster let out a eerie cry and extended several tentacles from its body, attacking Lu Chen on the shore. Using the same trick again? Lu Chen remained calm, wielding the thousand-blade demon sword to cut off all the tentacles. Swish! At that moment, a rain of arrows descended from the sky, piercing into the monster in the lake. However, these arrows did not harm the monster. Its lump trembled, causing the arrows to fall to the ground. Its wounds also healed instantly. "Why did you come back?" Lu Chen turned around to see Zhang Fanxin standing behind him. Zhang Fanxin murmured softly, "I was worried about you." Lu Chen's expression softened. "You were covering me from above, I'll deal with it down here." With that, Lu Chen jumped down. Halfway through he inserted the thousand-blade demon sword into a nearby rock to halt his descent. He then pulled out the sword and landed steadily at the bottom of the lake. Watching the monster not far away, Lu Chen did not attack immediately. Close observation revealed many interesting things. Various monster faces were distributed on the lump of the lake monster, constantly roaring. These should be the monsters it had absorbed, all turned into lumps parasitically attached to its body. Such a disgusting thing, you shouldn't exist in this world. Lu Chen stomped on the ground, sending gravel flying as he charged towards the monster. Clang! The thousand-blade demon sword drew a brilliant blade in the air. The next moment, a finger-deep wound appeared on the monster. Splurt! Blood splattered, staining the ground red. However, Lu Chen's expression became more serious. The monster howled after being wounded, then instinctively absorbed the blood it had just sprayed out back into its body. Soon, its wounds healed on their own. Hiss! Can't be killed? Lu Chen took a deep breath, realizing the monster was much tougher than he had anticipated. Lu Chen, this monster can absorb blood to heal itself, you can't kill it, come up quickly. Zhang Fanxin watched anxiously from above, shouting. Lu Chen didn't reply but charged at the monster again. Frustrated by Lu Chen's disregard, Zhang Fanxin stomped her foot, drew her bow, and shot arrows at the monster. Although the arrows didn't harm the monster, they managed to momentarily hinder it. Be careful, don't be reckless. Zhang Fanxin's determined face was filled with worry. She held 4 arrows in her hand, strung them on the bow, and pulled it to full draw, standing as tall as a person. Despite her petite stature, she exuded a resolute and heroic aura, displaying a decisiveness and valor not inferior to a man's. Swish swish swish! Countless arrows flew towards the bottom of the lake like rain, turning the monster into a hedgehog. Zhang Fanxin's attack caused the lake monster to pause momentarily. It was this brief gap that gave Lu Chen the opportunity to get close. Well done! Lu Chen tossed the thousand-blade demon sword into the air, instantly splitting it into numerous sharp blades. The next moment, he appeared in front of the lake monster, enveloped by the swirling net of blades, barehanded and ready. Roar! Startled by Lu Chen's sudden appearance, the lake monster let out a roar, instinctively using its tentacles to shield its chest. Lu Chen ignored it and forcefully punched up. Puff! Zhang Fanxin above saw Lu Chen manipulating the blades from a distance and was startled. Lu Chen was actually a gifted person, and a mental type at that. This instantly gave her hope of winning. She thought Lu Chen's heavy punch would cause fatal damage to the lake monster, but the next moment, Zhang Fanxin frowned, because Lu Chen's seemingly all-powerful fist felt as soft as hitting cotton. At the same time, the blades swirling around Lu Chen kept cutting the lake monster's body. Sizzle. Although controlling so many blades seemed intimidating, their attack power was not strong. They only left faint blood marks on the lake monster. In just a moment, the lake monster returned to its original state. Such tough skin, I want to see how many punches you can withstand. After a futile punch, Lu Chen didn't give up but jumped directly onto the monster's head, firmly planting his feet on its shoulders to stabilize himself. The next moment, his fists smashed down towards the monster as if recklessly. Each punch from Lu Chen was full force, using the boost from his fuel, relentlessly hitting the lake monster's head. Bang! 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 The dull thudding sounds continued without pause, making Zhang Fanxin's ears ring. 10 punches. 100 punches. 300 punches. Lu Chen was now fully fueled, able to sustain the battle for a maximum of 5 minutes. In order to inflict the most damage on the lake monster during this time, he poured out his stamina as if it were nothing. Each punch was heavier than the last, hitting with full force. This storm of iron fists, even if hitting cotton, could tear it into shreds. Moreover, although the lake monster's skin had elasticity to absorb the force, before it could do so, the next punch came. Zhang Fanxin above opened her mouth slightly, watching the lake monster being smashed shorter and shorter by Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen looked more like a monster, unilaterally overwhelming his opponent. Zhang Fanxin shivered. So, this is how gifted individuals fight. At the entrance to the Wilderness God Jungle, a military jeep with the Martial Association logo was allowed to pass without showing any documents. Li Wu, at the driver's seat, smoked expressionlessly, driving the jeep deeper into the Wilderness God Jungle. Wasn't it said that vehicles other than trucks were not allowed to enter? What's going on with them? Inside the entrance booth, a young-looking soldier asked quietly to the sergeant beside him. Look at you, so clueless, the sergeant sneered. That's the Provincial Martial Association chairman's special vehicle. Are you looking for trouble by stopping him? The young soldier was taken aback. The Provincial Martial Association chairman was a leader he didn't dare to even think about. They must also be here for that mission. Seems like they intend to personally take action. The jeep's performance was excellent. Even on the bumpy terrain, there was only a slight sway. Beep beep beep, the phone rang. Li Wu drove with one hand and answered the call with the other. Li Wu, the satellite sent the latest images. There seems to be a mutation in the location. Strange red mist rising all around. We can't see what's happening inside. Red mist? Li Wu furrowed his brows slightly. What does the chairman mean? The chairman said for you to come back quickly. This matter needs careful consideration. Rushing in is too dangerous. The young master's safety cannot be guaranteed. All right, I understand. Li Wu nodded, hanging up the phone. Uncle Li, I heard it too. You're not this timid, right? Yi Xiaohua smiled. With you, a sixth realm warrior, protecting me, what could happen? Li Wu shook his head. This is the chairman's order. I'm sorry, young master, I must take you back. With that, he stepped on the brake, preparing to turn the vehicle around. No, don't go back. Yi Xiaohua's tone turned fierce. Li Wu, I call you uncle to give you face. Don't start thinking too highly of yourself. Don't forget what your value is. You are just a dog to me, Yi Xiaohua. Whatever I ask you to do, you better obediently listen. A flash of resentment passed through Li Wu's eyes, then he spoke softly. Young master, I understand. Good that you understand, Uncle Li, rest assured. If this mission is successful, all the bonus will go to you. I just want the ring. Seeing Li Wu no longer resisting, Yi Xiaohua's tone softened, not forgetting to give a pat on the back after a sweet date. In the pit, the deafening sound of drums echoed. Zhang Fanxin above was stunned. She had never seen such a fighting style before. How can a mental talent close combatant be this strong? Am I falling behind the times? Zhang Fanxin looked down and saw that the lumps on the lake monster's body had been deflated by Lu Chen, losing not only elasticity but also shrinking. The ground was covered with bloodstains and chunks of flesh hammered out by Lu Chen. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lu Chen's confidence was well-founded. It was indeed a wise choice to recruit Lu Chen back then. Bang! 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 Listening to the continuous sounds, Zhang Fanxin even felt an urge to sit back and enjoy the show. TSK, has he thrown about 500 punches by now? What a beast! Zhang Fanxin watched Lu Chen still fiercely attacking and couldn't help but curse. Mainly because the scene was too bloody and violent, just watching it made one's blood boil. How robust is this guy's vitality? If it were an ordinary triple realm warrior, even with full force, they could only attack 100 times at most before exhausting themselves. Lu Chen has already thrown over 500 punches in this short time. And each punch is heavier than the last, showing no signs of fatigue. Where does this guy's physical limit lie? They say talented ones are strong, but not this strong, right? Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, the lake monster's body could no longer hold up and collapsed heavily to the ground. Lu Chen promptly pulled his feet out. He didn't want to get stained by the blood all over the ground. It's down already, and my combustion power hasn't even reached its peak. Lu Chen shrugged. He stopped not because of lack of stamina but because the lake monster had reached its limit. Despite its terrifying defense and ability to heal by absorbing blood, it had its limits and couldn't withstand Lu Chen's relentless attacks. I had a good time with this one. It's a qualified target. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the shattered fragments of the magic blade on the ground immediately emitted a dark purple glow. In the next moment, countless blades flew, restoring to completeness in Lu Chen's hands. At this moment, the lake monster lay motionless on the ground, not knowing if it was dead. Jiang Fanqin above shouted, "Lu Chen, did you kill it?" "I don't think so." Lu Chen shook his head. "I feel like this isn't its true form. The real one should be hidden within this skin." When Lu Chen was punching, he delved his mental power into the lake monster's body and found a humanoid monster inside, with the lump just being its clothing. "What should we do? How do we kill this thing for good?" Jiang Fanqin tried shooting arrows, but the lake monster remained still, and the shriveled lump began to dissolve. It's about to reveal its true form. As the lump dissolved, blood gushed out, flooding the area, soon reaching Lu Chen's knees. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected this monster to have a second form. The lake monster's body gradually submerged in blood, and a mass of flesh emerged, swiftly swimming in the blood pool. "Lu Chen, be careful underwater." Jiang Fanqin could only watch anxiously from above. She had run out of arrows. "It's okay, I'll handle it." Lu Chen lifted the magic blade and advanced, blood splashing under his feet. Just as he was about to rush towards the strange creature by the lake, the fleshy mass unexpectedly burst out of the blood water, transforming into a large net in midair and lunging towards Lu Chen. This monster actually intended to push him into the blood water. Lu Chen quickly halted his steps, slashing forward with the long knife in his hand, then leaping back in one fluid motion. Poochie! The long knife cut through the flesh net, revealing the tangled meat threads inside. Defense decreased? Landing a successful strike, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Attacks that couldn't break through before were now able to directly inflict damage. This was undoubtedly good news. Plop! The flesh net missed its target, splashing a large amount of blood water. It transformed into a humanoid figure, with a face sporting a gaping mouth filled with saw-like teeth. The lake monster made a retching motion, spewing out a large blob of pus and blood from its mouth. The pus and blood emitted a green smoke, indicating its potent toxicity. Seizing the opportunity while the lake monster was releasing the pus and blood, Lu Chen had already darted behind it, slicing off one of its arms with a swift diagonal strike. The lake monster, in pain, turned around and spat the pus and blood towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen stepped on the monster's back, skillfully evading the attack with the recoil. The monster had lost its tough outer shell, making it only a matter of time before it was defeated. Enraged from being one-sidedly attacked, the lake monster plunged into the blood water and lunged at Lu Chen once more. This move was effective against others, as moving in the blood water left no trace, making it easy to catch opponents off guard. But Lu Chen had his mental power, rendering the lake monster unable to hide in the blood water. Anticipating the monster's attack, Lu Chen once again easily dodged it. In a swift motion, he left several penetrating wounds on the monster's body. The lake monster suddenly stopped, grinning with its sharp teeth. The next moment, it slowly crouched down, completely submerging itself in the blood water. For some reason, Lu Chen felt a dangerous aura upon witnessing this scene, his hairs standing on end. Suddenly, the lake monster in the blood water blew up its own right leg and once again launched an attack towards Lu Chen. This time, unlike before, the speed was incredibly fast, resembling a fired cannonball. Even with his tense mental state, Lu Chen was taken aback. Swish! Lu Chen stomped on the ground, dodging to the side. He narrowly avoided the lake monster's assault but was still knocked down by the force, falling back into the blood water. Plop, plop, plop. Seeing Lu Chen fall, the lake monster spat out more pus and blood. Before Lu Chen could regain his footing, he saw a barrage of pus and blood projectiles coming towards him. Controlling the magic blade Thousand Blades, he formed a blade net in front of him, preparing to withstand the bombardment of pus and blood. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out, and Lu Chen's vision turned red, surrounded by blood water. Releasing his mental power, he saw the lake monster approaching once again. Unable to dodge, he was sent flying by the impact. Experiencing intense pain, Lu Chen tumbled through the air and crashed into a distant mountainside. When he regained consciousness, he felt soreness all over his body, lying in the blood water. Lu Chen, lying in the blood water, raised his head above the surface, determined not to let the blood water enter his mouth and nose. I must find a way to fight back. This thing's transformation after shedding its shell is significant, shifting from defense to offense. I've never been afraid of a head-on confrontation with anyone. Contemplating his next move, Lu Chen saw the lake monster charging towards him. He punched the ground, causing blood water to splash around. Leveraging the force of the punch, Lu Chen leaped 2 meters high. The lake monster's attack narrowly missed him, a close call. The lake monster, missing its target, slammed into the cave wall, shaking its head continuously. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen stood upright, the magic blade Thousand Blades taking shape once again in his hand. This time, he actively charged towards the lake monster, aiming to gain the upper hand in the battle. Clang! The long knife hummed lightly as a blade aura slashed towards the lake monster's neck. Without its shell, the lake monster dared not resist head-on, extending its remaining hand to block. However, Lu Chen continued his forward momentum, releasing the Thousand Blades from his grip. The mental power controlled the magic sword with 1,000 blades spinning horizontally, bypassing the grasp of the lake monster. In the next moment, the magic sword with 1,000 blades turned to the neck of the lake monster, spinning rapidly. Meanwhile, Lu Chen brushed past the opponent and arrived at the side of the lake monster. He grabbed the hilt of the magic sword with 1,000 blades in reverse and slashed fiercely. Splurt! As they passed each other, both the man and the monster froze in place. Only the head of the lake monster flew into the sky, its mouth wide open, seemingly not understanding why it was flying in the air. Lu Chen had a sudden idea and directly beheaded it. The move was swift and seamless. In just an instant, the lake monster had not even reacted. Following this, Lu Chen halted his steps, continuously swinging the long knife in his hand. He chopped the headless body of the lake monster into pieces. This time, let's see how you survive. The lake monster was cut into pieces by Lu Chen's meticulously crafted sword net. Watching the trembling pieces of flesh, Lu Chen remained vigilant. This thing was too eerie, even being chopped into pieces, it had not lost its vitality. After waiting for a while, the lake monster did not regenerate but gradually turned into blood water, disappearing without a trace. With the death of the lake monster, the blood water under Lu Chen's feet rapidly receded. A gentle breeze suddenly appeared in the congealed blood mist, pushing away the surrounding fog as if dispelling a nightmare. When Lu Chen raised his head, the sky was bright, and the blood mist had completely dispersed. Phew, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The fierce battle had finally ended, and he was almost exhausted. Lu Chen reached back and felt several blood marks. The stinging wounds on his back kept pricking his nerves. These were left by the lake monster when it knocked him away. Then, a familiar notification sound appeared. Congratulations, host, for killing the altar demon and obtaining 20 colorless crystal blocks. Congratulations, host, for killing the altar demon and obtaining 8 red crystal blocks. It didn't show the level of this monster. Or maybe this thing isn't even a demonic beast. Nevertheless, the crystal blocks given were quite a lot, and Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Should we kill it now? Jiang Fanxin, looking relieved, asked. When Lu Chen was knocked down into the blood water just now, she covered her eyes, thinking he was going to die. Yes, it's as dead as it can be, Lu Chen replied definitively. Good that it's dead. Jiang Fanxin breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is too tough, it's not something I, a third realm warrior, can deal with. Finally, Lu Chen glanced at the lake bottom, confirmed there were no anomalies, and leaped up the whole wall. With the support of the magic sword with 1,000 blades, he returned to the ground with a few jumps. Let's go. The mission is completed, and the spatial ring is in hand, Lu Chen waved, signaling Jiang Fanxin to leave. Seeing the bloodstains on Lu Chen's back, Jiang Fanxin quickly stopped him. Wait, your wound needs to be treated. It's fine. It will scar over soon. Listen to me, sit down and don't move. Jiang Fanxin made Lu Chen sit down and took out a box from her bag containing disinfectant and gauze. Her movements were very skilled, as dressing wounds was one of the mandatory courses at Wuda University. This healing pill can restore your vitality and help the wound heal quickly. She took out a pill from the box and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen hesitated slightly, then swallowed it. As soon as it entered his stomach, he felt a surge of heat rising. The previously burning wound instantly turned cool. The deep wound began to itch, showing signs of healing. This pill was definitely of intermediate or higher grade, with an incredibly effective healing effect. Alright, let's go. Jiang Fanxin patted Lu Chen's shoulder, took out her phone, and turned on the video recording function. We need to keep evidence, otherwise, how will the Martial Association acknowledge it? After filming the scene, Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin retraced their steps. Half an hour later, a jeep arrived near the lake at an extremely fast speed. Li Wu and Yi Xiaohua jumped off the car. Seeing the dispersed blood mist, Li Wu paused visibly and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be covered in blood mist? Why does it look normal? Uncle Li, could it be a wrong location?" "No, judging from the surroundings and terrain, this should be the right place. Wait here, I'll go check." Li Wu frowned, carefully moved forward, and walked all the way to the dried-up lake. The ground in front of him was in a mess, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Could it be that someone got here first? Li Wu retreated with a strange expression and returned to the jeep. "Young master, the monster has disappeared. Someone must have arrived earlier." Yi Xiaohua was stunned and said incredulously, "What? Who the hell stole my monster?" "Young master, don't worry. I'll have the satellite monitoring department retrieve the image records." Soon, a slightly blurry photo was sent over. It faintly showed a man and a woman entering the blood mist, and shortly after, they disappeared along with the mist. "Damn it!" Yi Xiaohua cursed under his breath, "These two look young. How could they have the strength to defeat this monster? Something must have happened here. Maybe the monster escaped on its own. Yes, that must be it." Yi Xiaohua convinced himself in his mind and shouted to Li Wu beside him, "Let's go back to the Martial Arts Association and say we completed the mission." "Well, young master." The engine roared, and the jeep sped away along the same path it came from. At this moment, Lu Chen and Zhang Fanxin were walking back with a conversation. "Lu Chen, thank you. I owe it to you this time. Otherwise, I might have been left here." Zhang Fanxin looked at Lu Chen, sincerely bowed in gratitude. As she was only wearing Lu Chen's t-shirt on her upper body, the loose neckline revealed a large area. This made Lu Chen slightly stunned, and his blood surged uncontrollably. He quickly looked away to avoid being disrespectful and helped Zhang Fanxin up. "It's nothing. Isn't it normal for teammates to help each other? Anyway, you saved my life, and I didn't contribute much to this mission, so all the mission rewards should go to you. I won't take any." Lu Chen was taken aback. This girl was quite considerate, not even accepting the cash reward. "You played a significant role. If you hadn't used arrows to hold the monster back at the beginning, I wouldn't have had a chance to get close." Lu Chen smiled, "So listen to me, the ring goes to me, the cash goes to you, fair and square." "Well, okay." Zhang Fanxin nodded and didn't refuse anymore. Whoosh! At that moment, a jeep passed by not far from them. The roaring engine was exceptionally loud in the desolate god of wilderness forest. Li Wu also saw the two of them but mistook them for members of the hunting team, so he didn't stop and headed straight for the exit. "Wow, how did this jeep get in? Aren't only trucks registered with the Alliance allowed to enter?" Zhang Fanxin was startled and muttered to herself. Lu Chen shook his head, "I don't know. Come with me, let's go and report to the hunting team first." "Sure, I came here for the mission anyway. Now that the mission is completed, we have plenty of time." On the outskirts of the God of Wilderness Forest, next to the Xuanwu hunting team's truck, Lu Wanqing and two others set up a tent nearby, waiting for Lu Chen's return. At that moment, three figures supporting each other emerged from deep within the forest. These three individuals looked extremely disheveled, as if they had been through a fierce battle. "Meng Meng, look over there." Lu Wanqing woke up Zhang Meng beside her, pointing at the approaching figures and exclaimed, "Those three people are coming this way. I wonder what they're up to." Zhang Meng followed Lu Wanqing's gaze and saw Wu Li and his companions covered in bloodstains. Could these people be members of Lu Chen's team? Wasn't he supposed to enter through the quota of the hunting team? Huang Qitian stroked his yellow hair and said in a strange tone, "Do you think Lu Chen needs team members? He is incredibly strong. His combat power alone rivals that of the entire hunting team." Lu Wanqing gave him a disdainful look and mocked, "Huang Qitian, can't you have some backbone? What happened to your previous arrogance? What are you talking about? Lu Chen is my brother, can't I boast about my brother?" While they were chatting, Wu Li and his companions had already approached. Lu Wanqing asked cautiously, "Who are you people?" Xiu glanced at them and, seeing that the strongest among them was the second realm Huang Qitian, he relaxed. Walking to the truck, he said, "We are from the Xuanwu hunting team, this is our truck. May I ask who you are?" "We are friends of Lu Chen." Not seeing Lu Chen, Wu Li furrowed his brow and asked, "Where did that kid Lu Chen go?" Sensing that these people might not get along well with Lu Chen, Lu Wanqing nervously said, "He's still inside and hasn't come back." "Are you preparing to leave after completing the mission?" "No, there was a small accident midway, which led to the mission's failure." Wu Li didn't say much, found a place to sit down, and tended to his chest wound. Xiu didn't pay attention to Lu Wanqing and the others, cursing, "This brat, he dares to run around while he's supposed to watch the car. When he comes back, I'll show him who's boss." Guan Yulan frowned and whispered, "Xiu, don't just think about personal grudges, get the penalty fee first." Don't worry, Shirshio said with a sinister smile, I won't kill him until I've squeezed every drop of profit from him. Lu Wanqing and the others exchanged glances, sensing a lot from his words. These people and Lu Chen were not just at odds, it seemed like a life and death situation. Huang Qitian cleared his throat and discreetly distanced himself from Shirshio and the others. Unable to sit still, Lu Wanqing looked at Wu Li and asked, Lu Chen's task was to watch the car, he's not responsible for completing the mission, so why does he have to pay the penalty fee with you? This little girl has guts, Wu Li laughed, not considering her a threat, because he's weak, being weak here is a crime. I see. Lu Wanqing's eyes flickered. Although she couldn't determine the exact strength of these people, they were probably no more than Third Realm warriors. Third Realm warriors wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Chen. Based on Lu Chen's strength displayed when he killed the one-eyed demon ape, he was definitely at least a Fourth Realm warrior. It seemed that Lu Chen had concealed his strength, just like before, leaving them in the dark. Thinking about this, Lu Wanqing remained calm, even feeling a sense of amusement. She could already imagine the expression on Lu Chen's face when threatened by these people upon his return. Villains need villains to deal with them. Lu Chen was no pushover. Why hasn't Lu Chen returned yet? Wu Li, done treating his wound, asked, could he have died inside? What's the point of running around without strength? You're overthinking it. Even if you die, he won't, Zhang Meng, holding a piece of bread, said with a smile as she nibbled on it. Lu Wanqing and Huang Qitian also had suppressed smiles, ready to watch the show. Heh, you seem quite confident in him, Shirshio snorted, looking at them with hostility. Look, Lu Chen is back. Just then, Huang Qitian pointed to two figures approaching in the distance. Everyone turned to look in the direction he indicated. In the jungle ahead, a man and a woman were leisurely walking out. To the amazement of everyone, the man was carrying a fully red lizard on his shoulder. This lizard, not counting its tail, was about 7 to 8 meters long, held effortlessly by Lu Chen with one hand. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. Lu Chen, did you kill a 4th-level demonic beast? Lu Wanqing was stunned, as were Wu Li, Shirshio, and the others, frozen in place with dry throats. Wu Li swallowed hard and tremblingly said, is this the fire cannon dragon lizard? Yes, it's the fire cannon dragon lizard, the one that was chasing us. Guan Yulan nodded, almost losing her life to this demonic beast. Even if it turned to ashes, she would recognize it. And now, this fire cannon dragon lizard that nearly wiped them out was casually carried on Lu Chen's shoulder, approaching them step by step. Bang! Lu Chen threw the fire cannon dragon lizard's body to the ground, causing a thunderous roar. He turned to Lu Wanqing and said, your campus mission is completed, and I return the mission sword to you. With that, he took out the mission sword and handed it over. Okay, thank you. Let's exchange contact information. I'll transfer the money to you once we're out. Lu Wanqing stepped forward, her cheeks slightly flushed, finally obtaining Lu Chen's contact information. Zhang Meng looked at the fire cannon dragon lizard on the ground and exclaimed, your strength is truly terrifying. This must be the 4th-level demonic beast, fire cannon dragon lizard. Yes, Lu Chen nodded, I happened to encounter it on the way back, so I killed it. Truly a boss. Huang Qitian gave a thumbs up, then quietly informed Lu Chen of the conversation between Wu Li and Shirshio. Afterward, he glanced at the fire cannon dragon lizard's body on the ground and jokingly said, boss, these guys are planning to deal with you. Do you need some help from your brothers? Oh? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the dumbfounded Shirshio and Wu Li beside him. Heard your mission wasn't completed? Want to make some extra profit from me? We, lacked a few shadow wolves for the mission, Wu Li stammered, unable to find the right words. Go out first. I need to meet with the representative from the alchemy company in person to clarify this matter. Lu Chen's face bore a smile, but his eyes were chilling. He initially thought these people were just bullies who feared the strong, but now they were plotting murder and betrayal. Before dealing with them, he needed Wu Li to call back the alchemy company's representative. Otherwise, if he killed them, he wouldn't be able to find the client, resulting in a loss of the contract fee. Lu Chen happened to have the shadow wolf materials that Wu Li and the others lacked, stored in the truck compartment. Lu Chen, along with Jiang Fanqin and Lu Wanqing, boarded the driver's seat of the truck. As for Huang Qitian and Wu Li's group, they were naturally arranged in the compartment filled with demonic beast materials. Wu Li and Shirshio didn't say much. They were already terrified by the fire cannon dragon lizard that Lu Chen had brought back. They obediently climbed into the compartment, while Huang Qitian, though somewhat resentful, didn't say much either. As soon as they entered the compartment, they saw piles of shadow wolf corpses stacked on the outer edge, totaling more than 20. Captain, these are shadow wolves. When did that kid hunt them? Guan Yulan was astonished, unable to believe that someone could single-handedly hunt a pack of wolves. Wu Li remained silent and instead called the representative of the alchemy company, arranging to meet at the entrance of the desolate god forest. Now he understood why Lu Chen wanted to personally negotiate with the alchemy company's people. With the surplus materials, the breach of contract penalty would naturally be waived. However, whether they could receive the mission reward remained uncertain. Thanks to Wu Li's early contact, the alchemy company's representatives were already waiting at the entrance. As the truck drove out, they saw another truck parked outside, bearing the emblem of the alchemy company. After seeing Lu Chen and a few others get off the car, a middle-aged man in a black suit jumped out of the truck. "You must be Captain Wu Li." The man in the suit walked up to Lu Chen and greeted him. "Please hand over the mission materials, we are in a hurry over here." Lu Chen glanced at the dejected Wu Li behind him and said with a smile, "I am not Wu Li, he is over there." The man in the suit was slightly puzzled. He had posted the mission on the Alliance platform before and only knew that a group called Xuanwu Hunting Team had taken the mission. He had not seen Wu Li in person, so he did not recognize him. Seeing Lu Chen standing at the front, he thought Lu Chen was the captain of the Xuanwu Hunting Team. The man in the suit asked with a strange expression, "Your hunting team's lineup is quite strange. Do you really need so many people? And why does the captain look like a 17 or 18-year-old boy?" At this moment, Wu Li and Shi Xiu, who were standing behind in a daze, suddenly realized that they had overestimated Lu Chen. Lu Chen was just a student who came to gain experience. How could he possibly have the strength to kill a fire cannon dragon lizard? Who said that the fire cannon dragon lizard he had on his shoulder was killed by him? Guan Yulan, who had always been at the end of the team, tugged at Wu Li's sleeve and whispered, "Captain, if Lu Chen has such strong abilities, why would he join our Xuanwu hunting team?" Wu Li and Shi Xiu's eyes lit up. "What do you mean?" "Because his strength is simply not enough. The child of this fire cannon dragon lizard was eaten, and we fought with it for most of the day. It was a life and death situation. But when we ran away, it didn't chase after us. What do you think is the reason?" Shi Xiu's eyes brightened as he took over. "You mean the fire cannon dragon lizard was likely already injured, or encountered stronger monsters on the way to chase us, and died on the road?" Wu Li nodded, finding this explanation reasonable. That should be the case. This kid Lu Chen was lucky to find the fire cannon dragon lizard's corpse on the way back. This should have been our spoils of war. And the shadow wolves, they were probably hunted down by these few people working together. It's not surprising that Lu Chen's personal strength is lacking. He looked at Lu Chen chatting with the man in the suit in front of him. His courage immediately grew. He walked up, stood between Lu Chen and the man in the suit. "Hello, I am Wu Li, the captain of the Xuanwu hunting team. Just tell me if you have anything to say." He finished with a provocative look at Lu Chen. "Kid, I don't care how you killed the shadow wolves, but since the mission is completed, there's no need to mention the penalty fee. As for the mission reward, a total of 3 million, including the money for the fire cannon dragon lizard and some other monster materials, it should add up to about 5 million. Wu Li started to calculate, even including that fire cannon dragon lizard in it, and he also took Lu Quanglong's share. "You kid have also made a contribution, so this time I'll be generous and agree to split the mission reward with you. How about that?" He couldn't help but grin. The harvest this time was really huge, earning 5 million in one trip, which had never happened before. Guan Yulan beside him was also pleasantly surprised. Not only did they not have to pay the penalty fee, but they also had a hefty reward to claim. Only Shi Xiu looked a bit embarrassed, regretting not taking action in the wilderness god forest. It was too late to act now. With the law enforcement team outside, at most, they could beat the other party half to death, but killing was a violation of the law. Ahem. Huang Qitian and the others who were watching the show on the side, holding back their laughter, coughed directly. They had thought that Wu Li and the others were timid and missed out on a good show, but they didn't expect them to come out and become even bolder. Zhang Meng's face turned red with laughter, giving a thumbs up to Wu Li, truly worthy of the Xuanwu hunting team, tough as nails. "I just wonder if they can take a hit." Throughout the journey, Zhang Fanxin, who hadn't spoken much, also had a strange expression on her face. Were these people threatening Lu Chen? She remembered the strange lake monster that Lu Chen had defeated, and couldn't help but look at Wu Li and the others with sympathy. Zhang Fanxin walked up to Lu Chen, patted his shoulder, and said, "Lu Chen, go easy later. A little scuffle outside won't matter, but if it turns fatal, it could be troublesome. Take it easy." Lu Chen remained calm on the surface, but he felt some regret. He regretted not showing his full strength from the beginning, which led to this situation. However, he didn't deliberately keep a low profile. When he joined the Xuanwu hunting group, he clearly stated that he was a second-stage martial artist, but no one believed him. Even if he brought back the fire cannon dragon lizard, he could only temporarily suppress these people. Did he have to resort to using his fists to establish authority right away? What would be the difference between that and Wu Li and the others, who who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Lu Chen pondered over many things and finally came to terms with it. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, joys and sorrows, good and evil. Evil people need to be dealt with accordingly, so why bother too much? After coming to terms with it, Lu Chen's mood instantly improved, and a smile reappeared on his face. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly smiling, Wooly furrowed his brows slightly. Kid, why are you laughing? Do you have a problem? No matter how you obtain the Shadow Wolf, as long as you are a member of my group, you have to follow my orders. Lu Chen smiled and said, I have a small suggestion, not sure if I should mention it. Wooly was slightly taken aback and asked, what suggestion? Lu Chen smiled, I remember you saying that the distribution of mission rewards depends entirely on your mood, right? Yes. That's correct. Wooly frowned, not understanding Lu Chen's point, but considering that you obtained the crucial Shadow Wolf and even brought back the Fire Cannon Dragon Lizard's body, I'm in a good mood, so splitting the reward evenly is not a problem. Lu Chen nodded, well, in that case, you've put me in a very bad mood now, so I plan to take the entire mission reward for myself. What did you say? Wooly was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Just as he was taken aback, Lu Chen's blood and energy suddenly erupted. With no suppression on his body, a straight red wolf smoke soared into the sky. Wooly widened his eyes, staring at the majestic and vibrant blood and energy column, almost biting his tongue off. This kid's blood and energy were unexpectedly so powerful? Wooly only realized this belatedly, but it was too late. The next moment, a fist enlarged in his eyes. Bang! Lu Chen's straight punch directly hit Wooly's chest. The speed of the punch was so fast that Wooly didn't even have time to dodge. Even the onlookers around didn't react in time, only seeing a figure flying backward like a sandbag. Following that was the fist wind generated by Lu Chen's punch tearing through the air, blowing away all the fallen leaves on the nearby ground. In midair, Wooly crashed into a nearby truck, piercing through the carriage and flying out for a dozen meters. Upon landing, a cloud of dust rose. Lu Chen didn't use his full strength with that punch, otherwise, Wooly would have been crushed into pieces with one blow. Wow! Wooly, lying on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Numerous bones in his body cracked, his chest deeply caved in, and many broken bones pierced his internal organs, rendering him immobile. With new injuries added to old ones, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for several years. Even if he could stand up, he would be no different from a cripple. What's wrong with your Xuanwu hunting group? A man in a suit nearby widened his mouth, completely puzzled as to why Lu Chen had disabled Wooly with a single punch. Moreover, Lu Chen's strength completely overwhelmed him. How could this young man have such formidable blood and energy? This is an internal matter of our group. Wait here for a moment, and it will be over soon. Lu Chen smiled at the man in the suit and turned to the stunned Xiao on the side. You've been wanting to torment me for a long time, haven't you? Here's your chance, Lu Chen teased. Come on, make your move against me. Xiao's face turned pale. His strength was not much different from Wooly's. Although Wooly was injured, it wasn't easy for just anyone to punch someone and send them flying dozens of meters. He didn't even see that punch clearly. If it were him, his fate would probably be similar to Wooly's. I was just joking, how could I really lay a hand on you? Xiao forced an awkward smile on his pale face, trying to get Lu Chen to spare him. Oh, you're not going to make a move, then it's my turn. Wait. Seeing Lu Chen about to strike, Xiao hurriedly called out, trembling, I don't want my share of the mission reward, I'll give it all to you, how about that? Lu Chen looked at Xiao with some amusement. Are you brainless? I never intended to give you any share of the mission reward, and you want to offer me my own things as a gift? I can't stand people like you, lacking manners, always cutting in line, huh? Hope you get another chance to cut in line next time. With that, Lu Chen didn't give Xiao a chance to speak again, delivering a sidekick to his leg. Bang! Xiao's leg bone visibly deformed at a rapid speed, then spun in the air like a windmill in the next moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen followed up with another kick, directly hitting Xiao's abdomen. Onlookers squinted, some even covered their eyes out of fear. Xiao's body flew like a kite with a broken string, spinning in the air for 5 or 6 seconds. Lu Chen didn't let him off, closing in and using his foot to break Xiao's limbs. Ah! A chilling scream echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Lu Chen is too ruthless, it's better not to offend him. Zhang Fanxin commented on the side. In her impression, Lu Chen was an extremely violent man. After enduring consecutive blows, Xiao had fainted from the pain. At this moment, his limbs twisted, suffering from multiple fractures all over his body. With the current medical technology, his life could be saved, but he would never stand up again. After dealing with Xiao, Lu Chen turned to Guan Yulan, who was sitting paralyzed next to the truck. Almost forgot about you, do you have anything to say? Guan Yulan was so frightened by Lu Chen that her legs went weak. She crawled to Lu Chen's feet, pitifully saying, "Lu Chen, I'm just an ordinary member of the team, I have nothing to do with their affairs." "Yes, but sometimes, standing by and doing nothing is also a form of evil. I was wrong, give me a chance to make amends." Guan Yulan was sincere, taking out a bank card and handing it to Lu Chen. "This is the 250,000 breach of contract fee I prepared before, it's all I have, please take it." Lu Chen shook his head, "Not enough." Guan Yulan gritted her teeth and said, "I'll handle the mess with Shi Xiu and Wu Li. If the enforcement team investigates, I'll take full responsibility." "Fine, I'll spare you this time." Lu Chen nodded, finding this woman quite clever. If he let Wu Li and Shi Xiu go unchecked, bleeding to death was only a matter of time. He didn't want to be investigated by the enforcement team. After dealing with the Xuanwu hunting team's affairs, Lu Chen turned and walked towards the man in a suit. He smiled and said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, let's continue. Now, the Xuanwu hunting team is under my sole command." "Ah, okay." The man in the suit looked puzzled, wearing a confused expression. But the process didn't matter, as long as someone could complete the task with him. As Lu Chen and the man in the suit exchanged, the onlookers nearby erupted into chatter. Huang Qitian looked admiringly, "The boss is the boss, even in a fight, he looks so cool." Lu Wanqing shook her head disdainfully, saying, "Too violent, I covered my eyes and didn't dare to watch just now, those two should be okay, right?" "This is considered violent? He's actually quite restrained, you guys haven't seen him unleash his full power." Jiang Fanqin disapproved and said, "Lu Chen turned the lake monster into minced meat with brute force." On the other hand, Lu Chen had already confirmed the materials to be handed over with the man in a suit. They were currently discussing the purchase prices of the Shadow Wolf King, the One-Eyed Demon Ape, and the Fire Cannon Dragon Lizard. "The fur of this Shadow Wolf King is not in perfect condition, so I can only offer you 80,000. What do you think? Only 80,000? Lu Chen shook his head and bargained, "Shadow Wolf Kings are rare, so it should be at least 100,000. Although he didn't care much about market prices, he knew the value of the Wolf King. Rarity makes things valuable, and a price of 100,000 was not too much. "Well, alright," the man in the suit pretended to hesitate and after some thought, said, "I'll consider this Shadow Wolf King as 100,000 for you, but the One-Eyed Demon Ape will have to be at market price. 25,000 for the One-Eyed Demon Ape, 40,000 for the Fire Cannon Dragon Lizard, deal?" The man in the suit calculated the prices and was already feeling delighted. Besides issuing tasks for the alchemy company, he often purchased demonic beasts from hunters to resell at a profit. All the demonic beasts he bought from Lu Chen could be sold at a higher price later. Of course, the prices he offered Lu Chen were higher than the market price. He didn't want to offend Lu Chen at this crucial moment. The deal pleased both parties, Lu Chen was satisfied, and the man in the suit was content. Only a few members of the Xuanwu hunting group were left regretting their losses. Including some miscellaneous first-level demonic beasts in the carriage, the total is 85,000. Plus a reward of 1 million for this task. In total, it's 1,850,000. The man in the suit listed the details on paper and handed it to Lu Chen. "If everything is fine, just sign here, and the money will be transferred immediately." "Sure, I'm very satisfied with the price." Lu Chen nodded and patted the man in the suit on the shoulder. This harvest was really good. Not only did it enhance his strength, but he also made a lot of money. Moreover, he completed the task issued by the Martial Association and would receive a spatial ring later. Seeing Lu Chen sign on the detailed list, the man in the suit couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he saw the internal strife within their Xuanwu hunting group earlier, he thought they would return empty-handed today, but unexpectedly, they made a big profit. The more he looked at the young man in front of him, the more he felt he was extraordinary. Every alchemy company needed a powerful warrior to support them from behind, or a warrior they had personally nurtured. Obviously, Lu Chen was a good candidate. "Lu Chen, it was a pleasure doing business with you." The man in the suit shook Lu Chen's hand. "The money will be transferred to your account within 5 minutes, so make sure to check." "All right." Lu Chen nodded and then turned to leave. He didn't want to waste too much time here, he had to quickly hand over the task to the Martial Association. On the other side, Jiang Fanqin approached Lu Chen and asked, "Did you make a lot of money?" "Not bad, less than 2 million. Let's go, straight to the Martial Association." With that, Lu Chen led Jiang Fanqin to leave. Lu Wanqing hurried over. "Lu Chen, thank you for this time. I'll transfer the money to you once I get back, so rest assured." "It's okay, as long as you pay." Lu Chen smiled, he wasn't worried that Lu Wanqing would default on the payment. With her family background, this amount of money was nothing. "I just don't understand why the Martial University issues such dangerous tasks for you guys?" Lu Chen couldn't help but comment. If he hadn't been there, these people would have definitely been wiped out in the wilderness god forest. And according to what they said, this was just one of the most ordinary tasks from the Martial University. Lu Wanqing shook her head helplessly. You'll understand once you join the Martial University. The higher the ranking of the university, the more demanding the tasks. Zhang Fanxin also chimed in, yes, every year at our school, there are at least 80 to 100 students who die during tasks. Many people dream of entering the Martial University, not realizing how tough life there can be. Many who were admitted to Wu University ended up dropping out halfway through because they lacked the courage and strength to complete the tasks. Lu Chen chuckled, so, according to you guys, those who didn't get into Wu University actually dodged a bullet? Lu Wanqing nodded with a bitter smile. For those who just want to idle their days away, that might be true, but there are also those who enter Wu University to become stronger, to forge ahead bravely, to receive better education and face greater challenges. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded. He belonged to the second type of people. After listening to the others' descriptions of Wu University, he didn't feel a hint of reluctance. Instead, he became even more excited. After chatting for a while, Lu Chen bid farewell to Lu Wanqing and the others. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed to the Provincial Martial Arts Association Center with Zhang Fanxin. During the ride, Lu Chen kept his eyes closed the whole time, appearing to be resting, but in reality, he was studying the additional strengthening column. Strengthening column can enhance equipment or items. Each enhancement can increase the item's basic attributes. Note, enhancement can only increase attributes, not the item's initial level. 1. As the number of enhancements increases, the success rate will decrease. 2. If an enhancement fails, it will not cause damage or downgrade the item. 3. Enhancement requires red crystal blocks and consumes money during the process. After reading the introduction of the strengthening column, Lu Chen felt a strong urge. He couldn't help but think of a certain old woman named Kelly. Compared to Kelly, this strengthening column was simply too good to be true. Seeing Zhang Fanxin resting with closed eyes beside him, Lu Chen put his waist-mounted magic sword, Shenrun, into the column. This artifact from the world of assassins was quite handy to use, and its ability to split perfectly matched his psychic talent. Lu Chen planned to strengthen it a bit. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the magic sword Shenrun was embedded in the strengthening column. A line of small text appeared below the strengthening column. Weapon, magic sword Shenrun, produced in the world of assassins, unmatched in offense, a national treasure of the god-forging nation. Enhancing this item requires consuming 5 red crystal blocks and 100,000 gold coins. Do you wish to continue? Just like the synthesis column, the detailed description of the item would be displayed once it was placed inside. Wow, it's really expensive. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had obtained 2 from killing the Shadow Wolf King and 8 from the lake monster, totaling only 10 red crystal blocks. This meant he only had 2 chances to enhance it. However, thinking back to when the magic sword Shenrun struck the lake monster during their battle, the resistance that was difficult to break through, Lu Chen still chose to continue. Lu Chen didn't need the weapon to come with any special skills or be flashy. He just wanted it to be sharp enough to cut through anything. The next moment, steam burst out from the synthesis column. Ping ping, pong pong. Mechanical knocking sounds could be heard. Occasionally, the sound of steaming flames could be heard. This sudden movement startled Lu Chen, and he quickly looked to the side, only to see that the taxi driver and Zhang Fanxin showed no reaction. Could it be that only he could see and hear this movement? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. If that was the case, enhancing equipment would be much more convenient in the future. A minute later, the steam in the strengthening column dissipated, and the seemingly unchanged magic sword Shenrun appeared before him. Ding! Enhancement failed. Do you wish to continue? Lu Chen furrowed his brows and couldn't help but complain in his heart. What kind of luck is this, failing the first enhancement? Fortunately, enhancing equipment didn't require consuming his own physical strength. Looking at the remaining 5 red crystal blocks, Lu Chen made up his mind and clicked to continue. The strengthening column once again emitted mist and began the enhancement process. Lu Chen silently prayed in his heart. This was his last chance. It had to succeed. Ding! Congratulations, host, the enhancement of the magic sword Shenrun is complete. This enhancement consumed a total of 10 red crystal blocks and 200,000 gold coins, deducted from the account. They automatically deducted the money from me? Lu Chen was taken aback and checked his phone, only to find that his account balance had inexplicably decreased by 200,000 yuan. Well, as long as the enhancement is successful. At this moment, the magic blade Shenrun was still in the enhancement column, but the displayed information had changed slightly. Weapon, magic blade Shenrun +1, attack only, unrivaled in the world, a national treasure of the god-forging nation. Enhancement +1, sharpness increased by 10%, there will be a qualitative change after reaching level 5. Indeed, the enhanced Magic Blade Shenron is even sharper now, and there are other changes after reaching level 5? Lu Chen's face lit up with joy as he carefully examined the newly forged Magic Blade Shenron from the enhancement column. The appearance of the Magic Blade Shenron had changed, the blade carried a chill, and the shimmering purple light on the blade was even more profound than before. Not bad, although 10% may sound small, it is actually very helpful. Lu Chen was very satisfied. This increase in sharpness would allow him to penetrate deeper into his enemies with the blade. Moreover, there was room for further enhancement, and he was looking forward to what surprises Enhancement Plus 5 would bring. With the Martial Association still some distance away, Lu Chen sheathed the Magic Blade Shenron and closed his eyes to rest. In this martial world, carrying a sword was as normal as could be. So when he had just drawn the sword to check it, it did not attract the driver's attention. "Young man, we've arrived." The driver in front turned around to remind them. Lu Chen nodded and got out of the car with Jiang Fanxin. Before them was a vast complex of buildings, with tall buildings inside, much more imposing than the Martial Association in Anwu City. After verifying their identities with the gate guard, the two entered through the gate. The square inside was filled with Martial Association's jeeps, and many people in military uniforms were moving back and forth. At this moment, a jeep drove in from outside the gate, and a soldier with a scar on his face jumped out of the car. "Hey, what are you two kids here for?" Lu Chen remained silent, while Jiang Fanxin stepped forward and said, "We're here to collect our mission rewards. We completed the task of the monster riot." "You two completed this task?" the scar-faced soldier questioned. It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin, but just now, Yi Xiaohua had returned and claimed to have completed the task himself. Moreover, he had some understanding of the monster riot task, which was dangerous and challenging. Given Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin's age, it was probably difficult for them to even venture deep into the wilderness god forest. Thinking of this, the scar-faced man waved his hand. "You're late, someone has already completed this task." "What?" Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin exchanged a glance, full of confusion. Jiang Fanxin's tone was somewhat anxious as she explained, "We completed this task. What does it matter if we arrived late? We have video evidence to prove it." "Oh?" The scar-faced man was taken aback for a moment, gestured for the two to wait, then took out his phone and said something with a strange expression. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone inside." The scar-faced man turned and walked inside, with Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin following behind him. "I will take you to meet Vice President Gu Yushan of the Martial Association. Whether the task was completed by you needs to be verified and evaluated by him." "Okay," Jiang Fanxin nodded and asked, "You mentioned someone had completed it earlier. What does that mean?" "Oh, someone came before you and claimed to have completed the task." Jiang Fanxin frowned. "How is that possible? And that person is President Ye's grandson. You better not be lying, or the consequences." Lu Chen remained silent, but his expression was not good. He never expected that after he and Jiang Fanxin had worked hard to complete the task, the credit would be stolen by someone with connections. Fortunately, Jiang Fanxin had been cautious and recorded everything on her phone. Before long, the three of them arrived at the vice president's office. To Lu Chen's surprise, the vice president was quite young, looking to be around 30 years old. "Young people, hello." Gu Yushan sat upright on a large dragon-carved chair, his face solemn, eyes as cold as snow, exuding a restrained yet imposing aura. "President Gu, hello," Lu Chen and the other person responded. Gu Yushan nodded gently, glanced at them, then focused his gaze on Lu Chen. "So, you're Lu Chen, the young genius. Indeed impressive." Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. "Do you know me? Su Xingwu introduced you to me, mentioning a genius emerging in Anwu City. Seeing you today, it seems you're even stronger than he described." Light flickered in Gu Yushan's eyes, seemingly seeing through Lu Chen's strength. "I dare not claim to be a genius, just fortunate," Lu Chen modestly replied. "Well," Gu Yushan smiled, "interested in joining our martial association as a team leader after graduating from Wuda? I can appoint you as a captain in the combat unit." "Ha!" Lu Chen didn't expect Gu Yushan to extend an olive branch to him. Being the team leader of the Provincial Martial Association's combat unit was a significant position. The vice president personally offering this position meant he wouldn't go back on his word. "What do you think?" "I have high hopes for you," Gu Yushan, seeing Lu Chen hesitating, continued, "Your talent is remarkable. Once you join the association, I can personally mentor you." Lu Chen pondered and replied, "It's still early before I graduate from Wuda. No rush, you don't need to give me an answer now. Just remember I was the first to offer you this opportunity," Gu Yushan added. "Entering the official ranks after graduation is a good choice. Your freedom won't be restricted, the combat unit only requires you to complete missions, leaving you undisturbed otherwise. Gu Yushan seemed to understand Lu Chen's concerns. He was not only giving Lu Chen time but also giving himself time to assess whether Lu Chen, once graduated, was truly worth nurturing as a genius. If Lu Chen's brilliance persisted, he would be the first to recruit him, a logical and emotional choice. However, if Lu Chen's talent faded, he could easily find an excuse to decline when the time came. This tactic had helped him recruit many talents, establishing his own influence within the association. Lu Chen, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, had a different mindset than most young people. After some contemplation, he had discerned Gu Yushan's intentions. While the invitation was for Gu Yushan's benefit, it was also advantageous for Lu Chen. Graduating and joining official forces was indeed a wise decision. After graduating from WODA, there were typically 3 options. One could join civilian organizations like the Martial Hall or Hunting Guild to earn money based on their skills. The second option was to enlist in the military, facing the front lines against demonic beasts, a dangerous but opportunistic path. The third choice was to join the official ranks, offering stability and access to resources and tasks beyond ordinary reach. Some rare resources and tasks were exclusive to the official ranks, involving risks like the recent demonic beast riot mission. However, with sufficient strength, it could be seen as a form of training. Gu Yushan also addressed Lu Chen's concern about freedom, assuring him that his actions wouldn't be restricted. Ultimately, one's strength was paramount. As long as you were strong enough, terms could be negotiated. No one would seek to constrain you, instead, they would grant you the utmost freedom. Realizing this, Lu Chen nodded, "I'll consider it." "Good, looking forward to working with you in the future." Gu Yushan smiled, his serious demeanor still exuding a refreshing aura. Let's get back to the main topic. Regarding the recent demonic beast riot mission, we need evidence from you. I will evaluate and authenticate it. Rest assured, in my hands, connections hold no sway. If it's confirmed that you completed the mission, I will ensure you receive the rewards. Gu Yushan spoke decisively, leaving no room for doubt. On the side, Jiang Fanxin immediately stepped forward and took out his phone. "I have video evidence on my phone, take a look." With that, he opened the video on his phone. It showed Lu Chen riding the lake monster at full power output. Although it was a bit blurry due to the distance, the general idea could still be seen. "You recorded the whole battle between me and the lake monster?" Lu Chen was surprised, thinking that Jiang Fanxin only recorded the part after the battle. "Yes, I was just idle up there at the time, so I decided to film it with my phone." "Isn't it more interesting than a movie?" Gu Yushan took the phone and watched with interest as Lu Chen punched in the video. When he saw Lu Chen throwing hundreds of punches and still full of energy, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He looked at Lu Chen with a strange expression, and said in a complex tone, "It seems I underestimated you. Your strength is much greater than I expected." The video continued until Lu Chen got off the lake monster, then it abruptly stopped. After watching it, Gu Yushan's expression turned serious. Currently, this video can be used as evidence, but it still needs to be analyzed by a professional department, which will probably take a day. Xiao Jun. Gu Yushan looked at the scar-faced man beside him and ordered, "Take them to the VIP room to rest for a while." With that, he got up and left. Lu Chen and Jiang Fanxin did not refuse, as they had hardly rested in the wild god jungle these past few days. Although their physical strength was still strong, they felt a deep exhaustion from within. The two followed the scar-faced man to a beautifully decorated apartment, which had the same layout as a hotel. It was specifically used by the Martial Association to entertain VIPs. The next day, early morning, just as Lu Chen woke up from his sleep, he heard a noisy argument outside. "Didn't we agree on having a spatial ring as a reward? Why is it gone now just because we completed the mission?" The voice was very familiar, and Lu Chen walked out of the room to see Jiang Fanxin and the scar-faced man arguing with a middle-aged man he didn't know, who seemed to be from the Martial Association. "Our president said that when the mission was issued, it did not specify that the reward included a spatial ring. This news was just a rumor." Li Wu frowned and unreasonably said, "Also, the video you provided doesn't even show a clear face. Who knows if you really killed that monster? I don't believe it with just the two of you." Jiang Fanxin couldn't help but laugh at this. "The video has been verified, there's no problem. If you think it's not us who killed it, then provide other evidence, okay? Anyway, I've delivered the message. President Ye's intention is that you can receive the reward normally, but the spatial ring is not included," Li Wu said before turning and leaving the VIP room. Jiang Fanxin glanced at the silent scar-faced man beside him and mocked, "What's this? Is your Martial Association bullying us ordinary people like this? There's nothing we can do. President Yi has the final say on this matter, and as for the spatial ring, the explanation lies with him. Is this a one-man show? Vice President Gu Yushan has already tried to negotiate, but At this moment, Jiang Fanqin saw Lu Chen coming out of the room and said irritably, "You sure can sleep well. Do you know that our reward has been taken away?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly and nodded. "I heard about it. Because we were the ones who completed the mission, how could they possibly give us something as valuable as a spatial ring?" Lu Chen's words made the scar-faced man next to him look embarrassed, realizing that the Martial Association had indeed handled this matter unfairly. "Come with me, the vice president will give you the reward for this mission." Led by the scar-faced man, Lu Chen and Jiang Fanqin met Gu Yushan again. Gu Yushan's face was dark, indicating that he was in a bad mood. "Regarding your completion of the task and the reward, we discussed it for an evening, but someone wanted to take credit for your achievements, unable to do it themselves, and even slandered others for not being able to, although the reward was eventually secured. But..." Gu Yushan paused for a moment, speaking softly, "I can be certain that President Yi had prepared a spatial ring as a reward this time, but it was removed at the last minute. But don't worry, there has to be an explanation for this matter. I will go and argue for you again, try to gain some benefits." Lu Chen shook his head. Without the spatial ring, there was no point in seeking any further benefits. The reason it has come to this situation now, firstly, is it because they don't believe in our strength, thinking we don't have the ability to kill the lake monster ourselves? Gu Yushan nodded. "Indeed, some people have doubts. After all, the video is very blurry, and you can't see the faces clearly." Lu Chen continued, "Another point is that I have no connections, just an ordinary person, so they can manipulate as they please, right?" Gu Yushan hesitated for a moment but still said, "Yes, there is indeed this aspect of the reason. What kind of nonsense president is he? Is the Martial Association his own home? I will expose this matter." Jiang Fanqin said angrily, unable to swallow this indignation. "Fanqin, I know you are anxious, but don't rush into things," Lu Chen said with a smile. "In fact, this matter is simple, they just doubt my strength and status. As long as I can demonstrate a strength that is enough to intimidate them, then the problem will be solved. It's just a spatial ring. I'll consider it stored here for now. Someday I will personally retrieve it." Lu Chen did not hide his thoughts on his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown his mental talent in front of Jiang Fanqin. Although being low-key can avoid some trouble, it also means losing many privileges. Just like this time, after working hard to complete the task and quell the monster riot, he was still questioned by others. Lu Chen deeply understood that only when his strength is strong enough, others will respect him, and he can gain a noble status in this era where the strong are revered. "You are quite open-minded." Gu Yushan, seeing Lu Chen so confident, felt relieved. He was very worried that this matter would change Lu Chen's view of the entire Martial Association. This matter is not related to the Martial Association, mainly because of a few pests who are corrupt and biased. Jiang Fanqin nodded. "Lu Chen, what you said makes sense. If we were grandmasters, they would definitely present the ring with utmost respect. And those who abuse their power relying on their elders, it's truly disgusting." Although Jiang Fanqin did not name names, everyone knew who she was referring to. "You better not provoke him actively," Gu Yushan reminded. "Although he is a playboy, he still has strength, and he is also a natural talent in the earth element. I never actively provoke others." Lu Chen's expression was calm, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them." Gu Yushan felt relieved hearing Lu Chen's words. He understood Lu Chen's character, upright in his dealings and somewhat reckless in his actions. However, Lu Chen's next words made the atmosphere tense again. "But if he dares to provoke me, then don't blame me for being impolite." Lu Chen sneered. "I will make him pay the price, regardless of the consequences." Gu Yushan fell silent. This kid was indeed someone who held grudges. "Let's go, come with me to receive the reward. Besides cash, you can choose anything you want from the first floor of the Martial Association's warehouse." "Okay, thank you, President Gu." Lu Chen and Jiang Fanqin followed Gu Yushan through a small path, walking along the stone path all the way forward. Along the way, there were some people in military uniforms saluting and greeting. The area of the Provincial Martial Association was very large, 10 times the size of the Anwu City Martial Association, with buildings standing tall, each serving its own purpose. After walking for about 10 minutes, the three arrived at a heavily guarded underground passage. The entrance of the passage could only accommodate one person at a time and was very inconspicuous compared to the nearby buildings. It even gave off an inexplicable feeling, as if the entrance didn't exist. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Fanqin beside him, only to see that he completely missed the entrance, still looking around. Lu Chen understood that this entrance must have been shielded by some kind of mental barrier that could erase its presence. His mental strength was strong enough to barely notice it. "Let's go, this is it, stay close to me." Gu Yushan walked briskly ahead, instructing the two. Several mental talents had set up a mental shielding formation here, making it easy for ordinary people to get lost if they stumbled in. Lu Chen and the others hurried to catch up. Passing through a semi-transparent light curtain, they appeared in an open space. The area was surrounded by shelves several meters high, displaying a variety of treasures. This is the first floor of the warehouse, you can choose anything you like, Gu Yushan said without further explanation or hints, then found a chair to sit on. Okay, Lu Chen nodded and randomly chose a direction, leading Jiang Fanqin forward. The warehouse was extremely large, with no end in sight. Lu Chen, what are you planning to pick? Jiang Fanqin felt dizzy from the dazzling array of treasures around him. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, a weapon, I need a long-range attack weapon. After the trials in the Wilderness God Forest, he had discovered his current weakness, the inability to balance offense and defense. With a long-range weapon that could be used for psychic attacks, combined with the close combat unstoppable magic blade, he could significantly enhance his combat power. Jiang Fanqin's eyes lit up. I know, you mean the exclusive weapons for mental talents. Exclusive weapons? Yes, there is a material called mithril, which is not only harder than alloy but also lighter. So many mental talents use weapons made of this material. Jiang Fanqin bit her lip, slowly recalling. It is said that mithril slightly enhances psychic power, but it also has a drawback, it is very rare and extremely expensive. How expensive? Let me put it this way, if you were to craft a weapon the same size as your waist-long knife with mithril, it could cost around 2 billion. Lu Chen was slightly stunned at the price, as he didn't even have 10 million in total assets. It's decided then, let's go to the weapon area and see if there are any weapons made of mithril. Lu Chen found the section dedicated to weapons based on the labels on the shelves. Many weapons were of various shapes and materials, but none were made of mithril. Helplessly, Lu Chen had to head to the materials area to see if there was any mithril ore. Fortunately, Gu Yushan had not set a time limit, so Lu Chen could search slowly. Passing by a shelf, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had found a piece of ore the size of a head, covered in mud and shimmering with a silver luster. This should be mithril. Lu Chen picked up the mithril, surprised by its weight. It was very light in his hand, with this large piece of mithril weighing only a little over 3 pounds. If it were iron of the same size, it would weigh at least a dozen pounds. He brushed off the surface mud, revealing the appearance of the mithril itself, pitted like silver soaked in sulfuric acid. However, it was whiter and brighter, reflecting a faint colorful light under the lamp. Lu Chen tried pressing on it with his hand, leaving a clear thumbprint. This thing is indeed much harder than alloy. He infused his mental power into it. The metal that was several times harder than steel instantly smoothed out its edges, turning into a regular spherical shape. It is indeed mithril. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This thing does enhance spiritual power. It can easily penetrate through. Lu Chen, did you find mithril? Jiang Fanqin leaned in, looking at the mithril ore in Lu Chen's hand, and was startled. Oh my, this big chunk is probably worth over 1 billion. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Lu Chen shook his head. This should just be a raw stone with impurities. To forge it into a weapon exclusive for spiritual talent users, it needs to be refined through smelting first. It would be considered good if half of it remains in the end. He had just infused his spiritual power into it and found that the ore's purity was not high, containing many impurities. But regardless, this would save Lu Chen a significant amount of money. He had already decided to take this piece of mithril to the martial hall and ask for their help in crafting a few small flying swords. Weapons for spiritual talent users didn't need to be too large, just sharp and sturdy enough. Of course, besides flying swords, they could be crafted into many styles, such as throwing knives, bladed wheels, sharp needles, and grappling hooks. But Lu Chen felt these were not cool enough, more suited for female use. They couldn't compare to the visual impact brought by flying swords. Just imagine, with full spiritual power unleashed, a sword strikes, shocking the world. Countless flying swords hummed, their light disappearing into the clouds. What a majestic sight, intimidating hearts. Lu Chen, what are you thinking? Jiang Fanqin saw Lu Chen standing there lost in thought and asked in confusion, once you've made your choice, let's go. Don't keep President Gu waiting too long. Okay. Lu Chen snapped out of his reverie, nodding somewhat awkwardly. The treasure had been chosen, and there was no point in staying here. As Lu Chen left, he glanced back one more time, with only one thought in his mind now. That was to quickly improve his strength and seize this place once his strength was enough. East Sichuan Province. President's Office of the Martial Association. President Yi Hongyun was explaining something with a helpless expression. Grandpa, why haven't you given me the ring yet? Yi Xiaohua's face was terribly dark. Yi Hongyun sighed. Xiaohua, why can't I give it to you? You should know in your heart. Someone completed the task before you, and there's even video evidence. How can I give you the ring? I can only temporarily take the spatial ring out from the warehouse. Let's talk about it later when there's a chance. After saying this, Yi Hongyun continued to review the documents. Although this matter didn't cause much of a stir, it had a bad impact within the martial association, and some people were starting to have opinions about him. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. Yi Xiaohua nodded, but a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Lu Chen, right, very well, I'll remember you. Yi Xiaohua turned and walked out of the office, where Li Wu stood straight outside. Uncle Li, how did the information you were supposed to check for me turn out? Young master, it's all here. Li Wu took out a stack of documents and handed them to Yi Xiaohua. This document contained detailed information about Lu Chen's life, including every blood and energy test he had at school and the martial hall. He's really lucky, isn't he? In just over a month, he went from an ordinary person to a second-stage martial artist? Yi Xiaohua furrowed his brow slightly. It seems this kid is also a talented individual. Do we have any information on what specific talent he has? No, there's currently no record of him using any talent skills. Li Wu said respectfully, but this young man has great strength, even able to unleash the power of a third-stage martial artist. He's very likely a strength-based talent user. Strength-based? Yi Xiaohua sneered. Strength-based talent users are dominant in the early stages, able to crush ordinary people with their strength. But as they progress, they become more and more mediocre, nothing to worry about. Uncle Li, I heard that the military will be recruiting from the schools below in a couple of days. Get ready, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. In front of everyone at their school, I'll beat him down hard. Do I really need to treat you to a meal? After Jiang Fanxin and Lu Chen received their rewards, they walked out of the Martial Arts Association. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Fanxin, who had a reluctant expression on her face, and said with a smile, "It's okay, we'll meet again in the future. Alright, if you're not sure which martial arts university to choose, you can come to our school. Looking forward to seeing you again." After Jiang Fanxin finished speaking, she walked up and gave Lu Chen a big hug. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Was this how a tough girl said goodbye? Alright, I'm leaving. Contact me if you need anything. Lu Chen waved his hand and got into the taxi that had been waiting for him. As the taxi started, Jiang Fanxin watched Lu Chen go far away, feeling empty inside. They had experienced life and death together, and now, whenever she closed her eyes, all she could see was Lu Chen's figure in her mind. Ding! You have received 2 million yuan in your bank account. Jiang Fanxin's phone rang, and Lu Chen kept his promise by transferring all the mission rewards. Lu Chen, bored in the car, was about to take a nap when he suddenly noticed the driver staring at him through the rearview mirror. Seeing Lu Chen's puzzled look, the driver couldn't help but speak. "Young man, is that your girlfriend just now? She's really nice. You two make a great couple." Lu Chen smiled. "Uncle, you're kidding. She's just a friend." "Is that so? She doesn't seem like an ordinary friend. The way she looks at you is full of affection. Can't you see it?" The driver immediately started a conversation, showing off his understanding of relationships to Lu Chen. "Young man, let me tell you, you should boldly love while you're young, or you'll regret it later." Lu Chen was speechless, chatting with the driver reluctantly. "Young man, are you from Anwu City? Are you here on business in the capital?" "Yes." "Well, what a coincidence." The driver slapped his thigh. "I'm also from Anwu City, and your ride happens to be my last trip home." The taxi driver was very talkative, staring at Lu Chen for a while, then suddenly slammed on the brakes. If Lu Chen hadn't reacted quickly, his head would have hit the seat. "Oh my, are you Lu Chen?" The driver turned around, observing carefully, his face filled with surprise. "You're the genius from our Anwu City, already a second-stage martial artist at such a young age. I heard you're only a high school senior this year, haven't even entered the martial arts university yet. That's amazing." The taxi driver turned off the engine, focusing on chatting with Lu Chen. "Oh my, you're the big star of our city, all the students look up to you as a role model. My daughter even has a photo of you in her collection. I kept wondering why you looked so familiar. By the way, can we take a photo together? I can show it off to my daughter. If you agree, you don't have to pay for this ride. Consider it a favor for giving you a lift on my way home." Lu Chen listened to the taxi driver's incessant chatter, feeling helpless. It reminded him of the driver who wanted to set him up on a blind date. Were all taxi drivers in the country this talkative? In the end, Lu Chen agreed to take a photo with him, on the condition that no more words were exchanged during the journey. The taxi driver wanted to speak but held back, his face turning red. Over an hour later, they arrived in Anwu City. Lu Chen looked out the window, feeling bored. Suddenly, he saw a crowd gathered outside the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, the entrance in disarray, as if a fight had broken out. "Master, stop here." The taxi driver jolted and quickly hit the brakes. Lu Chen got out of the car, took a photo with the driver, and strode towards the martial arts hall. Pushing through the crowd, Lu Chen saw the sign of the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall shattered on the ground, with 2 rows of black-clad men standing at the entrance. Are martial arts halls fighting each other now? How despicable. Exactly, I heard several staff members of the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall were injured, and they're still lying inside. They only know how to fight among themselves. If they're so capable, why don't they go to the battlefield or hunt demons instead? I knew they were just after our money. Yeah, we'll have to be on edge when shopping at Wutong in the future. The onlookers discussed one after another, leaving Lu Kanyun puzzled. Big sister, what's going on? A woman watching the show raised her head to see a tall and extraordinary young man staring at her. The young man had fair skin, exceptionally handsome features, and captivating eyes, leaving the woman in awe. She subconsciously replied, "It seems that recently, Tianyi Wutong started a tutoring class under the name of a talented young man. Business is booming, and then another nearby Wutong had its business snatched, leading to a confrontation." Lu Ken frowned. Isn't the head of Tianyi Wutong present? Why allow these people to cause trouble? He is, but he was injured by the head of the other Wutong, rumored to be a 4 realms warrior, very powerful. A nearby uncle chimed in, "Young man, are you here to enroll in the tutoring class? I suggest you reconsider. Tianyi Wutong might be replaced. The headquarters allows for armed competition between branches." Lu Ken smiled. "I want them to help me craft weapons." The uncle realized, "Oh, then you'll have to wait. Who knows how long these two groups will fight." "Hey, where are you going?" The uncle continued talking to himself, only to see Lu Ken striding in. "Ah, this young man is really jumping into the fire pit. Those inside won't be able to escape even if they wanted to." "Ah!" Just then, the middle-aged woman who Lu Ken had questioned suddenly screamed. "That person, he seems to be the young genius reported on TV. Tianyi Wutong recruited so many students under his name. Oh, so the main character is here. These two groups are fighting for him." The crowd erupted into intense discussions, with Lu Ken becoming the new focus of their talks. Under the gaze of 2 burly men in black at the door, Lu Ken walked in confidently. The scene inside the Wutong was slightly better than Lu Ken had imagined. The counter was pushed to the corner, leaving 100 square meters of space in the hall. 2 groups of people were facing off in the open space, blood splattered on the ground, its origin unknown. Lu Ken observed from the doorway for a while. Everyone's attention was on each other, unaware of his arrival. Lu Ken walked towards one of the groups, approaching a woman in a qipao with a curvaceous figure. "Hello?" Lu Ken greeted, startling the woman. Yumei was nervously looking around, then someone called her from behind, making her shiver. Feeling the urge to pee, she quickly clenched her legs. "Why is it you?" Turning around to see Lu Ken, Yumei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking someone was going to attack her. "Great, I'll inform the head." Before she could speak, a strong hand covered her mouth from behind. "Don't make a sound." Lu Ken gestured for Yumei to keep quiet. She nodded, feeling the masculine aura emanating from Lu Ken, her body involuntarily relaxing as she leaned into his embrace. Unaware of Yumei's subtle movements, Lu Ken focused on the opposite side, where several muscular men in black were standing. They were all dressed uniformly in black, members of the Wuxia Wutong 5 kilometers away. "Today we intended to reason with you, but you've gone too far." A burly man in black sat at the front, baring his chest, revealing a terrifying scar from his collarbone to his navel. "That's Wu Zhigua, the head of the Wuxia Wutong, very powerful." Yumei whispered to Lu Ken, her breath blowing gently on his ear, tickling his heart. Wu Zhigua's name was somewhat familiar to Lu Chen. In the small city of Anwu, apart from the president of the Martial Arts Association, the strength of these martial arts hall masters was the strongest, and Wu Zhigua was relatively well known among these hall masters. This person had been in the 4th realm for many years, with abundant and long-lasting energy and blood, far surpassing ordinary 4th realm experts. Facing Wu Zhigua, Zhang Qingyan, the head of the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, was supported by someone, his face full of resentment. Apart from Zhang Qingyang being injured, there were also many security personnel lying on the ground with bruised and swollen faces. "Zhang Qingyang, you've handled this matter very improperly," Wu Zhigua sneered. "Although Lu Chen was brought in by you, he belongs to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Hall, not exclusively to you. What right do you have to use his name to compete with me for business everywhere?" Zhang Qingyang's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I am at fault, but the headquarters hasn't said anything. What right do you have to question me?" "What right?" "The right of my fist being harder than yours." Wu Zhigua spoke in a deep voice, rising from his chair. With a height of nearly 2 meters, coupled with his well-defined muscles, he looked very intimidating. Especially the long scar on his chest, like an evil eye, rising and falling with his breath. Hearing Zhang Qingyang's words, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Today I am here for only 3 things. Fairness, fairness, and damn fairness." Wu Zhigua pointed his index finger at Zhang Qingyang. "Why should someone nurtured by the headquarters be monopolized by you alone? Wu Zhigua, you speak so openly and upright, aren't you also a villain? Taking advantage of my injury and weakened energy and blood to challenge me, what kind of hero does that make you? Zhang Qingyang covered his chest, with his energy and blood churning continuously. He had suffered heavy injuries some time ago while dealing with a personal grudge, resulting in his strength being less than half of what it used to be, which led to his defeat at the hands of Wu Zhigua. "Ha, nonsense hero, I want to be the overlord." Wu Zhigua laughed heartily, saying, "After today, the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall can close its doors. I will apply to the headquarters to send a new hall master." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Qingyang's emotions were stirred up, his face turning from blue to red. Already heavily injured, and now being provoked by Wu Zhigua's words, his energy and blood surged uncontrollably, causing him to cough. "Cough, you can't." Ugh. He bent over and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Hall Master! Zhang Hall Master, what's wrong with you?" Everyone in the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall became nervous, their faces filled with worry. Zhang Qingyang was the pillar of the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, and if he fell, the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall would lose its backbone, and being absorbed was only a matter of time. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhigua couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, with a surname like Zhang, you think you can monopolize the talents of Anwu City and use them as your cash cow? Because of your actions, the turnover in my store has been halved directly. Today, I will make you spit out everything you've gained." Zhang Qingyang took a healing pill for internal injuries, stabilizing his injuries slightly, and weakly said, "This time I admit defeat. From today on, I will not use Lu Chen's name for any advertising." Zhang Qingyang, who had been tough before, sighed, his figure instantly shrinking a bit, looking desolate. "I just hope that Hall Master Wu will give me some face for the sake of being fellow members." Wu Zhigua shook his head. "Zhang Qingyang, you are too naive. Lately, you have used the reputation of Anwu City's talents to snatch how much money from me? Just saying you won't compete for business in the future is not enough. The losses my Disha Martial Arts Hall has suffered during this period must be recovered today." Zhang Qingshan trembled with anger, but he had no way to deal with Wu Zhigua. "Alright, enough talk. Do you have anyone here who can fight? If there's no one, from today on, the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall can close its doors." Wu Zhigua stepped forward, full of spirit and vigor. "You've gone too far. Today, I'll stake my old life on this and make you pay the price." Zhang Qingyang shook off the support of a man and a woman, barely steadied himself, and assumed a fighting stance. "Dad, let me do it. I'll fight for you." A young woman beside Zhang Qingyang stepped forward, looking like she was under 30, dressed in martial arts attire, looking very capable. "Yaji, you're just fooling around, go back quickly." Zhang Qingyang turned around and shouted, "With your strength, how could you possibly be his opponent? Go back and stay put." Zhang Yaji shook her head firmly. "Dad, your body is already like this. If you keep fighting, it will be life-threatening. Let me do it. I'm already a third-level martial artist. I should be able to exchange a few moves with him." Wu Zhigua looked at Zhang Qingyang and his daughter with no expression, no emotional fluctuations, and even felt like laughing a bit. "Ha, Zhang Qingyang, you are shameless. You're not going to let your daughter come out to die, are you? If necessary, both of you can come at me together, and I'll take care of you both at once. Master, let me and my junior sister deal with him together." Just then, the man who had been supporting Zhang Qingyang stepped forward. "Master, since he said we can go together, let me and Yaji junior sister deal with him together. The two of us, third-level martial artists, against a fourth-level warrior, might have a chance." "Yes, Dad, we have been practicing combined attacks all along. We might have a chance to defeat him." "Oh, you are too naive." Zhang Qingyang shook his head, sighed softly, and said in a low voice, "Wu Zhigua has been famous for a long time, stuck at the fourth level for nearly 10 years. His strength has long reached the peak of the fourth level, and he has also fought on the battlefield, with a lot of blood on his hands. How could you two possibly be his opponents? Dad, are you boosting others' morale and diminishing your own prestige? My senior brother and I have been practicing together for over 10 years. Even if we face you, we can exchange a few moves, let alone him? Yes, Master, just let us go with confidence. The worst result is that we get injured. You definitely won't kill anyone." The man was full of confidence, fully stimulating the thick blood and energy in his body. "Master, I have had a breakthrough recently. In terms of blood and energy, I have already stepped into the fourth level." Zhang Qingyang felt the surging blood and energy of the young man with his hand. A hint of joy appeared on his dark gray face. "You really had another breakthrough. Now there is a real chance." "Ha, good. Then let you represent my Tianyi Martial Hall to meet Wu Zhigua. By the way, be sure to be careful of his fists. Try to avoid direct collisions." While the few were discussing in low voices, Wu Zhigua, who was waiting on the opposite side, became impatient. "Hey, why are you so slow? Are you delaying time waiting for reinforcements? Let me tell you, if no one steps up in a minute, I will take action directly. Arrogant. Zhang Yaji coldly shouted, standing in front of Wu Zhigua. Old Wu, based on your worth, you are not worthy of my dad's personal action. Today, let us juniors teach you a lesson and make you run away with your tail between your legs. Ha, little girl, such big words. Wu Zhigua smiled on his face, but his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Zhang Yaji's words had completely angered him. Let me see if your fists match your tough talk. The next moment, Wu Zhigua's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already punching towards Zhang Yaji's chest. Lacking experience, Zhang Yaji was caught off guard and could only stagger back. Junior sister Yaji, be careful. The man beside her angrily shouted and rushed forward with his fist raised. Seeing the man and himself collide head-on, Wu Zhigua's mouth curved into a smile, his eyes even colder. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided. Bang! With a loud noise, a figure flew out like a broken kite. Ah, my hand? The man crashed into the crowd, holding his hand and screaming incessantly. Lu Chen looked up and saw that the man's right hand was bent in an unrecognizable manner, hanging limp. The punch had directly caused a comminuted fracture. Senior brother! Zhang Yaji shouted and prepared to run over to check on the man's injuries. However, after Wu Zhigua succeeded in his strike, he didn't intend to let the other party go. He turned his fist into a claw and reached out towards Zhang Yaji. Yaji, quickly move away. Seeing Zhang Yaji about to be caught, Zhang Xingyang hurriedly reminded her, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let them go up. Zhang Yaji's face changed drastically, rolled to the side, barely avoiding the attack. Oh, the little girl is quite slippery. Wu Zhigua exclaimed, taking advantage of Zhang Yaji not standing firm, he launched another attack. Another punch, extremely fast. A fist the size of a sand pot made a terrifying sound as it broke through the air, even blowing the clothes of the people in the distance. Stop! Zhang Xingyang's eyes were about to split, rushing forward to try to stop him, but his actions pulled at his wound too much, causing him to collapse directly on the ground. Zhang Yaji could only watch helplessly as her field of vision was filled with fists. Bang! Zhang Yaji also flew out, falling not far from the young man. Her shoulder dislocated, blood oozing from the wound, the pain causing cold sweat to pour out, almost fainting. In just 3 rounds, Wu Zhigua easily dealt with the strongest fighting force in Tianyi Martial Hall. Wu Zhigua shook his fist, stretched lazily, and as he twisted his neck, his bones crackled. He glanced at everyone, seeing that no one dared to move, he smiled satisfactorily. Very good, who else? Wu Zhigua roared cheerfully. The people from Tianyi Martial Hall opposite him remained silent, not daring to meet his gaze. Stop fighting. You win. With the help of everyone, Zhang Xingyang slowly stood up, his eyes devoid of spirit, saying, Tianyi Martial Hall surrenders. From today onwards, we will close indefinitely and follow all arrangements of Desha Martial Hall. Dad! Master! The people of Tianyi Martial Hall cried out one after another, all hanging their heads. Alright, since Director Zhang has said so, then I can rest assured. Wu Zhigua laughed. Today was not in vain, quite a fruitful harvest. Go, brothers, drive out all the people from Tianyi Martial Hall. From today onwards, this place will be a branch of our Desha Martial Hall. Wu Zhigua waved his hand, signaling his men to act. Hold on. Just then, a cold voice sounded from the side. Everyone was slightly startled, then turned to look in the direction of the voice. Behind the people of Tianyi Martial Hall, a handsome young man walked out, standing at least 1.80 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, smiling as he looked at Zhang Xingyang. Director Zhang, I asked you to help me make weapons. Why haven't you opened for business yet? The young man walked to Zhang Xingyang's side and patted his shoulder. Zhang Xingyang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Chen to appear here. And Zhang Yaji, who was holding her shoulder beside him, immediately recognized Lu Chen's true identity at a glance, exclaiming, You're Lu Chen, what are you doing here? Lu Chen asked back, Isn't a martial hall a place of business? Why can't I be here? The people present heard Lu Chen's name and all came back to their senses. You're Lu Chen? Isn't he the genius of our Anwu city? So he's been here all along. Tianyi Martial Hall is thriving because of him. People on both sides started to discuss, their eyes constantly scanning Lu Chen, as if trying to see what makes this genius different from ordinary people. This guy is from Tianyi Martial Hall, should we teach him a lesson? Genius also needs to grow up, isn't he just a second realm warrior now, can't stir up much trouble. Inside Desha Martial Hall, a few people whispered, looking at Lu Chen with unfriendly eyes. You all shut up. Wu Zhigua scolded angrily, then put on a warm smile and walked towards Lu Chen. Little brother Lu Chen, I've long heard of your genius name. Today, seeing you in person, indeed you are different from ordinary people, with a noble and elegant bearing, your heroic spirit is truly remarkable. According to Zhang Xingyang, you have a good relationship with him and often purchase things here. However, from now on, Tianyi Martial Arts Hall will be ours, and we will offer you a discount as well. What do you think? I heard that you also practice martial arts, Wu Zhiguo said calmly, glancing at Lu Chen's fair palm, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I'll tell you, brother, I've made a name for myself with my fists. I have a set of power techniques that I've developed myself, and I can teach them to you for free. Oh, power techniques? Lu Chen raised his voice, seeming very interested. Yes, my power techniques are not the common ones you find in the military. I'm not bragging, but once you learn this set of techniques, it can increase your punching power by almost half. Wu Zhiguo boasted confidently, did you see the punches I just threw? Those two were no match for me at all. Zhang Yaji and the young man's faces looked unpleasant, but they couldn't refute him. His fists were indeed powerful. If he hadn't held back, he could have easily killed someone with a single punch. To increase punching power by half, how terrifying. Lu Chen took a deep breath and exaggeratedly said, You're willing to teach me such powerful techniques for free? Seeing Lu Chen's curiosity piqued, Wu Zhiguo's smile grew brighter. Why wouldn't I teach you for free? After all, you are a disciple of our martial arts hall. Isn't it my duty to teach my disciples? But if you feel uneasy about it, you can become my student, then it would be justified. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing Wu Zhiguo's intentions. He was using the title of a genius master in Anwu City to attract customers and students. The students of the martial arts hall were only from wealthy families, and a spot cost tens to hundreds of millions. It was easy to imagine how much more income Wu Zhiguo could earn if he succeeded. Lu Chen walked up to Wu Zhiguo, smiling, I see, but I wonder if your skills are sufficient to teach me? Wu Zhiguo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Despite this young man being a genius, he was only a second-stage martial artist. How dare he speak to him like this? He was a fourth-stage warrior. Didn't he have the qualifications to teach him? Just as Wu Zhiguo was about to demonstrate his strength, Lu Chen suddenly assumed a horse stance and struck a simple boxing posture. In the next moment, Wu Zhiguo's whole body stood on end, his pupils shrinking as a terrifying aura enveloped him. It was as if a monstrous beast ready to devour him stood before him, jaws wide open. If you want to be my teacher, let me test if your fists are as strong as you claim. Before Wu Zhiguo could react, Lu Chen had disappeared from his original position. Wu Zhiguo was left breathless, feeling a life-threatening crisis looming. Ah! Wu Zhiguo roared, steadying his trembling body, forcibly mobilizing his somewhat stiff chi and blood, fists crossed in front of his chest in a defensive posture. However, he soon saw a fair fist landing on his defense. His seemingly indestructible defense was effortlessly broken by this seemingly weightless fist, lightly striking his chest. Crack! Bang! First came the sound of bones shattering, then Wu Zhiguo's body flew out. Lu Chen's seemingly gentle punch contained boundless intent. It directly pierced through Wu Zhiguo's iron-like body, causing him to tumble in the air for dozens of meters before crashing into the wall, leaving a deep dent. The unrestrained fist wind scattered the surrounding counters and tables. If there was an expert present, they would have noticed that Lu Chen hadn't used his full strength but had pushed his intent to the extreme. Punching power can be increased through training, but intent can only rely on talent. For example, even if Lu Chen's fist did not hit Wu Zhiguo, the surging intent of the fist could still have severely injured him. Is that all? Lu Chen chuckled. Do you think you're worthy of being my master? What are you? In the terrified gaze of Wu Zhiguo, Lu Chen stepped closer to him. Looking at Wu Zhiguo trembling on the ground, Lu Chen stepped on his palm and said with a smile, Do you still want to teach me now? Wu Zhiguo's lips trembled, his mind muddled from the punch by Lu Chen. Muttering to himself, the intent of the fist is also the momentum. You have actually cultivated the intent of the fist to the pinnacle. How is this possible? Silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone present had their mouths agape, some even forgot to breathe. It wasn't until a while later that some began to regain their senses. Zhang Qingyang swallowed, blood-tainted saliva dripping from his mouth, his veins bulging on his hand, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen had actually defeated Wu Zhiguo. And with just one punch? He was a peak expert of the fourth realm, unbeatable in the Tianyi Martial Hall. Yet he was defeated using his own best fist technique. Everyone silently gazed at the mark left on the ground by Lu Chen's punch, stretching from under his feet to the wall, spanning tens of meters. It was too terrifying. Is he a second realm warrior? Are you kidding me? He must have broken through again. In just a short time, from a second realm warrior to defeating a fourth realm expert? Are you kidding me? He must have been hiding his strength. The crowd discussed fervently, stirred up by Lu Chen's punch. Others were affected, let alone Wu Zhiguo facing the punch directly. Wu Zhiguo, now being stepped on by Lu Chen, couldn't feel any pain at all, his mind in disarray from the impact of those words. Intent of the fist, pinnacle. Lu Chen, 18 years old, a young genius. It's too frightening. Watching Wu Zhigua convulsing and mentally absent, Lu Chen lost interest. Shaking his head, he said, "Well, I just tried it out. Your power technique doesn't seem to work, so I won't learn it. It's a waste of time." With that, he turned and walked towards the people of the Tianyi Martial Hall. As Lu Chen walked away, the members of the Disha Martial Hall finally dared to approach and help their leader up. "Chief, are you okay? Boss, wake up, let's go home." With the support of the black-clad henchman, Wu Zhigua staggered away from the Tianyi Martial Hall. Lu Chen approached Zhang Qingyang, smiling. "Chief Zhang, long time no see. I came today to ask for your help in crafting a weapon. Can you do it?" Zhang Qingyang grasped Lu Chen's hand tightly, panting, "Lu Chen, thank you for helping us out, but according to the rules, our martial hall can no longer operate, so..." "Oh, then where can I take advantage in the future?" Lu Chen laughed, patting Zhang Qingyang's hand confidently. "Tianyi Martial Hall will continue to operate, as I, Lu Chen, have said. If anyone causes you trouble, remember my name." "What?" Zhang Qingyang was overjoyed, his face instantly flushed and his complexion became rosy. "Thank you, young brother, thank you." With that, he was about to kneel down. Lu Chen quickly reached out to stop him. "Chief Zhang, there's no need for that. If you want to thank me, how about listening to my request?" "Alright," Zhang Qingyang nodded. "What kind of weapon do you want to create? We have many skilled craftsmen in the Tianyi Martial Hall who can definitely meet your requirements." Later, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen took out a skull-sized piece of secret silver from his backpack. "Old Zhang, I need to create a..." After leaving the Tianyi Martial Hall, Lu Chen was in a very cheerful mood. He actually had no close relationship with the Tianyi Martial Hall and Zhang Qingyang, even though they had indeed done him many favors. The Demon Blade Shenrun was a gift from them. But all this was not enough to make Lu Chen lend a hand. However, after the experience in the Wilderness God Forest, he deeply understood that one must live ostentatiously. Since he had the strength, he must show it. This was his thought, and this was what he did. After defeating Wu Zhigua, the unease in his heart vanished. This intervention also had other benefits. Zhang Qingyang not only promised to help him forge a flying sword for free but also increased the discount at the Tianyi Martial Hall to 50%. Lu Chen's intervention was worth this price. If in the future, Tianyi Martial Hall was approached by someone again, Lu Chen would not turn a blind eye. This time, he just happened to pass by and lend a hand. In the future, Tianyi Martial Hall would have to rely on itself. After all, the root cause of this matter was Tianyi Martial Hall's greed, actually using its name to start a martial arts class. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask this time. Although his tall figure attracted many glances, no one recognized him. When Lu Chen opened the door to his house, he saw a variety of gifts piled up at the entrance. The gifts made this small house seem even more crowded, and Lu Chen thought about moving to a new place. He had earned quite a bit of money these days, most of which he exchanged for colorless crystal blocks, while the rest could be used to improve his family's living conditions. "Oh, Xiaojing is back." Feng Qinru was arranging dishes in the living room and immediately saw Lu Chen entering through the door. "Come and eat. You've gotten thinner from playing outside recently. This child needs to eat more." Lu Chen smiled and nodded. He had called home on his way back. Lu Haitao also came out of his room. "Xiaojing, didn't you arrive in Anwu City early? Why are you just coming home now? Your mom reheated the dishes twice already." "Well..." Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "There was a little incident on the way, which delayed me." Feng Qinru asked with concern. "An incident on the way?" "It was just when I passed by Tianyi Martial Hall and saw someone bullying the weak, so I stepped forward to help," Lu Chen explained. Facing his parents, he did not lie. Feng Qinru's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. She asked with concern, "Did you get into a fight with someone? Are you hurt?" "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. My strength now is not the same as before. There are not many people in Anwu City who can hurt me." Lu Chen's tone was relaxed. To demonstrate his strength, he extended a pinky finger under Lu Haitao's chair and gently exerted force, lifting Lu Haitao off the ground. "You brat, you're so strong." Lu Haitao sat on the chair unsteadily, teasing. Feng Qinru chuckled and said, "Alright, stop showing off. Put your dad down quickly." After Lu Chen put Lu Haitao down, he looked excited. "A martial artist should be like this, standing up for justice when needed. My son's actions truly touch my heart." Feng Qinru immediately became unhappy, frowning and nagging. "You're so happy that your child is fighting with others. He's still young. What if he gets hurt?" "Oh, you spoil the child too much. Xiaojing is grown up now, he knows what he's doing. Even if he gets hurt, so what? A real man doesn't cry." In the future, my son will accomplish great things, protect the family, defend the country, and slay monsters. Lu Haitao spoke enthusiastically, picked up the wine glass on the table, took a sip, hummed a song that Lu Chen couldn't understand, and swayed happily. You're so carefree. I've never seen someone pushing their child out like this. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he watched his parents bicker. Gradually, his heart softened. Why did he practice martial arts after all? The most standard answer might be for physical fitness, to stand out, or to protect the family, uphold justice in the future. But for Lu Chen, protecting his family was the most important thing. Xiao Jing, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and eat. Feng Qinru picked up a piece of meat and put it in Lu Chen's bowl. You must not have eaten well outside, so eat more. Lu Chen nodded, glanced towards the direction of the bedroom, but didn't see Lu Li's figure. Mom, where's my sister? She went out to meet with her classmates and hasn't come back yet. My sister should be entering high school soon. Has she made any progress in her studies recently? She has improved, but not by much. She should be close to rank 11 now, which is considered excellent in her class. As the night grew darker, the moon in the west cast a cold light. Lu Chen sat quietly at the desk, sorting out the gains from the expedition in the wilderness god forest. With the rewards from the Xuanwu hunting group's mission and some miscellaneous money from Lu Wanqing and the others, he had over 5 million. And that didn't even include the price of the large chunk of secret silver. I wonder how many colorless crystal blocks I can exchange with this money. Lu Chen opened the synthesis interface, and he already had 280 colorless crystal blocks accumulated from hunting monsters in the wilderness god forest. Below the synthesis interface, there was an exchange window. Lu Chen clicked on it. Colorless crystal block, material used for item synthesis, obtainable by killing fierce beasts or exchanging with equivalent money. I have 5 million now. I can't exchange it all for colorless crystal blocks. I need to keep some. After some consideration, Lu Chen decided to input 2 million for the exchange. 2 million yuan equals 200 colorless crystal blocks. Confirm exchange? Oh, one colorless crystal block costs 10,000? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He had always thought that a colorless crystal block was only a few hundred at most, not exceeding 1,000. He didn't expect it to cost 10,000. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen chose to proceed with the exchange. The synthesis interface was his trump card, and colorless crystal blocks were indispensable for synthesis. As long as he improved his strength, money would come easily. I now have a total of 480 colorless crystal blocks, which should be enough for a while. I wonder if Qin Zi has started producing elixirs. Once the elixirs are on sale, money won't be a problem. Sigh, money is never enough. Watching his balance instantly decrease by 2 million, Lu Chen sighed with a bitter smile. But the thought of the large piece of secret silver he obtained from the Martial Association, worth billions, instantly lifted his mood. The only regret was not getting the spatial ring. He really wanted to know if items like the spatial ring could be used for synthesis. Would 2 small capacity spatial rings combine into a large capacity one? If he kept synthesizing, would he create a small world? Don't think too much, focus on improving your strength. Lu Chen stood up, stretched lazily, and took out a yoga mat to practice the stellar forge body technique under the moonlight. After 3 rounds of movements, Lu Chen was exhausted. When he was fiercely attacking the lake monster earlier, he could throw punches continuously at full force for minutes without tiring. It proved the terrifying nature of the stellar forge body technique. And precisely because the technique consumed tremendous physical strength, he didn't practice it in the wilderness god forest. Depleting his energy there wouldn't be wise. After exhausting his physical strength, Lu Chen sat cross-legged. The little figures in his mind flickered with a diamond-like rainbow light, forming spiraling mental vortexes that brought him a hint of coolness. The next day, early morning. Ding-ling-ling, the alarm clock at the bedside rang. Lu Chen sat up from the yoga mat, still full of energy despite practicing all night. After tidying up the room quickly, he walked out of the door. The dining table in the living room was filled with food, but Feng Qinru and Lu Haitao were still busy in the kitchen. Mainly because Lu Chen, this formal warrior, had a huge appetite, eating more than the rest of the family combined. To prepare meals for Lu Chen, the couple deliberately got up early to buy groceries. Although it was a lot of hard work, they were full of motivation. After all, Lu Chen was so outstanding, not only becoming a celebrity in the city but also being rewarded 1 million in cash by the Martial Arts Association. In Feng Qinru's own words, I am tired but happy. Others don't know how envious they are of me. Li Xinshen's child next door is the same age as Xiao Jing, with only 13 energy points. That child is so thin, can't even finish a bowl of rice a day. Look at Xiao Jing, she can eat half a pig in 3 bites. However, since Lu Chen's appetite increased, Lu Haitao had to help with cooking. Cooking every day was a big task, and it was impossible for just 2 people to complete it. "Brother, you're up. Come and eat." Luli sat on a stool with her school bag on her back, constantly stirring her bowl with a spoon, eating while mumbling, "I woke up late today, I'll be late for school." Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly, realizing he hadn't been to school for some time. Maybe he should go today? Although he had asked for leave from the teacher, not going to school for almost half a month was a bit unreasonable. "You're a girl, how can you eat so wildly compared to me? Slow down." Lu Chen sat down next to Luli, picked up a small steamed bun from the table, and ate it in one bite. Although his manners were refined, he ate much faster than Luli. "Brother, your appetite has increased again." Luli watched Lu Chen eat a steamed bun in one bite, finishing a plate of food in just 5 seconds. Her eyes widened in shock, almost choking. "Eat slowly, drink some water, be careful not to choke." Lu Chen handed her a glass of water as he saw Luli almost choking. Luli quickly took it and gulped down the whole glass of water. "It's so unfair in this world. Why can you wake up so late every day and increase your energy just by eating? Look at others, who doesn't wake up early and exercise from dawn till dusk. Unfair, unfair." Luli shook her head in disbelief. "TSK, your brother is naturally gifted, definitely not something you ordinary folks can compare to." Lu Chen picked up a large steamed bun and swallowed it in one go. He had a thought in his mind, should he teach Luli the Star Chronicle body refining technique? Yes, but it's not the right time now. Luli was still young, and she couldn't keep secrets. If she accidentally let it slip or someone noticed something unusual, it would bring disaster to their family. It's better to wait until Luli matures or until Lu Chen grows up and has the ability to protect his family. Feng Qinru, who was busy in the kitchen, peeked out and saw the siblings chatting and laughing, feeling very comforted. She didn't know when these 2 children had regained their childhood intimacy, with the younger sister sticking to the older brother and the older brother doting on the younger sister. "Oh, brother." Luli suddenly remembered something and said, "I heard from senior sister Ling Yue that your school seems to be organizing a graduation event recently, saying that all teachers and students must participate. I don't know the specific time, do you want to go to school and ask? Graduation event?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, hadn't they graduated yet? Luli nodded, "It seems to be related to the military, anyway, the event seems quite grand." "Okay, I'll ask a classmate later." After Luli went to school, Lu Chen took out his phone, ready to contact his deskmate Zhang Hao to inquire about the situation. Not looking, nothing to be afraid of, one look and it's a shock. There were more than a dozen missed calls in Lu Chen's phone, along with many unread messages. Some calls were from landlines, seemingly from their school's customer service. As for the chat messages, most of them were from Lu Wanqing. Upon opening the message box, a long string of messages popped up. "Lu Chen, are you there? Have you arrived home? What are you doing? Have you eaten?" Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, thought for a moment, and decided not to reply. Just then, the phone rang, and the school's landline called again. Lu Chen answered the phone. "Hello, what's up? Hello, is this Lu Chen? Sorry to bother you, our school is organizing a graduation event, and I'm here to inform you to participate." "Graduation event?" Lu Chen furrowed his brows, this should be what Luli mentioned. But he disliked participating in such group activities. Besides, Lu Chen didn't have many friends at school, and the only one he could chat with was Zhang Hao. "Yes, it's today. All teachers and students are required to attend. This event is organized jointly by the military and the school, recruiting new soldiers at the school, which is a good opportunity for you." The voice on the phone continued, "I know you are very talented, but you can also come to understand, after all, there is still a possibility of joining the army after graduation. This military event was indeed an opportunity for students with slightly lower talents, providing those who didn't get into Wuda University a chance to continue martial arts training." Although life in the military after joining was not as comfortable as that of Wuda students, it was at least a stable job with decent monthly income. Of course, there were risks involved, with the number of deaths in the military each year being several times that of Wuda. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, thank you, teacher, I will go." Since he had nothing else to do today, it wouldn't waste too much time to go. "Master, go to the second martial arts high school." After a simple tidy up, Lu Chen hailed a taxi and headed to the second high school. Even if the school didn't hold an event this time, Lu Chen had to go because the martial arts exam was coming up, and the school would be closed. If he didn't go to school again, he might never see his classmates and teachers again. The taxi stopped at the school gate, and after paying, Lu Chen got off. It was already past 10 in the morning, well past the time for school, and the school gate was deserted, with only a security guard sitting at the gatehouse keeping watch. Lu Chen walked to the security booth near the main gate and knocked on the window. The security guard peeked out from inside, glanced at Lu Chen, and said, "Which class are you in? Why are you coming at this hour? Don't you know there's an event at school today?" "Sir, I have a leave of absence." "Leave of absence? Even with that, you shouldn't come this late. Which class are you in? Let me call your counselor to pick you up." It was evident that the school attached great importance to this military event. The campus was very clean, and even the security guard had changed into a new uniform. "I'm in class 2, Lu Chen, and my counselor is Li Jiacheng." "Class 2. Lu Chen, hey, this name sounds familiar." The security guard furrowed his brows, trying hard to remember. Suddenly, he stood up, opened the security booth door, and carefully scrutinized Lu Chen. "You're that genius from Anwu City, Lu Chen?" "I suppose so." Lu Chen scratched his head. He was quite famous, being recognized wherever he went. Seeing Lu Chen's acknowledgement, the security guard instantly got excited. "Oh my, a big star. No wonder I haven't seen you around lately, turns out you were on leave. Wait here, I'll open the gate for you." The security guard hurried into the security booth, pressed the switch to open the campus gate. Lu Chen quickly ran in and headed towards his class. Along the way, he saw many military trucks parked in the school parking lot and even spotted a jeep with the logo of the East Chuan Province Martial Arts Association. This made Lu Chen feel somewhat uneasy. His relationship with the Provincial Martial Arts Association was very poor, to the extent of having a grudge. "It must be me overthinking." Class 3-2 of the senior year. The counselor, Li Jiacheng, was speaking passionately on the stage, while the students below were whispering among themselves, each doing their own thing. "Students, quiet down," Li Jiacheng tapped the podium. "This should be our last gathering here for a chat. After graduation, we will all go our separate ways." But graduation is by no means the end of youth, it's the beginning of a new chapter in life. Regardless of your talents, whether you continue on the path of a warrior, venture into business or politics, I hope you all have a bright future ahead. Smooth sailing. After the pleasantries, Li Jiacheng got to the point. "Today, we are all gathered here mainly because of a recruitment activity by the military. Due to the urgency at the front lines, the military is short-handed, so they are making an exception to select some young blood from high school. This is a rare opportunity. You should know that the previous requirement for enlistment was to be a formal warrior, but now as long as your combat power is strong enough, even if your chi and blood levels are not up to par, you still have a chance to enlist. You should all be aware of the generous treatment after enlisting. Besides having a secure job, you also have privileges that ordinary people don't. If you have good talent or work hard enough, you can definitely be valued in the military and return home in glory in the future. Of course, I am not suggesting that all students should enlist. For those with higher chi and blood levels, you can still continue to apply to the Martial University. After all, the resources at the Martial University are better." Li Jiacheng was eloquent, and most of the students below were swayed, eager to sign up. Of course, there were exceptions. Below the podium, a chubby boy with glasses nudged the boy next to him. "Zhang Hao, let's go online later, I have a promotion match." Zhang Hao turned his head and shook it. "I'm not going. I want to participate in this military activity this time. What if I get in?" "What? Are you really going to sign up?" The chubby boy looked puzzled. "How come you seem to have changed recently? You are the most active in martial arts class, and you don't hang out with us online anymore, and now you want to join the military. Do you know how dangerous it is to be a soldier?" "I know," Zhang Hao nodded. "That's why I'm training so hard, because I don't want to end up working on a construction site after graduation, living a mediocre life." "Your family's situation doesn't require you to work on a construction site." The chubby boy got excited for a moment, raised his voice a bit, catching Li Jiacheng's attention. "Zhang Hao, Wang Siming, stand up. What are you whispering about? Do you want to come up to the stage and speak? I can give you the floor." The two were so scared by Li Jiacheng's shout that their faces turned pale, and they stood up stiffly. Just when they thought they were going to be severely reprimanded, Li Jiacheng's phone suddenly rang. Li Jiacheng picked up his phone, glanced at it, and walked out of the classroom. "It's really a stroke of luck for me, this call came at the right time." The chubby boy Wang Siming sat down with a smile. Zhang Hao gave him a disdainful look and said impatiently, "Isn't it because you wanted to talk to me?" "Oh, it's the last class, if I don't say it now, I won't have a chance." Wang Siming's words instantly drew agreement from the classmates around him. "Yeah, this is our last class, we will be separated in the future. I will miss you guys. By the way, is anyone else planning to enlist with me?" "Me. Count me in. I didn't get into the Martial University, so I must try this opportunity." In no time, the whole classroom became lively. Suddenly, the lively atmosphere quieted down as Counselor Li Jiacheng walked back in. The students who were speaking loudly quickly sat down, afraid of being called out for criticism. Wang Siming also stood up abruptly, bowing his head as if wanting to bury it in the desk. Surprisingly, Li Jiaqing showed no signs of anger. Instead, he had a smile on his face, as if something good had happened. "You two, please sit down." Li Jiaqing waved his hand, signaling Wang Ximing and Zhang Hao to sit down. "What's going on with our counselor?" Wang Ximing sat down cautiously and muttered softly, "Could it be that he was called by the principal for a promotion and raise?" "Students, here's a breaking news," Li Jiaqing said with a smile, "our classmate, Lu Chen, is back." With that, he ran out of the classroom. Immediately, the classroom erupted into even more enthusiastic discussions than before. "Oh my, Lu Chen is here too. Is it true? Does his talent still need military service? Wow, I didn't expect to see Lu Chen again. I must take a photo with him. I want a photo too. I'll go out and tell everyone that Lu Chen is my classmate. They won't believe it." The classroom was suddenly filled with chatter, and many people took out their phones to capture the moment. "Lu Chen, he's here?" Zhang Hao sat dumbfounded in his seat, the only one not joining in the excitement. After coming to his senses, he became excited and took out his phone to take a picture. Then he suddenly remembered that he already had many photos with Lu Chen in his album. "Right, we are good buddies." Lu Chen had just entered the teaching building when he saw Li Jiaqing running towards him. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Jiaqing put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and they walked towards the classroom together. Along the way, other class counselors and head teachers from different classes joined them. Even the vice principal showed up. If it weren't for the military needing someone to accompany him, the principal might have come too. After all, Lu Chen was a genius even the head of the city's martial arts association wanted to flatter, let alone these ordinary teachers. They all wanted to show off in front of him and build some connections. "They're coming, Lu Chen and the others are coming over." A student from class 2 who came out to gather information shouted loudly, "Many teachers and the vice principal are with them." Upon hearing that the vice principal was also coming, the entire class 2 instantly quieted down, sitting up straight. Zhang Hao also straightened his back, feeling both excited and fearful. He was looking forward to seeing Lu Chen, but also afraid of their relationship becoming distant. Soon, through a window in the side wall, they saw a young man surrounded by a group of people. These people were all teachers and leaders of the school, almost everyone who could come was there. They all had smiles on their faces, complimenting the young man from time to time. The young man stood tall, over 6 feet tall, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, fair skin, and exuded a transcendent aura in his every move. Although dressed simply, he gave off an idol-like star quality, as if the people surrounding him were not school leaders but fervent fans. The young man remained calm and composed, like the sun shining on a sunflower, so dazzling and scorching. The students of class 2 couldn't help but stare, especially some girls, their eyes fixed on the young man, drooling with infatuation. Zhang Hao looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face, feeling a bit dazed. The radiant young man in front of him bore no resemblance to the person he knew before. "He has changed so much, is he still the Lu Chen I know? Should I say hello to him later? What if he ignores me?" Zhang Hao felt nervous, lowered his head, and dared not look again. It seemed like something had slipped away quietly from his heart, and he couldn't grasp it. Lu Chen stopped at the classroom door, glanced at the crowd around him, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Teachers, I've reached my own class, you don't need to lead the way, let me gather with my classmates alone." The school leaders beside him hesitated for a moment, then nodded at each other. "All right, then we'll head back first." "Thank you." Lu Chen and the counselor broke away from the crowd and entered the classroom. "Students." Li Ka-chen led the applause and said loudly, "Welcome back to our class, student Lu Chen." The students of class 2 were quiet for a few seconds, then erupted into deafening cheers. Feeling uncomfortable with all eyes on him, Lu Chen just wanted to gather with his classmates one last time, quietly sitting by the window like before, savoring the final moments of high school. But the unexpected warmth from everyone left him feeling unsure. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen raised his hand and gently pressed down. Instantly, the noisy classroom fell silent. "Teacher," Lu Chen turned to Li Ka-cheng beside him and said, "Please continue, I'll find a seat." "All right," Li Ka-cheng was slightly surprised, then nodded. Lu Chen stepped down from the platform, looking for Zhang Hao. At that moment, Zhang Hao was staring blankly at Lu Chen, who smiled and walked over to him. Wang Ximing, who was nearby, stood up astutely and offered his seat to Lu Chen. "Long time no see, my good friend," Lu Chen patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and said with a smile. Zhang Hao, who was initially confused, brightened up instantly upon hearing Lu Chen's familiar words. "Yeah, Lu Chen, I thought I wouldn't see you again." As Lu Chen and Zhang Hao reminisced openly, Li Ka-cheng on the stage not only didn't intervene but wore a smile on his face. Compared to Wang Ximing and Zhang Hao's experiences earlier, it was quite a double standard. Having a genius like Lu Chen in his class was a great achievement for Li Ka-cheng, ensuring a promotion and raise after this semester. Although he hadn't really taught Lu Chen before, not even speaking a few words throughout the whole semester. Students, after the celebration, it's time to get down to business. Let me introduce the process of the military activity this time. Li Ka-cheng tapped the blackboard, signaling everyone to listen attentively. If you want to participate, sign up with me, then go to the school field after class for the assessment. As long as you pass, success is almost guaranteed. As Li Ka-cheng finished speaking, several students stood up and went to the stage to sign up. Most of these students had average to below average strength, while some had a chi and blood value of 13, signing up as well. Joining the military was indeed a good choice. In times of peace, there wouldn't be any particularly dangerous missions. The classroom became lively again, with nearly a third of the students signing up. Zhang Hao, who was chatting with Lu Chen, also stood up. Lu Chen, I'm going to sign up too. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Hao walking towards the stage. It seemed that his own changes had ignited Zhang Hao's fighting spirit. As he continued to grow stronger, his relationships with friends became more distant. It wasn't intentional on his part, but rather a result of the gap in strength between them. For example, lions and rabbits were good friends since childhood, but as they grew up, even if the lion wanted to play with the rabbit would have psychological shadows. I signed up successfully. Although I didn't get into Wuda University, I will definitely make a name for myself in the military, not embarrassing my brothers. Zhang Hao returned to his seat excitedly. Seeing Zhang Hao's confident appearance, Lu Chen felt relieved. Lu Chen, would you like to give it a try as well? If you go, you'll definitely pass, and the military will surely value you. Not inferior to graduating from Wuda University, Li Ka-cheng approached and asked quietly. His inquiry stemmed from concern. In his mind, the military was the most authoritative department. Securing a position there was much more prestigious than graduating from Wuda University. It's worth noting that nearly half of Wuda University graduates enter the military every year, starting from the grassroots level. This military recruitment was not only an opportunity for ordinary people but also a good choice for geniuses like Lu Chen. Li Ka-cheng was well-traveled. Although Lu Chen was already a second-realm warrior before the martial exam, he was undoubtedly a rare genius in Anwu City. However, Anwu City was nothing more than a small, insignificant 4th or 5th-tier city. Looking at the various major martial arts academies, nearly 90% of freshmen could become official warriors within half a year of enrollment. Those with better talents could even break through to the second realm before the end of their freshman year. Not to mention the prestigious martial arts academies, where Lu Chen would just be an ordinary person. So, he didn't want Lu Chen, a genius from his own class, to fade into obscurity among the crowd. No, Teacher Li, I plan to take the martial arts exam, so I won't sign up for this event. Lu Chen shook his head. Li Jiacheng furrowed his brows and continued to persuade. Lu Chen, you haven't been out there, you don't know how fierce the competition is in martial arts academies. The teacher is saying this for your own good. Don't worry, Teacher Li, I have confidence in myself. Lu Chen said lightly. In the eyes of others, his current strength was that of a second-realm warrior. Little did they know that he could already defeat a fourth-realm warrior with a single punch. But even if he said so, probably no one would believe it. Alright, teacher respects your decision. With your talent, getting into a prestigious martial arts academy should be no problem. Seeing Lu Chen so determined, Li Jiacheng didn't push further. He just pointed out a path for Lu Chen. Whether he chose to walk it or not was up to Lu Chen himself. Okay, Teacher Li, rest assured. Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. He didn't expect Li Jiacheng to be so concerned about him. The conversation between the two also caught the attention of their classmates. I envy Lu Chen, he can choose between going to a martial arts academy or joining the army. And once he chooses, he's set. Yeah, unlike me, if I can't get into a martial arts academy, joining the military is a long shot. Whether it was a talented student or a bottom-ranked student in the class, they all envied Lu Chen, their words tinged with bitterness. Those who have signed up, come with me to the school field for assessment. Those who haven't can go and cheer for your classmates. After Li Jiacheng finished speaking, he walked out of the classroom. Zhang Hao asked eagerly, Lu Chen, do you want to come watch my assessment? Let's go, after your assessment, we'll go eat and sing together, my treat. Lu Chen said with a smile. Great, it's been a while since we hung out. The two of them left the classroom together, followed by a group of excited students from class 2. Many people wanted to come up and greet Lu Chen, but they were all intimidated by the invisible aura emanating from him. At this moment, students from many other classes also walked out of the classrooms, gathering in small groups to chat. Their eyes involuntarily glanced towards Lu Chen. Tianyu, who had been injured by Lu Chen in martial arts class before, followed from a distance, his face hesitant. He wanted to approach Lu Chen and explain, to clear up the misunderstanding between them, but he was too afraid. In the end, Tianyu sighed and lacked the courage to step forward. You've been quite fierce lately, your energy has increased a lot, no wonder you're confident about passing the military assessment. Lu Chen and Zhang Hao chatted as they walked. Zhang Hao patted his chest confidently, as your brother, how can my strength be lacking? If there was enough time, I would have definitely applied to the martial arts academy with you. Lu Chen smiled and said, it's okay, maybe when I graduate from the martial arts academy, I'll come find you in the military, by then you might have already risen to the rank of captain. Yeah, I've come to realize, even though my talent isn't that great, I believe as long as I work hard, I can make up for it. Besides, I've always had a dream of joining the military since I was young, so it's like fulfilling a dream. Zhang Hao put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder. Where are we going to drink later? The usual place. That barbecue place behind the school gate? Yes. The two exchanged a smile. With this parting, they went their separate ways. School field. The second martial arts high school's field was quite large, surrounded by densely packed spectator seats. Even before the senior students arrived, many people had already taken their seats, including soldiers, teachers, and students from other grades. As the students entered one after another, the noise was incessant, blending into a cacophony like summer cicadas. In the audience seats, someone whispered, "Hey, have you heard? A big shot has come to our school today." Big shot? Are you talking about Senior Lu Chen? The boy who spoke earlier shook his head disdainfully, pointing to the front row where several soldiers were seated, accompanied by the smiling principal. See that person sitting in the middle? That's the real big shot. Although Senior Lu Chen is impressive, he's nothing compared to him. A girl nearby was slightly surprised and asked, really? That person looks like he's not even 20. What extraordinary qualities could he have? Their conversation immediately attracted many bored students nearby, who eagerly listened in. My brother serves in the military, and he told me that the grandson of the Provincial Martial Arts Association chairman is visiting our school this time. The girl snorted disdainfully, so he's just a second-generation official? Do you think he's just a second-generation official? You're mistaken. The boy who spoke first shook his head and said with a pretentious air, this person not only has a privileged background but also possesses terrifying strength. I heard he's only 20 this year and already has the strength of a Four Realms warrior, and he's also a gifted individual. Wow. A gifted individual? He's actually a gifted individual. It's my first time seeing one. If he's a gifted individual, he's indeed much stronger than Lu Chen. People chattered back and forth, and soon the news spread through most of the audience seats. Lu Chen also overheard someone discussing the soldiers in the front row. He expanded his mental power like flowing water. When his mental power detected a middle-aged man, Li Wu, whom he had seen at the Provincial Martial Arts Association before, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. So, that Yi Xiaohua really came. What's wrong? Who came? Zhang Hao, seeing Lu Chen muttering to himself, curiously asked, Lu Chen, did you hear? A big shot from the military has arrived. We better perform well later, in case we catch their eye and get recruited directly. Lu Chen nodded, his expression somewhat serious. Yi Xiaohua shouldn't be here for him. While Lu Chen was pondering, a group of soldiers escorted a young man with fiery red hair to the center stage of the field. Hello, students of Erzhong, let me introduce myself. I am Yi Xiaohua, the supervisor of this recruitment event. It's a small world indeed. Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. Although he had never met or spoken to Yi Xiaohua, there was a grudge between them due to the mission involving the monster riot. However, Lu Chen was indifferent to it and had no intention of hiding his strength anymore since the journey to the wilderness god forest. He had decided that he would never hold back his power again. Whoever dared to provoke him would face his fists head-on. Although Yi Xiaohua was very strong, being a Four Realms warrior and a gifted individual, he was undoubtedly Lu Chen's strongest opponent at the moment. But Lu Chen was confident in his own abilities, as his strength improved daily, and he was not afraid of Yi Xiaohua's retaliation. On the stage, Yi Xiaohua was giving an impassioned speech. Dressed in a handsome light green military uniform, tall and sturdy, he exuded charm with every gesture. Against the backdrop of the soldiers, he stood out prominently. So, this Yi Xiaohua is the grandson of the Provincial Martial Arts Association chairman they mentioned. That should be him. I've seen reports about him on TV. It seems his hair has been red since childhood because of his identity as a gifted individual. Being a Four Realms warrior and a second realm fire element gifted individual at the same time is too exaggerated. His actual combat power should be comparable to a fifth realm, right? I envy him so much. If only I were that strong. Zhang Hao leaned in next to Lu Chen and whispered, Lu Chen, that guy looks really strong. Can you beat him? Of course, facing me, he has no chance of winning. Lu Chen's tone was flat, not revealing the enmity between him and Yi Xiaohua, as there was no need for Zhang Hao to know. If Zhang Hao knew that his sworn enemy was also joining the military department he was entering, it would definitely affect his mindset. Zhang Hao smiled and said, Lu Chen, I know you are stronger than him, I can feel it. However, Lu Chen's words were interpreted differently by others nearby. Hey, did you hear that? Lu Chen said he could crush Yi Xiaohua. Did he really say that? That really changes my perception of him, so arrogant. Exactly, maybe he's been praised too much and lost touch with reality. I think he feels unbalanced because everyone has shifted their admiration elsewhere, he's jealous. Although these people were whispering, under Lu Chen's mental coverage, every word entered his ears clearly. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and didn't bother to argue. He didn't care about others' opinions. He and they were no longer in the same world, so there was no need to argue. After today, Lu Chen would not come to school again. By then, he would prove his strength directly in the Genius Training Camp and the National Martial Arts Examination. Shoo, keep your voices down, don't let Lu Chen hear you. Yeah, we can't afford to mess with either of them. Soon, Yi Xiaohua finished his speech on stage. The audience erupted into deafening applause and cheers, drowning out all the gossip. As Yi Xiaohua stepped down from the stage, whether intentional or not, he glanced provocatively at Lu Chen. His lips moved slightly as he said to Li Wu beside him, Uncle Li, he's here. Li Wu also glanced at Lu Chen's position, furrowing his brows. With his talent, he shouldn't need to enlist in the military. Didn't Gu Yushan promise that kid benefits, as long as he follows him after graduating from Wudao University, he can rise to the top? Who knows, Yi Xiaohua sneered, he's probably just here to watch the show, following our lead. If he's here for the assessment, even better. I'll make sure he passes smoothly, then I'll torture him properly. The two returned to their seats, and Li Wu called over the school teacher in charge of registration to inquire about the situation. Young master, Lu Chen didn't register, but his good friend did. Li Wu's eyes flashed coldly. I have an idea to vent our anger, want to give it a try? Oh, what's your plan? Yi Xiaohua's eyes lit up with interest. Li Wu glanced calmly at Lu Chen, who was meditating with closed eyes, his expression icy. Lu Chen is very famous at Erzhong, a highly anticipated genius. Dealing with someone like him is right up my alley. As long as I can publicly humiliate him in front of the entire school, not only will it be satisfying, but it will also crush his dignity, even shatter his martial arts aspirations and ruin his future. Li Wu grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with malice. And as long as you, young master, can defeat him head-on, proving his low strength, perhaps we can regain the right to complete the task of the monster riot, then the spatial ring will be ours. He's just a second-realm martial artist, how could he complete that task? When you beat him later, I'll arrange for someone to record it. When the video is broadcast in Anwu City, all the popularity and prestige Lu Chen has built up will be gone. Brilliant! Yi Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly, clapping his thigh. This idea is really good. But how can I get him to come on stage openly and fight me? He didn't even register for the assessment. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take the initiative against him. After all, my identity is at stake here, representing the entire military. Li Wu's eyes darted around, already having a plan in mind. Young master, leave it to me, I have a way. With that, he pulled his general's cap down, hiding his entire face in the shadow of the brim. Student Lu Chen. Lu Chen, who was meditating to pass the time, suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lang Yu from class 3. Lu Ken, I finally found you. Lang Yu jogged all the way to Lu Chen's side. Whether out of shyness or exercise, her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look very cute. Lu Ken asked in confusion, what's up, classmate? Lu Ken, can we take a photo together? Lu Ken was slightly taken aback, then smiled and nodded, of course. Thank you. Lang Yu happily approached, took out her phone, and snapped a photo together. Lu Ken, when you were certifying warriors at the Martial Arts Association before, I was there too, but I didn't recognize you. Lang Yu appeared like a fangirl in front of Lu Ken, completely different from her previous aloof genius demeanor. She took a seat beside Lu Ken and started chatting with him. I heard from the principal that you're going to represent the school at the Genius Training Camp, and I'm going too. Do you want to team up? Well, Lu Ken shook his head slightly. Sorry, I'm used to being alone and don't really like teaming up with others. Okay. Lang Yu felt a bit disappointed, thinking to herself that he's quite straightforward. She had made the first move, yet he remained indifferent. Nearby students noticed the school's beauty approaching Lu Ken to strike up a conversation, getting quite close to him. The previously quiet audience area became lively again. Wow, isn't that Lang, the school beauty? I thought she was an ice queen, why does she look so different now? Yeah, that pitiful expression of hers is so cute. This Lu Ken actually made our goddess angry. I wonder what Lang Yu sees in him, He's just slightly more handsome than me, isn't he? You guys, cut it out. Lu Chen's status makes it normal for girls to admire him. If you're strong enough, the school beauty might even chase after you. Lang Yu overheard the discussions nearby, her cheeks reddening even more, reaching up to her ears. To break the awkward silence, she changed the subject. Lu Ken, did you come here to support a friend during the assessment? Yes. Lang Yu looked at Ji Xiaohua on stage, furrowing her brows and saying, I feel like that person keeps looking over here, and it doesn't seem friendly. No way. Zhang Hao, doing warm-up exercises, chuckled, we have no grudges with him, you must be mistaken. And Lu Ken is so famous, it's normal for people to glance at him. Zhang Hao dismissed it, but Lu Ken felt a slight unease. He extended his mental power forward, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Uncle Li, how are things going? Don't worry, young master, everything is arranged. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Lu Ken suddenly felt something was off. He wanted to gather more information, but Yi Xiaohua and his companion left their seats and headed backstage. It seemed these two had no good intentions, probably setting a trap for him. Lu Ken shrugged, ready to face whatever challenge came his way. The military assessment officially began. Yi Xiaohua stepped onto the platform again, explaining the rules. Students, our rules are simple. We will use a ring match to select those with outstanding combat abilities. As long as you can successfully attack and defend the ring for 10 minutes, you pass the assessment. There are no restrictions on energy or fighting styles this time. Show us your full potential. After Yi Xiaohua finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the start of the assessment. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Everyone loved watching ring matches. How about it, Zhang Hao, feeling confident? Lu Ken looked at Zhang Hao, who was eager to try, and said with some concern, don't worry, bro, I've made great progress recently. My energy level is already at 12.8. I have more than enough to deal with these people. Zhang Hao was very confident. Since he had made up his mind to work hard, his family had been very supportive, buying him many elixirs. He did not disappoint his parents either, exercising diligently from dawn till dusk every day, his energy and blood soaring. Given another year or so, it wouldn't be impossible for Zhang Hao to pass the entrance exam for the martial arts university. Unfortunately, he realized it too late, with less than a month left until the exam. Seeing Zhang Hao eager to try, Lu Chen didn't say much more, just advised, alright, be careful later, don't be reckless. He still had some worries in his heart. Yi Xiaohua might not be able to deal with him and could very likely target Zhang Hao. Lu Chen, I'm going, watch me perform. Zhang Hao greeted, took a wooden sword, and jumped onto the platform, ready to challenge. His opponent was a girl who assumed a boxing stance, looking at Zhang Hao with a serious expression. Lu Chen felt the girl looked somewhat familiar, and at that moment, Cold Moon Yu suddenly said, that girl is from our class. Although her energy and blood may not match Zhang Hao's, her martial arts skills are strong. Her family runs a martial arts school, and she has been practicing martial arts with her parents since she was young, but her talent is not that great, and her energy and blood rise slowly. Lu Chen nodded at the words, realizing that winning wouldn't be easy for Zhang Hao. After jumping onto the platform, Zhang Hao twirled the wooden sword in his hand. Since it was an unrestricted platform match, wooden weapons were allowed. Zhang Hao smiled confidently, girl, aren't you using a weapon? I won't go easy on girls, so don't cry if you get hurt later. The girl opposite him had dark skin, a blank expression, and as her boxing stance shifted, she charged towards Zhang Hao. So fierce? Zhang Hao was taken aback, retreating while using the wooden sword to keep her at bay. After a few punches from the girl were all blocked by Zhang Hao's wooden sword, she couldn't get close at all. Your friend is good, knowing to keep a distance. If my classmate gets close, she will definitely lose. Cold Moon Yu couldn't help but admire Zhang Hao. Frustrated by her consecutive attacks being blocked by Zhang Hao, the girl realized she couldn't match his stamina and decided to end the fight quickly by getting close. Making up her mind, she feinted a punch, grabbing the sword when Zhang Hao tried to block, and then lunged forward, elbowing his arm. Zhang Hao was surprised, trying to pull back the sword, but it wouldn't budge. Helpless, he had to abandon the wooden sword, stepping back to avoid the elbow strike. The girl threw the wooden sword off the platform, not giving Zhang Hao a chance to catch his breath, and punched towards his temple. This ruthless punch startled Zhang Hao. If it landed, he might faint. He quickly ducked, then dodged to create distance. Since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Ignoring Zhang Hao, the girl kicked the ground hard and charged again. Zhang Hao squinted, unexpectedly moving forward instead of retreating, leaning into the girl's embrace. Then he tripped her, and they both fell to the ground. Zhang Hao reacted swiftly, taking advantage of the girl's unstable balance, sitting on her waist, firmly holding her hands down. Their position was ambiguous, entangled on the ground. Despite the girl's martial arts skills, Zhang Hao's energy and blood were higher, and he had more strength, managing to withstand her attacks and control her. The girl blushed, struggling to get up, but Zhang Hao's weight pinned her down, rendering her immobile. The audience below watched in astonishment, not expecting Zhang Hao to use such a move. Oh my, this guy has no shame. Is it manly to use such despicable tactics against a girl? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Zhang Hao was indeed clever, knowing he couldn't match the girl in martial arts, so he brought her down to the ground directly. As long as he could immobilize the girl with grappling techniques, even if she had formidable martial arts skills, she wouldn't be able to use them. I concede, the girl shouted loudly. Let me go, I concede. The referee quickly stepped onto the stage and separated the two. Sister, I'll step back. Zhang Hao grinned at the girl with a flushed face who was adjusting her clothes. Pa, ruffian. The girl spat at him and walked off the stage in a huff. Backstage at the playground control room, Li Wu whispered to Yi Xiaohua, young master, everything is arranged, the show is about to begin. Yi Xiaohua nodded lightly, his eyes cold. Then he thought of something else and instructed, this is a public place after all, let's not cause any fatalities, it wouldn't look good for us. Just incapacitate them. Li Wu licked his lips, don't worry, young master, I know what to do. Zhang Hao successfully defends the stage, now moving on to the defending phase. The referee announced the result and signaled for the challenger to come up on stage. I'll go, I've had enough of him, let me beat this kid up. You didn't even sign up, why are you going up? Given Zhang Hao's performance just now, many people stood up, ready to teach him a lesson. Just then, a young man in black walked out and jumped onto the stage. Looking at the black-clad youth, Zhang Hao asked with a smile, classmate, you seem unfamiliar, which class are you from? The black-clad youth didn't answer, clasped his fists, and entered a fighting stance. The match begins. Zhang Hao twirled a wooden sword in his hand next to the youth, not daring to attack recklessly due to not knowing the opponent's fighting style. Cold Moon Yu looked puzzled from below. Isn't that Wu Fei? How did he get up there? Lu Chen, feeling confused, asked, is there something wrong with this person? Yes, this Wu Fei is also a student in our class. His blood value was above 13 cards in the last test, ranking in the top 20 in the school. There was no need for him to participate in the recruitment assessment. Maybe he changed his mind? Cold Moon Yu shook her head, impossible, I was there when he signed up, he didn't sign up at all. He didn't sign up, but the referee and the inspectors didn't stop him when he went up. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. It seemed that Wu Fei was arranged by Yi Xiaohua, only he, as the supervisor, had the authority to arrange unregistered individuals. What are you up to? Lu Chen looked towards the backstage, his eyes narrowed. On the stage, Zhang Hao and Wu Fei had already started fighting. With each wielding a sword, they fought fiercely. But as time passed, Zhang Hao gradually couldn't keep up with the other's wooden sword and was struck several times. Phew, you're really tough. Zhang Hao inserted the wooden sword into the ground, panting heavily. His energy was down to less than 20%, and the wounds on his body stung, making each sword swing extremely difficult. Without giving Zhang Hao a chance to recover, Wu Fei lunged forward, slashing horizontally with his long knife. Zhang Hao was slower in his movements, unable to dodge and was hit in the abdomen. Put! This strike actually tore through Zhang Hao's clothes on his abdomen, leaving a bloodstain on his skin. Does a wooden sword have this kind of killing power? Lu Chen furrowed his brows, focusing his mental energy on the stage. He quickly noticed something unusual. Wu Fei's wooden sword seemed off. The tip appeared to be made of some alloy, disguised as wood. Moreover, it was coated with a chemical agent that seeped into Zhang Hao's wound. These details were only noticed by Lu Chen. He quickly stood up, pushed through the crowd, and walked towards the stage. Seeing blood drawn, a faint cold smile flashed across Wu Fei's expressionless face, then he charged forward again. Zhang Hao hastily retreated, raising his wooden sword in an attempt to block Wu Fei's attack. However, the next moment, his entire body froze in place. No matter how hard he tried, his body seemed not to respond, motionless. What's happening to me? Zhang Hao tried to speak, but his tongue and lips were numb, unable to make a sound. Hey, move away quickly. What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't move even when someone hits him? Maybe he's been scared silly? The students below the platform discussed animatedly, watching as Wu Fei's long knife and hand slashed towards Zhang Hao's face, leaving a long scar on his face. His body seems out of control. Lan Yu also noticed something amiss and quickly stood up to chase after Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked to the platform, watching Zhang Hao being beaten unilaterally, his heart boiling with anger. What a well-thought-out plan. Lu Chen's face turned terrifyingly cold. Yi Xiaohua arranged for the student with only 13 points of qi and blood to come in and gave him a specially made wooden knife. The wooden knife was probably coated with some kind of neurotoxin, which seeped in through the cuts on Zhang Hao's skin. Everything was done flawlessly, and if Lu Chen didn't have mental strength, he wouldn't have noticed any clues. Hey, this student, don't get too close to the platform, please step back. The referee stopped Lu Chen's steps, saying sternly, Zhang Hao, admit defeat. Lu Chen completely ignored the referee's words and shouted directly at Zhang Hao as he rushed to the edge of the platform. His actions and shouts instantly attracted everyone's attention. Isn't that Lu Chen? What is he doing? The one being beaten on the stage seems to be his friend, he must be trying to help his friend. He's causing trouble off the stage, isn't that against the rules? Exactly, this is too much. This is the military's assessment site. Many students nearby who had long envied and resented Lu Chen began to mock him. Lu Chen paid no attention and focused all his attention on Zhang Hao. If anything happened to Zhang Hao on the platform, Lu Chen would never forgive himself. He now understood that Zhang Hao was deliberately chosen by Yi Xiaohua to retaliate against him. Doing all this was likely to provoke him and make him attack. At this moment, Zhang Hao was still motionless in place, being ruthlessly attacked by Wu Fei with the wooden knife, his body covered in bloodstains. In the end, Wu Fei even dropped the wooden knife and resorted to using his fists. A punch landed on Zhang Hao's chin, sending him flying several meters away upon impact. Blood sprayed as he landed, his chin clearly broken. Zhang Hao's gaze, once filled with confusion and disbelief, turned numb and lifeless. He felt like a corpse, being beaten at will by Wu Fei. Now, not only Lu Chen but also others noticed that something was wrong. This Zhang Hao seems to have a problem. Is he so resistant to beatings? He's almost been beaten into a pig's head, yet he doesn't even cry out. It's probably not resistance. If he continues to be beaten, he'll die. He's not a fool. Then why doesn't he admit defeat? As long as he's conscious, not admitting defeat means he has to continue fighting. The crowd below the platform discussed as they watched Zhang Hao being brutally beaten. Lu Chen wanted to rush onto the stage but was held back by the referee on the field. Seeing Zhang Hao in such a state, and the referee's indifference, it was very likely that he had been bribed by Yi Xiaohua. Lu Chen, please return to your seat immediately, or I will report this to the higher-ups. You are disrupting the assessment. Disrupting my ass. Lu Chen swung his arm, sending the referee flying. Just then, Lang Yu also caught up, anxiously saying, Lu Chen, don't act impulsively. I've already contacted our city's martial arts association, they will arrive soon. It's too late. Lu Chen's eyes were icy. Since you want to provoke me, well, you've succeeded. Lu Chen turned his head to look backstage, only to see Yi Xiaohua walking out with Li Wu, a mocking smile on his face. Yi Xiaohua saw Lu Chen looking over, placed his palm horizontally on his neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and walked onto the stage. However, Lang Yu behind him once again held Lu Chen back. Lu Chen, calm down first. Acting like this will completely offend the military. You might even end up on a blacklist, losing your chance to join the military. Blacklist? Lu Chen tilted his head, looking puzzled. And then? Lang Yu was taken aback not by Lu Chen's words, but by his bloodthirsty gaze. In Lu Chen's deep, bottomless black eyes, there flickered a cold blue light. That glance almost drew her in, and when she snapped out of it, she was sweating. Amid the crowd's jeers and whispers, Lu Chen strode onto the stage. Hey, he actually went up there, so bold. Lu Chen is finished, no matter how talented he is, going against the authorities won't end well. There were also some calm voices. Don't you think Zhang Hao's behavior is abnormal? It's almost turning deadly. It's right for Lu Chen to intervene. It is abnormal, but if the referee didn't stop it, why did he rush up and even injure the referee? Exactly, the referee is a professional. Who is he to question the referee? Watching Lu Chen push away the referee and climb onto the stage, Yi Xiaohua smiled even more, applauding directly. Uncle Li, well done, there will be a reward when we get back. Thank you, young master. Li Wu bowed slightly, sneering, the show has just begun, he's doomed today. I was worried it might go too far, but now that he's acting like this, not only injuring the referee but also climbing onto the stage, even if he's beaten to death, nothing should be said from above. Yi Xiaohua's eyes flashed with red, clenching his fists, exuding a fierce fiery aura. Young master, according to regulations, people who threaten public order like this can be dealt with first and reported later. Let's see how this kid performs. If he behaves, I might spare his life. Really, living this long, it's the first time I've encountered someone daring to oppose me. Yi Xiaohua's lips curled up, striding towards his seat. He didn't stop Lu Chen but quietly watched the show from the VIP box. Is that black-clad student on stage the one you brought in? Yes, young master, I just spent some money to bribe him. I specifically instructed not to hold back, the more ruthless, the higher the price. Ha, well done. Yi Xiaohua tapped the armrest with his fingertip, his eyes narrowed, a devil hidden beneath his handsome face. Suddenly, he remembered something and waved his hand to order. Right, don't let him easily go up on stage to save someone, arrange a few people to intercept him. In that moment, he felt like everyone was just pawns for him to manipulate, mere toys for his amusement. I want to see how you plan to play out this drama. The referee pushed away by Lu Ken received orders. Gritting his teeth, he signaled a few other school referees to rush up together. Lu Ken, we just warned you, didn't expect you to be so audacious. Take one more step forward, and don't blame us for being impolite. Yes, don't be so arrogant. Offending the military won't end well. Not only will you be held accountable, but it will also remain on your record forever. Dreaming of joining the military in the future is futile. Oh, is that so? Lu Ken sneered, completely ignoring the referees who were shouting on the side. Record? Record however you like, as long as my strength is enough, it's just a piece of scrap paper. As for not being able to join the military, Lu Ken couldn't be happier. Even if the military big shots kneel before him in the future, he wouldn't join. Alright, then don't blame us for not being sentimental. To maintain the assessment order, the enforcement team, take him down. With the referee's command, several burly men in military uniforms approached. Lu Ken frowned, such annoying flies. The referee who spoke earlier led a team of soldiers to surround Lu Ken. Then, he smiled at Lu Ken, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, you can't treat a teacher like this. No matter what, I am also a Three Realms warrior and your elder. Get him. Lu Chen drew the magic blade thousand blades from his waist. He really wanted to cut these people in half with one stroke. However, he hesitated slightly and put away the long knife, opting for his fists instead. If he were alone, he wouldn't fear the consequences of killing. But Lu Chen had parents and a younger sister at home. If he killed someone in this situation, he would face legal consequences. Even if he escaped, his family would be implicated. Let's make this quick. Feeling frustrated, Lu Chen exhaled heavily, gesturing for the opponent to attack. At this moment, Lu Chen attracted the attention of everyone present. He was the most eye-catching figure on the vast playground. Arrogant. The referee's eyes turned cold. I will teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Before he finished speaking, a whip-like kick rose sharply. The force tore through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound. The full-force kick of a Three Realms warrior stirred up a strong wind around, causing the nearby students to pale and step back. However, Lu Chen remained calm, as if he hadn't seen the attack. He simply reached out his right hand towards the referee's neck. For some reason, Lu Chen's light and airy claw seemed non-threatening. The speed was slow, and everyone present could see it clearly. Compared to the referee's fierce kick, it seemed like an attack from a different level. Yet, this outstretched hand, as if anticipating, appeared on the referee's neck in advance. What? In the referee's eyes, as soon as he raised his leg, Lu Chen's hand was already at his face. The claw coming towards him felt like a bottomless devouring vortex, making him shiver, and cold sweat instantly broke out. He quickly retracted his leg to evade Lu Chen's attack. However, the large hand had already grabbed him. In the next moment, Lu Chen grabbed the referee's neck, lifted him up fiercely, and then threw him towards the military men rushing towards him. Bang! Boom! Like bowling pins, the referee's body shattered the formation of these people. These soldiers who came to the school with Yi Xiaohua, at most, had the strength of a second realm warrior. Under Lu Chen's blow, they all lay on the ground unable to move. The referee's injuries were even more severe. After knocking down several people, he smashed into the hard cement ground, causing large cracks to appear. Now, he no longer had the arrogance he had before, looking like a dead dog, his body twitching slightly from time to time. Is this the strength of a teacher? Lu Chen shook his head coldly, turning towards Zhang Hao's position. The students and teachers watching were all dumbfounded, standing there like idiots. Especially those who were waiting to watch the show, their mouths were wide open as if they could fit a fist in. A teacher of a Three Realms warrior was actually thrown half dead by Lu Chen? Just like that? So strong, Lu Chen has broken through again, crushing a Three Realms warrior. What realm is he in now? Some petty people who didn't like Lu Chen were trying to find fault. I think there's something fishy going on. The teacher didn't expect him to make such a move and was caught off guard. If you don't understand, then shut up. Being a sore loser is no fun. Did you enjoy that fight? Lu Chen walked briskly to Zhang Hao, looking at the black-clothed youth and asked lightly. It had to be said that this youth was really ruthless. At this moment, Zhang Hao had no good place on his body. His face was bruised, teeth missing, and even his limbs were slightly deformed. Yet, he still knelt on the ground, eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. How's he? Lu Chen laid Zhang Hao flat on the ground, gritting his teeth. The black-clothed youth didn't expect Lu Chen to break through the encirclement so quickly. Looking flustered, he dropped the wooden knife and tried to escape. His task was almost complete, having struck Zhang Hao nearly 100 times with a wooden knife. Any more hits and it would be fatal. According to Li Wu, the harder he hit, the more money he would make, around 3 million. As for the consequences, the black-clothed youth didn't care. He believed that since it was a task from the military, he would be protected if anything went wrong. It was a surefire deal. What could someone like Lu Chun from this city do against the military? Personal abilities were limited compared to the military. He could just take the money and disappear. Thinking of leaving? Lu Chun smiled, a chilling coldness hidden in his smile. Just as the black-clothed youth was about to jump off the platform, a strong hand grabbed him. Lu Chun, you can't hit me. The black-clothed youth trembled, his voice filled with fear. I have connections, you hitting me won't end well for you. Lu Chen remained silent, smiling as he pressed him to the ground. It's nothing, won't hurt. Lu Chen comforted with a smile, his eyes glinting coldly. Close your eyes, it'll be over soon. The next moment, in the terrified eyes of the black-clothed youth, Lu Chen's foot stomped on his limbs. Asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk ah. The sound of bones breaking accompanied the screams of the black-clothed youth, echoing through the entire arena. Lu Chen didn't stop, his feet moving continuously. Soon, the screams of the black-clothed youth abruptly ceased, his fate unknown. In the VIP box, the principal of Urjeon wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, watching Lu Chen vent on stage, unsure whether to intervene. Stopping him would offend Lu Chen and Yi Xiaohua. He closed his eyes, pretending to rest. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. After dealing with the black-clothed youth, Lu Chen approached Zhang Hao and gave him a healing pill. With the effects of the pill, Zhang Hao's complexion slightly improved, regaining control of his body. Zhang Hao squinted, apologetically saying, Lu Chen, I'm sorry, Although he couldn't control his body before, he was fully aware and knew what consequences he would face when Lu Chen approached. Say sorry one more time, and I'll throw you out, Lu Chen said calmly. He didn't need Zhang Hao's apology, as Zhang Hao had no reason to apologize to him. On the contrary, this incident was caused by Lu Chen, and Zhang Hao was just collateral damage. Lu Chen lifted Zhang Hao up, handing him over to Long Yeye below the platform. Take him for treatment, please. Don't worry, Long Yeye took Zhang Hao solemnly. I'll take care of him. Young master, it's your turn. Yi Xiaohua nodded, stood up from the VIP box, adjusting his tie as he walked towards the platform. Lu Chen still stood on the platform, his pristine white shirt stained with someone's blood, giving him a fierce and menacing look. Yi Xiaohua strode to the platform, scolding loudly, Lu Chen, do you even know what you've done? Interfering with military assessments, injuring referees and assessors. His lips curved into a smile, looking at Lu Chen on the platform with a somewhat righteous demeanor. Stop barking here. Lu Chen sneered, all these tricks and conspiracies behind my back. You. Yi Xiaohua was taken aback by Lu Chen's words, his eyes twitching, chest heaving. But Lu Chen didn't give him a chance to speak, cutting in. I used to have a good impression of your military, but unfortunately, a few bad apples spoil the whole barrel. No need for these petty tricks to provoke me. If you can't stand me, let's settle it on the stage. I, Lu Chen, now officially challenge you. Yi Xiaohua, do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Chen's words resounded like a bell throughout the entire playground. All eyes were focused on Lu Chen alone. A gust of wind happened to blow by, the young man stood facing the wind, his black hair flying freely, his clothes rustling. Even under the gaze of the entire school, the young man remained calm and composed. Lu Chen's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even Li Wu and Yi Xiaohua's expressions turned serious. This was a trap they had set up, giving Yi Xiaohua the opportunity to confront Lu Chen head-on, shattering Lu Chen's martial arts ambitions. Not only could they vent their anger, but they could also obtain a spatial ring. It had evolved into a game of wits, and Lu Chen was no fool, he could surely see through it. Yet, instead of avoiding the battle, he took the initiative to confront it. Now Lu Chen became the challenger, and Yi Xiaohua was forced to face the challenge. This subtle shift in roles made Yi Xiaohua very uncomfortable, no longer able to control others at will. Yi Xiaohua's expression fluctuated, but soon he smiled. I have to admit, you are really bold, but who gave you the courage to challenge me? Who do you think you are? Since I was born, everyone has revolved around me, no one dares to contradict me. And who are you, not only stealing my things but also daring to disrespect me? Yi Xiaohua muttered to himself as he walked towards the arena. You are too ignorant, but given your courage, I accept this challenge. However, be prepared, since it's an official challenge, I won't hold back. Lu Chen remained calm, as requested. On the arena, we will determine superiority and even life and death. Good. I'm starting to like you a little. Yi Xiaohua laughed heartily, leaped up suddenly, and landed gracefully on the arena. Silence. The arena was filled with tens of thousands of people, yet it was as silent as death. Everyone's expressions were dumbfounded, especially those students who had mocked Lu Chen for not following the rules before. They stood with their mouths agape, unable to snap out of it. From the conversation between the two, it was clear that Yi Xiaohua and Lu Chen had a long-standing grudge, and all of this was a trap set by Yi Xiaohua to provoke Lu Chen. However, this was not what shocked them the most. The key was who Yi Xiaohua was. He was the grandson of the chairman of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, one of the top 10 figures in the entire province. These people didn't even have the qualification to speak to Yi Xiaohua, and they didn't dare to look him in the eye. So they couldn't understand how Lu Chen dared to confront Yi Xiaohua like this. Moreover, Yi Xiaohua not only had a prestigious status but his strength and talent were also unmatched. He was already a Four Realms warrior at a young age, and a gifted one at that. Even though Lu Chen was a genius in Anwu City, he was still not enough in the eyes of Yi Xiaohua. But thinking about Yi Xiaohua's words just now and his attitude when accepting Lu Chen's challenge, it indicated that Yi Xiaohua already saw Lu Chen as a true opponent. To be considered an opponent by such a strong individual, how powerful was Lu Chen really? Lu Chen's strength seemed to be far greater than what he had shown, which was something everyone couldn't accept for a long time. In the VIP seats, the principal shook his head like a drum. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's over." He wanted to go up and stop the two from fighting, but obviously, no one would listen to him. Whether it was a win or a loss in this battle, it was not a good thing for second high school. Beside the principal, a burly school teacher was excited and flushed. He was Cheng Tianqua, Lu Chen's martial arts teacher. He was both happy and nervous. He was delighted that Lu Chen's strength had improved so rapidly that he had knocked out the Three Realms referee with just one move. This was definitely not something a Three Realms warrior could achieve. However, Lu Chen was facing an opponent like Yi Xiaohua. Even with the strength of a Four Realms warrior, his chances of winning were slim. Moreover, it seemed like the two had some kind of grudge. Watching Lu Chen and Yi Xiaohua confronting each other on the stage, Cheng Tianqua really wanted to shout out to cheer for Lu Chen. But he was worried about being targeted by the military, so he took a deep breath to steady his excitement. In contrast to Cheng Tianqua's excitement, not far away, Li Jiaqing's face was flushed. He recalled the words Lu Chen had said to him in the classroom, "Teacher, don't worry, I have confidence in myself." At that time, he thought Lu Chen was young and arrogant after being praised. Now it seemed that Lu Chen was not conceited at all, but rather as humble as possible. The referee who had just been thrown away by Lu Chen, although not very talented, was one of the older teachers at the school. His strength was much higher than Li Jiaqing's, but he was easily attacked and killed by Lu Chen. Without the strength of the Four Realms, how could he make such an attack? Li Jiaqing's heart was in turmoil. Since Lu Chen became famous, he had basked in the glory and praise, with many people praising his teaching methods and saying he was a strict teacher who produced outstanding students. This led to the scene in the classroom where he advised Lu Chen to consider joining the military. He tried his best to show himself, to make it look like he was helping and guiding Lu Chen. But now, watching Zhang Hao being beaten half to death, seeing Lu Chen being mocked and threatened by the military, while he could only shrink in his seat and do nothing, made Li Jiaqing's face burn like fire. He reached up to touch his burning cheeks, unable to contain himself any longer. He struggled to get up from his seat, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted loudly, "Lu Chen, come on, teacher believes you can win." It seemed like he had used all his strength in that sentence, and after shouting, he sat back down heavily. Despite the puzzled looks from those around him, Li Jiaqing felt incredibly relieved at that moment. "Go, Lu Chen! Lu Chen, I support you." With a teacher leading the way, the students of Class 2, including some from other classes, also started shouting. If before they respected Lu Chen for his talent, now they were completely won over by his courage. Lu Chen was going against the military to save Zhang Hao. This kind of character was truly precious. After sending Zhang Hao to the school hospital, Leng Yu rushed over. Clenching her fists, with a determined look in her eyes, she stood in front of the stage with the students of Class 2, cheering for Lu Chen. On the stage, Lu Chen heard the cheers and shouts from the crowd, turned his head towards Class 2, and nodded slightly. "Seems like you're quite popular at school." Yi Xiaohua heard the students cheering below and teased with a smile. Then he waved his hand, and the staff below started moving towards the noisy students. "Quiet down, if you shout again, we'll have you arrested for disrupting order." Lu Chen remained calm, facing off against Yi Xiaohua on either side of the stage. Neither of them made a move, just observing each other, the atmosphere tense. "Lu Chen, do you know about gifted ones?" Yi Xiaohua twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. "In this world, there are rare individuals with extraordinary talents, and I am one of them." As soon as Yi Xiaohua finished speaking, a flame erupted from his body, enveloping him. Strangely, the blazing flames did not harm him at all, as if they were a part of his body. This is my ability, to control all the fires in the world, to scatter them like the heavens, gather them to boil the seas. Mortals die upon touch, being burned to ashes. You should consider yourself lucky. With a glint of red in his eyes, Yi Xiaohua extended his right hand, conjuring a basketball-sized spark of fire and threw it towards Lu Chen. Whoosh! The fireball whistled through the air, creating scorching heat waves that distorted the surrounding 3 feet of air. Quick, scatter! The students closer to the arena were startled as a fireball suddenly appeared, scorching their cheeks and causing them to retreat in panic. Some were slow to react, with sparks even igniting on their clothes, proving the fierceness of the flames. Is this a gifted one? My heavens, is this still a human? Conjuring such a large fireball out of thin air. No wonder they say gifted ones are terrifyingly strong. I now believe it completely. How can ordinary people defeat such a monster? Lu Chen is in trouble. I had hopes for him, but now it seems Yi Xiaohua has the upper hand. Yi Xiaohua's fireball opened many people's eyes, experiencing firsthand the terror of a gifted one. Facing this terrifying fireball, Lu Chen remained calm and unmoved. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen was petrified, he moved. Lu Chen assumed a boxing stance and fiercely struck the incoming fireball. Bang! With the boost of strength, visualization technique, and boxing intent. Under all these enhancements, Lu Chen's punch represented his maximum combat power at that moment. He didn't know the extent of his current vitality, but he knew one thing for sure, that fireball couldn't harm him. Whoosh! With one punch, the fireball shattered into pieces, like an exploding firework set off by Lu Chen's touch. However, the splattering sparks couldn't reach Lu Chen at all. It was as if there was a transparent protective shield on his fist, deflecting all the flying sparks. Indeed, even the elements released by a gifted one can be shattered with one punch. Lu Chen thought clearly. As long as his vitality was as strong as a river, with one punch, mountains would crumble and rivers would reroute. What's more for this small fireball? Lu Chen exhaled deeply and retracted his boxing stance. His towering figure, combined with the dazzling fireworks in the air, painted a magnificent picture. The schoolyard fell silent once again. Crack! Is this boxing intent? Li Wu crushed the teacup in his hand, his expression vivid, as if he had been punched hard in the stomach. The others' expressions were even more exaggerated, mouths agape, pupils shaking uncontrollably. The fireball was shattered with one punch? Oh my goodness, is this real? Am I dreaming? I thought Lu Chen was going to be burned alive, but I never expected. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The students were simply awestruck by the power of Lu Chen's punch. Meanwhile, some experienced martial artists in the audience understood the significance of this punch. Cheng Tianqua stood up, rubbed his eyes, patted the principal beside him, and exclaimed excitedly, "Did this kid just use boxing intent? It seems so. And it's the pinnacle of boxing intent, perfect to the extreme." The principal looked somewhat dazed. The turn of events had been too sudden. 18 years old, starting as a Four Realms warrior, and possessing perfect pinnacle boxing intent. The principal murmured to himself, even if he's a gifted one, Lu Chen's martial talent surpasses them all. On the arena, Lu Chen wore a disdainful smile on his face. He blew on his slightly warm fist and taunted, "Is this the flame you praise to the skies? Mortals die upon contact, truly formidable." "Shut up!" Yi Xiaohua on the opposite side was completely enraged by his words, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Although he was prepared for Lu Chen's strength, that last punch exceeded his expectations. In his understanding, even a grandmaster-level figure wouldn't dare to confront his flames head-on but would choose to evade their sharpness. Lu Chen, however, stood his ground and crushed his proud gifted attack head-on. "You indeed have the capital for arrogance. I have to admit, I underestimated you." Yi Xiaohua suppressed his anger, regained his composure, and retracted the red flames burning on his body. In the next moment, an orange flame, much hotter than before, billowed out. Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath, his red hair dancing with the flames as strange fiery runes appeared on his body, resembling a fire god. "There are not many who can make me go all out. You should consider yourself lucky," Yi Xiaohua said slowly, the strain of maintaining this state evident. As his words fell, Yi Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared from the spot. His flickering form, enveloped in flames, surged towards Lu Chen. As Yi Xiaohua approached, Lu Chen immediately felt the rise in temperature around him. The heat wave entered his lungs, making Lu Chen feel parched. Fortunately, due to practicing the stellar forge body technique, Lu Chen's body had been completely transformed by this technique. His qi, blood, tendons, and flesh had all become tougher than an average person's. Lu Chen held his breath, focusing as he drew the thousand-blade demon sword from his waist. Faced with Yi Xiaohua in this state, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. If it were the Lu Chen who had not yet ventured into the wilderness god forest, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Xiaohua. But after this period of baptism, Lu Chen's strength was improving every day, and he still had the trump card of spiritual talent. Bang! Lu Chen stomped fiercely on the ground and charged towards the fiery figure ahead. The cement ground cracked under his foot. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaohua, approaching with the flames, narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Lu Chen to dare to confront him. Humph, foolish. Yi Xiaohua snorted coldly, raising his hands as the orange flames on his body gathered towards them. Soon, 2 flame longswords formed in his hands. When 3 meters away from Lu Chen, Yi Xiaohua crossed his hands, raised the flame longswords high, and fiercely slashed forward. Clang! The collision of the flame-formed longswords emitted a buzzing sound like metal, creating a wave of flame sword energy towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's spiritual power spread out, already sensing Yi Xiaohua's next move. His figure abruptly stopped, dodging to the side, and the thousand-blade demon sword in his hand slashed horizontally towards the flame longsword. Bang! The thousand-blade demon sword clashed with the flame sword, producing a deafening roar. In the next moment, Yi Xiaohua hurled the 2 flame longswords towards Lu Chen. As the longswords approached Lu Chen, they exploded directly. Boom! The ground trembled, flames soared, lifting up dust and stones. The longswords instantly exploded into a several meters high fireball, blinding many with its light. Occasionally, fragments of exploded cement flew around. Lu Chen's figure was completely engulfed by this fireball. After waiting for a while, the dust and black smoke lingering on the arena slowly dissipated. The onlookers stood up one after another, looking towards the center of the explosion. However, Lu Chen's figure was nowhere to be found, only a deep pit where he had stood before the explosion. Let's see how you hide now. Yi Xiaohua stood in place, breathing heavily. The fiery patterns on his body kept flickering, and this move had depleted almost half of his stamina. Lu Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen, and the spectators below started discussing. This move is too terrifying, Lu Chen can't possibly withstand it. Could he have been directly blown to ashes? Talented individuals are too terrifying, like walking time bombs. It's impossible, Lu Chen can't be dead. At this moment, Lang Yu bit her lip tightly, trembling all over, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes, unable to accept this reality. This child, what a pity. The principal sighed, patting the dazed Cheng Tianque beside him, comforting, if he were alive, perhaps he could have become the first martial marquis in Anwu City. In stark contrast to the sorrow on this side, Li Wu in the VIP box was in a good mood. Seeing the outcome decided, the weight on his heart finally lifted. He watched Lu Chen being killed with his own eyes, feeling quite pleased. This plan was proposed by him, and if successfully executed, he would surely be rewarded. However, just when everyone thought Lu Chen was dead, a light voice drifted out from the pit blasted open on the arena. This attack was not bad, a bit more forceful. In the next moment, a figure leaped out of the pit and landed steadily on the arena. Lu Chen is still alive. Damn, he actually withstood it. Lu Chen's sudden appearance shattered the heavy atmosphere of Class 32 in the 3rd year, and everyone cheered. It seemed as if it was not Lu Chen standing on the stage, but themselves. Even the usually reserved Long Yaya looked up in surprise, watching the upright figure on the stage, feeling dazed. Lu Chen, who jumped out of the pit unscathed, except for his slightly messy hair, sensed the danger immediately when Yi Xiaohua controlled the exploding flame longsword. At the critical moment, he disintegrated the 1,000 blades of the magic sword, forming a blade wall in front of himself. It had to be admitted that Yi Xiaohua was truly strong, the strongest opponent he had encountered so far, forcing him to use his trump card for defense. You're unharmed, could it be that your talent lies in defense? Yi Xiaohua frowned, seemingly unable to believe his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. Yes, it must be, otherwise how could you withstand it? He had once used this move to directly kill a 4th-level monster, and even Yi Huizhang had praised this move, saying that below the 5th realm, there was no rival. As long as he didn't encounter a talent focused on defense, he could kill with one blow. With just this feeble flame, do you think you can harm me? Lu Chen adjusted his hair tousled by the aftermath, extended his finger towards Yi Xiaohua, and beckoned, show me all your moves. Fine. Very well. You forced me. Yi Xiaohua roared, his shirt instantly shattered. The next moment, all the orange flames on his body flowed into the air. As the flames on Yi Xiaohua's body surged into the air, the roiling flames seemed to come to life, twisting and transforming continuously. Gradually, these flames in the air condensed together, forming the shape of a fiery lion. Yi Xiaohua gasped heavily, clenching his fists together. The flickering flame runes on his body suddenly brightened. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yi Xiaohua's mouth, staining the ground in front of him red. Above the red-haired Yi Xiaohua, a lion the size of a truck, treading on clouds of fire, stared at Lu Chen with lantern-sized eyes. This is my strongest move, using up all my strength and the fire spirit condensed from my talent. As Yi Xiaohua spoke each word deliberately, the lion made of flames in the air became more real, roaring fiercely as if it had life. Finally, the fiery lion pounced fiercely from the air, landing on the ground, cracking the cement and spewing scorching magma from below. This awe-inspiring scene made everyone gasp in shock. Not far away, Lu Chen hadn't even been touched by the lion's claws yet, appearing unusually slender in the stark contrast. Li Wu furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, young master actually didn't hesitate to use up his essence to unleash this move. Is this kid really that tough? Let my fire spirit tear you to shreds. Yi Xiaohua grinned cruelly with blood-stained lips. As he finished speaking, the lion's eyes instantly emitted dazzling flames. Roar! The lion shook its fiery mane, enveloped in a sea of flames, and pounced towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression finally turned serious. The pressure from this fiery lion was much stronger than that of an ordinary fourth-level monster. He didn't want to confront the opponent's fire spirit head-on, attempting to retreat and dodging the lion's first attack. Trying to run? Yi Xiaohua watched Lu Chen retreat, feeling extremely pleased. You're good at fighting, right? Then don't run. Fire spirit, tear him apart. As the words fell, the fire lion that missed its first strike moved again, swiftly closing in on Lu Chen. In the blink of an eye, it stood upright like a human, its massive flame claw the size of a millstone reaching for Lu Chen. This claw carried scorching heat waves, making the nearby air searing hot. Whoosh! The colossal claw descended, obscuring the sky, moving at incredible speed. Lu Chen stood his ground, no longer retreating, firmly planted in a half-horse stance. As the claw swiped towards his head, he raised the long blade in his hands. Boom! The giant claw clashed with the magical blade, creating a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and earth. Layers of heat waves rippled out in all directions, knocking down many students who were watching the spectacle. Keep moving back, your position is too dangerous. The school staff hurried forward, signaling the students who had retreated more than 30 meters to continue moving back. Poof! Lu Chen grunted, forcefully blocking this terrifying blow, causing the concrete ground beneath his feet to crack from the powerful recoil. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Lu Chen's figure appeared before everyone. At that moment, Lu Chen stood with both hands holding the blade horizontally across his chest, with the flaming giant claw above his head. Get out of my way! Lu Chen gritted his teeth, mobilizing all his muscles, and with the force of combustion, he pushed the long blade out with all his might. This push unexpectedly staggered the lion-sized fire lion. The onlookers below the arena were shocked beyond measure by this scene. My goodness, is he even human? Why is Lu Chen stronger than the mythical beast? Their astonishment was not unwarranted. The visual impact of this moment was overwhelming. Lu Chen was only the size of the fire lion's claw. Yet, this slender figure, with sheer strength alone, forcibly moved the fire lion back several steps. Is this your strongest move? Lu Chen casually flicked the hot blade in his hand, standing proudly. He still exuded an elegant and unrestrained demeanor, smiling faintly. Next, it's my turn to perform. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure disappeared instantly from the spot, leaving only a deep pit at his feet. The fire spirit was proving to be somewhat troublesome, but there was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with it. As long as he dealt with Yi Xiaohua, the fire spirit would naturally disappear. It's impossible, you monster! Yi Xiaohua, seeing that the fire spirit couldn't handle Lu Chen, suddenly panicked. I haven't lost yet, die for me, go to hell! He saw Lu Chen bypassing the fire spirit and quickly conjured a fireball, hurling it towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen simply dodged it with a swift movement. Clang! A dazzling blade light slashed across the sky. With one swift strike, Yi Xiaohua was sent flying off the stage, blood splattering everywhere. His gathered fire spirit dissipated into the sky along with his master's severe injury. Did Lu Chen win? My goodness, this world has gone mad. Fists can now resist innate skills. Look, Lu Chen is approaching with the blade. Is he going to kill Yi Xiaohua? The crowd below the stage buzzed with discussions as the battle neared its end, and they gathered towards the arena. Meanwhile, Li Wu in the VIP seat had a grim expression, hastily getting up and rushing towards the stage. On the stage, Yi Xiaohua tumbled in the air before landing on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled to prop himself up, and stood back up. On his chest, a chest protector appeared, bearing a bloodstain. Lu Chen's fatal blow had been mostly deflected by this chest protector, otherwise, Yi Xiaohua would have been cut in half by now. TSK, you have quite a few treasures on you, truly a person of status and position. Lu Chen mocked, his face cold as he lifted the magical blade once again, reappearing in front of Yi Xiaohua. Clang! Another fierce strike was unleashed. Yi Xiaohua quickly dodged, the blade grazing his left shoulder. Snap! A hand appeared on the arena. I'll just kill you like this, consider yourself lucky. Lu Chen sneered, lifting his foot and ruthlessly kicking Yi Xiaohua in the chest. Bang! Yi Xiaohua grunted, dragging along the ground like a rag for over 10 meters. Seeing Yi Xiaohua had lost his ability to resist, Lu Chen sheathed the magic blade Shenron. He strode over to Yi Xiaohua, gripping his neck with his hand and lifting him up like a chick. You were so arrogant before, why are you now like a dead dog? Smack! Lu Chen slapped Yi Xiaohua's face, waking him from unconsciousness. How dare you? Slap my face? What about it? Smack! 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 Lu Chen swung his right hand round, fiercely slapping Yi Xiaohua's face. In no time, Yi Xiaohua's face swelled like a pig's head, his eyes squinted from the pressure. Yi Xiaohua, who had been pampered since childhood, had never experienced such humiliation before, feeling a mix of sorrow and anger, then passing out from rage. Smack! Several teeth shattered and flew out. With a firm grip from Lu Chen, Yi Xiaohua was slapped awake again. This time, Yi Xiaohua dared not speak, his eyes already dull and numb. Seeing Yi Xiaohua in this state, Lu Chen's anger slightly subsided. You made my brother half dead, now you taste the same. Everyone watched in slight shock at the severity of the beating. Kid, stop it. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto the stage, standing next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the newcomer, Li Wu, and said with a smile, "Oh, isn't this Li Dog? What are you doing here? You?" Li Wu was infuriated by Lu Chen's insult. Despite being Yi Xiaohua's bodyguard and servant, he possessed the strength of a sixth realm warrior. In the small town of Anwu, no one could match him. Now being insulted by a junior, he couldn't bear it, cursing under his breath and reaching out to grab Lu Chen. Young master, I'm here to save you. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's miserable state up close, Li Wu's expression darkened. Although Lu Chen's strength was greater than Yi Xiaohua's, Li Wu had orchestrated everything. If Yi Xiaohua was injured, he would be implicated. If Yi Xiaohua was killed by Lu Chen on the stage, he might as well die too. Li Wu grew more anxious, trying to control Lu Chen and rescue Yi Xiaohua. However, as his hand was about to touch Lu Chen placed the blade of the magic blade Shenron on Yi Xiaohua's neck. Kneel, or your master will become a headless corpse. How dare you? Li Wu's pupils constricted, not daring to take the risk, retracting his hand. Kid, I advise you to think clearly. You've beaten my young master enough, there's no need to escalate things. Going against President Yi will not end well for you. Oh, Lu Chen smiled slightly. I told you to kneel and speak, didn't you hear me? Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen gently pushed the magic blade Shenron forward, leaving a blood mark between Yi Xiaohua's neck. Stop, I'll kneel. Li Wu frowned. Without hesitation, he knelt down towards Lu Chen. Very good, if you choose to be a dog, you must be prepared to act like one. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Before the fight began, your young master proposed a life and death battle. If I had lost, do you think he would spare me? Li Wu sighed, lowering his head. No. Exactly, Lu Chen said with a smile, I'm just following the rules. Any problem with that? Li Wu panicked, quickly saying, Lu Chen, calm down first. I'll call President Yi and let him talk to you in person. With that, he took out his phone and dialed Yi Hongyun's number. Lu Chen's heart stirred. He had been conflicted about killing Yi Xiaohua all alone. If he did, he would become Yi Hongyun's enemy, likely causing trouble for himself or even being eliminated directly. With Lu Chen's current strength, he was already at his limit against warriors, and if he encountered a grandmaster, he would definitely not be a match. Even if he managed to escape by a stroke of luck, his family might still encounter unforeseen dangers. But letting him live seemed too much of a bargain for this scoundrel. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to negotiate with Yi Hongyun to see if he could exchange something for Yi Xiaohua's life. The phone is for you. President Yi wants to talk to you in person. Li Wu threw the phone over, which Lu Chen caught. Hello, is this Lu Chen? A voice filled with age and authority came from the other end of the phone. It's me, President Yi. I've heard of you, Lu Chen said calmly, his tone light. Your son and I had a life and death battle, and now he's lost to me. You know about this, right? Li Wu has already told me the whole story. It's all because of my unruly son causing trouble. I apologize for that. Yi Hongyun's voice was full of vigor, completely devoid of the panic Lu Chen expected. President Yi, with your status, how can a humble person like me accept your apology? You're joking. When you visited me before, I was busy with work and couldn't show proper hospitality. I have prepared a gift for you. I wonder if you'd like it. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at these words. Finally, this old fox was getting to the point. I don't value material possessions much. Thank you for your trouble, President Yi. Yi Hongyun's hearty laughter came from the phone. It's no trouble. It's just returning what rightfully belongs to you. I will have it sent directly to your home. If outsiders were present, they would probably think these two were close friends. Returning what rightfully belongs? Lu Chen understood, the old man was probably talking about the spatial ring. He maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, seemingly unconcerned about his son. In reality, he was investing heavily. It seemed that Yi Xiaohua held a high position in his heart. However, Yi Hongyun's last words about delivering it to his home made Lu Chen feel a sense of danger. Before he could respond, the voice came from the phone again. Young friend, rest assured, I will discipline him properly in the future, and he won't cause trouble again. Let's consider this matter settled, shall we? This statement was a way of telling Lu Chen that he would watch over Yi Xiaohua and not interfere in their affairs, reassuring Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was about to agree, Yi Xiaohua, who had been motionless like a dead dog, suddenly moved. At this moment, Yi Xiaohua had lost most of his teeth, and blood kept flowing from his mouth. Dad, don't give him that ring. I can't bear this humiliation. You have to help me. His words were muffled and unclear. Let him kill me. I don't believe he dares to do it. Lu Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, and he slapped Yi Xiaohua twice, knocking out the few remaining teeth he had. This time, the just awakened Yi Xiaohua fainted again. President Yi, I just killed 2 flies. Let's continue, Lu Chen said. This move not only dumbfounded Li Wu kneeling beside him but also left Yi Hongyun on the other end of the phone stunned for a while. The principal and teachers in the audience seats, seeing Lu Chen take the phone from Li Wu, also stopped what they were doing, speculating in their hearts. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there wouldn't be any casualties today, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain to Yi Hongyun. He knew a bit about Yi Hongyun, a cunning and powerful figure, a grandmaster, who doted on his only son. If Yi Xiaohua died here, he didn't know how many people would follow him to the grave. With the sound of Lu Chen's slaps, the field fell silent once again. After a while, Yi Hongyun's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Lu, my young friend, let's consider this matter settled. The gift will be delivered to your school soon, and considering your completion of the task during the monster riot, the military will welcome you with open arms at any time. Okay. Lu Chen nodded lightly and then threw the phone directly to Li Wu. Alright, take your young master and get lost, he said before kicking Yi Xiaohua out, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing Yi Xiaohua safe and Lan Chen no longer having any support, Li Wu squinted his eyes and clenched his fists unnaturally. It was definitely a good opportunity to kill Lan Chen. Killing him would avenge Yi Xiaohua, and he could also redeem himself. However, when he looked at Lan Chen, he saw him looking back with a playful smile. Li Wu felt uneasy. Did he still have some hidden cards up his sleeve? Li Wu hesitated for a moment, feeling that the young man had countless secrets, and even his status as a 6th-level warrior couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. After much thought, Li Wu ultimately let go of his killing intent and decided to take Yi Xiaohua back for treatment before planning his next move. Young master, are you alright, young master? Li Wu hurried over, embracing Yi Xiaohua. With his shaking, Yi Xiaohua slowly opened his eyes. Li Wu was overjoyed and quickly took out a prepared pill, placing it in Yi Xiaohua's mouth. Yi Xiaohua was bleeding from 7 orifices, struggling to swallow the pill, but his complexion immediately improved. Lan Chen shook his head as he casually took out a high-grade pill, something an ordinary person couldn't afford even if they bankrupted themselves. Cough. Yi Xiaohua coughed up 2 lumps of black blood, his lifeless eyes glancing at Lan Chen before shrinking back in fear. Then he stared at Li Wu and angrily rebuked in a low voice, "You dog slave, your brilliant idea got my arm severed." Humiliated in front of so many people, Li Wu's face turned red, but he still picked up Yi Xiaohua and his severed limb, carrying him away. Li Wu cast a complex look back at Lan Chen before leaving with Yi Xiaohua. The crowd erupted in chatter. Today was truly eye-opening. I feel like I'm dreaming. Is this the genius of our Anwu city? Even if placed in the province, he would still be outstanding. Such a talented individual, yet unable to defeat Lan Chen. Truly my idol. Lan Chen! Lan Chen! Cheers erupted again from the audience, but Lan Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. He wondered about Zhang Hao's condition. He didn't have the high-grade pill Yi Xiaohua had just taken. Amidst the crowd's attention, Lan Chen jumped down from the stage. Seeing Leng Yeye standing nearby, Lan Chen quickly asked, "How is Zhang Hao? Didn't I ask you to take care of him?" Leng Yeye was slightly taken aback and said somewhat aggrievedly, "I took him to the school hospital. Their medical technology is top-notch in our city, so you don't need to worry. And the nurse wouldn't let me stay there, saying they needed to perform some stitching surgery, so I came to watch your match. Sorry, I was too impulsive just now." Lan Chen apologized slightly. "Thank you, I want to go see him. Do you want to come along?" "Sure, I'll take you there." The two pushed through the crowd, leaving the field and heading towards the school hospital. After everyone involved had left, leaving only the audience and students preparing to challenge the stage, they looked at each other. The principal then stepped forward and announced loudly, "Students, today's assessment is temporarily suspended. We will inform you of the new schedule later. Everyone can go back now." Upon hearing the principal's words, everyone gradually dispersed. Some students who had passed the assessment were disappointed, but witnessing the battle between Lan Chen and Yi Xiaohua had lifted their spirits. The fight between the two was truly spectacular, showing them the terror of the talented. Although Yi Xiaohua lost to Lan Chen, it wasn't because he was weak, but because Lan Chen was too strong. Lan Chen followed Lang Yeye to the emergency room of the school hospital, only to see Zhang Hao lying on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, several colorful 4 bags hanging above the bed. "Has Lu Chen come?" Zhang Hao's eyes were covered with gauze, unable to see clearly, and he asked subconsciously when he heard someone come in. Lu Chen, seeing how seriously injured Zhang Hao was, felt a pang in his heart. He quickly approached, holding Zhang Hao's hand. "It's me, Haozi, rest assured and recover. I have avenged you." After comforting Zhang Hao, Lu Chen went to find a nurse to inquire about the situation. The nurse informed Lu Chen that Zhang Hao's injuries were severe, with multiple fractures and internal bleeding. Even if he recovered, it would likely affect his future martial arts career, and his vitality would also decrease significantly. Moreover, there would be scars on his face, affecting his appearance. After hearing this, Lu Chen felt uneasy. After a brief thought, he came up with an idea. If he remembered correctly, there was a type of primary elixir called the body recovery elixir, which, when taken, could stop bleeding, disperse stasis, calm the mind, and nourish the body. It also accelerated wound healing and reduced scar formation. If this elixir was used for synthesis, it should produce an advanced elixir with extraordinary effects in this regard. Without hesitation, Lu Chen called for Lang Yeye and handed her 10,000 yuan. "Help me buy 8 body recovery elixirs. They will be very helpful for Zhang Hao's injuries." Lang Yeye did not know that Lu Chen intended to use them for synthesis, and was somewhat surprised by the quantity he requested. However, thinking that it was normal to have more of this healing elixir on hand, she agreed. In no time, Lang Yeye handed Lu Chen a porcelain bottle containing 8 body recovery elixirs. After thanking her, Lu Chen found an empty hospital room and began the elixir synthesis. Body recovery elixir can invigorate the body's qi and blood, stop bleeding and pain, and slightly fade scars when taken. Main ingredients: blue dragon ginseng, snow lotus, coagulating grass, vitality fruit, jade skin flower, etc. Body recovery elixir *2, synthesis requires 10 colorless crystal blocks. It's quite expensive, but for the sake of my brother, these crystal blocks are nothing. Lu Chen chose to proceed with the synthesis directly. A small amount of energy was instantly drained, and the synthesis column began its work. In no time, the mist in the synthesis column dissipated, revealing a brand new elixir. Synthesis complete, obtained bone restoration elixir. Bone restoration elixir, intermediate elixir, can repair damaged limbs, strengthen bones. Ingredients: 100-year ink dragon bone, 1000-year blood emperor ginseng, etc. Continue. Lu Chen did not hesitate and continued to synthesize the body recovery elixir into the bone restoration elixir. After becoming an official martial artist, the synthesis column automatically upgraded. From being able to synthesize a maximum of 3 times, it now could synthesize 4 times, providing an additional opportunity for synthesis. However, as the 4th synthesis required too many colorless crystal blocks, and many items had already critically hit during the 3rd synthesis, he could not continue the synthesis. Just like the star record forging body technique, after a critical hit in synthesis, it was equivalent to synthesizing 4 times, requiring an increase in one's strength to continue. In no time, Lu Chen consumed 40 colorless crystal blocks and obtained 4 bone restoration elixirs. "Give me a break, synthesis column. It's been a while since the last critical hit." Lu Chen complained helplessly. In theory, the critical hit rate was 10%, which was already quite high, but there had been no critical hits in the recent syntheses. Bone restoration elixir *4, synthesis requires 40 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesize. Lu Chen tried to input all 4 bone restoration elixirs at once. This time, the energy extraction was very noticeable, feeling like weakness after rewarding oneself. The synthesis column quickly started working. After the synthesis column upgrade, it can now input all items to be synthesized at once, which is indeed much more convenient. Synthesis complete, obtained marrow restoration elixir *2. Marrow restoration elixir, advanced elixir, when taken, can restore most injuries without leaving scars, and can regenerate and complete the body. Ingredients: 1000-year dragon scale fruit, 1000-year jade marrow mushroom, 1,000-year rainbow skirt grass, etc. The effect of this marrow restoration elixir is truly domineering. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With Zhang Hao's current injuries, taking a revitalizing marrow pill should help him recover almost completely. Lu Chen was about to stop, but then he thought again and added the revitalizing marrow pill to the synthesis column. Just healing Zhang Hao's injuries wouldn't make up for Lu Chen's debt to him, so Lu Chen decided to try synthesizing again. Maybe he could create a pill that could enhance strength, so Zhang Hao, who had failed the military assessment, might be able to enter the Martial University. Revitalizing marrow pill *2, synthesis requires 30 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesize. As Lu Chen's voice fell, a golden light burst out from the synthesis column. Fortunately, only Lu Chen could see the scene inside the synthesis column, otherwise, it might have been exposed. Congratulations! Critical synthesis will proceed to a higher level synthesis. 10% chance, synthesis completed, obtain the Heaven Restoring Pill. Heaven Restoring Pill, top-grade pill, after consumption, can significantly enhance internal energy and blood, heal all injuries, restore any defects, and complete the body. Ingredients: 10,000 years 9 curve spirit ginseng, sky blue flower, gold spirit seed, ice spirit fruit, etc. Top-grade pill? Lu Chen was slightly surprised, then showed a pleased expression. With this pill, Zhang Hao's dream of entering the Martial University might come true. Just as Lu Chen was leaving the room, preparing to feed Zhang Hao the Heaven Restoring Pill, a beautiful girl in military uniform walked towards them from the end of the corridor. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, and Cold Moon Yu's expression also turned serious. It was likely that trouble was coming with someone from the military. "Are you Lu Chen?" The girl's voice was crisp. She looked like she was under 20, but had a mature figure and charming face that didn't match her age. Seeing Lu Chen nod, the girl handed him a delicate box. "This is the gift promised to you." The girl emphasized the word gift. Lu Chen nodded, took it, and thought that the old man was indeed keeping his promise. Exchanging Yi Shaohua's life for a spatial ring was a surefire business. Once this ring was auctioned, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price of over $1 billion. "Is there anything else?" Lu Chen saw the girl still standing there, seemingly not intending to leave. "Let me introduce myself," the girl smiled and said, "I'm Xu Xingyao. I didn't expect to find someone in the small Anwu city who could defeat my cousin. I look forward to meeting you again." Lu Chen said indifferently, "I'm not looking forward to it. It's best if we never meet again. If you can stand out in the genius training camp, we will definitely meet again," Xu Xingyao said before leaving with interest after glancing at Lu Chen. Lu Chen shrugged, ignoring the inexplicable woman, and walked into Zhang Hao's ward. "Haizi, someone sent a pill for you to treat your injuries. Try taking it." Lu Chen took out the Heaven Restoring Pill and placed it near Zhang Hao's mouth. Without suspicion, Zhang Hao stretched his neck and swallowed the pill in one gulp. "Oh, wow!" The next moment, Zhang Hao let out a comfortable groan. All the needles in his hand flew out, and the needle marks on his hand instantly healed. Zhang Hao was rolling around on the bed, scratching at his wounds. "It's so itchy, incredibly itchy." Zhang Hao's cries attracted a nurse. Seeing Zhang Hao writhing, she thought something was wrong and hurriedly called for a doctor. "Lu Chen, this pill is amazing. My wounds don't hurt at all," Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, where are my wounds? My wounds are gone, and I feel like I have endless strength in my body. Even my missing teeth have grown back. What kind of miraculous medicine is this?" With the help of the Heaven Restoring Pill, Zhang Hao almost fully recovered in a short time. All external injuries disappeared, not even leaving a scar. "Lu Chen, let's go have a drink." Zhang Hao tried to sit up but was immediately held down by the arriving doctor. "You're seriously injured, don't get up." The doctor's expression was solemn, his tone very serious. "No, my injuries are all healed, right?" Zhang Hao explained while unwrapping the bandage, revealing the new fair skin underneath. "What is this?" The doctor looked puzzled, checking for himself. After the examination, Zhang Hao's injuries had indeed healed, and his energy had become robust. "Doctor, can I leave now?" Zhang Hao asked cautiously. "No." The doctor shook his head, "We need to take responsibility for you. Although we don't know what medicine you took to recover so quickly, you must stay in the hospital for a day. During this time, we will observe your condition. If there is no relapse, we will let you go." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao became anxious. "How can this be? I still have to go drink with Lu Chen." "Drink?" The doctor immediately interrupted Zhang Hao. "Forget about drinking, we've given you medicine, you can't drink for 7 days." "Zhang Hao." Lu Chen smiled and comforted, "Hauzi, it's fine to postpone our gathering for a few days. I'm leaving for the genius training camp the day after tomorrow, but when I come back, we'll get together." "Okay, Lu Chen, do your best at the training camp. I will also train hard and strive to enter the same university as you, the Martial University. Alright. Lu Chen nodded, looking at the spirited Zhang Hao, feeling uplifted himself. This was Lu Chen's first time refining a top-grade elixir. Having taken many high-level elixirs before, he naturally understood the dominance of elixirs rated as high-grade in the synthesis column. If everything went smoothly, after Zhang Hao absorbed all the medicinal power in his body, he should be able to step into the threshold of the Martial University. Perhaps aiming for a prestigious university was out of reach, but getting into an ordinary Martial University was more than achievable. After bidding farewell to Lang Yu and Zhang Hao, Lu Chen walked alone on the campus pathway. The pathway was lined with ginkgo trees, their fan-shaped leaves casting a golden layer on the green bricks. The wonderful high school life has come to a complete end here. Lu Chen sighed with his hands in his pockets. Soon, students noticed Lu Chen's presence. In no time, a large group of people followed behind Lu Chen, making a commotion. "Senior Lu, you are our idol." "Lu Chen, well done." Lu Chen quickened his pace, realizing he had underestimated his influence. Being an 18-year-old who had obtained the second-level martial artist certification through the Martial Association and possessed the strength to defeat a Four Realms warrior, Lu Chen was a legendary figure in Anwu City and even the entire Chuandong province. These young students, full of vigor, already considered Lu Chen as an inspirational figure and a goal to strive for. Even if Lu Chen left the second high school and entered the Martial University, his legend would continue to circulate in the second high school. The principal of the school even planned to build a wall dedicated to hanging Lu Chen's photos and career achievements. With Lu Chen as a living example, the second high school's enrollment rate in Anwu City would always remain at the top. Amidst the crowd, Lu Chen wasted a lot of time. By the time he walked out of the school gate, dusk was approaching. Suddenly, a burly man ran out from the campus, calling out to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, wait a moment." Lu Chen turned around and saw the teacher Cheng Tianqua who had previously given him a spot in the genius training camp. "Teacher Cheng, is there something wrong? The genius training camp is starting in 3 days, are you ready?" Lu Chen nodded. "Don't worry, Teacher Cheng, I won't let you down." Cheng Tianqua smiled with relief. "I trust your abilities. I didn't expect that in just a month, your strength has improved to this extent." After speaking, Cheng Tianqua patted Lu Chen's shoulder. "After this genius training camp, there will be rankings among the students. If you can rank high, there will be rewards to strive for. Well, then I'll aim for the first place." "You, kid, still so confident." Cheng Tianqua shook his head helplessly. "The genius training camp you are about to attend has gathered geniuses from the entire Chuandong province, including many talented individuals like Yi Xiaohua. You need to be careful. Originally, Yi Xiaohua was supposed to participate as well, but with the way you beat him, he probably won't be able to get out of bed for a while." Lu Chen became interested. "Are there many more talented individuals? I thought there were very few of them." "It's true that they are rare, but among the top geniuses, there are still quite a few talented individuals. After all, it's not easy for an ordinary person to be called a genius," Cheng Tianqua said, glancing subconsciously at Lu Chen's fist. He scratched his head, unable to understand how those fair hands of his could disperse such terrifying flames head-on. After chatting with Cheng Tianqua for a while, Lu Chen took a taxi back home. With 3 days left before the genius training camp, he decided to further enhance his strength. During this time, Qin Zi called to inform Lu Chen about the production and sale of the elixirs. Although the elixirs had only been on sale for a few days, the market feedback was very positive, and it was estimated that Lu Chen would receive his first dividends soon. From Qin Zi's voice, Lu Chen could tell that the elixirs were likely to sell well. This reassured him a lot, knowing that the elixirs could be a continuous source of income as long as he pursued this path. To show his gratitude to Lu Chen, Qin Zi specially sent over many elixirs and precious specialties. Bang! 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 "Brother, wake up!" Lu Lui's voice came from outside the bedroom. Lu Chen, sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath. A visible white column of air shot like an arrow to the wall opposite, causing the anime posters hanging there to flutter. "Coming!" Lu Chen stood up, opened the door, and saw Lu Lui standing there, munching on a big bun. "Bro, why do I feel like you've grown taller again?" Lu Lui said puzzledly, extending her hand to measure the height difference between her head and Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Is it possible that you've shrunk?" Then he walked towards the living room, grabbed a bun, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Bro, could you please brush your teeth before eating next time?" Lu Lui caught up, looking disgusted. "If I'm going to eat, what's the point of brushing my teeth? Isn't it better to brush after eating? Besides, at my level, even without brushing, my mouth still smells good. Don't believe me? Smell it." With that, he leaned towards Lu Lui and exhaled. Shameless, I think you're just lazy. Lu Lui quickly dodged, looking disgusted. You can boast all you want, but what does brushing your teeth have to do with your martial arts realm? However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Lui was stunned. She seemed to have never known Lu Chen's true realm. She had already heard from Senior Ling Yue that Lu Chen defeated Yi Xiaohua. As someone close to Lu Chen, Lu Lui could only feel that Lu Chen was constantly getting stronger. It was as if he had gained a bit more strength after a nap. Now, Lu Chen seemed more terrifying to her than those martial arts teachers in junior high who were at the third or fourth realm. Just as Lu Lui was about to ask about Lu Chen's realm, the door was pushed open. Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru walked in, carrying a bag full of ingredients. Despite the abundance of items, it was only enough for Lu Chen's daily meals. Xiao Jing is going to the training camp tomorrow, so your mom and I bought some monster meat for you. It's said that eating this can enhance your vitality. Lu Haitao cheerfully carried the bag into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Since Lu Chen's return, Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru had taken time off to take care of their children at home. Mom and Dad, feel free to take a few elixirs from the box when you have time. They can help strengthen your body with minimal side effects, Lu Chen said. I know, your mom and I both took it. Lu Haitao washed his hands, poured himself a glass of water. That elixir is really good. After taking it, I don't even feel out of breath when climbing stairs, and your mom's white hair has reduced a lot. But, Lu Haitao furrowed his brows and asked, since this elixir works so well, it must be expensive, right? Lu Haitao said with some concern, these must have cost quite a bit. I thought of leaving them for you and Lei to take. You two are in the stage of growing up. How can us adults snatch things to eat from you? Lu Chen stood up, patted Lu Haitao on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Dad, don't worry. Now that our family has money, how can we not afford elixirs? I have already prepared Lei's elixir for her. As for those elixirs in the box, they were given to us by a friend, specifically for middle-aged people like you. Young people like us won't benefit much from taking them. Lu Chen spoke the truth. These elixirs were all sent by Qin Zi. All of them were intermediate elixirs. I see, there have indeed been quite a few gifts lately. Lu Haitao nodded, not asking further. Ever since Lu Chen became famous in Anwu City, their home received gifts almost every day, but there weren't many valuable ones like elixirs. Feng Qinru also came out of the kitchen, sat next to Lu Haitao, and said, Xiao Jing, how many days will this training camp last? Do you want Mom to accompany you? No need. Lu Chen quickly refused. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Why would I need an adult to accompany me when going out? I've gone out to play before and came back just fine. By the way, Mom and Dad, after I leave, you won't have to cook so hard every day. You can take the time to look at houses. Look at houses? Why do we need to look at houses? Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru were puzzled, not understanding what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen smiled and said, just as it sounds, look at the literal meaning. Look at all these gift boxes piled up at our door, it's getting crowded to even walk. And Lai and I are growing up, needing more space. This small house is no longer enough for our needs. It's best for us to switch to a bigger house with a martial arts practice room. It will be much more convenient, we can even practice martial arts moves at home. Hearing this, Lu Haitao furrowed his brows, nodded, and said, Xiao Jing makes sense, our current house is indeed a bit small. When you two were young, 3 rooms were completely enough. Now that you've grown up and have more things, there isn't even a place to store miscellaneous items. The house Lu Chen's family currently lives in is around 80 square meters, with 3 small bedrooms, and a tiny living room that becomes cramped after placing a sofa, taking up more than half of the space. Then let's switch to a bigger house? Lu Haitao looked at Feng Qinru for confirmation. Feng Qinru nodded, with the 1 million prize from the former president of the Martial Arts Association, plus our accumulated salaries over the years, paying a down payment shouldn't be a problem. The main issue will be the monthly repayments being a bit tight. Lu Haitao nonchalantly said, I'll figure out the repayments, just work a few more hours. After taking my son's elixir, I feel like I'd become 10 years younger. Even if I work 12 hours a day, I don't feel tired. That's the only way. Our leader is planning to give me a raise soon, so the repayment shouldn't be a big issue. Feng Qinru nodded. Lu Chen watched his parents discuss and felt deeply moved. He took out a bank card, handed it to Lu Haitao, and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, there's still 1 million in here. It should be enough for the repayments for the next 2 years. By the time these 2 years pass, I'll earn back even more money. Xiao Jing, where did you get this 1 million from? Lu Haitao was startled as he looked at the bank card in his hand. Even Lei, who was quietly eating beside them, was almost choked. This is the reward I received for participating in the Genius Training Camp on behalf of the school. Take it, I still have plenty more on me, Lu Chen said casually. He is now worth tens of billions. Not to mention the secret silver being forged, just the space ring alone is a priceless treasure. However, he needs both of these things very much and cannot exchange them for cash. Xiaojing, your progress in strength is very fast, your parents know, but you must not do bad things, understand? Lu Haito said with great emphasis. Oh, you can rest assured, Lu Chen nodded helplessly. I don't steal or rob, everything is obtained by strength, feel free to use it, and I will give you more money in the future. After comforting his parents, Lu Chen prepared to freshen up. As he walked to the bathroom, he turned back and said, by the way, I want to see that kind of detached villa, don't worry about money, the bigger the house, the better. The next day, early morning, Lu Chen put his changed clothes and some necessities into the space ring. Last night, he studied for a long time. As long as he focused on the ring, he could enter a void space. The space was small, only 1 cubic meter, only able to hold some small things, not even the 1,000-blade magic sword could fit in. However, it also provided Lu Chen with a lot of convenience, like now, he didn't need a backpack to carry luggage, he just took the ring and hit the road. Walking out of the community gate, an SUV with Genius Training Camp Special Car written on it caught Lu Chen's eye. Many people stopped to watch, some even took out their phones to take pictures. Everyone knew what this car meant, only the top martial arts geniuses from all over could ride in this car. And the person this car was waiting for was naturally Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked to the car, a driver wearing white gloves got out of the car and opened the door for Lu Chen personally, providing very attentive service. Inside the car was only Lu Chen, and they rode in silence all the way. As the car slowly came to a stop, the driver got out and opened the door, respectfully saying, "Hello, we've arrived." Lu Chen nodded and got out of the car. This place was a military base in a certain location in Dongchuan province, with no one around for dozens of miles. Later, after the military personnel left, it was converted into the site of the Genius Training Camp. Following the directions of the signs, Lu Chen arrived at a high wall. The 8-meter-high wall was covered with electrified barbed wire, with soldiers in military uniforms standing guard at intervals. The security was very tight. If he hadn't known beforehand, Lu Chen would have thought this was a prison. Walking along the high wall for dozens of meters, he finally saw a heavy armored iron gate. Beside the iron gate, there were many new trainees of the training camp waiting in line for security checks, looking about the same age as Lu Chen. Most of these people wore a badge on their chest. Wow, are all these people martial artists? Lu Chen looked at the countless martial artist badges and couldn't help but sigh. Any one of the trainees queuing here, if placed in Anwu City Middle School, would be a rare genius in decades. Seeing Lu Chen walking over alone, these young men and women started discussing animatedly. Do you know this person? I don't know which city he's from, he doesn't even have a martial artist badge, he must have come in through connections. Yeah, I heard that many triple realm martial artists came this time, and some of them are even gifted individuals, it's too terrifying. Under Lu Chen's mental coverage, every word of these people's conversation fell into his ears without missing a beat. Lu Chen looked down at his chest, which was empty. His second realm martial artist badge arrived when he returned from the wilderness god forest, but he forgot to wear it at home. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to show off, the martial artist badge meant nothing to him. Ignoring the discussion of the young men and women, Lu Chen lazily walked to the end of the line and silently queued up. From what he had seen of these people so far, although they could be considered geniuses, they were not enough for Lu Chen. If these are all the opponents, it seems like it will be boring for a while. Meanwhile, inside the Feng family martial arts field in Dongchuan province, landlord Feng Jianya looked at the figure flashing in front of him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Almost done, it's time to report. As Feng Jianya spoke, the flashing figure suddenly stopped, revealing a blue-haired young man. The young man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep blue eyes. A gentle breeze brushed past him, reluctant to leave his side. He was the young master of the Feng family in Dongchuan province, Feng Xinglan. Dad, my wind walk is almost mastered. Feng Xinglan gasped, pointing to the testing device standing next to the martial arts field, showing a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Well done. When I was your age, I had just started learning wind walk. Feng Jianye nodded with a smile, took out a blood needle, pricked Feng Xinglan's finger, and put a drop of blood into the device in his hand. Drip. Blood energy value 49.98 Ka. My good son, it's not in vain that I spent so much money buying you top-grade elixirs. The standard blood energy for a triple realm warrior is 40 Ka, and you have exceeded it by nearly 10 Ka. Coupled with your speed advantage as a wind element talent, even an ordinary quadruple realm warrior. Feng Jianya shook his head, continuing, no, even an ordinary quadruple realm warrior is no match for you. Feng Xinglan was also excited, throwing several punches in the air, creating a burst of air explosions like thunder in a clear sky. Dad, with my current strength, is it an understatement to attend the genius training camp? Fong Jianya frowned and said impatiently, don't be too arrogant. There are plenty of geniuses with your level of strength. If you think it's easy, go win a championship and make me proud. Meanwhile, in a martial arts gym, a sturdy girl in a sweatshirt was practicing horse stance while several strong men with iron rods kept striking her. However, the girl not only did not cry out in pain but seemed to be enjoying it. Put more effort into it, have you guys not eaten? The girl frowned, discontented. The strong men beside her immediately increased their strength, and the iron rods, as thick as a bowl, struck the girl, emitting a buzzing sound like clashing weapons. The girl's flesh seemed as tough as steel, making the strong men's hands numb. Alright, let's stop here for today. I need to go out. The girl stood up, exhaling deeply. Then she rushed forward and elbowed a cement dummy. Bang! The cement dummy, as thick as a water bucket, shattered into pieces from the impact of the girl's strike, with debris flying like bullets. Good! At this moment, an elderly man with white facial hair walked in from outside, applauding and praising her. Master, why are you here? The girl quickly stood up straight, bowing respectfully. The old man stroked his white beard and smiled. Koxin, your bull strength technique has improved. You've reached the level of being invulnerable to swords and spears, but your agility still needs work. Thank you for your praise, master. I will continue to work hard. Yao Kursen's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Master, the genius training camp in the province has started, and I'm about to set off. The old man nodded. Go ahead, communicate and learn from the geniuses of your age, and hone your speed, which is your weakness. If possible, strive for the first place. Yes, master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yao Kursen said confidently, patting her chest vigorously, leaving the strong men beside her in awe. Upon hearing Yao Kursen's assurance, the old man did not seem pleased but instead furrowed his brow. Koxin, don't be careless. There are many formidable opponents this time, including the talented individual from the Feng family and the psychic talent from the military department. They both counter your brute force technique. Remember not to be reckless. Before the old man could finish speaking, Yao Kursen interrupted him in a coquettish manner. Master, aren't you just boosting others' morale at the expense of your own prestige? Even if I can't keep up with their speed, as long as I have strength left, they won't be able to hurt me. The old man sighed, said nothing more, patted the girl's head, and left. Inside the Martial Arts Association of Dongchuan Province, a young man stood in place, with two gleaming sharp blades swirling around him. Not far in front of him lurked a fierce tiger demon. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger demon opened its foul-smelling mouth and lunged at the young man. Yet the young man remained motionless, with his eyes closed tightly, only to suddenly open them. In the next moment, the blades swirling in the air pierced through the tiger demon's body like a storm. Soon, the tiger demon's body was riddled with wounds, falling to the ground lifeless. With a wave of his right hand, the two blades spun back into his hand. At that moment, a sliding sound came from behind the young man. He flicked his hand, and the blade flew out again. However, a voice of panic rang out. Cousin, it's me. The young man turned around to see a red-haired man wrapped in bandages sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed in. Cousin Heapengji, it's me, Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was startled by the blades swirling in the sky. He had no combat capability now and could be killed at any moment. What are you here for? Heapengji frowned, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Pretending not to notice Heapengji's impatience, Yi Xiaohua smiled and said, Cousin, there's a spot open in the genius training camp. Do you want to go? Genius training camp? Heapengji's eyes lit up at the mention. There was only one spot in the military department, originally intended for Yi Xiaohua, but since Yi Xiaohua was severely injured by Lu Ken, the spot became vacant. Yes, if you're interested, I'll give you the spot. Any conditions? Yi Xiaohua was slightly surprised by Heapengji's straightforwardness, then shook his head and said with a smile, What conditions can we brothers discuss? But if you're willing, you can help cousin teach someone a lesson. Sure, Heapengji nodded. Is it the person who injured you? Yes, his name is Lu Ken, and he's also in the training camp spot this time. Yi Xiaohua gritted his teeth at the mention of Lu Chen's name. Since being crippled by Lu Ken that day, his father Yi Honyun not only didn't help him but also scolded him. This puzzled Yi Xiaohua greatly, feeling very aggrieved. Fortunately, with timely treatment and countless high-level elixirs, most of the injuries had healed. However, even if the reattached arm recovered well, it could never regain its previous agility. Whenever a faint pain came from his arm, Yi Xiaohua trembled with anger. Putting aside his hatred, he looked at the blade in Heapengji's hand and said with a smile, Hurry up and change clothes, let's go, the registration has already started. Heapengji's strength was not much different from his, but the opponent's talent was even more rare, making him almost invincible. Even if Liu Ken could shatter his flames, he could never catch up with the speed of the blade. Okay. Heipengji nodded calmly and walked out of the monster training ground. Outside the training camp, Liu Ken was bored, resting with his eyes closed. He had been queuing for over 10 minutes, during which more and more students arrived. Including those who had entered before, there were nearly 500 people, far exceeding Liu Chen's expectations. However, the aura of about a dozen of them was comparable to Yi Xiaohua whom he had encountered before. Some even had a stronger aura than Yi Xiaohua. Interesting. Liu Ken suddenly became interested, not expecting to find so many talented young people of similar age and strength here. This is what a genius training camp should be. Without geniuses, it would be too dull. Finally, an hour later, everyone successfully passed the identity verification and entered the base. Everyone lined up, waiting for the next instructions. At that moment, a spirited female officer emerged from a nearby room, draped in a black leather trench coat and wearing a dark green military cap. Combined with her well-proportioned figure, she exuded a formal and alluring contrast of beauty. "Is everyone here?" The female officer spoke, her voice crisp, capturing everyone's attention. As she removed her cap, revealing a head of light blue hair, her tall stature exuded both masculine charisma and a soft femininity. "I won't introduce myself for now because more than half of you don't need to know who I am," the female officer continued, sparking discussions among the crowd who didn't understand her intentions. "Since there are too many participants in this genius training camp, I've decided to conduct a 2-day assessment to eliminate half of the candidates." After her announcement, the female officer glanced at the somewhat flustered students, a faint smile playing on her lips, seemingly enjoying the moment. Beside Liu Chen, 2 young men whispered, "I know this woman, her name is Dong Ningxue. She graduated from WODA a few years ago and became a military instructor. Don't be fooled by her beauty, she can be ruthless." Clearing her throat, Dong Ningxue continued, "Next, I will explain the assessment content, so listen carefully. First, this assessment is not mandatory. If any of you are afraid, you can leave directly and go home. The assessment will take place in the desolate god of wilderness forest, where many demonic beasts lurk. Some of you may have never seen a demonic beast before, so this is your chance to challenge yourselves. In addition to the survival test, there is an elimination rule." Dong Ningxue took out a wristwatch from her pocket and displayed it to the crowd. Each person starts with a certain number of points. After the assessment, only those with 2 or more points will pass. The watch will record your current points and ranking, allowing for free trading. It also includes communication and distress functions. If any student can't cope, they can press for help, and someone will assist them out. As she spoke, the crowd erupted into chaos, everyone casting wary and uneasy glances at those around them. The assessment rules were simple: survive while seizing points from others. By defeating one person, you could gather 2 points, but you had to protect your own points from being taken before the assessment ended. It seemed straightforward, but points were limited, and only 1/3 of the students could pass the assessment. When the crowd settled down, Dong Ningxue continued, "Furthermore, I've marked some advanced demonic beasts. You can see their locations on the watch. Killing them will also earn you points. As for the leaderboard, the top 3 will receive high-level elixirs as rewards. So, young men, strive to earn points." Liu Chen was quite satisfied with this assessment. Hunting demonic beasts was already a routine for him, and he could earn some colorless crystals in the process. The allure of elixir rewards was strong, as high-level elixirs could easily be synthesized into top-grade elixirs, greatly appealing to him. "Alright, before we depart, sign the life and death agreement." Dong Ningxue waved her hand lightly, and several personnel in military uniforms distributed stacks of papers. As soon as they heard about signing the life and death agreement, the expressions on everyone's faces changed instantly. They understood that this was not a drill but a real battle. "Look at you all being so timid," Dong Ningxue sneered. "I've said it before, those who are afraid can leave now. Don't wait until you're at death's door to regret it." Surprisingly, not a single person chose to withdraw. They all signed the life and death agreement. This caught Liu Chen off guard. It seemed that these so-called geniuses had a bit of arrogance in their hearts. After signing the agreement and receiving their wristwatches, everyone, guided by the staff, boarded the bus to the desolate god forest in batches. "Liu Chen, wait for me." Just as Liu Chen was about to board the bus, a familiar voice came from behind. Liu Chen turned around to see Yu Yueling running towards him with a flushed face. "Liu Chen, many people have formed teams for this assessment. Can I be with you?" she asked, looking at Liu Chen with her watery eyes. Liu Chen hesitated for a moment, about to refuse, but thinking of how Yu Yueling had helped him take care of Zhang Hao and was also a good friend of his sister, he nodded. "Sure, you can stay by my side." When Yu Yueling heard Liu Chen's agreement, she jumped with joy. "Great! Don't worry, I won't hold you back. After all, I am now an official warrior, she said proudly, showing off the warrior badge she had recently obtained. Their conversation attracted the attention of many people. While many formed teams with acquaintances to find suitable targets, Lu Chen and Yu Yueling seemed non-threatening. One had just obtained the warrior badge, while the other didn't even have one. Despite the unfriendly looks around them, Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing. These people thought they had found an easy target, unaware that Lu Chen had already set his sights on them. However, the most important task in the desolate god forest was to kill the demon beasts with point rewards. As for snatching points from other students, Lu Chen wasn't interested as it was inefficient. It was better to let them come to him. The buses sped along the highway, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at the nearest entrance to the desolate god forest. By the time all the students entered the forest, it was already noon. Lu Chen, aren't you afraid? Yu Yueling looked at the dense forest ahead, feeling nervous. This is my first time in the desolate god forest. I heard that even grandmasters could die in the mouths of demon beasts. It's not that exaggerated, Lu Chen shrugged. He noticed that not only Yu Yueling but most students were looking around anxiously, showing signs of fear. It seemed not everyone had the same experience as him, killing around in the desolate god forest before graduating from high school. Lu Chen reassured, don't worry, as long as we don't go too deep, there won't be any danger. He played with his wristwatch, waiting for Dong Qingxue to announce the coordinates of the point-rewarding demon beasts. Suddenly, shouts came from behind. Damn, who set this trap? That's so despicable. My leg is broken, you really mean it? Lu Chen turned to see not far ahead a deep pit where a young man with a long sword on his back was continuously throwing stones into it. Yu Yueling was startled. This guy must be one of the first to enter, digging traps on the essential path, so ruthless. Lu Chen didn't say anything and walked towards the trap with Yu Yueling. However, it had to be admitted that the young man with the sword on his back was very effective. In a short time, he had accumulated 5 points by using traps. For these students entering the desolate god forest for the first time, they couldn't imagine that traps were laid on the ground. Hurry up and trade your points with me, or next time, it won't be your leg I smash. The young man with the sword on his back stood with his hands on his hips, playing with a stone in one hand, his narrow eyes looking extremely sinister. After the person in the trap transferred the points, instead of stopping, he continued to throw the stone in his hand. Oh, you are so untrustworthy. Just wait, I've already called for help. You dare to call for help? Watch me smash you to death. The boy grumbled as he searched for stones on the ground. Oh, isn't that person Wu Yi from our Ninghui city? Indeed, he's notorious at school for being ruthless, and the worst part is, he's powerful too, always bullying the weak. This is bad luck. Let's take a detour. He's a second-realm martial artist. We can't afford to provoke him. Obviously, Wu Yi was quite famous locally, as many new students chose to avoid him when they saw him. Just as Wu Yi was busy looking for stones, he suddenly noticed 2 people approaching in front of him. Oh, here come 2 more seeking death. Wu Yi sneered coldly, drew the long sword on his back, and charged straight at Lung Ye. What a lunatic! Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, a cruel smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Wu Yi, who had not taken Lu Chen seriously, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Lu Chen's aura made him shudder. Wu Yi abruptly stopped his charge, looking warily at Lu Chen beside him. Damn, who is this guy? Why is his aura so terrifying? I don't remember anyone like him in this training camp. Wu Yi muttered to himself, swallowing hard. Lu Chen had initially intended to disable Wu Yi directly, but seeing him halt his attack, he calmly extended his hand and said, transfer your points to me, and I can let you be eliminated with dignity. You? Wu Yi was infuriated by Lu Chen's indifferent attitude, his eyes quickly turning fierce again. Who do you think you are? Just now you actually scared me. Do you think you're that monster from the Windstar Lawn? With that, Wu Yi raised his sword again, gritting his teeth, and charged at Lu Chen. Clang! The sharp sound of swords clashing filled the air as Wu Yi reached Lu Chen, raising his sword to strike with a cunning angle. The gleaming sword tip aimed straight for Lu Chen's face. However, Lu Chen stood still, making no move. Wu Yi's face twisted into a more sinister expression, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Since the training camp had no rules against killing, it seemed to tacitly allow it. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen swiftly shifted his body at an invisible speed, evading the fatal blow. Then, with a kick, Wu Yi's figure was sent flying backward, spitting blood. In the air, Wu Yi's eyes were filled with a sea of blood. He was puzzled. How did Lu Chen do it? Thud! Wu Yi crashed heavily to the ground, scattering a large pile of fallen leaves. As Lu Chen slowly approached Wu Yi with a menacing look, a student who had been tormented by Wu Yi finally crawled out of a nearby trap. Just as he emerged, he saw a young man stepping out from the shadows of the trees. One hand adjusting his collar, the other seemingly dragging something heavy. Rustle. As the young man moved forward, a body covered in blood and mud was dragged out by him. After removing the opponent's wristwatch, he casually tossed it aside. Thud. Wooey was thrown to the side, revealing his face already in a state of unconsciousness. The student who had been tormented by Wooey immediately recognized him and stuttered, "This is..." What happened? It took only half a minute to climb out of the trap, and Wooey, who had just been arrogant, now looked like this. He stood frozen in place, staring at the clean and harmless-looking young man, momentarily stunned. "Let's go, with this guy's points, we can act freely from now on." As Lu Chen and Lang Ye gradually moved away, the young man finally came to his senses. Looking at the lifeless Wooey beside him, he instinctively took 2 steps back, quietly waiting for rescue to arrive. Meanwhile, inside the military camp at the entrance to the Wilderness God Forest, "Captain Dong, come take a look at this student." The staff member monitoring the screens called out to Dong Ningxue. "What's going on?" Dong Ningxue furrowed her beautiful brows, glanced at the screen in front of the staff member, and asked in confusion. "Winter Commander, we have received a distress signal, stating that someone named Wooey has set up traps to hunt down other students." "Traps?" Winter Ningxue was taken aback, then smiled. "We do not endorse such underhanded methods, send someone in to handle it." The staff scratched their head and stuttered, There's no need to handle it. Wooey has already been severely injured and knocked unconscious by another student." "Good lad, hitting so hard?" Winter Ningxue remarked on the severity of the attack, but her face showed a hint of interest. "Retrieve the surveillance footage, I want to see it." "Yes." The staff quickly presented the scene where Lu Chen subdued Wooey with a move and brutally beat him on the ground. "He's truly ruthless. Who is this student?" "Winter Commander, this student is called Lu Chen, representing the 2nd High School of Anwu City." "Lu Chen?" Winter Ningxue rubbed her chin. "That name sounds familiar." Soon, she remembered. There were rumors a few days ago that the grandson of the Martial Arts Association's president, Yi Xiaohua, was defeated at the 2nd High School of Anwu City, losing an arm to a student named Lu Chen. It must be him. I hope he truly possesses the rumored strength, then he will be the perfect whetstone for the seed players in this training camp. Winter Ningxue left the military camp. For her, the sudden appearance of Lu Chen was not worth special attention. This genius training camp was truly meant to cultivate only a few, such as Feng Xinglan from the Feng family, Yao Rong from the Yao Martial Arts Hall, and Hao Pengjie from the military department. In the Wilderness God jungle, Lu Chen opened the points leaderboard on his wristwatch. First place, Hao Pengjie 30 points. Second place, Lu Seng 23 points. Third place, Yao Rong 19 points. The leaderboard only displayed information for the top 10, but interestingly, besides the points details, the real-time locations of the top 10 were also shown. It seemed that the training camp intentionally allowed these seed players to be challenged by others to enhance their combat abilities. Lu Chen had 4 points, while Lang Yu had 2, neither of them appeared on the leaderboard. "Let's split up next." Lu Chen suddenly stopped and looked at Lang Yu beside him. "I'm going to hunt down monsters, it's too dangerous for you." Lang Yu wanted to insist, but considering that her strength would only hold Lu Chen back, she reluctantly nodded. "Alright, my points are enough to pass the assessment anyway, so take care of yourself." Lu Chen nodded, instructed Lang Yu to hide on the outskirts, and then ran towards the monster's location marked on his wristwatch. He wanted to seize this opportunity to accumulate more colorless crystal blocks and claim the ranking rewards. Bang! With a thunderous sound of a fist hitting, an over 8-meter-long 2nd-level monster fell to the ground, causing stones to fly in the ground to shake violently. The monster had a hollow through its heart, and through that hollow, a young man was slowly retracting his fist. Who would have thought that the biggest dark horse of this genius training camp did not seek trouble with others, but was here hunting monsters? This is already the 4th one. With this watch's tracking, I don't have to search everywhere for suitable monsters. They say this wilderness barbaric bull has a good taste. Lu Chen usually only hunted monsters of level 3 or above, but the temptation of this wilderness barbaric bull was too great. Although the strength of the wilderness barbaric bull was not strong, its meat price was ridiculously high, a popular item in major martial halls. The main reason was the delicious taste of this monster's meat, naturally fragrant. Regardless of the cooking method, the final product would make people salivate. Lu Chen used the 1000-blade magic knife to cut a piece of meat from the monster's thigh, preparing to roast it for dinner. The assessment lasted for 2 days, and the training camp at the entrance prepared a large amount of food and drinking water as supplies. However, Lu Chen had no intention of going back to get more because it would be a waste of time. After all, he had a whole box of drinking water and seasonings like cumin in his ring, enough to survive here alone. Just as Lu Chen had made a simple grill with branches, he heard footsteps behind him. "Brother, you seem to be having a good time here, while others are struggling to survive," a slightly harsh voice rang out. Lu Chen's mental power spread backward, only to see a group of 3 people walking towards him, with the young man in a windbreaker at the front smiling and saying, "Brother, did you kill this wild bull? Is there something you need?" Lu Chen glanced at the other person and turned back to continue roasting the meat over the fire, occasionally sprinkling spices on it. Gurgle, the young man on the left among the 3, who looked rather thin, couldn't control his hunger when he saw the meat in Lu Chen's hands and his stomach growled. Originally, the 3 of them were planning to go back for supplies, but it was getting late, and they didn't want to travel in the dark. The danger level of the wilderness god's forest at night was several times higher than during the day. Many high-level monsters would come out of their territories at night to hunt other lower-level monsters. If they were unlucky, they might run into these high-level monsters. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Sang," the young man in the windbreaker said with a very friendly smile on his face. "Are you alone, brother?" However, Lu Chen remained silent, and only the aroma of the roasted meat on the grill wafted through the air. This made the stomach of the thin young man growl again. "Look at you, so pathetic." Lu Sang, feeling ignored by Lu Chen, lost his smile for a moment and vented his frustration on the thin young man beside him. "Brother, don't get me wrong, we mean no harm. We just happened to see the fire and came to check it out," Lu Sang continued. "The 3 of us are together, would you like to join us? After all, it's safer to stick together and take care of each other." "I refuse." Lu Chen picked up a long knife and cut several lines on the bull's leg to allow the flavors of the seasonings to blend in better. "What? Do you know whose invitation you just refused?" The thin young man, whose stomach had been growling all along, couldn't help but speak up. "Haven't you seen the points ranking list? My brother is ranked 2nd. "Exactly, so many people are lining up to join our team, and you just directly refused?" Another student widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Seeing Lu Chen decisively reject them, Lu Sang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, his eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings. He noticed someone else approaching by the light of the fire. Those who dared to act in the dead of night were not to be underestimated. Frowning, Lu Sang pondered for a moment, then released his grip on the long knife and said with a smile, "Brother, since you don't want to join us, I won't insist. You can't finish this big bowl by yourself anyway, so why not share it together?" Without waiting for Lu Chen's response, he walked straight to the body of the wild bull, ready to take some meat. "Put it down, did I give you permission to touch it?" Lu Chen cut off a piece of meat from the bull's leg and put it in his mouth, looking at Lu Sang coldly. "You?" The thin young man, who had been hungry all day, couldn't hold back and angrily retorted, "We're all from the same training camp, what's wrong with cutting off a piece of your meat? Don't force us to snatch it from you directly. Then feel free to try." Lu Chen remained calm, seemingly not taking the 3 of them seriously. "Skinny monkey, watch your words." Lu Sang frowned and patted the thin young man's head, giving him a signal as someone else approached. He then smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Brother, since you killed this wild bull, can you share some with us?" "Sure," Lu Chen nodded. 50,000 per pound, take as much as you want." 50,000 per pound? Lu Sang's eye twitched for a moment. Although the meat of this wild bull was expensive, the retail price was only a few thousand yuan, but Lu Chen had multiplied it by 10. Just as he was considering whether to buy some, a young man who had followed the firelight from afar had already walked up to the group. "I'll take 5 pounds, the young man, tall and slender, dressed in sky blue sportswear with a pair of sunglasses hanging on his chest, said. "Feng Xinglan? What are you doing here?" Lu Sang recognized the newcomer and was taken aback. Fortunately, he hadn't just attacked Lu Chen to snatch his goods, otherwise, if Feng Xinglan had seen it, things wouldn't have ended well. "Alright, go cut your own meat." Lu Chen took the bank card handed to him by Feng Xinglan, continuing to enjoy his meal. He felt justified in earning this money. Those who could attend the genius training camp were either rich or noble, and tens of thousands of dollars were nothing to them. Seeing Feng Xinglan cutting meat, Lu Sang licked his lips and also handed over a bank card. "We'll take 10 pounds, with 500,000 inside." After speaking, he cut a large piece of meat and started a fire not far away. With Feng Xinglan present, it was much safer. After receiving the meat, Feng Xinglan didn't leave but naturally walked over to Lu Chen and asked for some seasonings. Lu Chen had a good impression of this young man and directly threw a packet over. "Brother, be careful with those 3 over there." Feng Xinglan imitated Lu Chen, grilling beef over the fire. The leader, a guy named Lu Sang, with 2 henchmen, is robbing points everywhere. All 3 of their points are concentrated on him, ranking 2nd on the points leaderboard. "I guess he didn't attack you just now because he couldn't see through your strength and because I'm here. He didn't dare to snatch forcefully, afraid of causing a stir." After speaking, Feng Xinglan looked up at Lu Chen, hoping to see a look of sudden realization and gratitude in his eyes. However, Lu Chen's eyes remained cold, even a bit disappointed. "Too bad, I was waiting for them to make a move, and you came at the wrong time." Feng Xinglan looked surprised at the words, and the young man quickly finished the beef, clapped his hands, and walked into the darkness in the distance. Outside the wilderness god forest. Inside the temporary military camp. Dong Ningxue sat on a large chair flipping through the profiles of the students participating in the training camp. Her light blue silky hair fell casually on her shoulders, as if she had stayed up too late. She yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, stood up, and stretched lazily. This action perfectly showcased her graceful figure, making the staff on duty in the control room unable to help but swallow. On the table opposite Dong Ningxue, a petite girl lay there like a sunbathing ragdoll cat, swinging her small feet on the edge of the table. Dong Ningxue gave the girl a displeased look, walked to the table, took away the paper she used to shield the light on her face, and pinched the girl's cheek. Smiling, she said, "Zhu Xingyao, can't you behave a bit more maturely? You're 25 years old, yet you act like a child." Zhu Xingyao shielded her eyes from the glaring light, squinted, and said, "I'm here to assist you, Snow Sister. If there's no task for me, can I go back to sleep?" "No." Dong Ningxue's slender eyebrows furrowed like willow leaves, her phoenix eyes exuding authority. "I reviewed the list of participants in this genius training camp again, selected some individuals worth focusing on, and I want you to check if I missed anyone." "Alright, I'll help you look." Zhu Xingyao lazily sat up, took the information from Dong Ningxue's hand. After looking for a while, Zhu Xingyao's lips curled up. "Snow Sister, what criteria do you use to determine which students are worth cultivating?" "It's simple," Dong Ningxue extended a slender finger. "First, they must be young. Second, their energy and blood levels must be sufficient, at least at the 3 realms level. Third, it's best if they are talented individuals. The difference between ordinary people and talented individuals is like heaven and earth." As she spoke, Dong Ningxue picked up a few selected materials from the side table. Take Wind family's Feng Xinglan for example, a noble family descendant, well-informed, surpassing the 3 realms in vitality and blood, and also a wind element talent. By the way, this time Yi Xiaohua didn't come, and was replaced by another spiritual talent named Hao Pingjie. You two should know each other. And that little girl from the Yao family martial arts hall, her talent is similar to yours, both enhancing physical defense. Hardly anyone at the same level can break through her defense. Zhu Xingyao suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, there's actually someone with the same talent as me, looking forward to meeting her, she must enjoy being trained, right?" Dong Ningxue was speechless, rubbing her temples. She said, "Don't mess around, I was planning to assign Yao Rong, this student, to you for training. Since your talents are similar, you naturally know the weaknesses of this talent. Your task is to help her overcome these weaknesses. As for Feng Xinglan and Hao Pingjie, I will personally take care of them. I have some insights into the use of elemental talents." After Dong Ningxue finished speaking, she reclined back in her chair, massaging her temples with her fair index finger. Zhu Xingyao spread out the materials, placed a photo of a person in front of Dong Ningxue, and said with a smile, "Snow Sister, did you forget about this person? This student is quite extraordinary, defeated Yi Xiaohua's talent flame head-on, even cut off one of his arms, has the strongest vitality and blood among this group of students, and has also comprehended boxing intent. Isn't this talent strong enough? Are you talking about Lu Chen?" Dong Ningxue, resting her eyes, shook her head. "I have looked into him, his talent does seem strong at the moment, but that's about it. Vitality and blood become harder to improve as time goes on. Rapid progress in the early stages is normal. As for boxing intent, at a young age, reaching that level of boxing intent is rare, but boxing intent is more of a finishing touch. At a higher level, who would try to take your punches head-on?" Comparing Feng Xinglan and Lu Chen, Feng Xinglan may not be his match now, but in a few years, after Feng Xinglan reaches the Grandmaster realm, he won't even see Lu Chen's shadow. They are not on the same level at all. We are nurturing future talents this time. We need to have a long-term perspective. Zhu Xingyao nodded helplessly, somewhat disappointed, and put down Lu Chen's information. "Snow Sister, what you said makes sense. It's a pity. I actually quite admire him." "There's nothing to regret." Dong Ningxue asked, "Do you remember the madman known as Martial Madman in our school?" "Martial Madman?" Zhu Xingyao suddenly fell into reminiscence, recalling the fear instilled by that man. Seeing Zhu Xingyao silent, Dong Ningxue continued, "That martial madman won the title of martial champion in our year's martial examination. His vitality and blood value was close to that of a 4th realm warrior upon entering university, and he had innate divine power. Hardly anyone could withstand a punch from him." After finishing, she glanced at Zhu Xingyao's pale face and said with a smile, "Even you, the self-proclaimed invincible golden arhat, were left spitting blood by his punch. But later on, as we grew older and our vitality and blood increased, the momentum of the martial madman gradually weakened. In the 4 years of university, we all reached the 6th realm, and some even stepped into the Grandmaster realm, while the martial madman was still striving to break through the 5th realm." Xu Xingyao nodded, thinking of the martial madman now. The place where he hit me still aches faintly. Such a dazzling genius back then, now faded into obscurity. What Dong Ningxue didn't know was that Xu Xingyao had sought out the martial madman later on, just to avenge that punch. But when she saw that the martial madman was still stuck at the fourth realm, that sense of resentment inexplicably dissipated. The two were no longer in the same world, making her lose interest. So, looking at Lu Chen now, he's not even as good as Wu Kuang before, Dong Ningxue sighed. But from what we can see now, apart from those three individuals who are being closely watched, there should be no one who can match Lu Chen. Well, that's not bad. At least Lu Chen can go crush the arrogance of these talented individuals and hone their skills. Xu Xingyao shrugged, pouting. Ningxue, are you suggesting using Lu Chen as a stepping stone for them? But Lu Chen is quite ruthless in his actions. Currently, there's no one left standing who has opposed him. Could there be trouble? Dong Ningxue glared at her impatiently and said, you are underestimating the talented individuals. Take Feng Xinglan, for example. With his speed, even if he can't win, can't he escape? Instead of worrying about them, we should worry about the ordinary people who will be crushed by Lu Chen. They are the real stepping stones and sacrifices of this genius training camp. True. Xu Xingyao remained non-committal. These weaker individuals mingling among the true geniuses were the real ordinary people. Even if Lu Chen's upper limit is low, his lower limit is still higher than theirs. While the two were talking, a staff member who was staring at the monitor suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Dong Ningxue hurried over. "Director Dong, look here." The staff member pointed to the monitor where the distribution of points monsters was displayed. But what was previously a dense cluster of red dots was now completely black. What's going on? Xu Xingyao also approached, puzzled. How come all these points monsters have disappeared? Is there a problem with the equipment? It shouldn't be. The equipment underwent testing before installation to ensure it was functioning properly before being put to use. The staff member shook his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. If there was a problem with the equipment, they would all be held accountable. Then why? Dong Ningxue furrowed her brow. The number of points monsters this time was limited. If this batch of monsters was lost, it could likely lead to the assessment being forcibly terminated. Randomly retrieve the video footage of 3 monsters for viewing. The operator nodded and quickly got to work. Soon, the camera on the monsters was connected to the screen. In the footage, a teenager with a long knife appeared. The next moment, a sharp sound of a blade was heard. A long bloodstain appeared on the monster's body, followed by its large head falling to the ground. The camera lens was also soaked in gushing blood, showing only a sea of red. In less than a minute, this level 3 monster was easily dealt with by the teenager. This tough-skinned but gentle-natured monster was supposed to be a boss for a group of students to challenge. Yet now, it was effortlessly killed by the teenager. Wow! Everyone present, including Dong Ningxue, gasped in shock. Hey, isn't this person Lu Chen? Xu Xingyao widened her eyes, rewinding the video to the beginning, focusing on the teenager's appearance. The teenager had clear features, his white shirt unstained with blood, looking very clean and sunny. It really is him. So, does that mean the 20 monsters we released last night, in such a short time, were all killed by him alone? The staff member pulled up the points leaderboard. Director Dong, look at the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, Lu Chen's name already occupied the first place. First place, Lu Chen 303 points. Second place, Hao Pingjie 43 points. Third place, Feng Xinglan 30 points. Oh my! Over 300 points? What did he do? I think we only released 35 monsters in total. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the points leaderboard, their expressions somewhat dazed. Each monster was worth 10 points, meaning he alone killed 30 monsters. It's important to know that many of these monsters are at the 3rd level. Originally, Dong Ningxue intended to have these geniuses team up to test their leadership and teamwork skills. However, Lu Chen disrupted everything by single-handedly taking on almost all the monsters. Too terrifying. I seem to have underestimated him. He's not inferior to Wu Kuang, and may even be stronger. Dong Ningxue's face still held a look of surprise as she had to admit that she had underestimated Lu Chen before. Director Dong, are we still going to release more monsters tomorrow? A staff member suddenly remembered something and asked quietly. Release them, why not? Xu Xingyao interjected, not only release them, but increase the intensity. Upgrade the monsters from level 3 to level 4. What? The staff member couldn't believe his ears and stammered, are you sure they are level 4 monsters? It might lead to a total wipeout. He then looked at Dong Ningxue, who had absolute authority here. Follow my orders, urgently bring in a batch of level 4 monsters. We will target those with low desires. I want to see where his limits lie. In a eerie silence, Dong Ningxue's playful voice echoed in the camp. Yes. At the same time, everyone's wristwatches vibrated. A female voice sounded from the watches, issue an important announcement. Tomorrow, a batch of level 4 monsters will be released. All students, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the announcement from their watches, all the students wore dumbfounded expressions. Are these people crazy? We can't even handle level 3 monsters, and they want to release level 4 ones? This is murder. I'm out. I'm not staying in this damn training camp. I'm scared. I just want to go home now. Feng Xinglan, resting in a tree, was awakened by the announcement. He was initially puzzled until he saw Lu Chen's exaggerated score on the leaderboard, muttering to himself, I never expected this batch of genius training camp to be so full of hidden talents. This Lu Chen is quite interesting. I should meet him when I have the chance. Meanwhile, not far away, the well-fed Lu Sang and his companions were also resting in a tree. Lu Sang licked his lips. We worked so hard to earn points, yet we still got pushed out of the top 3. Who are these people, especially this Lu Chen guy? I've never heard of someone like him before. Brother, in my opinion, this Lu Chen must have exploited some loophole, otherwise, it's impossible to increase his points so drastically overnight. The skinny monkey chimed in, I think so too. However, he must still have some real strength. I suspect the recent announcement was an adjustment made by Lu Chen at the last minute. Lu Sang nodded, squinting his eyes with a hint of ruthlessness. Yes, looking at the current leaderboard, apart from this sudden appearance of Lu Chen, we are no match for the others. If we still want to get the ranking rewards, we must make a big move. Brother, what do you mean? Dawn is approaching. Let's follow Lu Chen's location and see how he managed to gain so many points. If we get the chance, let's snatch his points. The skinny monkey looked visibly worried but still mustered the courage to agree. Alright, I'll follow your lead. If we manage to snatch his points, the 3 of us can claim all the rewards for the top 3 spots. The night was almost over, and a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, leaving only a fleeting moment of darkness. A graceful and handsome young man walked alone in the misty forest, his steps light and agile, with 2 uniquely shaped silver flying knives floating and fluttering around him. In the dark shadows, unsuspecting venomous snakes and fierce beasts lurked, all of which were instantly sliced into pieces by the silver flying knives. Until the notification sounded in his watch, he finally stopped in his tracks, a hint of inexplicable brilliance flashing in his eyes. You finally showed up. Although I don't like that person very much, since I promised, I have to deliver. With that, he turned around and walked leisurely in the direction where Lu Chen was located. On the other side, Lu Chen was unaware that his actions had already affected everyone. These low-level point monsters in the training camp are too perfunctory. After a night of fierce battles, Lu Chen hunted down all the point monsters displayed on his watch. He successfully accumulated more than 80 colorless crystal blocks, securing the top spot on the leaderboard with a lead of over 200 points from the second place. However, Lu Chen was not satisfied. Second-level monsters and third-level monsters posed no challenge to him, and fourth-level monsters could only be encountered deep in the wilderness god forest. With only 2 days left for the assessment, venturing deep now would make it impossible to return within the stipulated time. Just then, the watch vibrated, and the notification sounded. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly, the faint morning light shining on his face, his bright eyes filled with anticipation. The monsters actively released by the training camp had the lowest combat power within the same level, and their desire to attack was minimal. Unless provoked, they would not attack humans. This was Winter's special request, as the assessment, though brutal, aimed to identify truly talented individuals worth nurturing. However, the accompanying students were also the future pillars, each consuming a significant amount of martial resources during their growth. Dying here, rather than on the battlefield, would be a waste of resources and self-destruction. These arrangements happened to align with Lu Chen's wishes. These monsters with little fighting desire were like free experience babies to him, making hunting them down incredibly easy. After helping Zhang Hao synthesize the heavenly pill, Lu Chen's colorless crystal blocks decreased to 370. After a night of hunting, it increased to 453. Each colorless crystal block was worth 10,000 yuan, so for Lu Chen, hunting a third-level monster meant earning 30,000 yuan. It was a pity that the materials of these monsters couldn't be taken out, or he could have earned more money. Although the colorless crystal blocks seemed abundant now, they would not be enough as he advanced in his realm. Lu Chen had calculated that to upgrade the stellar record forging technique once more, he would need to consume a minimum of 500 colorless crystal blocks. The initial materials for the stellar record forging technique could be replaced with replicated samples, without the need for colorless crystal blocks. However, further upgrades required technology not currently replicable, such as a U-disc device that could play slides and a micro-terminal with built-in virtual projection. Fortunately, he triggered a 10% critical hit when synthesizing the stellar record forging technique last time, using up all 4 synthesis opportunities, so he didn't need to synthesize it now. There will soon be 4th level monsters to hunt. After killing these 4th level monsters, I should have enough colorless crystal blocks to synthesize the new martial record visualization method. The new martial record visualization method had only been synthesized 3 times so far, and after upgrading the synthesis column, it could be synthesized once more. The visualization method before synthesis was already terrifying. What kind of qualitative change would occur after another synthesis? Lu Chen was curious and eager. Placing the magic blade Shenrun into the ground, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, starting the new martial record visualization method, relieving the fatigue of a sleepless night. 1 kilometer away from Lu Chen, Lu San and his 3 companions were moving through the dense forest, occasionally encountering the corpses of monsters left behind by Lu Chen's kills. Big brother, what if we can't beat him? Skinny Monkey looked worried, feeling anxious at the thought of facing Lu Chen, who had killed so many 3rd level monsters. Are you stupid? Lu San scolded impatiently. If we can't beat him, won't we just not fight? We're just passing through, understand? I didn't ask you to fight desperately. After licking his lips, Lu Sang instructed his companions, this positioning is not very accurate, with a large margin of error. Let's move slowly, observe the situation first, and retreat if necessary. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, big brother, the 2 companions replied hesitantly. Lu Sang was furious and gave them a harsh scolding. Look at you two, so incompetent. He might be seriously injured already. His position hasn't changed in a while, he could be hiding somewhere to recover. The 2 companions brightened up at Lu Sang's words. Big brother, you're right. His position hasn't changed since an hour ago. Of course. Why do you think I'm the big brother? Lu Sang patted his chest confidently and said smugly, I anticipated this. After a night without sleep and battling so many monsters, even if he's strong, he's at his weakest now. It's the perfect time for us to strike. Big brother is truly mighty. The 2 companions quickly flattered. Lu Sang enjoyed the praise from his companions, feeling light on his feet. We need to hurry. I suspect others are also on their way. We must get there before them. To achieve good results in this training camp, Lu Sang had spent a lot of money to secure 2 spots using his family's influence and arranged for his companions to join. Big brother, look over there. Skinny Monkey, with sharp eyes, spotted a figure sitting under a tree from afar and whispered, that person looks familiar. Lu Sang crouched down and cautiously approached. Skinny Monkey squinted, and when they were 100 meters away, he finally recognized the person. Big brother, he's the one who extorted us last night. He's faster than us. Indeed, that kid, Lu Sang smirked, I reckon he's here for the same reason as us, to ambush Lu Chen. It's a case of the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Big brother, what should we do next? What else can we do? Lu Sang licked his lips habitually and sneered, when that kid was being so greedy last night, I wanted to rob him. If it weren't for Feng Xinglan, he wouldn't be prancing around now. With that, he led the way towards Lu Chen. Sensing someone entering his mental coverage, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Sang and his 2 companions approaching. You run pretty fast, kid. A mocking laugh rang out as Lu Sang, dressed in a black windbreaker, walked over with a sneer. His hands in his pockets, his smile icy, his narrowed eyes keenly assessing Lu Chen. The 2 companions slowly closed in on Lu Chen, surrounding him. What, not satisfied with the meat from last night, want more? Lu Chen remained calm, gazing at them. We did come for something this time, but we don't intend to pay, Lu Sang sneered. Hand over your points and the money you earned yesterday. Are you sure about this? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, stood up, and pulled out the 1,000-blade demon sword from the ground. Oh, are you planning to take on the 3 of us alone? Lu Sang found it amusing, laughing and clutching his stomach. Who do you think you are, the number 1 on the ranking, Lu Chen? We have 2 third-stage martial artists and 1 second-stage martial artist. Where do you get the courage? After laughing heartily, Lu Sang waved his hand, signaling Skinny Monkey to attack first. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the approaching group. Is this how you snatch others' points? What else? I advise you to face reality. Know your place when you get beaten up, understand? Lu Sang said menacingly, let's go together, take him down. Skinny Monkey took the lead, wielding a short sword and thrusting towards Lu Chen. Looking at the weak and feeble sword, Lu Chen did not dodge to the side but swung the magic blade in his hand towards the Skinny Monkey. The short sword in the Skinny Monkey's hand was just a common alloy weapon that could be bought in the martial arts hall, but in front of the reinforced magic blade, it was like rotten wood. Clang! At the moment of the sword clash, the short sword broke in half, and the tip flew up. Lu Chen's long sword followed through with a horizontal slash, knocking the flying sword tip out into the air. The sword tip, altered in direction by the slash, flew towards another henchman. The henchman widened his eyes, his weapon still not drawn, as he saw the sword tip flying towards him. Put! The sword tip was incredibly fast, piercing through the henchman's abdomen and then embedding itself into a distant tree stump without losing speed. The whole process seemed lengthy but was actually just a blink of an eye. Who's he? Lu Song saw his henchman being killed in an instant, feeling both angry and flustered. With things having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth, wielding a huge double-handed sword towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his sword to block on his shoulder. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying. The double-handed sword was blocked in mid-air by the magic blade, unable to advance any further. Seizing the moment when Lu Song was preparing to retract his sword, Lu Chen moved forward, closing in on him, lifting his right leg and kicking Lu Song in the abdomen. Bang! A loud explosion, Lu Song's figure flew backward, spitting out blood. This kick rendered Lu Song incapacitated, writhing in pain on the ground. Dust rose, the battle had just begun and already ended. Only the skinny monkey remained standing in place, holding the half-broken short sword. Do you want to continue? Lu Chen still looked calmly at the skinny monkey. Wah! What? The skinny monkey's face turned pale, taking a few steps back, stuttering, "Big brother, spare me, I'll give you all my points, all of them." Behind him, not far away, Lu Song and the henchmen with abdominal wounds clutched their stomachs, their eyes wide with fear. Lu Chen twirled his blade, sheathing the magic blade, then walked over to each person, transferring all their points to himself. By the way, the meat from yesterday was good, right? Lu Song and the others didn't understand Lu Chen's meaning, hastily nodding in agreement. It was good, very tasty, very tasty. As long as it's tasty, Lu Chen nodded. I only ate the leg of that big wild ox, so settle the payment for the rest of the meat. What? The group was dumbfounded for a moment before coming to their senses. Boss, here's 1,500,000, consider it the money for the wild ox, that's all we have on us, please don't find it insufficient. Good, I like people like you who play by the rules. Lu Chen smirked, realizing that money, indeed, came quickly through business. After collecting the money, Lu Chen turned and left, leaving Lu Song and the others pressing the distress signal on the ground. The training camp life of the three men had come to an end. Only when Lu Chen's figure disappeared from their sight did Lu Song slam the ground in frustration, saying, "Damn it, don't let me catch him outside." This statement aggravated his abdominal injury, causing him to gasp for air. Damn! Is this batch of genius training camp participants really this outrageous? These people have quite a lot of points on them. Lu Chen walked back, looking at his points far exceeding the second place, suddenly struck by a lucrative idea. After all, strong-arm tactics had always been his forte. Even if he had a surplus of points, he could only receive the reward for being ranked first. So why not sell these extra points? Surely there were many students with only a few points, lacking in strength but coming from prominent backgrounds. As Lu Chen pondered, his face filled with excitement. This trip back home should be enough to pay off the villa in full. Selling 10,000 points for 1 point seems too cheap, right? Murmured Lu Chen to himself. It seems a bit low, so let's set the price at 200,000. Just as he was thinking about how to sell these extra points, his mental power suddenly shook violently. Within the 100 meters of his mental power area, he actually sensed the presence of another mental power. That mental power felt very weak to him, not even reaching 1/5 of his intensity. This was Lu Chen's first contact with someone else's mental power, and he was very cautious, quickly retracting his own mental power. Not because he was worried about being discovered, but mainly as an instinctive reaction to sensing danger. For mental talent users, mental power confrontation is extremely deadly. It's fine to release mental power normally, but if you encounter another mental talent user, it's like exposing your own weaknesses. This genius training camp is quite interesting. Besides me, there is actually another mental talent user. Curiosity arose in Lu Chen's heart as he walked towards the direction where he sensed the mental power. Meanwhile, not far away, Hao Pengjie was covered in cold sweat, panting heavily as he ran frantically back the way he came. How is this possible? His mind was blank at this moment, a sharp pain in his mental power, wanting to escape from here quickly. He kept running until he reached the entrance of the wilderness god forest, where he finally stopped. Pressing tightly against a tree, his chest heaved violently, his heart in his chest felt like it was about to burst out. The broken hair on Hao Pengjie's forehead was already damp with cold sweat, sticking to his face, his expression no longer relaxed and comfortable as before. Too terrifying. Could it be that Lu Chen is a mental talent user? He reached out his trembling hand, tidying up his disheveled hair. It's impossible, even if he is a talent user, his mental power can't be so strong, even stronger than the teacher's. If Hao Pengjie's mental power was as soft as flowing water, then Lu Chen's mental power was like solid ice. When his mental power touched Lu Chen's mental domain just now, it was like an egg hitting a stone, causing him a splitting headache. Outside the wilderness god forest, on the open ground of the temporary military camp, lay dozens of monster corpses, each marked with the training camp's exclusive emblem. These point monsters died quite casually, either their hearts were shattered by a punch or their heads were chopped off, with the rest of their bodies intact. Dong Ningxue and Zhu Xingyao stood beside these monsters, but their attention was not on the monsters, but on the large screen next to them. The screen was playing every move of Lu Chen, from injuring Wu Yi to hunting monsters in the dark night, and finally defeating the three Lu Sang alone. After the entire video played, everyone's faces were filled with shock. For him, a third-level monster is like a toy. So far, none have been able to last more than 2 moves in his hands. Zhu Xingyao sighed, looking at Dong Ningxue beside her, and said with a smile, "Sister Xue, this kid seems to have a strength that is completely different from what is recorded in the data. His combat power far exceeds that of a 4 realms warrior. He definitely held back in the battle with Yi Xiaohua back then. Is it possible that he didn't hold back, but his strength has improved?" Dong Ningxue's expression was complex. Never did she expect Lu Chen, who she excluded from the seed students, to be the most dazzling presence in the entire assessment. "This kind of person can only be described in 2 words, Zhu Xingyao said mischievously, "a monster. Even more monstrous than the martial maniac in our school. The martial maniac was older than Lu Chen at the time, but his strength is definitely not as strong as Lu Chen's now." Dong Ningxue was slightly startled, recalling the overwhelming strength of the martial maniac in school at that time, sighed and said, "Indeed. Since Lu Chen is so outstanding, should we consider including him in your list of key nurtures?" Zhu Xingyao smiled, as she had always had high hopes for Lu Chen. Dong Ningxue nodded. "From what I see now, Lu Chen is definitely worth being a key nurture, but I am better at teaching elemental talents, so I'll leave this power type to you." Sure. Zhu Xingyao happily exclaimed, "Once he enters the training camp, I will definitely give him special attention." She had already thought about how to train Lu Chen and Yao Rong, one strong in power and the other in defense, so why not let them spar with each other? It would surely be exciting. The sky is dark again. This is the last night. Lu Chen lay on a wide tree trunk, stretching lazily. It was already evening, the time for releasing 4th-level monsters. Sure enough, soon the sound of helicopters filled the air. The night sky was dotted with numerous red lights. Before long, huge specially made containers were dropped. At the same time, red dots representing point monsters appeared on the wristwatch again. Let the hunt begin. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped down from the tree branch. "Commander Dawn, he's gone." Inside the military camp, a staff member was tracking Lu Chen's location in real time, with several drones hovering in the air for surveillance. Dong Ningxue nodded, looking at the screen showing the students' locations. Except for Lu Chen, all the students were running towards the entrance. The red dot representing Lu Chen, however, was moving in the opposite direction, towards where the 4th-level monsters were released. "Commander Dawn, isn't 15 4th-level monsters a bit too much?" A staff member responsible for monitoring monsters whispered. "Some students may not have time to evacuate. There is a high risk of danger." Dong Ningxue shook her head, her attention focused on the video footage of Lu Chen. "It's fine, I've arranged for a supervisor of the 5th realm to go in. If any students are attacked by monsters, he will assist in their evacuation. I want to see if you can still hunt cleanly all night after switching to 4th-level monsters." Meanwhile, in the wilderness god forest, a blade flashed, and following Lu Chen's tracking, he sliced open a special alloy container, revealing a confused 4th-level monster, the Qingyu wolf spider. The Qingyu wolf spider had just woken up from anesthesia and was startled by Lu Chen's sudden attack. "Don't fall asleep, welcome home." In the next moment, before the 4th-level monster could react, Lu Chen struck again. The magical blade Thunder Blade struck the leg of the Qingyu wolf spider. This time, the Thunder Blade did not directly sever the leg of the Qingyu wolf spider but deeply embedded into it. Lu Chen could feel the incredible toughness of the Qingyu wolf spider's exoskeleton. A force rebounded from the blade handle to his hand. This strike felt like hitting a rock. Truly a 4th-level monster, its shell is so hard. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The Thunder Blade had been enhanced, increasing its sharpness by a notch. If it had been the previous Thunder Blade, it could barely break through the defense of the Qingyu wolf spider. Lu Chen pulled out the Thunder Blade, shaking off the green blood on it. The blade returned to its pristine sharp state. As the green blood touched the ground, it emitted a corrosive sound, with a pungent smoke rising. This scene was accurately captured by the drone. "Commander Dawn, won't this 4th-level monster be too difficult for him?" A staff member hesitated. No, this is the Qingyu wolf spider. Dong Ningxue shook her head. This monster is known for its speed and defense. Its exoskeleton is even harder than alloy, and... However, before she could finish her sentence, the next move by Lu Chen on the big screen shocked everyone beyond measure. Damn! What is Lu Chen trying to do? He actually jumped onto the back of the jade wolf spider? Gazes of disbelief and astonishment. Although Lu Chen's strike did not sever the jade wolf spider's long leg, it still provoked the creature. The jade wolf spider instantly became alert, although this kind of monster did not have a strong desire to actively attack because humans were not on its menu. But being disturbed from its sleep and then slashed, the docile jade wolf spider turned irritable. Hiss! The jade wolf spider spat out rings of white silk from its mouth, attempting to trap Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen did not retreat but instead rolled forward, dodging the silk and ending up beneath the jade wolf spider. In the next moment, Lu Chen stepped on the spider's leg, leaped up, and landed steadily on the spider's head. I want to see if your mouth is as tough as your legs. Lu Chen's magic blade, Thousand Blades, flipped in his hand from a regular grip to a reverse grip, plunging straight down. Splurt! The blade pierced directly into the jade wolf spider's mouthparts, deeply penetrating. The tip of the blade emerged, piercing through completely. Instead of pulling it out, Lu Chen vigorously stirred the blade inside the spider's body. He could clearly feel cutting through many tough tissues. Despite sustaining such a heavy injury, the arthropod jade wolf spider did not die. It trembled all over, its 8 spear-like legs stabbing wildly. At this moment, Lu Chen was like a brutal god of death. After stirring for a while, the jade wolf spider's body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Congratulations to the host for killing the jade wolf spider and obtaining 4 colorless crystal blocks. Asterisk. Congratulations to the host for killing the jade wolf spider and obtaining 1 red crystal block. Asterisk. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. The rewards for a 4th level monster were indeed good, with a chance to get red crystal blocks. If he further enhanced the 1,000 blades, perhaps the initial strike could have severed the jade wolf spider's legs directly. Pulling the 1,000 blades out of the spider's head, it was covered in green pus and blood. Lu Chen lightly shook off the blood from the blade, splattering onto the emerald green grass, once again raising a thick smoke. Meanwhile, in the other side of the camp, it was eerily silent. If one were to describe Dong Ningxue's current mood, it would be like revealing her proudest card, only to be defeated by a casual blow. How dare he? A staff member exclaimed with wide eyes, stuttering, just watching the jade wolf spider on the screen made my legs go weak. How could he dare to jump directly onto the spider's head? Monsters exuded a wild and foul odor, coupled with some people's innate fear of arthropods. Even if they were stronger than the monsters, they wouldn't dare to get too close. Most would choose to fight from a distance to avoid being approached by the monsters. Lu Chen's behavior, however, was completely different, as if he was the terrifying one. Next one. Bang! Lu Chen stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards the nearest red dot. Taking advantage of the monsters just being released and still in a semi-stunned state, he had to hurry and hunt down a few more. Half an hour later, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the dense forest, reverberating in the open space. Following that, a flame rose from where the sound originated, illuminating half the sky. Snow Sister, did you really bring that Asian dragon here? Xu Xingyao sat on a bench, holding a bag of potato chips, stuffing them into her mouth. Yes, the stock of 4th level monsters at headquarters is running low, and this Asian dragon is the strongest among them. Winter snatched the bag of potato chips from Xu Xingyao's hand under her disdainful gaze and started eating on her own. On the other side, Lu Chen shook his fist, burning red like a branding iron, with interest as he looked ahead. Not far in front of him, a strange monster was flapping its fleshy wings. This monster resembled a giant lizard, covered in fiery red scales, with sturdy limbs and a long pointed tail. Atop its head was a fierce horn, beneath crimson eyes, sharp fangs protruding, and a pair of meaty wings spread out, spanning dozens of meters. If I remember correctly, this thing seems to be some kind of sub-dragon monster called the Blazing Cloud Dragon. The Blazing Cloud Dragon opened its huge mouth, exhaling billowing black smoke. It had just spewed flames at the humans in front of it, but it seemed to have no effect. In the next moment, it flapped its wings and soared into the air. Moonlight was obscured, and the clouds were stirred. The Blazing Cloud Dragon circled in the sky, while Lu Chen looked up from the ground. The distance had already exceeded his mental coverage range, and Lu Chen felt powerless against this monster. However, as Lu Chen prepared to seek out his next target, the Blazing Cloud Dragon began to move along with him, shadowing his every move. Lu Chen understood, this monster must be holding a grudge and had set its sights on him. Realizing this, he deliberately did not look up, exposing his back. Seizing the opportunity, the blazing cloud dragon swooped down, roaring, mouth wide open, preparing to breathe fire. Come on! Lu Chen suddenly turned around, clenched his right fist, and between the closed fingers, a clear sonic boom could be heard, perfectly combining strength and speed. Boom! This punch was unleashed without reservation. The fist intent burst forth, a semi-transparent giant fist emerged from the front of his arm, directly colliding with the blazing fire column. Boom! The continuous explosions resounded, thunder and fire roared, detonating the surrounding air. Everything nearby was shattered. Trees collapsed, dust billowed, even the unmanned drones hovering around shattered into pieces at that moment. Lu Chen effortlessly neutralized the blazing cloud dragon's attack. As the saying goes, one force breaks 10,000 methods. Lu Chen's fist was the perfect embodiment of his strength. Seeing his attack blocked by Lu Chen, the blazing cloud dragon roared in anger, red light flashing in its mouth once again. Boom! Boom! At the entrance of the Wilderness God Forest, many students were tiptoeing on trees to look into the distance. They saw the sky in the distance turning red, like an evening glow, and within this glow, a western dragon-like creature kept circling and soaring. What's going on? I don't know, maybe the monsters are fighting for territory. Probably, at night, monsters come out to hunt, so fighting is normal. Meanwhile, in the military camp, the screen froze on the scene of Lu Chen facing the dragon's breath. Quick, send a few more drones. Dong Ningxue was engrossed in watching, but the screen unexpectedly cut off. Hurry up, this is so annoying. It stopped at the most exciting part. Xu Xingyo said indignantly, humph, urging for updates, so annoying. Yes, Commander, we have urgently deployed nearby drones to investigate. The staff member beside them continued to operate the drones, observing other students, heading towards Lu Chen's location. Lu Chen could hear the anger and unwillingness in the blazing cloud dragon's roar. But he was also frustrated because he could only be beaten on the ground, unable to take the initiative. He needed to find a way to make the blazing cloud dragon come down or go up himself. Lu Chen had tried before. With the help of his mental power, he could momentarily stay in the air. However, it was only for a moment, as the effect of mental power on the human body would be greatly weakened. Suddenly, he had a clever idea, a good way to deal with the situation. Taking advantage of the gap in the blazing cloud dragon's preparation for the next flame attack, Lu Chen ran towards a towering redwood tree. The tree soared into the clouds, perhaps he could jump onto the blazing cloud dragon through it. Roar, a dragon's roar, the blazing cloud dragon swooped down, spewing flames from its mouth. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, concentrated his energy under his feet, and suddenly leaped into the air like a cannonball. 100 meters high, in an instant. Before the blazing cloud dragon could react, Lu Chen, leveraging the redwood tree, drew an arc towards it. Hissing, the blazing cloud dragon's intelligence was evidently high. It saw through Lu Chen's intentions, and its diving body suddenly rose, flying into the air. However, Lu Chen didn't give it a chance, his mental power attached to his feet, barely giving an upward thrust to make up for the final distance. The next moment, Lu Chen struck again, this punch condensed in mid-air, carrying an incredibly terrifying gravitational acceleration, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! Like a meteor, as powerful as a meteorite. The blazing cloud dragon was solidly hit by this punch, its ascending body instantly turned into a fall. Roar, accompanied by a slightly frightened roar, the blazing cloud dragon plummeted towards the ground. Bang! Upon landing, a deafening explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave and blast. When everything settled, Lu Chen's figure gradually emerged. And beneath him, the blazing cloud dragon's body was deeply embedded in a circular pit, resembling a crater formed by a meteorite impact on the ground. Smoke still billowed from the blazing cloud dragon's mouth, its body twitching sporadically, a pitiful sight. At that moment, the unmanned drones from the training camp arrived belatedly. Inside the military camp, watching the restored scene on the screen, Zhu Xingyao's mouth was full, but she forgot to chew. She stammered, "What happened? Did we miss the most exciting part?" Dong Ningxue frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. How did Lu Chen bring down this subdragon? Could it be that he can also fly? The military camp was in an uproar. Even though it was late at night, everyone was alert and energetic. Look, what is he doing? Why isn't he taking advantage of the subdragon falling to finish it off? This doesn't fit his character, right? Damn, is Lu Chen communicating with the blazing cloud dragon? The scene returned to the wilderness of the god of wilderness. Lu Chen stood on the blazing cloud dragon, and said coldly, "I heard that dragon-shaped monsters are very intelligent. Can you understand what I'm saying?" The blazing cloud dragon beneath him struggled for a moment, emitting a low growl from its mouth. However, no matter how it sounded, it seemed like a bluff. To the blazing cloud dragon, Lu Chen before it was a monster, the aura emanating from him instilled fear. Even the military personnel who had captured it using traps before couldn't match the intimidation of Lu Chen's punch. Lu Chen looked at the gradually obedient blazing cloud dragon beneath him and chose not to continue attacking. Firstly, because the blazing cloud dragon was on the ground, he was confident in understanding the opponent's life in a short time. Secondly, a thought arose in Lu Chen's mind, that was to reclaim the blazing cloud dragon as a mount. After all, which youth hadn't dreamt of being a dragon knight? As for whether he could reclaim it, Lu Chen wasn't sure yet, but the Wolf King that had voluntarily submitted to him during his first entry into the God of Wilderness had given him confidence. Monsters were not as cunning as humans, they were mostly straightforward. Once they set their minds on something, they rarely changed their minds. Lu Chen jumped off the blazing cloud dragon, walked to its lowered dragon head, and patted its head with his hand. Ahem. Lu Chen paused for a moment, trying to speak in a slightly gentler tone. I'll give you two choices. 1. Be killed by me. 2. Submit to me. The blazing cloud dragon opened its eyes, resembling red lanterns, and looked at Lu Chen, seemingly contemplating. Then, it struggled to stand up, shaking off the dirt on its body. Inside the military camp, the crowd watching the big screen exploded in an uproar. Lu Chen is so naive, thinking that demonic beasts are easy to tame? Dong Ningxue shook her head. I remember this Asian dragon, with a fierce temperament. He's just wasting his time. A staff member sneered, demonic beasts, by nature, do not submit. They would rather starve than eat human food. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the staff member stood frozen, slapping himself in the face. On the screen, the flame cloud dragon stood up and instead of flying away, it bowed its head towards Lu Chen. The bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes was replaced by docility and submission. Lu Chen approached and patted the flame cloud dragon's head, taking out some healing pills from his spatial ring. The flame cloud dragon eagerly took the pills with its tongue. Good, I'll call you Little Fire from now on, Lu Chen said with a smile. Stepping on the flame cloud dragon's outstretched flesh wings, he leaped onto its back. Roar! The flame cloud dragon let out a clear roar, devoid of anger, more like a form of acceptance. In the next moment, the flame cloud dragon spread its wings and soared directly into the sky. The night sky in the wilderness god jungle was clear and pure as the flame cloud dragon soared freely. Woohoo! Lu Chen stood on the dragon's back, his feet firmly rooted as if growing roots, unable to resist letting out a howl to the sky. Roar! As if in response, the flame cloud dragon also raised its head and let out a roar. Little Fire, fly southeast. I'm going there to kill a demonic beast. Lu Chen pointed, and the flame cloud dragon flapped its huge wings, changing direction and diving down with the clouds. Meanwhile, back at the military camp, silence fell once again. Xu Xingyao's eyes sparkled as she watched the figures of the man and dragon grow smaller until the drone could no longer keep up with them. Is this even possible? The military camp erupted in astonishment. Today is truly eye-opening. Who would have thought? If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a beast language prodigy, naturally inclined towards demonic beasts. Even with his affinity, has he killed any fewer demonic beasts? Inside the wilderness god jungle, with the flame cloud dragon as his flying mount, Lu Chen saved a lot of time. Even among beasts of the same level, there were differences in strength. The flame cloud dragon was the strongest among the 4th level, causing many lower-level beasts to tremble in fear under its aura, completely lacking the desire to fight. For example, the Thunder Shadow Horn Rhinoceros in front of him, upon seeing the flame cloud dragon circling in the sky, hesitated for a moment before flying off in the distance. Seeing the Thunder Shadow Horn Rhinoceros fleeing, exposing its back, Lu Chen naturally seized the opportunity. With a light step, the flame cloud dragon understood Lu Chen's intention and accelerated to dive down. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the flame cloud dragon's mouth shimmered with red light as it spewed out innate flames. Boom! Where the fire column passed, trees fell one after another, quickly forming a sea of fire in its path. The Thunder Shadow Horn Rhinoceros, fleeing headlong, couldn't escape its fate, struck on the back by the fire column. Even with its defense maximized, the Thunder Shadow Horn Rhinoceros couldn't withstand the scorching flames for long. Its skin charred, flesh torn apart. With a mournful cry, the over 10-ton body of the Thunder Shadow Horn Rhinoceros collapsed to the ground. Inertia carried it forward, breaking several large trees before coming to a stop tens of meters away. Little Fire, ease up next time. If you blast it to death in one go, what will I do? Lu Chen scolded as he patted the flame cloud dragon's horn, signaling it to fly lower. As the distance decreased, Lu Chen drew the 1,000-blade magic sword and leaped down. Arriving by the side of the Thunderhorn Rhino, Lu Chen looked at its heaving chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Let me deliver this final blow. Clang! The long blade accurately pierced the heart of the Thunderhorn Rhino. Immediately, a notification sounded in the synthesis panel. Congratulations, host, for killing the Thunderhorn Rhino and obtaining 4 colorless crystal blocks. Congratulations, host, for killing the Thunderhorn Rhino and obtaining 2 red crystal blocks. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, with a few more red crystal blocks, I can continue to strengthen the magic blade 1000 blades. As the dawn broke from the cold white weapons in the east, painting the clouds blood red, the forest below lay devastated, with wisps of smoke rising, recounting the ordeal of the previous night. After a night of fierce battle, Lu Chen cleanly hunted down the 4th level demon beasts released in the training camp. Of course, Xiaohua was not among them. Lu Chen hardly made a move last night. These 4th level demon beasts were chased and burnt by Xiaohua, losing half their lives instantly. Well done. Lu Chen patted the neck of the blazing cloud dragon, signaling it to land. Roar! Xiaohua let out a tired roar, having expended most of its energy after a night without rest. Your task is done, you can rest now, Lu Chen comforted with a smile. With the blazing cloud dragon around, nearby demon beasts dared not approach, allowing him to finally get some good sleep. Outside the wilderness god jungle, in the military camp. Captain Dong, there's only an hour left before the assessment ends. Do we need to issue a notice? A staff member inquired. Dong Ningxue nodded, watching the screen showing a person and a dragon snuggled up sleeping together, feeling both amused and exasperated. If no notice was issued, that person would probably sleep until night. 1 hour left until the end of this camp assessment. Everyone's wristwatches chimed. All students, please gather at the entrance immediately. The sudden announcement threw the outskirts of the wilderness god jungle into chaos. With only an hour left, students who lacked sufficient points or had their points stolen were all in a panic. Many hung their heads despondently, moving towards the entrance with a lack of energy. Of course, some students gritted their teeth, picking up their weapons and cautiously eyeing their fellow students. As for hunting demon beasts to earn points, even though the news was scarce, they all knew of a person named Lu Chen who had collected all the demon beast points. So now, the only way to earn points was through infighting. Then, a surprising scene unfolded. At the outskirts of the wilderness god jungle, where students huddled together out of fear of encountering demon beasts, they suddenly started fighting each other. Although their performance here seemed quite pathetic, it was only because someone stood out too brightly, creating a stark contrast with them. These individuals were among the top talents in their own cities and schools, destined to be the stars of tomorrow. However, in the next moment, the chaotic scene inexplicably came to a halt. Many looked up at the sky, occasionally sighing. It turned out that not far away in the sky, a subdragon covered in fiery red scales with wings and a tail appeared. Under the sunlight, it gleamed with a golden sheen. The majestic subdragon flapped its wings, circling low at times and soaring straight into the sky like a sword, piercing through the clouds. Oh my goodness, what level of demon beast is this? It looks terrifying. A student, with a stiff neck from looking up for too long, trembled as he spoke. His position was still some distance from the entrance, and the sudden appearance of the subdragon made him very uneasy. At the very least, it's a 4th level demon beast, and the strongest kind. Its size is comparable to a small passenger plane. Let's hope it's just passing by. Run quickly, saving our lives is the priority. Above their heads, a terrifying monster was circling, causing everyone to be terrified and flee towards the entrance like flying. However, things did not go as planned. The aerial dragon suddenly changed its course, its massive fleshy wings shifting direction as it flew towards the entrance. Its speed was incomparable to the students running on the ground. At the entrance, Dong Ningxue arrived with Zhu Xingyou and a group of staff members, a bit late. Watching the fiery cloud dragon diving from above, a staff member in military uniform immediately became nervous. Commander, should we shoot down this fiery cloud dragon? Dong Ningxue furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at the students still some distance away from the entrance, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to give the order to shoot it down, Zhu Xingyao beside her shook her head. Don't rush, let's observe first, Zhu Xingyao said with a lollipop in her mouth. Smiling, Lu Chen is likely up there. Shooting down the fiery cloud dragon now would mean eliminating him as well, right? Lu Chen's figure was too small compared to the fiery cloud dragon, making it impossible for anyone below to see if there was someone on the dragon's back. Besides, as you saw on the surveillance last night, he has already tamed this fiery cloud dragon obediently. There shouldn't be any major issues. The staff member who inquired about shooting it down seemed puzzled. He stared at Zhu Xingyao, saying seriously, Commander, can you bear the consequences if these students have an accident because of your decision? Crack! Zhu Xingyao's eyes turned cold and dark, the lollipop in her mouth shattered. Are you questioning me? In the next moment, a barbaric aura surged from her body, the majestic blood energy making people feel the scorching heat, even distorting the water vapor in the surrounding space. Master! Master? The staff member's legs went weak, unable to control himself as he collapsed on the ground, stuttering. He couldn't believe that this girl who looked like she was under 20 was actually a martial master realm expert. He had thought Zhu Xingyao was a well-connected person with a rich background coming to the training camp, but he had kicked a metal plate. Although Zhu Xingyao deliberately controlled the dispersal of her aura to avoid harming others, the slight overflow still made the other staff members tremble. That's enough, Xingyao, Dong Ningxue waved her hand, signaling her to stop. Humph, be more polite when you speak to me next time. Xu Xingyao snorted, retracting the substantial aura of the martial master realm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge boulder had been lifted from their hearts. After this little incident, everyone's expressions towards Zhu Xingyao changed. Their gazes were filled with fear and awe. Not far from the entrance, a noisy voice could be heard. Damn, there's a person standing on the dragon's back. Indeed, could this aerial dragon be his mount? Everyone looked up, seeing the aerial dragon circling in the sky, descending lower as if looking for a place to land. On the dragon's back, a young man stood against the wind, his black disheveled hair fluttering, exuding an indescribable sense of pride, elegance, and aloofness. At first glance, he seemed like a figure from a painting. Why does that person look familiar to me? A student who had seen Lu Chen's appearance on the bus stuttered. Could he be from our batch of students? As everyone discussed, the dragon dove down and landed on the ground. As its fleshy wings flapped, sand and stones flew, blowing some weaker students off balance. Just as the students were suppressed by the terrifying aura emanating from the dragon descending from the sky, a voice suddenly rang out in the air. Xiaohua, stop playing around. In the next moment, a figure landed, smashing the ground into a large pit, causing a tremor. Could it be that he is Lu Chen? The open space fell silent for a while, until finally, a student tentatively guessed Lu Chen's identity. Apart from that mysterious person who ranks first on the leaderboard, who else could it be? At this moment, Yalong spread his wings behind Lu Chen, making him look like a deity. His hair, tousled by the strong wind, fell casually, giving him a wild and unrestrained appearance. His positioning was subtle, right between the students and the entrance, making those intending to gather hesitate to move forward. With such a terrifying Yalong monster present, who would dare to walk past it? Are you Lu Chen? The students hesitated for a moment before politely asking. Yes, I am. Lu Chen nodded, his face adorned with a warm smile. Cold Moonyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but recall the recruitment assessment when Lu Chen negotiated over the phone with the same smile. Feng Xinglan stepped forward, gazing solemnly at the Yalong behind Lu Chen, and asked, Lu Chen, may I ask what you mean by this? Yeah, everyone is ready to end the assessment. Why are you blocking the way? Exactly, this monster won't harm anyone, right? Lu Chen chuckled, the path here is wide enough, I'm not blocking it, you can walk around. As for the monster, it will definitely harm people, but as long as you do business with me, I can make it move aside a bit. Do business? The crowd clearly didn't understand Lu Chen's meaning. Yes, this assessment only lasts for 2 days, I believe many of you haven't gathered enough points, right? Lu Chen tapped his wristwatch, coincidentally, I have more points here and can help some students who haven't passed the assessment. Now, for just 100,000, you can purchase some points from me, I promise it's fair. As for those who have already passed the assessment, they should also buy some, after all, it can improve their ranking, right? These words left the students bewildered, but soon they caught on. Lu Chen, aren't you just extorting money? Yeah, 10,000 for a few points is too much. Those who had gathered enough points were the ones speaking, now eager to hurry to the entrance. As for some students who hadn't gathered enough points, they were already tempted. 100,000 might be a family's entire savings for an ordinary household, but for the students of the Genius Training Camp, it was just the price of a pill. With the money for a pill, they could secure the opportunity to continue staying in the training camp. No one could refuse. I'll buy some points. I want to buy 2. I'll buy 2 points. Soon, the crowd voluntarily split into 2 groups, one to purchase points from Lu Chen and the other standing still, their expressions uncertain. Don't rush, line up and come one by one, Lu Chen beamed, gesturing for everyone to proceed in order. In no time, he sold 30 points, earning 3 million. Alright, students who have purchased points can leave first, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the Yalong lying on the ground immediately understood his signal, moving aside in a humane manner. Watching the students who had bought points leave, those who didn't need points grew anxious. They gathered together, led by Feng Xinglan, and began discussing countermeasures. What should we do? This person seems difficult to deal with. I heard he single-handedly hunted down all the monsters released in the training camp, don't know if it's true or not. A man shook his head, not sure, but I haven't seen him hunt monsters with my own eyes. His companion retorted, of course, you haven't seen it, he operates at night, while you were probably shivering in a tree. So what do? Do we have to pay for his points? I admit I can't beat him, but Feng Xinglan and the others shouldn't have to endure this. On the side, Feng Xinglan, who frowned and remained silent, paused for a moment. He knew these people were waiting for him to speak. As the acknowledged strongest individual here, his attitude was crucial. At the entrance, the staff of the training camp watched as Lu Chen busied himself, his face covered in sweat. 2 officers. A middle-aged woman in military uniform stepped forward and whispered, "Isn't he violating the rules by acting like this? If we let him continue like this, the significance of our assessment this time will be lost." Dong Ningxue sat down with interest, pulling out a chair. "Let's observe a bit more. If these people don't even dare to resist, then even with high talent, their future achievements will be limited." Although Lu Chen's actions disrupt the balance of the assessment, it also serves as a test of willpower. The woman in military uniform nodded and returned to the group. Xu Xingyao took out 2 bags of snacks from her hoodie pocket, casually tossing one to Dong Ningxue, saying with a smile, "Are all the students of this generation so timid? If it were me, I would have already gone up and given that Lu Chen a good beating. Can those students be like you?" Lu Chen is definitely the ceiling of combat power in this generation. Dong Ningxue shook her head, and behind him stands a dragon the size of a passenger plane. Who would dare provoke him? Give these students another 10 minutes. If no one dares to act, send someone. Before she could finish her sentence, Dong Ningxue's eyes lit up because someone stepped forward. Lu Chen. Lu Chen, who was collecting money, suddenly heard someone call him from behind. Turning around, he saw Feng Xinglan with blue hair walking towards him, his expression complex. Lu Chen smiled, "What's up? Have you figured it out? How many points do you want to buy?" Feng Xinglan hesitated for a moment, looking at the dragon behind Lu Chen, whose neck stretched out like a lighthouse, swallowing hard. He had to admit that standing so close to the dragon's feet, the inexplicable pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Faced with the flame cloud dragon, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit at all, unlike when facing an ordinary 4th-level beast. How did Lu Chen manage to subdue such a terrifying beast? Feng Xinglan's tone was a bit hesitant. He scanned the surroundings and saw everyone looking at him, including many girls whose eyes were filled with anticipation. Feng Xinglan is up. Wow, he's so handsome. I knew he would uphold justice for us. Go, Feng Xinglan, justice will prevail. Encouraged by everyone, Feng Xinglan gained confidence. He mustered his courage and looked at Lu Chen, saying slowly, "Lu Chen, I know you're strong, but you shouldn't go too far." "Oh?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, then chuckled, "Sorry, that's just how I am. What do you want to do about it?" Feng Xinglan glanced at the dragon beside Lu Chen and no longer showed fear on his face. "Since that's the case, do you dare to have a man-to-man fight with me? Are you sure you want to fight me?" "Of course." Feng Xinglan laughed boldly, "The backbone of the Feng family cannot bend. Besides, if I retreat today, will there be a place for me to retreat tomorrow?" With that, he adjusted the sunglasses hanging on his chest, assumed a fighting stance, and said, "Come on, let me see your strength." As he took his stance, a gentle breeze surged around Feng Xinglan, blowing away all the fallen leaves within a few meters of him. As the heir of the strongest family in East Sichuan province, he had always enjoyed the most luxurious resources since childhood, surpassing even Yishao Hua, who came from a second-generation official background. Moreover, in terms of energy, realm, and speed, he was recognized as the strongest in the province. There was no reason for him to lose to Lu Chen from a small city in East Sichuan province. Thinking of this, Feng Xinglan clenched his teeth, his fighting spirit boiling. "Great!" Xu Xingyao waved her fist, exclaiming, "The big showdown is about to begin. Snow Sister, who do you think will win between these two?" Dong Ningxue glanced at Feng Xinglan, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. The kid from the Feng family has some backbone. Standing up alone, with his strength, even if Lu Chen can win, it shouldn't be too easy. The natural advantage of a talented individual is just too significant. Even if Lu Chen's power and energy surpass the opponents, it won't be easy to catch Feng Xinglan. As a wind elemental talent, the speed he can unleash in combat is enough to engage in battles beyond his level. Moreover, with the ancestral windwalk technique, his figure becomes even more elusive. Among peers, he can even easily take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Wind elements not only enhance speed but also allow for long-range attacks with transparent wind blades that are hard to defend against. "Alright," Lu Chen waved his hand with a smile, "Little fire, help me clear a space." Roar! The blazing cloud dragon let out a dragon's roar towards the sky, then flapped its flesh wings, creating a hurricane within 100 meters around Lu Chen. Stones and dry branches on the ground were blown away, and some students nearby were also sent flying. In a moment, the area around Lu Chen was cleared, and the ground was free of debris. Alright, you're good to go, have fun, Lu Chen said, looking towards Feng Xinglan not far away, striding towards him. The battle was about to begin. Feng Xinglan stepped back, his hands moving continuously, gathering clusters of wind blades in his hands. As an elemental talent, as long as he kept his distance from ordinary people, he could remain invincible. Be careful! Feng Xinglan suddenly pushed both hands forward, sending several wind blades whistling towards Lu Chen. The wind blades were extremely fast, and their size increased during flight, eventually expanding to the size of a person. Swish! Lu Chen dodged to the side, the wind blades blowing his bangs in front of his forehead, crashing into the ground behind him. Boom! Soil splattered, and the wind blades created a deep several-meter-wide crater on the ground, with residual wind elemental energy still cutting at the bottom of the pit. Dong Ningxue couldn't help but nod at Feng Xinglan's move. That's a good idea. As long as he keeps his distance from Lu Chen won't be able to fully utilize his strength. Is that so? Xu Xingyao pursed her lips. I think Lu Chen is holding back, he hasn't even drawn his sword. Seeing his first attack fail, Feng Xinglan retreated abruptly, circling around Lu Chen. So this is a wind elemental talent, not bad, Lu Chen observed Feng Xinglan with interest. Since his battle with Yi Xiaohua, he had developed a strong interest in elemental talents. Their techniques were unique, like the fire lion summoned by Yi Xiaohua, which had amazed him. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry for this battle, he wanted to push Feng Xinglan to show more. When he encountered another elemental talent in the future, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Clang! The Thousand Blades demon sword unsheathed, Lu Chen stomped on the ground and charged forward. Feng Xinglan narrowed his eyes, his hands moving continuously, forming a field of wind blades around him for protection. Interesting, wind elements can also be used for defense, but this move must be quite exhausting, Lu Chen muttered to himself, swinging his long knife forward. Seeing Lu Chen take the initiative, Feng Xinglan directly deflected several wind blades from the field. Swish, 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 the wind blades flew out of the field, their angles exceptionally tricky, rotating towards Lu Chen. In terms of power and speed, they were no less than anti-material artillery shells. Although the wind blades were fast and transparent, making them hard to track, under Lu Chen's mental domain coverage, they couldn't escape detection. In his eyes, the whistling wind blades seemed to be in slow motion, and he had already dodged them at the moment Feng Xinglan made his move. Seeing his wind blades easily dodged by Lu Chen, Feng Xinglan became somewhat unsettled. He abandoned defense altogether and pushed all the wind blades out. The next moment, swish, countless wind blades spread out in the air, heading towards Lu Chen like lightning, stirring up a rustling sandstorm. Facing the overwhelming wind blades, Lu Chen's expression turned slightly serious. His right hand muscles bulged as the magic blade with 1,000 edges swung, creating a dazzling blade aura. Clang, ping, pang. The magic blade clashed with the pouring wind blades, producing a resounding clash of metal and sparking flames. The aftermath of the collision was even more exaggerated than the disruption caused by the previous confrontation. Damn, these two are too strong, they are not even in the same league as us. The abilities of the gifted are indeed formidable, but Lu Chen actually managed to withstand them all. In the eyes of ordinary students, the long knife in Lu Chen's hand had already danced beyond visibility. Lu Chen suddenly slashed out with the long knife, shattering all the wind blades in front of him, but several more wind blades attacked from behind. Indeed quite tricky. Lu Chen stepped forward, his figure disappearing in an instant from his original position. Shortly after, he reappeared beside Feng Xinglan. Whoosh, the long knife in his hand tore through the air, emitting a spine-chilling sound. Feng Xinglan clenched his teeth, focusing all his attention, stepping with mysterious footwork and rhythmically swaying his body. Despite the somewhat comical movements, they managed to dodge Lu Chen's terrifying strike. Following this, Feng Xinglan's speed surged, turning into a breeze and creating distance from Lu Chen once again. Those who had thought Feng Xinglan was defeated now saw a glimmer of hope. Feng Xinglan is so fast. I've heard that the Feng family has an ancestral technique that greatly enhances speed. Feng Xinglan must have used this technique to escape just now. I know, it's the wind walk. Lu Chen's ears twitched as he heard the students' discussions. Wind walk? Interesting. Lu Chen, with keen interest, enveloped Feng Xinglan with his mental power, carefully observing his footwork changes. On the other hand, seeing Lu Chen not catching up, Feng Xinglan stopped and said seriously, Lu Chen, I admit that I'm not as strong as you, but if I don't actively engage with you, you'll never catch me. How about we call this match a draw? Just as Lu Chen was about to analyze the principles of wind walk, Feng Xinglan stopped moving. This made Lu Chen anxious, so he grabbed his sword and charged towards him. You? Feng Xinglan didn't expect Lu Chen to chase him without a word and hurriedly used wind walk to circle around the arena. His speed was so fast that even the top-tier high-speed cameras could only capture his afterimages. However, through Lu Chen's mental perspective, he could see every muscle and tendon movement of Feng Xinglan clearly. He memorized all these movements and a bold idea emerged in his mind. What if he wrote down these steps on paper and then synthesized them under the title of Wind Walk? Based on his past experiences, there was a high possibility of success. Run faster. Keep running. Don't just circle around, try jumping. Lu Chen closely followed behind Feng Xinglan with his sword. Dong Ningxue furrowed her brows and asked puzzled, Xingyao, what do you think Lu Chen is doing? She could tell that Lu Chen's speed was definitely faster than Feng Xinglan's, yet he didn't end the fight, almost as if he was toying with the opponent. Who knows what he's up to? Xu Xingyao shook her head. Could it be that he's trying to learn Feng Xinglan's wind walk? As soon as she said this, Xu Xingyao couldn't help but laugh. Some ancestral techniques of major families were not so simple to learn. They involved the use of qi and blood in some detailed movements. A slight mistake in practice could lead to self-injury. Almost done. Lu Chen chased for nearly 10 minutes, finally memorizing all the details of Feng Xinglan's movements, including the initial steps of wind walk and the timing of qi and blood circulation. In the next moment, Lu Chen applied his fuel power to his feet, and his speed suddenly increased by a notch, instantly surpassing Feng Xinglan. Feng Xinglan's mouth twitched. Although he knew Lu Chen was holding back, he didn't expect to be completely outmatched in speed. Annihilate wind blades. Feng Xinglan seemed somewhat flustered. He stomped fiercely on the ground to halt his movement, and several wind blades flew out. Lu Chen simply dodged them with a few swift movements. The wind blades grazed past his ear, carrying a terrifying energy that he could clearly sense. It's over. Lu Chen looked at Feng Xinglan, a smile appearing on his face. This time, the smile came from the heart. Swish! Lu Chen disappeared from his original position, rushing towards Feng Xinglan at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared just 2 meters in front of him. Annihilate wind. Boom! Before Feng Xinglan could unleash his wind blades, Lu Chen punched him in the abdomen. His body instantly bent like a shrimp, and he spat out a mouthful of sour water. Cough, I concede. Looking at the purple long knife held against his neck, Feng Xinglan smiled bitterly and lowered his head. He never expected that he, the genius praised by many, would lose so thoroughly. If Lu Chen had defeated him with strength or endurance, Feng Xinglan wouldn't feel so miserable. It was because he was defeated in the speed domain, his specialty. Feng Xinglan lost like this? The audience fell silent at first, then erupted into intense discussions. Wasn't it said that no one could keep up with Feng Xinglan's speed? It can only be said that a genius has encountered a monster. This Lu Chen is unbelievably strong in all aspects. The students who had already passed the assessment had unpleasant expressions on their faces at the moment. Ah, even Feng Xinglan lost. Who else can compete with Lu Chen? Isn't there a psychic talent left? Can he do it? In the crowd, upon hearing this, Hao Pengjie's face turned extremely pale. Let him go up against that monster? Are they kidding? Hao Pengjie scanned the surroundings and realized that no one recognized him, so he slowly retreated behind the others. He was the only psychic talent here, able to sense the psychic power emanating from Lu Chen. However, he agreed with what a student had just said. This Lu Chen was strong in all aspects, even terrifyingly so in psychic power. Thanks for going easy on me. I'm no match for you. Feng Xinglan said dejectedly, I only have 1 million pocket money left, so I'll buy 10 points from you. Lu Chen nodded. Truly a rich kid, starting with 1 million in pocket money. He deducted 10 points from his wristwatch and transferred them to Feng Xinglan. Feng Xinglan glanced at Lu Chen one last time before preparing to walk towards the entrance. Wait! Lu Chen stopped Feng Xinglan, his face once again breaking into a warm smile. Feng Xinglan shuddered. What's wrong? I want to ask, are there any other students like you from the same family, who have mastered some kind of technique? What? Feng Xinglan was puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to a sturdy girl among the students who were unwilling to buy points. Similar to your wind walk, is there anyone over there who knows it? Feng Xinglan didn't understand why Lu Chen was asking this, but after some thought, he pointed to a tall and muscular girl. She stood over 2 meters tall, with arms that reached her knees, and her muscles were well-defined, resembling a tower. Feng Xinglan explained, that girl is Yao Kersen. No, she recently changed her name to Yao Rong. She is a direct disciple of the Yao family martial hall. Oh? Lu Chen followed Feng Xinglan's gesture and immediately spotted Yao Rong, who stood 2 heads taller than the others. What can this Yao Rong do, and how strong is she? She practices a body-strengthening technique called barbaric bull power. Feng Xinglan rubbed his chin, recalling, she is a defense talent and, with the right techniques, can withstand a full-force strike from a 4th realm warrior. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The barbaric bull power was also suitable for him. Not bad, not bad. Feng Xinglan thought Lu Chen was praising him, so he immediately relaxed and whispered, I know all this now. Can I go? Sure, you have nothing to do here. Lu Chen waved his hand and walked briskly towards a bewildered Yao Rong. At this moment, Yao Rong had no idea what was happening. She only saw Lu Chen and Feng Xinglan pointing at her, as if discussing something. What do you want? Yao Rong's heart was pounding. Trying not to appear flustered, she instinctively straightened her body. Not only Yao Rong, but also the students standing with her, remained silent, afraid to speak. They were worried that Lu Chen was looking for trouble. After all, they had just badmouthed Lu Chen a lot. I heard you're good at taking hits. Lu Chen looked at Yao Rong, his eyes lighting up slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Well, kind of. What do you want? Seeing Yao Rong nod in confirmation, Lu Chen couldn't wait any longer. He took big steps forward and pulled Yao Rong out. Use your strongest defense, I'm going to attack. The next moment, disregarding the astonished expressions of others, he assumed a fighting stance. Boom! A punch was thrown, like thunder in a drought, resounding loudly. Yao Rong's pupils contracted as she quickly assumed a defensive stance, crossing her hands in front of her chest. Not only that, her body emitted a bronze-like luster, making her look like a fortress cast in steel. Lu Chen intentionally threw the punch slowly, giving Yao Rong time to defend herself. He released his mental power, covering Yao Rong, carefully observing the flow of her qi and blood and the way her energy circulated. With just one glance, Lu Chen discovered the miraculous nature of the barbaric bull power within Yao Rong. The qi and blood in Yao Rong's body circulated in a mysterious way, and the muscles on her arms instantly gathered together. Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Chen's fist and Yao Rong's arm collided fiercely. Without stopping, Lu Chen unleashed a storm of attacks. Each strike felt like a meteor crashing to the ground, the deafening roar spreading around. The nearby students were left temporarily deafened. Yao Rong remained focused, not daring to slack off in this intense battle where a moment of carelessness could lead to serious injury. When the students' hearing returned, the scene had changed. The aftermath of the battle had affected the nearby dense forest, with trees falling in clusters, and Yao Rong's figure disappearing. Only Lu Chen stood in place, still in a fighting stance. 100 meters away, Yao Rong had been pushed back by the shockwave of Lu Chen's final punch. Hoo! Yao Rong exhaled shakily, blood streaking from the corner of her mouth, the bronze color fading from her body, her arm a deep red. She knew that Lu Chen hadn't even used his full strength, not even half of it. As for why Lu Chen wanted to spar with her, it didn't matter. She had also gained benefits from this spear and shield confrontation. The barbaric bull power actually broke through at this moment. Yao Rong's face showed joy as she walked back. Lu Chen closed his eyes, recalling the details of Yao Rong's use of the barbaric bull power. A minute later, he moved his body, shook his stiff wrist, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Although he had only used 20% of his strength, Yao Rong had managed to withstand it all, indicating the power of the barbaric bull power. What if he synthesized it through the synthesis column? Surely, an even stronger technique would be created. Yao Rong, thanks for sparring with me, you can go now. Thank you. Yao Rong was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, continuously thanking Lu Chen before running towards the entrance. At the entrance, Dong Ningxue saw Lu Chen walking towards other students, continuing to promote his points, and shook her head. He's too much, Xingyao, come with me. The two women stood up and walked towards Lu Chen, one after the other. You're quite bold, kid. Lu Chen was slightly surprised, then turned around to see the serious Dong Ningxue and the giggling Zhu Xingyao. Hey, nice to see you again. Zhu Xingyao waved at Lu Chen. Instructor, I don't think I've violated any rules, have I? Lu Chen remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He had carefully read the rules of this assessment, which did not restrict the exchange of points between students. And there's an issue with these point rewards. I worked hard to hunt down so many demonic beasts, my points exceeded the second place by hundreds, yet I can only get that amount of reward. Isn't there any other compensation? Lu Chen shrugged. Since Dong Ningxue didn't allow him to make money, he had to find another way to gain some benefits. Compensation? Dong Ningxue spoke lightly, yes. Dong Ningxue's finely drawn eyebrows curved as she clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Listen up, after this assessment, points won't be reset, and can be directly used for consumption within the training camp. With these words, many students cheered. That's great, we can use these points inside the training camp. A teenager with a mushroom haircut jumped up excitedly. I have 10 points, I should have bought more from Lu Chen earlier. Seeing the excitement on the mushroom head's face, his companion was puzzled. What's so useful about the points in the training camp? It's more than useful. The mushroom head explained excitedly. Do you know, I asked some senior brothers and sisters who participated in the previous training camps. They said the hardest part isn't getting in, but staying in. What do you mean? The mushroom head's voice was loud, piquing the interest of many. As everyone looked at him, the mushroom head cleared his throat, stood tall, and continued, "It's simple. To stay in the training camp, there are conditions." "What conditions?" "Stop beating around the bush, just say it." Many people surrounded the mushroom head, asking. "It's the points." According to the senior brothers and sisters, every day in the training camp requires spending points, including using the facilities. Even meals and accommodation require points. What? That's so demanding. You need points even for meals. How can anyone survive like this? The mushroom head shook his head disdainfully. "You guys are too naive. The food in the training camp isn't ordinary. It's made from the meat of high-level demonic beasts and some rare mutated vegetables. Eating these can greatly enhance your vitality, even strengthen your physique and stabilize your foundation. Even if you have a lot of money outside, you can't buy these, understand?" After the mushroom head finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized. Many people looked at Lu Chen with a different expression, regretting not buying more points from him. Lu Chen's eye twitched. He regretted too. Regretted selling the points cheaply. He should have asked for 50,000 per point. "Alright, everyone, gather at the entrance. Those who passed the assessment come with me back to the training camp." Dong Ningxue interrupted the discussion, turning to walk towards the entrance. "As for those who didn't pass, you can buy a ticket back home." As everyone gathered at the entrance, ready to return in line, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Roar! The blazing fire cloud dragon hovered in the air, unwilling to leave for a long time. Then, as if making a decision, it dove towards Lu Chen's position. "Quick, move away." Nearby students and staff stepped back, afraid of being accidentally harmed by the blazing fire cloud dragon. Hiss! Lu Chen watched the blazing fire cloud dragon land in front of him, a warm color flashing in his eyes. "Little fire, you're free now. The city world within the high walls isn't suitable for you. Your home should be the vast sky and towering mountains." Lu Chen touched the horn handed to him by the blazing fire cloud dragon, seeing the reluctance in Little Fire's eyes. At the next moment, he drew the magic knife with 1,000 blades from his waist and, amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, cut a wound at the neck of Xiaohua. Immediately after, Lu Chen reached in and pulled out a positioning device shining with red light. This was intentionally installed by the military on the point's demon beasts to track their location. After doing all this, Lu Chen took out a healing pill from his ring, crushed it, and applied it to Xiaohua's wound. "Go, now no one can find you." He pressed his hands on Xiaohua's side and pushed hard. The blazing fire dragon lowered its head, gave Lu Chen one last look, then flapped its flesh wings and flew into the sky. "Captain Dong," he removed the positioning device from that sub-dragon, which is public property. Dong Ningxue frowned slightly. "Let him go, or do you want to go and retrieve that sub-dragon?" The bus started. The return journey was very quiet, with many seats even left empty. The number of trainees at the training camp had decreased from over 500 to less than 200. Many of them had stayed only after purchasing points from Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat at the back, while Cold Moon Yu beside him looked excited, anticipating life at the training camp. Lu Chen, on the other hand, remained calm, already contemplating how to combine the wind walk and barbaric bull power. Initially, he had a casual attitude towards this genius training camp, purely for broadening his horizons. But now, not only had his perspective widened, but he had also found a new direction for synthesis. "It seems like I'm on the right path. After entering Shanggu University, I should encounter more opportunities," Lu Chen thought to himself. If he had stayed at home focusing solely on synthesis, he would never have understood talents or learned other techniques beyond basic body refining. After getting off the bus, Lu Chen was led by a military-clad staff member to his accommodation area. The staff member looked at Lu Chen strangely, as if observing a rare animal. Not long ago, he had been frightened by the aura released by Zhu Xingyao. After leading Lu Chen to the dormitory area, the staff member handed him a box. "This is your ranking reward." Lu Chen opened it to find 2 valuable high-grade pills inside. After a brief exchange, the staff member left. Lu Chen entered the dormitory. The living conditions here were much better than he had imagined. Each person had a large room, even bigger than Lu Chen's house, fully furnished with appliances, and a private bathroom. There was even a separate martial arts training room with a device for testing blood and energy fluctuations. What delighted Lu Chen the most was the printer connected to the computer. This meant he could freely print barbaric bull power and wind walk in his room without worrying about suspicion from others. "The last time I tested my blood and energy was during the warrior assessment." Lu Chen walked up to the blood and energy testing device and took out a disposable blood collection needle. He wanted to test his blood and energy to see which stage he was at now. Drip! Blood and energy test completed, 61. 18 cards. Hiss! Lu Chen was startled by the result. Last time it was around 25 cards, and now it had jumped to 61 cards. A rise of 36 cards. My current blood and energy value should already be at the Four Realms warrior level. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. With the stellar forge body technique, beginner's guide, and the high-grade pills he had synthesized, it was quite normal for Lu Chen to achieve his current results. Good, at this rate, reaching the martial master realm won't be too far off. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling fascinated by the gradual strengthening and surpassing of himself. Lu Chen checked the dormitory and found no cameras or listening devices. Unlike other students who curiously wandered around the base, he collapsed on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. Although he had slept during the assessment days, it was always half awake, uncomfortable on the hard tree trunk. Lu Chen didn't have any particular hobbies, except for sleeping. It wasn't until noon the next day that he opened his eyes. Checking the time, it was lunchtime, and his stomach indeed growled. Stepping out of the room, Lu Chen caught a whiff of meat, the cafeteria not far away. He quickly made his way there. The cafeteria was vast, comparable to a large football field, with everyone, students and instructors alike, gathered to eat. Lu Chen strode into the cafeteria, recognizing many faces from the ride back. As he approached, many glanced at him with awe, clearly affected by his performance in the wilderness god forest. Why are some students still cleaning? Are they earning points? Lu Chen noticed several students wiping tables and sweeping diligently. He randomly chose a window and joined the queue at the end. The students ahead didn't notice Lu Chen's arrival and continued chatting. Didn't see Lu Chen today. Did the instructor take him for special training? Who knows, such a weirdo being in our batch, not sure if it's lucky or unlucky. Definitely not a good thing. Because of him selling points, the number of students has skyrocketed, and now even tasks like cleaning tables are hard to get. Yeah, if we can't earn points, we'll be kicked out. Lu Chen couldn't bear listening anymore and coughed twice. The chatting students turned around, startled to see Lu Chen behind them. Oh my god. Lu Chen. Big bro, you go ahead, we suddenly lost our appetite. The two stuttered and quickly ran off. Lu Chen chuckled, shook his head, and continued waiting in line. Soon it was his turn. The food at the Genius Training Camp was indeed excellent, with a menu over 5 meters long, offering a variety of cuisines. A dish here could easily fetch tens of thousands in a luxury restaurant outside. Here, it only required a few points, and one could refill their plate endlessly until full. Lu Chen picked up a plate the size of a lid, filled to the brim by the serving lady, forming a tower. Just as he was about to find a seat, he saw a graceful figure approaching him. Lu Chen, come sit with me. Lung Yu ran over, pulling Lu Chen to sit beside her. Lu Chen, I never expected that even in the Genius Training Camp, you're still the strongest. Lung Yu blushed as she spoke. Known as the iceberg goddess at school, she now found every opportunity to talk to Lu Chen. But praising Lu Chen's strength was indeed sincere. Before entering the camp, she was proud of passing the warrior assessment, thinking she was a rare genius of the century. Only Lu Chen's talent surpassed hers at school. It wasn't until she came here that she realized she was just at the bottom, insignificant compared to true geniuses. Without Lu Chen's help, she might have been eliminated on the first day. Thinking of this, she stole a glance at the young man in front of her, her heart pounding. It's nothing much. Lu Chen modestly smiled, picking up a piece of tender meat from a monster, feeling a rush of heat spreading through his body as he ate, warming him from the inside out. This made Lu Chen's eyes light up. No wonder these students would stay here even if they were just wiping tables and sweeping the floor. However, Long Yeye's mind was not on eating. She continued to chat with Lu Chen. Do you have any plans? With your ranking, you shouldn't have to worry about points, right? I have enough until the assessment ends, Lu Chen replied without looking up, then continued to eat heartily. Long Yeye. A moment of silence. Long Yeye stared at Lu Chen for a while, hoping he would initiate a conversation, but Lu Chen disappointed her. His attention was solely on the food. Helpless, Long Yeye had to talk to herself. I only have enough points for 2 days. I have to go pick up a task later. I don't know if I can get a simple one. Long Yeye sighed. But we are considered lucky. I heard that previous students had to start from scratch with their points when they entered the camp. Good luck to you. Lu Chen nodded and silently finished his meal, clearing his plate in no time. After wiping his mouth, he stood up, ready to leave. I have something to attend to, so I'll go first. With that, he walked out of the cafeteria, leaving Lang Yeye bewildered. Back in his dorm, Lu Chen felt a warm flow in his body due to the energy from the demon beast meat. To avoid wasting it, he immediately started practicing. Half an hour later, he exhaled deeply. His slightly bulging belly had returned to normal, having digested all the demon beast meat he had for lunch. That was a great meal. It's almost like consuming a high-grade elixir. Lu Chen stretched his muscles and looked at the box of elixirs beside him. Let's start synthesizing the next one. He first placed one elixir into the synthesis slot to check its information. Turtle Marrow Elixir, high-grade elixir after consumption. It significantly increases the body's vitality and slightly enhances stamina. Main ingredients: 100-year dragon bones, 1000-year turtle marrow, spirit stone marrow, etc. It can increase stamina and vitality? Lu Chen was surprised. Indeed, as a high-grade elixir, its effects were much stronger than regular elixirs. He then added another turtle marrow elixir. Turtle Marrow Elixir *2, synthesis requires 20 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesize. As Lu Chen clicked on the synthesis, a small portion of his stamina was instantly drained. Synthesis complete. Consumes 20 colorless crystal blocks, obtains Jade Marrow Elixir. Jade Marrow Elixir, top quality elixir after consumption. It comprehensively enhances the body's functions, condenses mental power, and balances the body. Main ingredients: silver ring stamen, 1000 mountain dragon mist, blood demon ginseng, etc. Successfully synthesized a top-quality elixir. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This elixir was very comprehensive and suitable for him to consume. He carefully put away the Jade Marrow Elixir, planning to take it when he practiced the star record forging body technique the next day. Next, let's start synthesizing the windwalk technique. Compared to the brutal bull power, Lu Chen was more interested in the windwalk technique. To avoid others discovering his secret, Lu Chen didn't use a computer to write the windwalk technique. Instead, he opened the printer's cover, took out a few sheets of A4 paper, and started drawing on them with a pen. Title: Windwalk Technique, a martial art passed down by the Feng family. Lu Chen immersed himself in memories, carefully recalling the movements of Feng Xinglan that day. Soon, he had a plan and drew a stick figure on the paper. The figure stood tall, legs slightly bent, hands naturally hanging down. This is the first move. Feng Xinglan circulated his qi and blood to his legs from this step. Then, rotate the hips, move the left leg in a half circle, and solidify the qi and blood to the feet. Lu Chen continued to draw, and with the first move, he felt a surge of inspiration that he couldn't contain. He wrote over 30 moves in a row and wanted to continue, but he found that the A4 paper was already full. Let's try putting it in the synthesis slot and see if it can be recognized. Lu Chen's face was full of anticipation as he placed the paper into the synthesis column. A line of small characters appeared below. A4 paper filled with martial arts moves, effect unknown. Can't identify it? Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed, unsure where the problem lay. After pondering for a while, a light bulb went off in his mind. Could it be because there are only illustrations without any accompanying text? Lu Chen picked up a pen and started writing annotations next to the drawings. In no time, he filled the gaps on the paper. Let's try again. Lu Chen tossed the paper back into the synthesis column for identification. Windwalk, fragment, a martial art technique created by the ancestors of the Wind family, focusing on agile body movements, not confusing opponents with varied footwork, emphasizing speed and agility to enhance combat abilities. Success! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as if he had found a treasure, retrieving the paper. The synthesis column is indeed strict. Although it's a fragment, it should be able to produce something useful. Lu Chen couldn't help but recall his previous experience of synthesizing the 1000-blade magic sword with a broken knife. He made a copy of the handwritten Windwalk on the printer and began the synthesis. Windwalk, fragment, synthesis requires 10 colorless crystals. As Lu Chen clicked on the synthesis, a small amount of stamina was instantly drained. Synthesis complete, consuming 10 colorless crystals, obtaining Swift Wind Step, introductory. Swift Wind Step, introductory after mastering, allows rapid forward running, significantly increasing travel speed, but cannot be used in combat. Swift Wind Step, synthesizing a martial art for training, but only useful for travel, somewhat underwhelming. Lu Chen took out the Swift Wind Step and flipped through it casually. The book had an ancient design, with just over 10 pages, likely a hereditary martial art of a certain family. It mentioned that mastering it could double one's speed. In terms of speed enhancement alone, it was much stronger than Wen Xinglan's Windwalk, which only increased his speed by about 30%. Let's continue synthesizing. Synthesis column, give me some power. Lu Chen tore out the pages of Swift Wind Step one by one, placed them in the printer for copying, and then inserted them into the synthesis column. Swift Wind Step, introductory, synthesis requires 20 colorless crystals. Without hesitation, Lu Chen clicked on the synthesis. The next moment, a multiple of stamina compared to before was drained. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. This time, it should be a critical hit. Congratulations! Critical hit in synthesis, will proceed to leap synthesis. 10% chance, indeed, a new prompt came from the synthesis column. Bang! Instead of emitting smoke, the synthesis frame burst into golden light. Synthesis complete, consuming 20 colorless crystals, obtaining swallow's tread. Swallow's tread? This swallow's tread had an ancient color, with a cover made of thick wood, adorned with golden edges at the corners, blending grandeur with elegance, the gold and old wood complementing each other, exuding a unique charm. It was evident that the quality and value of this book far exceeded the previous ones. But Lu Chen didn't care about its antiquity. He directly tore off the wooden cover and prepared to continue synthesizing. After becoming a warrior, the synthesis column automatically upgraded to an intermediate synthesis column, capable of 4 syntheses, with an additional synthesis opportunity after a leap. Soon, he placed 2 coverless swallow's tread into the synthesis column. Swallow's tread, synthesis requires 50 colorless crystals. Quite expensive. Although Lu Chen felt a pang for his crystals, he clicked on the synthesis for the sake of top-tier martial arts. Synthesis complete, consuming 50 colorless crystals, obtaining Moonshadow Star Pluck technique. Wow, just the name tells me it's extraordinary. Just as Lu Chen took out the Moonshadow Star Pluck technique, ready to peruse it, urgent footsteps sounded from outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Student Lu Chen, assemble in the base hall. Got it. Lu Chen returned. Glancing at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and gathering everyone together must mean there was an announcement to be made. Lu Chen tidied up the papers next to the printer, destroyed the remaining evidence, and placed the Moon Shadow Star picking decision under his pillow. Inside the training camp hall, Lu Chen, who had just reached the door, could clearly hear the noise inside. But the moment he stepped into the hall, the clamor instantly ceased. All eyes were fixed on him, staring intently. There was surprise, fear, curiosity, and interest among them. Under the gaze of over 100 pairs of eyes, Lu Chen remained composed, walking towards a seat at the back by the window. If there were some students who didn't know much about Lu Chen before, only aware that he had defeated Feng Xinglan without knowing what he had done in the wilderness god forest. But in the 2 days at the training camp, legends about Lu Chen had already begun to spread. Lu Chen, a student from Manhwa City, ranked first in the entrance assessment this time, scoring hundreds of points more than the second place. Single-handedly, he hunted down all the point beasts. Not only did he tame a subdragon as a mount, he also surpassed Feng Xinglan, the acknowledged top talent in Dongchuan province, defeating him. Even if these deeds were taken separately, they would astonish everyone. Moreover, all of this was accomplished by Lu Chen alone. If Lu Chen were to be described in 2 words, almost all students would say monster. In their eyes, Lu Chen was no longer just a student but a formidable figure, on par with the instructors. As Lu Chen walked towards the back of the hall, many students who were closer to him moved aside. Some who were already seated slipped away from their seats, not daring to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Hey, look at that guy, he's really bold, daring to sit next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat down slowly, and in front of him, there was a slightly pale-faced young man. Yeah, this guy is really bold, admirable. I heard Lu Chen doesn't hesitate to act if he doesn't like someone. Isn't he afraid of getting hit? Sitting in his seat, Lu Chen listened to the discussions of the crowd, shaking his head helplessly. Who started these rumors? When did he ever randomly hit someone? However, the young man sitting in front also caught his attention. Because from this young man, he sensed a familiar aura. Lu Chen tried to extend his mental power forward, covering the young man. Suddenly, as if pricked by a needle, the young man, who was originally hunched over, sat up straight in an instant. So it's him. Lu Chen realized, this person should be the psychic talent he had encountered by chance that day. As the young man straightened his body and lifted his face, many people recognized him. I know him, he seems to be a talent too, called Hao Pingjie. Yes, it's him. No wonder he's not afraid of Lu Chen. With his psychic talent, dealing with Lu Chen shouldn't be difficult. I think no matter how strong Lu Chen is, he may not be able to withstand the attacks of a psychic talent. Sitting in his own seat, Hao Pingjie listened to the discussions of the students beside him. He couldn't help but swallow hard, locking his mental power tightly within himself. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of Lu Chen, but when he saw Lu Chen for the first time, his whole body froze. The stinging pain from the clash of mental powers that day was etched in his memory, and he still hadn't recovered. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Chen was already seated behind him, and it was too late to leave. A breeze passed by, and Hao Pingjie felt a chilling sensation on his back. He didn't know when, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Lu Chen, after losing to you last time, I've fought a lot. Feng Xinglan entered from the door, immediately locking eyes with Lu Chen's position. He walked up to Lu Chen and said loudly, I'm not someone who can't accept defeat, but if you give me a little more time, I will definitely surpass you and defeat you. Feng Xinglan's eyes, filled with dark circles, burned with fighting spirit. It was evident that he was under immense pressure after losing to Lu Chen, even his sleep was affected. You're overthinking it. Those defeated by me can never surpass me, Lu Chen said calmly. Because I will grow faster than you. What? Feng Xinglan was taken aback by Lu Chen's lack of respect, leaving him momentarily speechless, his expression vividly colorful. The students on the side watched the intense conversation between the two, immediately starting to gossip. Who do you think will achieve more in the future, these two? The mushroom head who explained the points at the entrance of the deserted god jungle whispered, isn't it obvious? It's definitely Feng Xinglan. Why do you say that? Think about it, what's the difference between these two? The mushroom head deliberately teased, one is a gifted individual, the other is an ordinary warrior, one is from a prestigious family, the other is a commoner. I'm not saying Lu Chen lacks talent and strength, just that his ceiling is not as high as Feng Xinglan's. You all should know how powerful gifted individuals can become in the later stages. The mushroom head exaggeratedly said, among the current top 10 in the combat power rankings, 9 are gifted individuals, which says a lot. Don't be fooled by Lu Chen's current combat power being higher than Feng Xinglan's. Lu Chen's growth is only additive, but Feng Xinglan's growth is multiplicative. The longer the time, the greater the gap between the two. After the mushroom head finished speaking, it garnered agreement from many onlookers. That makes sense. Yeah, maybe not long from now, their strengths will be worlds apart, and we'll just sit back and watch the show. Lu Chen's mental strength was in a relaxed state, taking in everything in the hall. He noticed the conversations of these people but merely smiled disdainfully in his mind. None of these people piqued his interest, they were simply from two different worlds. Right now, he just wanted to finish the meeting quickly and go back to synthesizing barbaric bull power and new martial arts ideals. Since the incident with the Xuanwu hunting group, I seem to have become more irritable and ostentatious. If it were him before, he would never have replied to Feng Xinglan like that. He would have humbly said, I'll wait for you. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen found the reason for his change in attitude. It was because his strength had increased to the point where he no longer needed to pay attention to these trivial matters. These tedious formalities and minor issues would only affect his martial arts heart. Being a bit more high profile in everything would save him a lot of trouble. Just like dealing with someone hostile towards him, a weaker person might carefully consider if they had offended the other party and try to resolve the conflict. But a strong person's approach is simple, if someone attacks, just strike back with a punch. A great man once said, one punch to fend off 100 punches. After realizing this, Lu Chen felt a lot more relieved. Just then, Dong Ningxue and Zhu Xingyo walked in, followed by a group of soldiers in military uniforms. Lu Chen was not unfamiliar with these two, especially Zhu Xingyo, whom he had met at the school's hospital. From these two, he sensed a dangerous aura. Students, congratulations on officially entering the training camp. Dong Ningxue stepped onto the platform, her face cold as she said, now, you have the privilege of getting to know me. I am Dong Ningxue, the head instructor of the training camp. I am your deputy instructor. Zhu Xingyo waved to the audience below, giggling. Hello, instructors. The people below applauded. Compared to the icy Dong Ningxue, everyone preferred the cute and lively appearance of Zhu Xingyo. Dong Ningxue raised her hand to signal for quiet. We didn't gather everyone yesterday to let you relax your tense nerves for a day. Next, I will briefly introduce the daily routines and rules of the training camp. First of all, you are free to move around all day as long as you don't leave the training camp. We won't interfere with your schedule or meal times. Winter Snow paused after stating the first rule, giving the students time to discuss. So relaxed, I thought we'd have to do morning exercises every day. Does this mean I can sleep in every day now? What are you thinking? Do you have enough points? Right now, only Lu Chen can sleep in. Lu Chen couldn't help but touch his nose, he liked this rule. Now he could comfortably stay in the dorm and synthesize. Winter Snow continued, as for points, you should have noticed that on your wristwatch, you can take on tasks to earn points. Every day you spend here, every meal, will cost you points. If you want to stay, you must find ways to complete tasks. As soon as she finished speaking, a discussion erupted among the audience. It's too hard to earn points. Today I stayed in bed a little longer and even the floor sweeping task was taken. Exactly, the tasks don't give enough points. Are they trying to kick us out of the training camp with this method? Winter Snow looked coldly at the audience, tapped the table, and said, if you have any objections, you can leave directly, I can reimburse your ticket home. The crowd fell silent, not daring to speak loudly. There are many ways to earn points, not just daily tasks. Winter Snow glanced at the crowd and continued, we will hold assessments irregularly, and students who pass will earn points. Additionally, the camp has a state-of-the-art testing room where you can take a test for just 5 points. Those who exceed the current health standards will also earn a large number of points. So, strong individuals don't need to worry about not having enough points. As for daily tasks, they are specifically for the weaker ones. Does anyone still want to complain? After Winter Snow finished speaking, curiosity arose in the hearts of the audience. Many were eager to try and couldn't wait to go to the testing room to earn points. Seeing the eager expressions of the students below, Winter Snow shook her head helplessly. The testing room was not easy to pass. These people were getting excited too early. I've explained how to earn points. Next, I will distribute a list on your wristwatch, listing the uses and prices of points. You can go back and take a look slowly. Lu Chen's wristwatch vibrated, and he immediately checked it. The list was long, and Lu Chen quickly scanned it. Deducting 2 points for a single room accommodation per day, 1 point for each meal, and an additional 2 points for door-to-door delivery. There was also a supermarket in the camp where various daily necessities could be purchased with points. These were essential items, and if all were purchased, it would require around 50 points. In addition, there was the testing room Winter Snow mentioned earlier. Lu Chen was very interested in this. Once he mastered the Moon Shadow Star picking decision, he would definitely test his speed. He scrolled down the list and found that points could also be exchanged for military ranks and admission quotas to the Martial University. This was a bit exaggerated, but the required points were equally high, at least 1,000 points. However, upon careful consideration, a student who could gather 1,000 points in these 2 weeks at the training camp could easily secure a military rank. Not to mention that as long as one met the health requirements, they could successfully enroll in the Martial University. If I have to have meals delivered every day. Lu Chen looked at his whopping 290 points. If he didn't squander them everywhere, it should be enough for him to stay in the training camp until he left. After the other students finished reviewing the list, they exclaimed in dismay. Their initial points were only a few, and if they didn't hurry to take on tasks, they would be kicked out by tomorrow. With time running out, many students hurriedly left the hall after the meeting, ready to check if there were any task refreshes at the task collection point. Haopeng Jie, sitting in front of Lu Chen, also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the meeting is over. It was so agonizing. Haopeng Jie stood up, preparing to leave. If this continued, his pants would be soaked. Just then, Dong Ningxue on the stage suddenly spoke. Feng Xinglan, Yao Rong, and Haopeng Jie, stay. The rest can go. Haopeng Jie, who had just stood up, was stunned for a moment, swallowed hard, and then sat down slowly. What the heck? I really want to leave here quickly. Why are we being held back? Haopeng Jie shouted frantically in his mind. Feng Xinglan and Yao Rong, who were about to leave, also looked puzzled, not knowing why Dong Ningxue had asked them to stay. Many students showed jealous and envious expressions. The people Dong Ningxue called were all talented individuals, so they must be planning to give them special treatment. However, what puzzled everyone was that Lu Chen, who ranked first in the entrance assessment, was not given special attention. Hey, I'm so envious. Talented individuals indeed have privileges everywhere. Yes, after all, this training camp is specifically for them, but why wasn't Lu Chen asked to stay? Lu Chen is not a talented individual. Feng Xinglan and the others have growth potential and limits several times that of ordinary warriors, so they are definitely more worthy of cultivation than Lu Chen. If I were Lu Chen, I would definitely feel aggrieved. I am not valued, but those underperforming individuals have become the focus of attention. Many people looked at Lu Chen, trying to discern some emotional changes from his face. However, Lu Chen remained calm, without a hint of emotion. He was content with his current state. He didn't lack others' guidance but rather time. As for others' comments, Lu Chen simply ignored them. Dong Ningxue stood on the stage, watching Lu Chen leave the hall, and asked in confusion, Xingyao, why didn't you keep Lu Chen? Weren't you supposed to guide him? Well, I did consider it before, thinking that even if he had strong combat abilities, he must have weaknesses. But after this assessment, Lu Chen is strong in all aspects. Xu Xingyao pursed her lips and said helplessly, I have nothing to teach such a monster. That's true. Lu Chen is too powerful, not on the same level as these students at all. Dong Ningxue nodded, also feeling a headache about how to arrange Lu Chen. Suddenly, Xu Xingyao's eyes lit up, clapping her hands. I've got it. What? Xu Xingyao's eyes sparkled as she whispered, I know how to arrange Lu Chen. We can use him to motivate others' growth, like Feng Xinglan, who lost to him. Under this pressure, he will surely grow quickly. Then let the improved Feng Xinglan challenge Lu Chen again, so that both can make progress. Dong Ningxue's face showed a pensive expression, indeed feasible. With my guidance, Feng Xinglan will definitely elevate his wind talent to a higher level. With his wind walk technique, he might even become Lu Chen's match. As she spoke, Dong Ningxue's eyes gradually lit up. That's settled then. Even if Feng Xinglan fails, there's still the psychic talent Hao Pingjie. In 2 weeks, during the ranking battle, it will be the time to verify the results. Lu Chen was unaware that he had been arranged by 2 instructors. At this moment, he had just returned to the dormitory. He ordered dinner through his wristwatch and, while waiting for the meal, began practicing the movements of the stellar forge body technique. It was his habit. As long as the environment was safe, he had to practice it once a day. Gradually, steam rose from his body, and sweat dripped onto the floor. After completing a set of movements, Lu Chen took a deep breath. With his qi and blood constantly rising, coupled with the continuous exploration of his potential by the stellar record body tempering technique, his body had become accustomed to the intensity of these movements. Initially, after practicing once, all the strength in his body would be drained. But now, his physical strength was still very abundant, and he could even practice a few more times. Although the stellar record body tempering technique is powerful, it is only an introductory chapter. After upgrading the synthesis column, I will have to synthesize the stellar record body tempering technique again. Since the effect was not as good as before, he decided to practice more times. Lu Chen took out the high-grade pill, the jade marrow pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a violent surge of qi and blood rushed in, the potent medicinal power roaring through his body, continuously absorbed by his cells, further strengthening his muscles and bones. Even his head felt a cool sensation, like eating a mint candy, and his mental strength became much more condensed. Continue. Lu Chen once again practiced the stellar record body tempering technique. After repeating the practice 3 times, he finally absorbed all the medicinal power. At this moment, every muscle in Lu Chen's body shone like newly forged steel, radiating a glossy red sheen. Exhaling a breath, Lu Chen's pores expelled many black impurities. The jade marrow pill once again enhanced his physique, elevating his martial talent to a higher level. Lu Chen took a cool shower, changed clothes, and adjusted his body to its optimal state. Then, he took out the moonshadow star picking technique hidden under his pillow. Moonshadow star picking technique, creator unknown, divided into 3 realms. When perfected, one can soar upwards like the moon, briefly hovering in the air, changing forms, embracing the moon and picking stars, graceful as a startled swan, endlessly mysterious. Wow, I can briefly soar in the air. If combined with mental strength, wouldn't I be able to stay in the air for a long time? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued reading. The first realm, cloud chasing, creating wind beneath the feet, ignoring resistance. The second realm, shadow moon, traversing 100 meters in an instant. The third realm, star river, whirlwind turning into wings, hovering and moving in the air. So powerful. Lu Chen eagerly began practicing the first realm, cloud chasing. Barefoot on the floor, his feet rhythmically stomped the ground. With the operation of the new martial arts visualization method, his focus was highly concentrated, his mind exceptionally clear. In the next moment, Lu Chen took what seemed like an ordinary step, causing the qi within his body to undulate in his legs. Qi and blood, divided into qi and blood. Qi has a regulating effect on the body, while blood nourishes and transforms the spirit. The difficulty of the moon shadow star picking technique lies in controlling the qi. As Lu Chen controlled his breath, he silently recited the body movement mantra. Focus on vitality, understand the changes of yin and yang. Calm the mind, move the qi with the mind, move the body with the qi, sink into the waist, shift in the legs, let the qi flow from the tailbone outward and forward. With each stillness and movement, each inhalation and exhalation, a breeze appeared out of thin air around him. Lu Chen, with his eyes closed tightly, was surrounded by a gentle breeze, like a boat enveloped by giant waves. He entered the profound state once again, his second enlightenment. 3 hours later, when Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel that his steps had become much lighter. As he walked, it seemed that the wind in front of him actively avoided him. The first realm, cloud chasing, has reached a minor completion. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. With the help of the visualization method, he could understand both martial arts and body movements at the fastest speed. This time, he entered an enlightenment state, where 3 hours of enlightenment equaled 3 months of progress in his normal state. Lu Chen tried to run in the room, but the sudden increase in his speed made him unaccustomed, and he ended up crashing into the wall. Ouch! Lu Chen rubbed his head and murmured, after achieving the cloud-chasing minor completion, my speed has actually doubled, it's simply unbelievable. Compared to the Windstar Land's ancestral windwalk technique, this moon shadow star picking decision is incredibly powerful. Produced by the synthesis department, it must be a fine product. After practicing the moon shadow star picking decision, Lu Chen didn't feel tired, just hungry again. He opened the door, took the dinner that had been delivered long ago, and enjoyed it heartily. In the following time, Lu Chen did not continue to practice. Martial arts training emphasizes relaxation and moderation, not rushing. He lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, while most of the students in the training camp were still waiting at the task reception point. Some even planned to stay up all night to grab tasks because if they didn't earn points, they would have to leave early the next morning. Lun Yu was also waiting at the task reception point, surrounded by several students from Anwu City. At first, when they first came in, they didn't know each other, but as they got to know each other, they began to form small groups. I didn't expect Lu Chun from our city to be so powerful, he really brings us glory. A young man said disdainfully, what's the use of bringing glory? Look at the strong ones in the city, they take students with lower strength to do tasks together to earn points, helping each other, while he just stays in the dormitory. After speaking, he looked at Lun Yu, who was waiting for a task, and said with a smile, Lun Yu, I heard you and that Lu Chen are from the same school, with so many points, why doesn't he share some with you? Lun Yu frowned and looked at the young man with an unfriendly look. What's it to you? Our relationship is good, you don't need to sow discord here. And why should he share his points with me? Am I handicapped and unable to earn points myself? Lun Yu was very angry, took a few steps to the side, not wanting to get too close to the young man. The young man was publicly retorted by Lang Yu and looked embarrassed, only able to laugh awkwardly and say nothing more. The next day, early morning, inside the training camp dormitory, Lu Chen got up early, adjusted his state, and wrote the 3 big characters of the barbaric bull power on a blank piece of paper. It started, the barbaric bull power from the Yao family martial arts hall will soon be mine. With the experience of synthesizing the wind walk before, Lu Chen wrote quickly this time, almost without hesitation. Martial arts were like this, although complex, they had a trace to follow. Compared to the wind walk, the moves and routines of the barbaric bull power were much fewer, focusing on the use of qi and blood. Soon, Lu Chen stopped, the paper was already full. It included illustrations and cultivation methods. Putting the paper into the synthesis column, a line of small characters appeared. Barbaric bull power, fragment created by the founder of the Yao family martial arts hall, it is the foundation of the school. This technique emphasizes the physical body. Once cultivated, breaking bricks and stones is as easy as lifting a hand, the strikes are swift and fierce, and can emit a powerful bone-piercing force, making one impervious to attacks. Great, it's done. Lu Chen's face showed joy, quickly printed another copy and put it in the synthesis column for synthesis. Barbaric bull power, fragment, *2, synthesis requires 20 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesize. Hiss, a faint amount of energy was extracted, and steaming mist sprayed out. When the mist gradually dissipated, the 2A4 papers disappeared, replaced by a tattered booklet. Synthesis completed, consuming 20 colorless crystal blocks, obtaining the martial dominance body strengthening technique. Martial dominance body strengthening technique. Strengthening the body is the foundation of martial arts practitioners. Practicing this technique can toughen the flesh and skin while refining qi and blood, reaching a level where blades and spears cannot penetrate. It seems not very effective. A 3 realms warrior can condense qi and blood to resist ordinary weapons in the hands of people. Lu Chen shook his head, but he didn't expect to produce a top-quality body refining technique on the first try. Let's continue. Martial dominance body strengthening technique *2, synthesis requires 30 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesis complete, consuming 30 colorless crystal blocks, obtaining golden body bronze bone technique. Golden body bronze bone technique, by external force impact, it can enhance the body's strength, starting with skin training, progressing to muscle training, and finally bone training, while also increasing strength, making one invincible at the same level. Just the name sounds much more powerful than Yao Ron's brutal bull power. Lu Chen was quite pleased. Brutal bull power could only enhance defense, while this technique could also increase strength. However, he was not satisfied because this was not the limit of the synthesis column. Come on, synthesis column, show me where your limit lies. Lu Chen printed golden body bronze bone technique again and placed it in the synthesis column. Synthesize. As Lu Chen's voice fell, his stamina instantly decreased by 1/5. Congratulations! Synthesis critical hit, will proceed to upgrade synthesis. 10% chance, synthesis complete, obtaining Immovable Vajra Sutra. Immovable Vajra Sutra, the strongest body refining technique of this era. The so-called immovable refers to the firmness of the mind, the indestructibility of the body, impervious to any attack. Practicing this technique allows one to overcome all obstacles without wavering. Lu Chen reached out with slightly trembling hands and retrieved Immovable Vajra Sutra from the synthesis column. He then opened this body refining technique shimmering with mysterious golden light. Just a glance made his breathing quicken. First layer of the Immovable Vajra Sutra, skin and flesh chapter. Praise my true name, immovable Vajra, absorb the purest chi of the world to refine the skin and flesh, forging the immortal Vajra body. So domineering. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. When a warrior enters the realm of a warrior, in order to match the strong chi and blood of the body, continuing to refine the chi and blood will strengthen the skin and flesh. This is what sets warriors apart from ordinary fighters. When the skin and flesh are strengthened to a certain level, internal strength will be generated. The reason why it becomes increasingly difficult to enhance chi and blood as one progresses is because resources need to be allocated to nurture internal strength. Once internal strength is cultivated, one enters the realm of a martial master, becoming a grandmaster. The strength of internal strength depends entirely on the refinement of the skin and flesh during the warrior stage. The more solid the skin and flesh are refined, the more robust the internal strength becomes. And this immovable Vajra Sutra actually starts from refining the skin and flesh. From the introduction above, successful skin and flesh refinement will bring my body's strength to a terrifying level, and my strength will also increase. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Chen continued to read the practice methods of immovable Vajra Sutra. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen fully understood the first chapter. This is a static technique that requires meditation in a lotus position. It is difficult to practice, requiring precise control of the chi and blood within the body, impacting and refining it in specific meridians to stimulate one's potential, automatically absorbing the sun and moon's chi to strengthen the body. It may be difficult for others, but I have spiritual power that allows me to see my own meridians internally, so this immovable Vajra Sutra is practically barrier-free for me. Full of confidence, Lu Chen did not delay any longer and began meditating in a lotus position. He had a lot to do, and every minute was crucial. Over the next few days, Lu Chen did not continue synthesizing but devoted himself wholeheartedly to practice. The first thing he did upon waking up each day was to practice the stellar forge body technique, depleting his strength, then meditate in a lotus position to visualize the Diamond Man, solidifying his spiritual power. When his strength had recovered sufficiently, he practiced the moon shadow star picking technique and immovable Vajra Sutra. This routine continued for nearly a week. During this time, Lu Chen did not step out of his room. Except for the students delivering meals, he did not see anyone else. The results were evident. Lu Chen had successfully mastered the immovable Vajra Sutra skin and flesh chapter. At this moment, Lu Chen was sitting cross-legged on the floor, his skin and flesh rhythmically trembling, mysterious energy surging into his body like a tide, condensing on the surface of his body and throughout his meridians. His whole body was enveloped in a mysterious golden energy, as if coated in a dazzling golden veil. With Lu Chen's breath, as his body moved, the lines of his muscles became more prominent. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light burst from the depths of his eyes. As Lu Chen stood up, the lingering golden radiance around him gradually faded, and he threw a punch, exuding a dragon-like aura. The fist wind raged, unstoppable, causing mountains to crumble. With just a punch, he directly sent the iron door of the training room flying out. This iron door was made of special materials, extremely sturdy, and ordinary warrior's full strike couldn't even leave a mark on it. Yet Lu Chen casually threw a punch, shattering the iron door into pieces. Outside Lu Chen's dormitory, Lan Yu carried a huge lunchbox, standing in front of the dormitory door. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her. Is it an earthquake? Lan Yu was stunned for a moment before realizing the sound came from Lu Chen's room. She glanced at the packed meal in her hand, knocked on the door. Lu Chen, your meal is here. Just leave it outside, thank you. Lu Chen's voice came through. Lan Yu sighed, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and placed the lunchbox on the table by the door. She didn't dare linger for too long. She still had a few more takeout orders to deliver. Having been in the training camp for over a week, she worked tirelessly day and night, doing tasks, cleaning, delivering takeout, all to stay a few more days in the camp. After all, everything done here earned points, and once you stop taking tasks, you might be kicked out. However, amidst the hard work, there were rewards. The martial arts classes held in the camp from time to time greatly benefited her. Also, with the help of 3 meals of monster meat every day, her strength and energy were soaring. I have to keep going, can't let Lu Chen look down on me, Lan Yu thought to herself. Known as a genius at Anwu City Second High School, Lan Yu not only had outstanding talent but also put in 100% effort. Many people misunderstood geniuses, thinking they relied solely on their natural gifts. However, often those with better talents worked harder than you. There were many other students like Lan Yu, in the middle to lower ranks, but most of them couldn't persevere and left after just a few days. One reason was their pride. Bearing the title of genius, they disdained doing such menial tasks. Another reason was the high-intensity training and task assignments every day, which few could endure. After finishing her last few deliveries, Lung Yu returned to the task reception center to hand over her tasks. Perhaps influenced by Lung Yu, all the students in Anwu City were persevering. Seeing Lung Yu return, the young man who had been dissatisfied with Lu Chen before took the initiative to speak. Lung Yu, shall we challenge the testing room again? The points we get from passing could give us a day off. Lung Yu shook her head. I know my own strength, I won't be able to pass. How do you know if you don't try? The young man was somewhat excited. Feng Xinglan went to challenge the agility testing room today and directly passed the 3-time speed test, breaking the camp's record. 3 times? Lung Yu was taken aback. I spent 5 points to try it before, and I couldn't even pass the 1-time speed test. The young man continued, that's because our strength has improved during these days in the camp, especially for talents like Feng Xinglan, who, under the direct guidance of the instructors, have made rapid progress. He went on, somewhat unsatisfied, and that Yao Rong, who maxed out her defense, broke the record in the pressure testing room. She's simply a monster. And there's Hao Pingjie, although he didn't go to the testing room, I heard he challenged Feng Xinglan and Yao Rong, and won hands down. The young man's words filled Lung Ye with longing, thinking of doing more tasks to accumulate enough points to give it a try. Oh, by the way, aren't you and Lu Chen very close? What has he been up to lately? It's been a while since I last saw him. Lung Ye heard this and her expression froze for a moment, then sighed. I've been busy with tasks recently and haven't seen him. The young man's tone was sour with a hint of lemon as he said, I really envy him, not having to earn points like us by working from dawn till dusk. But isn't he too unambitious? What a great opportunity at the training camp, yet he doesn't attend martial arts classes or participate in assessments. I really don't know how he acquired his strength. Lung Ye, hearing the young man speak ill of Lu Chen again, shook her head and walked away, leaving the young man muttering to himself, I reckon that Feng Xinglan, who was defeated by him before, has surpassed him by now. Martial arts practice is like rowing against the current, if you don't advance, you retreat. Somewhere in a training room, a blue lightning bolt was maneuvering among obstacles. That's enough for today. Dong Ningxue watched Feng Xinglan break through his limits once again, nodding in satisfaction. Feng Xinglan instantly stopped his movement. Surprisingly, despite the terrifying speed, there was no gust of wind produced. Instructor Dong, by following your method to control the wind direction, my speed has indeed increased by a notch. Feng Xinglan exclaimed excitedly, standing in the training room panting heavily, sweat pouring down his body like rain. My guidance is one aspect, your comprehension is also strong. Keep up the good work, Dong Ningxue said before turning to leave. Feng Xinglan was left alone in the training room, lost in thought. Shortly after Dong Ningxue left, some students led by Feng Xinglan entered, offering water and wiping the sweat off his body in an attempt to please him. One of the boys exaggeratedly said, Brother Xinglan, I just watched you train outside. Your speed is incredible, my eyes can't keep up with your figure. The training room was public, with a large window on one side, allowing people outside to see clearly inside. Feng Xinglan unscrewed the bottle cap, gulped down a few mouthfuls. Have any of you seen Lu Chen? What has that guy been up to lately? Lu Chen? The boy shook his head. No one has seen him. Heard that he hasn't left the dorm since that meeting the other day. Not leaving the dorm? Feng Xinglan was surprised. Are you sure? Such a good opportunity to improve oneself. And he's wasting it like that? The boy thought for a moment and said, Brother Xinglan, with your current strength, that Lu Chen is definitely not your match. Everyone can see your progress. Instead of focusing on him, why not pay more attention to Hao Pingjie? That's true. Feng Xinglan nodded, crushing the empty water bottle in his hand. I didn't expect spiritual talent users to be so terrifying. His flying knives restrain me. But these days, I've made a breakthrough and am confident I can break through his knife net and defeat him head-on. Go find Hao Pingjie and tell him I'm challenging him tomorrow. A hint of fierceness flashed in Feng Xinglan's eyes. After losing consecutively to Lu Chen and Hao Pingjie since arriving at the training camp, he felt very unhappy. Losing to Lu Chen was purely due to a gap in physical strength, while losing to Hao Pingjie was due to a lack of understanding of spiritual talent users. Not attacking immediately allowed the opponent to create distance and use flying knives from afar to block his movements. With his improved strength, he naturally wanted to reclaim his reputation. As for that Lu Chen, if he's still at his previous level, there really is no need to pay attention to him. In another part of the Tianjiao training room, Dong Ningxue, who had just finished teaching Feng Xinglan, appeared. She sat in a chair, watching Hao Pingjie in front of her control 3 flying knives with mental power, continuously cutting the mechanical puppets in front of him. Swish, swish. The 3 flying knives flew at an extremely fast speed, weaving into an airtight net of knives in the air. Come, attack me, Dong Ningxue suddenly said. Hao Pingjie hesitated slightly, then controlled the knife net to shoot towards Dong Ningxue. Dong Ningxue stood still, the temperature in the air dropped sharply, and the next moment, 3 ice spikes appeared out of thin air, heading straight towards the knife net. Clang! With a few crisp sounds, the seemingly fragile ice spikes directly repelled the flying knives, unscathed. Although I am not a mental talent user, I can still teach you some techniques to control mental power. Dong Ningxue stood up solemnly and said, I see that you like to evenly control the 3 flying knives with mental power, but this approach is wrong. Your knife net seems tight, but only 1 knife attacks each time, while the other 2 are blocking the enemy's position in the air. Hao Pengjie nodded at her words. Please instruct me, instructor. You can be more flexible, focus your mental power on the knife that is about to attack, instead of wasting it on the other 2. Dong Ningxue controlled the ice spikes to dance in the air, fast and slow, neither real nor fake. This will elevate the intensity of your attacks, but it requires absolute mastery of mental power. Hao Pengjie watched the ice spikes manipulated by Dong Ningxue like swimming fish, lost in thought. The next moment, his eyes lit up. I understand, thank you for your guidance, instructor. Hao Pengjie said excitedly. It's what I should do. You are making progress quickly. If I remember correctly, you could only control 2 flying knives at most before. Dong Ningxue couldn't help but praise, with an admiring look on her face. In another week, there will be a ranking competition in the training camp. You can challenge Lu Chen then to test your recent progress. Lu Chen? Hao Pengjie heard Lu Chen's name and suddenly shuddered, a hint of surprise appearing on his previously confident face. For no reason, his mind was suddenly pierced by a sharp pain, as if he had encountered a demon. What's wrong? Dong Ningxue noticed Hao Pengjie's anomaly. Furrowing her brows she asked, every time you see Lu Chen, it's like you've seen something terrifying. Is he really that scary? She thought it was Lu Chen's performance in the wilderness god forest that had shocked Hao Pengjie, leaving a psychological shadow in his mind. Hao Pengjie swallowed hard, stuttering, he's really scary. Instructor Dong, you may not believe it, but Lu Chen should also be a mental talent user. What? Are you sure? Dong Ningxue suddenly sat up, a hint of doubt flashing in her expression. I can't be 100% sure. I tried to probe him in the mental domain before, but unexpectedly collided with another mental domain, which was so strong that if I hadn't withdrawn in time, it could have caused serious harm. Hao Pengjie bit his lip, his face filled with fear and dread, making him lack the courage to confront Lu Chen head-on. This was a pressure from the mental level, more terrifying than mere realm suppression. Seeing Hao Pengjie's blank expression, Dong Ningxue sighed, no longer wanting to press further. She patted his shoulder and left. As she walked out of the training room, she coincidentally met Zhu Xingyao passing by. Xingyao, have you ever looked into Lu Chen before? Is it possible that he is a talent user? Zhu Xingyao fell into contemplation, suddenly remembered something, and looked at Dong Ningxue. Very likely. This Lu Chen's blood energy has risen dramatically. I suspect he is like Yao Rong, a defensive or offensive talent user. Dong Ningxue narrowed her eyes. Do you think he could be a mental talent user? Mental talent user? Are you kidding me? Zhu Xingyao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Have you ever seen a mental talent user clash head-on with a defense talent user? Winter nodded, and Hao Pengjie was not completely sure. Maybe he mistook someone else's spiritual domain for Lu Chen's. The wilderness god jungle is not closed, so it's normal for other spiritual talent users to appear. Zuxinjiao suddenly said with some regret, this Lu Ken, a few days ago I personally went to inform him about the assessment of qi and blood, but he ignored me. I don't know what he does in the dormitory all day, playing games? She regretted not keeping Lu Ken after the meeting that day. Even if she couldn't teach him anything, at least she could have prevented him from staying in the dormitory all the time. Are you speaking without thinking? Dong Ningxue said impatiently, I said before that the training camp is absolutely free. He chose this himself, so he has to bear the consequences. What should we do then? Just ignore him? He's a genius after all. It's a pity to waste his talent like this. It's okay, don't worry, Dong Ningxue thought for a moment and said, the ranking battle of this training camp is about to begin, and everyone must participate. After he successfully avenges his previous defeat, he should change his lazy habits. She didn't want to talk about Lu Ken anymore to avoid getting annoyed. So she asked, how is Yao Rong doing lately? Have you been guiding her properly? Inside the dormitory, Lu Ken changed into clean martial arts attire and stretched lazily. It's time to test my strength outside. This was the first time he had left the dormitory building in a week. Phew! Taking a breath of fresh air, Lu Ken looked up at the sky. The migrating geese flew overhead, forming a lightning-like shape, creating black lines in the clear sky. It was late autumn now, and the weather was getting colder, with thick layers of fallen leaves accumulating on the streets. Lu Ken watched the busy crowd outside the dormitory for a long time before looking away. Time flies. Lu Ken lowered his head, fists clenched. He was significantly different from before he went into seclusion. Under the influence of the immovable Vajra Sutra, he had grown taller, his muscle contours more defined. However, his temperament had become more restrained. If he was like a sharp sword when he first arrived at the training camp, now he was like a polished jade, with hidden charm within. All the tasks for today have been taken. Why don't we go to the testing room to observe? The group from Manhwa gathered again. A girl sighed, it's getting harder to grab tasks now. The students from other places have seniors to help them, but we who don't have seniors can only pick up the tasks they don't want. And have you noticed, because Liu Ken showed off too much before, he offended too many people, and those guys are specifically targeting us from Manhwa. It's really frustrating. The young man who already had some complaints about Liu Ken became angry and said through gritted teeth, yeah, he showed off and then ran away, leaving us to deal with the mess. He's acting like a coward. We don't need him to do much, but at least he could show some support. Lin Jiyu listened quietly without saying a word, her attention focused on the pressure testing room. The pressure testing room was square-shaped, made of a special transparent material that allowed the outside to see inside clearly. This was also to ensure the safety of the students being tested, so any anomalies could be detected immediately. In the pressure testing room at that moment, a strong girl was standing there gritting her teeth. She looked like she was under 20, with a rough appearance. If not for her long hair, it would be hard to tell her gender. The girl clenched her fists tightly, her chest heaving rhythmically, emitting a bronze-colored light as she bravely resisted the pressure coming from all directions. Phew! The girl exhaled, lowered her body, and suddenly lifted the barbell lying on the ground. On the side screen, the timer kept ticking. This girl is too strong. She might not find a man in the future. There were many students around the testing room, some waiting in line, others just watching. She is the successor of the Yao Martial Arts Hall. Marrying her is like owning the entire Yao Martial Arts Hall. Who wouldn't want that? Yes, Yao Rong's defense seems to have improved again. Before, she could barely lift the barbell under 3 times the pressure, but now she can lift it directly. Another record broken. Are these talented individuals so terrifying? Long Yeye was also watching in amazement. Suddenly, a gust of wind tousled her hair. She reached out to fix it and saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Liu Chen? Lang Yeye ran over in surprise. Indeed it was Liu Chen. The few Anwu City students who were just discussing Liu Chen looked somewhat unnatural at this moment, unconsciously taking a few steps back. Liu Chen, why are you here? Liu Chen glanced at Lang Yeye's pleasantly surprised face and said with a smile, I made a breakthrough during my seclusion these days and wanted to come test it out. By the way, how have you been lately? Your energy seems much stronger. Seeing Liu Chen's concern, Lang Yeye's eyebrows raised in joy as she said, of course, I've been working hard. Liu Chen smiled and brought his wristwatch closer, transferring 30 points to her. You can use these points for your expenses. It should be enough until the end of the training camp. Lang Yeye was about to refuse, but seeing Liu Chen's unquestionable expression, she could only accept silently. Her heart was pounding. No woman could resist a man giving her money to spend. Previously, she could only earn 5 points after a hard day's work, and now she was given 30 points for free. How could she not be excited? Wait, how could she let Liu Chen give it for free? Lang Yeye complained to herself in her mind, knowing she had to reciprocate when receiving someone's kindness. But what should she do in return? Liu Chen was unaware of Lang Yeye's current frantic thoughts. He did it simply because he had too many points and couldn't use them all. It was better to give them to a friend than to waste them. Ignoring the blushing Lang Yeye, Liu Chen went straight to the pressure testing room. Oh my, isn't that Liu Chen? Why is he here? Is he going to challenge the pressure test? The students in line recognized Liu Chen and couldn't help but speak out. The voices carried far, causing quite a stir at the scene. Liu Chen was a celebrity of the Genius Training Camp. Although his popularity had decreased due to seclusion, he was still a topic of discussion. As Liu Chen approached, the students in line stepped back, making way for him. Thank you, Liu Chen said calmly, walking straight to the entrance of the pressure testing room and looking at the signboard standing there. 1. Warm-up before entering the testing room is mandatory. 2. No fragile items are allowed. 3. Those with wounds or who have undergone surgery are not allowed to test. 4. During the test, try to avoid excessive movements and act within your limits. Ding! With the sound of the prompt, the door of the testing room opened, and Yao Rong, exhausted, walked out weakly. She leaned against the wall, her legs trembling uncontrollably, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yao Rong, let me help you. Several prepared followers quickly stepped forward to support her. With the help of 2 male students, Yao Rong staggered forward. As she passed Liu Chen, her eyes widened, about to say something, but Liu Chen had already walked in confidently. Oh my, Liu Chen went in without warming up? The two male students supporting Yao Rong were startled. He's too arrogant, starting the pressure test without warming up. He's asking for embarrassment. This will be interesting. Sudden changes in pressure can make the body unable to adapt, even leading to loss of control over bodily functions. Cold Moon was about to remind Lu Chen, but the door to the testing room had already closed. Seeing her looking worried, the girl who had just stepped back came closer again, gloating, "Let him show off, he might wet his pants later." The boy beside her also nodded with a smile, watching Lu Chen intently through the glass room, his eyes full of anticipation. At this moment, Lu Chen stood barefoot on the white specially made floor. The floor was covered with uneven anti-slip material, soft to step on, very comfortable. In a corner of the testing room, there was a switch for adjusting the resistance. Lu Chen stepped forward and set it to one-time pressure. Buzz, a sharp machine buzz sounded, and then Lu Chen felt his body slightly heavier. The floor under his feet also seemed to become softer. After taking a few steps, it seemed to have no effect. This is just one-time pressure, too easy. He was dissatisfied and directly adjusted the pressure to 2 times. Buzz, this time the change was obvious. The air became viscous, requiring more effort to breathe. Lu Chen shook his somewhat stiff neck, then casually threw a few punches into the air. The airflow roared, creating bursts of sonic booms. Outside the testing room, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does Lu Chen look so relaxed? Is he still punching? He couldn't have set it to one-time pressure. I can move freely under one-time pressure too. Many puzzled students walked to Lu Chen's back, wanting to see the pressure multiplier displayed on the instrument. Damn! Someone saw the numbers on the instrument clearly and blurted out. He didn't set it to 1 time, it's 2 times. What? Everyone was stunned by this, 2 times pressure? How is it possible, no reaction under 2 times pressure? Yao Rong also looked incredulous, pushed away the supporting hand, walked up to see for herself. When she saw the 4 big words 2 times pressure, her pupils suddenly contracted. It was too terrifying. Under 2 times pressure, every step she took felt like slow motion, and she would experience severe dizziness. On the other hand, Lu Chen not only punched but also kept moving his feet. You could even hear the sonic booms produced by his fast punches. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, her face almost pressed against the glass. Fortunately, she had lifted a barbell under 3 times pressure, and Lu Chen had not broken this record yet. Just then, Lu Chen stopped punching and flicked the switch again. The next moment, the instrument flickered and displayed 4 big words. 4 times pressure. 4 times pressure? Yao Rong could no longer remain calm. A hint of horror flashed in her eyes. He's not a gifted person, nor does he have body refining techniques. Why dare to challenge 4 times pressure? Yao Rong was completely dumbfounded, her mouth wide open, her mind blank. She had tried 4 times pressure, and before opening it, she could move freely. After opening it, she was instantly pressed to the ground, unable to move her fingers. If the staff outside the testing room had not timely turned off the pressure device, she might have been suffocated. Didn't they say he stays in the dormitory all day? How did he become so much stronger when he came out? Yao Rong shook her head helplessly. There was indeed a gap between geniuses. Even though she had worked hard, Lu Chen quickly widened the distance between them. Inside the testing room, Lu Chen remained calm under 4 times pressure, occasionally throwing a few punches, his face showing no signs of pain, even with a faint smile. If I practiced the Star-era body forging technique in this pressure chamber, the gains should be significant. Of course, Lu Chen was just thinking. He walked to the corner of the room where the barbell was placed, grabbed it with one hand, and lifted it directly. Everyone was captivated by Lu Chen's actions, and when he lifted the barbell weighing hundreds of kilograms with one hand, they were all shocked. Damn, is he still human? Under 4 times the pressure, even an average 4 realms warrior would find it hard to move. Just look at Lu Chen, acting like nothing's wrong. I'm scared, this is a monster. Thud. The barbell hit the ground, making a dull sound. It seemed to have landed on Yao Rong's heart, diminishing her once proud strength and physical prowess to insignificance. Drip, a sound came from the testing room, indicating Lu Chen had successfully passed the assessment and broke the record. Yao Rong's record has been broken again. When did breaking records become so easy? We thought Yao Rong's record was an insurmountable gap, but Lu Chen effortlessly crossed it. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen was about to come out, he unexpectedly walked back to the pressure setting. What is he up to? Does he want to continue training in the testing room? Could it be that Lu Chen wants to continue challenging? By now, Lu Chen had adjusted the pressure in the testing room. The display screen flickered again, 5 times the pressure. Damn! He's gone mad, the world must be mad. The students outside couldn't help but curse, unable to find words to describe Lu Chen's actions. The crowded room erupted in a loud noise, filled with astonishment, gasps, and disbelief. One young man, upon seeing Lu Chen, turned and walked against the flow of people, quickly disappearing. Inside a training room, Feng Xinglan, who had just finished resting, stood up again, ready to continue practicing. With winter instructor's guidance, my control over the wind element has reached a new level. Coupled with my family's inherited wind walk, I am now stronger than ever. After warming up, Feng Xinglan put on sunglasses, feeling the wind element around him, a slight smile playing on his lips. In this ranking battle, I must strive for first place and reclaim the title of the top talent in East Chuan province. As he finished speaking, Feng Xinglan took out a high-grade pill and popped it into his mouth, starting to practice wind walk as the medicine took effect. Just then, the door of the training room was pushed open. The young man who had just left the pressure testing room rushed in, panting. "Feng, something's wrong. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Didn't you see me training?" Feng Xinglan's rhythm was interrupted, and he coldly hummed in displeasure. The young man scratched his head awkwardly. "Feng, the record in the pressure testing room has been broken again." "Again?" Feng Xinglan furrowed his brow. "Is that Yao Rong's strength progressing so rapidly?" "It's not Yao Rong." The young man waved his hand. "It's Lu Chen, the one who ranked first in the enrollment assessment. He's out." "What?" Feng Xinglan's eyes widened instantly, a bad feeling creeping over him. "Let's go, let's see what's going on." With that, he grabbed a jacket and ran out in a flash, not caring if the effects of the high-grade pill he had just taken would go to waste. "So, this is 5 times the pressure." Lu Chen's expression was no longer casual but slightly serious. The air around him once again thickened, as if he was sinking into quicksand. Each step and breath became several times more difficult than before. Stillness King's Sutra. As Lu Chen silently recited in his mind, a faint golden light suddenly radiated from his body. The next moment, just as everyone was watching, Lu Chen suddenly fell forward. "He's falling. Could he not hold on? Quick, shut down the equipment." However, before some could finish their words, they were left dumbfounded. Lu Chen fell forward, extended his palms to support his body, and naturally began doing push-ups. Is he a monster? Lu Chen's expression relaxed once again. Under the blessing of the Stillness King Sutra, most of the pressure on his body instantly disappeared. He exerted force with both hands, propelling his body directly off the ground, and he stood up again. Then he walked towards the barbell, wanting to try lifting it. In the back of the crowd, Feng Xinglan hurried over with his younger brother at the fastest speed. However, there were too many onlookers, and they couldn't see anything, only hearing occasional bursts of astonishment from the crowd. "Damn, he's so strong. Under 5 times the pressure, he can still walk freely. I could barely stand under just 1 time the pressure. No wonder he ranked first in the entrance assessment. Who can compare to this talent?" Indeed, not even Yao Rong, a talented individual, can withstand 5 times the pressure. Feng Xinglan listened attentively on the side, his body suddenly trembling, unable to help swallowing hard. Is it really that exaggerated? Unable to hold back any longer, he used force to push through the crowd in front of him. "Who the hell are you, pushing like that?" Complaints and curses came, but upon seeing Feng Xinglan's expression, they all chose to back down. Feng Xinglan is here too. No wonder he's so anxious. He's the defeated subordinate of Lu Chen. "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Look how dark his face is. Be careful not to provoke him." Feng Xinglan ignored the gossip, his eyes fixed firmly on the transparent testing room ahead. Upon seeing 5 times the pressure on the monitor, his expression grew even more grim. Is it really 5 times the pressure? How is that possible? Inside the testing room, this time Lu Chen didn't show off. He simply grasped the barbell with both hands. Up! With his breath sinking to his dantian, a golden light shone from Lu Chen's body. He first lifted the barbell to knee level, then suddenly raised it above his head. The timer started counting. Beep! The testing room sounded a signal, indicating that Lu Chen had passed the 5 times pressure test. Feng Xinglan couldn't understand. How did Lu Chen do it? He had thought Lu Chen was self-destructive and not ambitious, believing he could catch up to him quickly. For revenge, for the belief in his heart, Feng Xinglan worked tirelessly day and night, his body sweat filling a bucket. But the result was that Lu Chen, who stayed in the dormitory every day, made even greater progress than him, something he couldn't accept. Feng, accept reality. His younger brother looked at Feng Xinglan's stunned expression and couldn't help sighing, comforting him. "Feng, he's naturally strong, so it's normal for him to do well in the pressure test. Your specialty is speed. In this aspect, he can't compare to you at all. We shouldn't use our weaknesses to challenge others' strengths, right?" After speaking, his younger brother patted his chest and made a gesture of belief in him. 5 times the pressure is just right for me in terms of intensity. Going any higher might make it impossible for me to move normally. Lu Chen glanced at the pressure setting, considering whether to add another level. If I activate the Stillness King scripture to the extreme, I should be able to pass it. Let's see where my limit lies. With this in mind, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and walked towards the pressure setting. He calmly adjusted it to 6 times the pressure. The students watching thought Lu Chen couldn't hold on any longer when they saw him adjusting the setting on the panel. Look, Lu Chen is about to finish the pressure test. After all, it's 5 times the pressure. Most people would probably be crushed into a pulp. Yeah, it's already very impressive that he can hold on for this long. However, at the next moment, a faint buzzing sound was heard. What the? Feng Xinglan was squeezed to the front. Watching closely, Lu Chen didn't release the pressure, but increased it to 6 times. He couldn't believe it, his eyes went dark, almost fainting. Quick, look! Lu Chen set it to 6 times the pressure. Damn, what is he trying to do? Is he seeking death? Inside the testing room, as the pressure increased, Lu Chen's expression also became somewhat strange, his spine slightly bent under the pressure. If it weren't for the Stillness King Sutra, I wouldn't even be standing here. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, trying to push the Stillness King Sutra to its limit. In the next moment, a hint of golden light flashed in his eyes, and the pressure exerted by the testing room instantly decreased by nearly 30%. Lu Chen slowly straightened his back, his expression gradually returning to normal. Oh my goodness, how can he stand so straight under 6 times the pressure? Tisk tsk. How strong is Lu Chen's actual strength? Could he already be a 5 realms warrior? Feng Xinglan was now so stimulated that he felt like crying. Lu Chen's actions had left him numb. Lu Chen then proceeded step by step towards the barbell, moving slower than before. No way, is he going to lift the barbell under 6 times the pressure? This is impossible, no one can do it. Oh my god, he actually lifted it. Feng Xinglan's eyes went dark, and he collapsed on the ground. At the same time, in the training camp instructor's office. Shwe, after a week of screening, we've eliminated another 100 trainees. Now there are less than 100 people left in the training camp. Xu Xingyo held a report in her hand, flipping through it as she spoke. We'll need to increase the difficulty and lower the task points next. These people are just wasting resources here. It's better for them to leave early. Dong Ningxue frowned. Xu Xing bit her finger, sighed, and said, aren't we being too cruel? I see them working hard on tasks all day, it's not easy. Cruel? Dong Ningxue smiled coldly. Don't forget the purpose of our genius training camp is to select the most outstanding individual. The rest of the trainees are just there to keep pace. Out of hundreds of people, only one can stay in the end, that's the harsh reality. Dong Ningxue shook her head, her tone cold. Instead of letting the trailing trainees waste time, it's better to quickly select that one. Don't be too sentimental. Can't you distinguish between what's more important? Alright. Xu Xingyao pouted slightly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in, interrupting their conversation. Reporting, Commander, today trainee Yao Rong broke her own record again. Broke the record again? Dong Ningxue was slightly surprised, then quickly regained her composure. It seems you've been teaching Yao Rong well, Xingyao. She has made great progress recently. Maybe she can compete with Hao Pengjie for that spot. Of course, regardless of who her teacher is. Xu Xingyao raised her head proudly and hummed a tune happily. Although she didn't seem very reliable, she had indeed put a lot of effort into Yao Rong. ZZZ. Reporting, the pressure testing room record has been broken again. The new record holder is Lu Chen. Over. The buzzing sound echoed in the office. Dong Ningxue looked surprised and quickly took the walkie-talkie from the soldier. This is Dong Ningxue. Please provide detailed information on Lu Chen's record-breaking achievement. Commander, Lu Chen successfully lifted the barbell for 10 seconds under 6 times the pressure. Hello, Commander, are you still there? Not only Dong Ningxue, but also Xu Xingyo and the soldier beside her, all fell into silence. Everyone's mind was buzzing. Dong Ningxue hung up the walkie-talkie and handed it back to the soldier. 6 times the pressure? Dong Ningxue looked at Xu Xingyao, asking, if I remember correctly, the best record before Yao Rong was lifting the barbell for 10 seconds under 3 times the pressure, which she then surpassed with 4 times the pressure. Yes, Xu Xingyao nodded, and then Lu Chen broke the record again with 6 times the pressure. I don't believe it. Dong Ningxue suddenly stood up and walked out of the office. I need to see it with my own eyes, or I won't be able to accept it. Sister Shwe, wait for me. Xu Xingyao hurriedly chased after her, and the 2 girls headed straight for the pressure testing room. Only one soldier was left holding a walkie-talkie, still not coming back to his senses. And as Dong Ningxue and Xu Xingyao left, the walkie-talkie rang again. Hello, Commander, I have new intelligence to report here. The record in the pressure testing room has been broken again. It's still Lu Chen, this time it's 7 times the pressure. The soldier was completely stunned, his mind blank. 7 times the pressure? Is it you who's gone crazy or me? The soldier tightly held the walkie-talkie in his hand and shouted inside, "Didn't he just pass 6 times a minute ago? How come it's 7 times now?" Clearly, the other end of the walkie-talkie was also stunned, the voice weak and breathless. After Lu Chen passed 6 times the pressure, he didn't rest, he directly challenged 7 times, and passed smoothly. Meanwhile, inside the pressure testing room, bang! A muffled sound. With Lu Chen letting go, the barbell embedded into the ground at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The immense pressure from all directions, like waves of the sea, kept hitting his body. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, walking laboriously in the testing room. Not only was his skin squeezed red, even his internal organs felt unbearable pressure. "This is my limit." Lu Chen gasped heavily, his legs trembling uncontrollably, sweat dripping densely from his body. As time passed, his stamina was being depleted like flowing water, and the golden light on his body also dimmed. The twilight sun painted a glow in the sky, its rays filtering through the clouds and evenly falling on Lu Chen. This glow effectively masked the golden light emanating from Lu Chen's skin. Lu Chen calmed his mind, silently reciting the mantra of the invincible Vajra Sutra. A mysterious golden energy that even his mental strength couldn't perceive was instantly lured and drawn towards him. It wrapped around his body, gradually merging into it. With each breath, this energy filled every vein and meridian in his body. His energy was replenished once again. The feeling of weakness and exhaustion swept away. As Lu Chen moved his feet, he unexpectedly felt a sense of lightness. It really is 7 times the pressure. Outside the testing room, Dong Ningxue and Xu Xingyao rushed over at the fastest speed. Through the glass, the two girls clearly saw the words 7 times the pressure displayed on the screen inside the testing room. How much does this kid have hidden on him? Getting more and more terrifying. Dong Ningxue frowned, realizing she had never truly understood this student. Even though he had ranked first in the entrance assessment, she still hadn't considered him for the final spot. But the strength displayed by this student surpassed many of the talented individuals she had high hopes for. Xu Xingyao, as if she had seen something fun, her eyes gleaming, swallowed her saliva. "I'm getting more and more interested in him." Watching Lu Chen walking nonchalantly in the pressure testing room, everyone no longer found it surprising. It seemed like a very ordinary thing. When Lu Chen entered the testing room, they were already shocked by his actions. Continuously delivering mental blows and breaking records, they were still in a state of amazement one moment, only to be covered by new incredulity the next. They were numb, some even with their mouths still open, drooling out of astonishment. Creak, the door of the pressure testing room opened. Everyone held their breath, looking at the dazzling young man with complex expressions. The young man stood tall, his fair skin shining brightly in the twilight. If his clothes weren't soaked with sweat, you wouldn't even know he had just challenged 7 times the pressure. After Lu Chen opened the door, he found himself surrounded outside, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he ignited the blood and energy within him. A surge of crimson smoke rose to the sky, instantly evaporating the sweat on his body. The cool breeze of late autumn blew in, bringing a refreshing chill that cleared his mood. "Excuse me, please make way." Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, preparing to walk out. "Lu Chen, here's some water for you." Just then, a well-proportioned girl with a slightly flushed face ran over, holding a bottle of mineral water. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, accepted it and nodded, "Thank you." Seeing Lu Chen taking the water from her, the girl's blush deepened, her eyes sparkling like little stars. "You're welcome. This was specially bought for you." Cold Moonyu, who had been pushed aside by the crowd, also witnessed this scene, feeling extremely irritated. She knew the girl handing the water, they had taken on a task together before, and she had recently criticized Lu Chen for not supporting them, yet now she was being overly attentive. "I'm so annoyed. Little fox spirit, little green tea." Cold Moonyu wished she could rush over right now and pull the girl away from Lu Chen. Further away, Dong Ningxue and Xu Xingyao stood under a tree. Xu Xingyao licked a lollipop and asked, "Sister Shui, I think the quota is almost certain now. Judging by Lu Chen's current strength, there shouldn't be any surprises." Dong Ningxue fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then softly agreed. She also knew what passing the 7-fold pressure test represented. Lu Chen's physical strength had reached a terrifying level. If before, Lu Chen had only shown extraordinary boxing skills and unparalleled combat power, he still had a weakness, which was his physical defense. That's why she valued Feng Xinlan and Hao Pengjie so much. Once these two grew stronger, defeating Lu Chen would be very easy. One relied on speed, the other on unstoppable mental attacks. However, now Lu Chen had suddenly become so strong that it felt unreal to her. It was like a fierce wolf appearing in a sheep pen. Just then, Dong Ningxue, lost in thought, suddenly saw Feng Xinlan looking disheartened and ready to leave. "Feng Xinlan, come here." Dong Ningxue called him over and asked, "What's wrong with you? Do you have the confidence to defeat him in the ranking battle? Me? Defeat who? Feng Xinlan rolled his eyes, pointed at himself, then in Lu Chen's direction. I'm pretty confident, but I'm not stupid. Lu Chen is simply not human, he's a monster. I have no fighting spirit against him now because the gap is too big. After the pressure test, Lu Chen prepared to leave. Suddenly, he remembered there seemed to be a points reward for passing the test. So he found a staff member and handed over his wristwatch. Ding! Reward received, current points 238. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to receive over 100 points directly this time. Now the points were more than he could ever use. The sound of points being credited spread far, once again shocking everyone. Did you hear that? 238 points. Terrifying, so many points, I dare not even think about it. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the abundant strength in his body. He then bypassed the crowd and headed towards the agility testing room. As he walked, the onlookers made way for him. Many people felt a sense of curiosity rising as they watched him move forward. It seems like Lu Chen is heading towards the agility testing room. Could he be planning to continue challenging the agility test? Quick, let's follow. And so, Lu Chen walked ahead slowly, followed by a large group of curious onlookers. Even Feng Xinlan, who was about to leave, was intrigued and followed behind. After all, agility and speed were his strongest cards, and he was eager to see how Lu Chen's speed was now. What if Lu Chen's speed couldn't match his own? Winterning Xue and Zhu Xingyao exchanged a glance, and both of them followed suit without prior agreement. The agility testing room was significantly different from the pressure testing room. Lu Chen carefully observed the approximately hundreds of meters long circular corridor in front of him. The material of the corridor was a special transparent glass, with numerous laser devices installed on the floor and ceiling. During the testing, lasers would be emitted, requiring the trainees to continuously dodge while running. If a trainee was hit by a laser within the specified time, the test would immediately stop, marking a failure. Compared to the pressure test, agility testing emphasized skill and proficiency, making it more challenging. The current record was set by Feng Xinlan, lasting 1 minute in the third stage. The first stage begins. Testing personnel, please prepare to enter. Lu Chen walked into the glass corridor and ran forward. The first stage was simple. One had to complete 3 laps within a minute and avoid the lasers to succeed. Most 3 Realms warriors could pass this stage smoothly. The number of lasers was scarce, less than 10 were activated. Lu Chen easily completed the 3 laps and proceeded to the second stage. The second stage begins. As the prompt sounded, the number of lasers in the corridor suddenly increased several times, and the requirement changed from 3 to 4 laps. The difficulty had multiplied. Over 90% of the trainees stopped at this stage. Is it this simple? Lu Chen felt the breeze flowing beside him, calmly running forward as the lasers grazed past his body. Before the onlookers outside the testing room could react, Lu Chen had already completed the 4 laps, passing the second stage assessment. This is too easy for me, let's skip to the 4th stage. Lu Chen raised his head and spoke to the camera above. In the next moment, a dense array of lasers shot out, resembling light pollution, with at least tens of thousands of beams. The 4th stage begins. Testing personnel, please prepare. Swish! Countless crimson lasers shot out, and Lu Chen dashed forward like a cheetah. Activating the Moon Shadow Star Picking decision, he moved with a mysterious pace, accelerating again in the corridor filled with lasers. With the help of the Moon Shadow Star Picking decision, Lu Chen effortlessly passed through the laser grids. It was like a leisurely stroll in his backyard, easy and comfortable. Ding! 4th stage passed, record broken. As the prompt sounded, the lasers gradually dimmed. Lu Chen was still somewhat unsatisfied, not expecting it to be so easy. In this environment, the Moon Shadow Star Picking decision progressed rapidly. Another record broken? The crowd outside erupted. Damn, I didn't even react, just saw a figure flash by. Too terrifying, even faster than Feng Xinlan when he passed the 3rd stage back then. The crowd discussed animatedly, their faces filled with astonishment. And did you notice, when Lu Chen passed the 4th stage, that peculiar agility, doesn't it resemble Feng Xinglan's windwalk a bit? At this moment, Feng Xinglan stood dumbfounded, staring blankly in place. Practicing windwalk for years, he could tell at a glance that Lu Chen was using some kind of agility technique. What was more unbelievable was that Lu Chen's agility was clearly several levels above their ancestral windwalk. How is this possible? His proud talent in windwalk, and Lu Chen also had it? And even surpassed him? It was as if something he had longed for was casually obtained by someone else. This immense psychological contrast made Feng Xinglan feel powerless from the depths of his heart. The storms outside had nothing to do with Lu Chen. He became interested in the agility testing room, wanting to use it to train his moonshadow star-picking decision. Next, let's increase the difficulty further. Lu Chen signaled the staff to start the 5th stage test. The staff, sweating profusely, tremblingly pressed the button for the 5th stage. Since the establishment of the agility testing room, the 5th stage had never been opened. Most of the students had only managed to pass the 3rd level and failed at the 4th. Level 5 initiated. Testing personnel, please prepare. Countless red beams of light activated once again, but this time, they started rotating in a pattern. Undoubtedly, this significantly increased the difficulty as they had to dodge and calculate the trajectory of the beams simultaneously. Lu Chen took off his upper body martial arts attire, revealing his muscular physique. Swish! He almost turned into a blur, pushing the moonshadow star-picking decision to its limits. In an instant, he passed through dozens of constantly shifting laser beams, gracefully like a dancing butterfly, effortlessly evading them. Not far from the agility testing room, Dong Ningxue and Zhu Xingyao closely watched Lu Chen's movements. Dong Ningxue, with a serious expression, said, "Xingyao, observe his technique. It seems to be some kind of agility." Zhu Xingyao squinted. He used this technique in the 4th level, greatly enhancing his speed, even more effortlessly than when he passed the 2nd level. Dong Ningxue nodded. Isn't he from an ordinary family? How could he possess such a profound agility? It seems even stronger than Feng Xinglan's. She glanced at Feng Xinglan, who had closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, lost in his thoughts. Who knows, maybe he had some extraordinary encounters. Zhu Xingyao shrugged. I must say, he has surprised us once again. Dong Ningxue sighed. Well, it seems Lu Chen has already secured the only spot. At this moment, Lu Chen had already run 2 laps around the corridor. Many times, the laser beams passed dangerously close to him, making everyone sweat for him. But every time he faced imminent danger, Lu Chen managed to pass through unscathed. The 4th level should be his limit, Dong Ningxue suddenly remarked. With her strong abilities, she could see more details compared to others. The number of laser beams in the 5th level was twice as many as in the 4th, and with Lu Chen's current state, it seemed impossible to pass. Yes, but his performance in the 4th level was already impressive. No one should be able to surpass that record. Zhu Xingyao nodded in agreement. Lu Chen remained focused, his eyes fixed on the hundreds of laser beams swaying back and forth ahead. The path ahead seemed almost completely blocked. Relying solely on the moonshadow star-picking decision might lead to being hit by the lasers. It wasn't that the moonshadow star-picking decision was weak, but Lu Chen was only at the 1st level, cloud chasing. Moreover, the constantly rotating laser beams disrupted his judgment, forcing him to rely on intuition and reflexes to dodge quickly without using his mental power. The reason he hadn't used mental power in the previous levels was to practice the moonshadow star-picking decision in such an environment. Let's see how it goes first. In the next moment, Lu Chen released his mental power outward. It was as if the world had suddenly slowed down. Within a radius of 100 meters, not only the trajectory of the lasers but even the slightest movement was clearly perceived by him. Swish! In almost an instant, Lu Chen dashed out like a bullet leaving the barrel. This time, instead of dodging left and right, he seized a momentary gap in the laser net with his mental power and rushed through directly. His heart raced, blood boiling, and surging. The whistling wind continuously brushed past his cheeks, even his pants rustling. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen completed 2 laps, leaving behind a vacuum area, quickly filled with the rushing air. Damn! I can't see where Lu Chen is anymore. Outside the agility testing room, the onlookers were becoming numb. Dong Ningxue, who had just said Lu Chen could at most pass the 4th level, was now speechless. Zhu Xingyao looked at her dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It has long been said that Lu Chen is a monster. Why don't you believe it? Comparing him with Wu Kuang before was simply a mistake. Dong Ningxue glared at Zhu Xingyao and said, Lu Chen seems to be 18 this year, while Wu Kuang was already 20 at that time. Yes, whether it's age or overall strength, Wu Kuang was completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, not far from them, the students from Anwu City were all excited. A young man who was previously dissatisfied with Lu Chen pointed ahead and shouted, see, he is from our Anwu City. Although Lu Chen and they were not familiar, or even acquainted. But as students from Anwu City, the young man still felt a sense of pride on his face. His back straightened involuntarily, completely forgetting how he had mocked Lu Chen before. At this moment, inside the agility testing room, Lu Chen's 5th test was nearing its end. The red lasers intertwined into a dense grid, leaving only a momentary gap large enough for Lu Chen to pass through. And just like he had predicted the path of the lasers, he was already waiting there in advance. This move left everyone dumbfounded, not knowing how Lu Chen did it. Is Lu Chen's reaction so fast? Can reaction speed be trained? Only Hao Pengjie, who had just received the news and rushed over, was not surprised at all. He knew that Lu Chen used his mental power to sense the path of the lasers. To be this fast could only mean that Lu Chen's mental power was unfathomable, likely above the third realm. Too terrifying, even stronger than my teacher. Before encountering Lu Chen, Haopengjie often projected his mental power outward. He liked to use his mental power domain to explore others' secrets. Besides secrets, he could also see some interesting things. But after meeting Lu Chen, he completely gave up this bad habit. He was afraid that he might accidentally bump into Lu Chen's domain, damage his mental power, and become mentally impaired. Lu Chen stood firm, looking at the lasers that had stopped behind him. He breathed out. That was a bit challenging. He picked up his martial arts uniform from the ground, casually draped it over himself, and pushed open the door of the testing room. Lu Chen is amazing. Boss, you've broken the record again. Cheers erupted outside the testing room. Lung Yu seized the opportunity, squeezed in directly, and handed Lu Chen a bottle of mineral water before anyone else. As Lu Chen tilted his head back to drink, she even took out a wet towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly but did not stop her. Seeing this, the fangirl who had brought water to Lu Chen stomped her foot indignantly and followed suit. Lu Chen, you're so amazing, you've brought glory to our Anwu city. Now everyone knows that Anwu city has produced a super genius named Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the approaching fangirl and nodded politely. He couldn't help but miss the reserved girls from Blue Star. In this world of high martial arts where spiritual energy was flourishing, women were generally admiring of strength. Whoever was strong, they would worship. Even if Lu Chen wanted to have a child with this girl now, she wouldn't refuse. Instead, she would be proud of it. Lu Chen handed the empty bottle to Lung Yu, pushed through the crowd, and walked away. Lu Chen, are you going to continue testing next? Lung Yu shouted from behind. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He turned to look and saw the crowd still following him. He waved his hand. Stop following me, I'm tired, I want to go back and sleep. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he walked away briskly. Lu Chen, the boss, really loves to sleep. Our progress is too slow. Is it because we're not getting enough sleep? Are you studying with monsters? First, you have to be a monster yourself. After coming out of the testing room, Lu Chen went straight back to the dormitory. The reason he came out this time was to test his skyrocketing strength. Since the goal had been achieved, there was no need to stay there and be surrounded by onlookers. In the following days, he continued to stay in the dormitory. He kept practicing the Moon Shadow Star collection and the immovable Vajra Sutra, living each day to the fullest. Midway through, Lung Yu came once to notify him to remember to participate in the ranking battle. 1 week later, early morning, winter snow gathered everyone in the square. Young men, congratulations on persevering until the end. She looked at the 50 people standing neatly and nodded in satisfaction. After the difficulty increased, the number of people in the training camp began to rapidly decline. The 50 students left now were all elites among the geniuses of various cities. Next, we will begin the ranking battle of this genius training camp to determine the strongest genius in Dongchuan province. Winter's icy voice echoed throughout the square. The rules of the ranking battle are simple. First test your vitality, then test your fist strength, and those with talents need to test their talent level again. After the tests, we will comprehensively evaluate each of your combat power, group you according to your combat power, and finally have a stage battle. The last one standing will be the champion of this ranking battle. Understood? The students shouted in unison, understood. But for warriors with extraordinary lung capacity, this voice sounded somewhat weak. What ranking battle? Isn't it obvious that Lu Chen will be the first? That's right, we're just here to make up the numbers. As the number one talent in Pingyi City, I unexpectedly find it hard to compete. I must practice harder when I go back. Xu Xingyao heard the whispers of the crowd below, raised her hand, and a soldier beside her brought out 3 wooden boxes. Clang! Xu Xingyao directly opened the boxes, revealing the top-grade elixirs inside. A strong elixir fragrance instantly wafted out, attracting everyone's attention. Damn! What elixir is this? Just by smelling it, I feel my vitality condensing. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the top-grade elixir, the vitality replenishing elixir. Top-grade elixir? This thing is priceless, you can't even buy it. There was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone's emotions were stirred up. However, the next moment, Xu Xingyao closed the boxes directly. The enticing elixir fragrance was instantly cut off. Winter Snow said sternly, these are 3 top-grade elixirs, to reward the top 3 of this ranking battle. So, young men, if you want it, go strive for it. Tempted by the top-grade elixirs, the students who were just lazy moments ago straightened up, filled with fighting spirit. For the top-grade elixirs, let's go all out. I'll give it my all. As long as I don't encounter Lu Chen, I still have a chance. Even if I do meet Lu Chen, I'll give it a try. What if? Forget it, if I really do meet him, I'll just lie on the ground and play dead. Everyone, quiet down, the testing will begin now. Students called out, please come up to the stage. Xu Xingyao, as Winter Snow's deputy, naturally took charge of calling out the names. Guan Tianyue. As the words fell, a girl walked out from the group and approached the vitality testing device set up on the square. She pricked, drew blood, all in one go. While the vitality test took time, Guan Tianyue punched the strength testing machine. Ding! Vitality test completed, 45. 23 cards. Ding! Strength 5,398 kilograms. After hearing her own data, the girl's face was filled with a confident smile as she walked off the stage. 51. 23 cards had already reached the level of the late third realm, and the strength she displayed far exceeded the standard of a third realm warrior. Below the stage, some people who knew the girl started to discuss. I know this Guan Tianyue, she only had 45 cards of vitality when she first came to the training camp. Has she improved so much? She has a lot of points, eats high-level monster meat every day, how could she not improve? This was also the reason they had desperately wanted to enter the genius training camp. No matter which session it was, as long as one could graduate smoothly from the training camp, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Xu Xingyao continued to shout, next, Yao Rong. Bang! As the voice fell, the sturdy Yao Rong leaped up and landed on the stage, causing the ground to tremble. Ding! Blood and energy test completed, 65. 72 cards. Ding! Fist strength 8,178 kilograms. Hiss! A wave of gasps came from the large square. Isn't it? Wasn't Yao Rong a 3 realms warrior before? Now she's already a 4 realms warrior? And isn't this fist strength a bit exaggerated? Is this still letting people live? She truly is a talented individual. Apart from Lu Chen, no one should have greater strength than her, right? Listening to the discussions of the crowd below, Yao Rong's mouth curled up and she demonstrated her biceps on stage. Instantly, it drew a round of hisses. During her time at the training camp, she had hardly stopped taking advanced elixirs. Coupled with daily immersion in the pressure testing room, her blood and energy levels and strength were skyrocketing. Yao Rong's gaze unconsciously fell on Lu Chen in the corner. The reason she trained so hard was inseparable from that person. It was the powerful strength of Lu Chen that stimulated her. In the wilderness god forest, the punch that had sent her flying had become the most frequent scene in her dreams during this period. As a defense-type talented individual, she hadn't been hit like that in many years. Thinking about it now, it was quite comfortable. With this in mind, Yao Rong couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, her face instantly turning red. She even looked somewhat cute, which seemed very out of place with her sturdy physique. The people below looked puzzled. What's wrong with you blushing like a teapot? Amidst the bewildered gazes, Yao Rong covered her face and ran down. Xu Xingyao watched Yao Rong's figure, shaking her head helplessly. She might be the only one here who understood Yao Rong. Next, Lu Chen. As Xu Xingyao pronounced Lu Chen's name, the whole venue instantly quieted down. Some even forgot to breathe. Various complex gazes pierced through the crowd and landed on the young man at the end. The young man was handsome, tall, and faced the crowd calmly, giving off a peaceful and sunny impression, making people feel like he was just a boy next door. If it weren't for witnessing him stepping on a giant dragon, displaying an unparalleled dominance, Lu Chen paid no attention to the attention of the people around him, took the blood collection needle, rolled up his sleeve, and pricked it. Snap! The sharp and hard blood collection needle actually broke. Lu Chen scratched his head. Sorry, can you give me another one to try? The staff responsible for testing hurried forward and handed him a new blood collection needle. Lu Chen tried to prick his fingertip again. Snap! This time, the blood collection needle broke even more crisply, not leaving a trace on his fingertip. Lu Chen raised his hand and said with a smile, could I request a different type of blood collection needle? This material can't pierce my skin. As soon as he said this, not only the students below were stunned, even Dong Ningxue and Xu Xingyao looked incredulous. The blood collection needles used for these students were not made of ordinary materials, they were made of a special kind of mysterious iron, extremely sharp and costly. They could easily pierce the skin of warriors below the 5 realms, so why couldn't they work on Lu Chen? Go, bring the golden blood collection needle. Yes. The staff quickly ran down the stage. In no time, they brought a golden blood collection needle. Here, this needle is for warrior testing, it should work. Lu Chen nodded, it should. Whether it could pierce through, even he wasn't sure. However, since he could pierce through the Grandmaster's defense, he should be fine himself. After practicing the invincible Vajra Sutra, his skin had hardened to a certain degree. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder if one day he needed surgery, would he even have the chance to go under the knife? But then he thought, with his current physique, getting sick might be even harder than ascending to the heavens. When the crowd heard Lu Chen say he would give it a try, their eyelids twitched again. Give it a try? What was he talking about? Could it be that his skin was even tougher than that of a grandmaster? Lu Chen took the shiny golden blood collection needle from the staff's hand, weighed it in his hand, and quickly noticed the differences from a regular needle. It was significantly heavier, with inscriptions of unreadable runes on it. What he didn't know was that this disposable blood collection needle was worth tens of thousands. Lu Chen exerted force on it, and with the golden needle, he pricked his thumb. Immediately, the elasticity of his skin exceeded his expectations, creating a depression but still no blood in sight. I don't believe it. Lu Chen frowned and increased the pressure on his hand. He kept rotating it like a drill. Pluck! The next moment, the needle finally pierced through, a drop of crimson blood appeared, instantly sucked into the needle. This scene relieved everyone present. It finally went in. If it had broken again, I wouldn't dare to think about it. There probably isn't a more advanced blood collection needle in the training camp. The testing device operated, and soon a string of numbers appeared. Ding! Blood and energy test completed, 80. 88 cards. Silence on the vast square, only the sound of the device's announcement could be heard. Then it fell into a deathly silence. It was as if everything in the world had paused at that moment. Everyone's eyes widened, staring blankly at the unreal numbers. After a while, 88 cards? This blood and energy is at the 5 realms level? Yao Rong's 65 cards were already unbelievable, but Lu Chen surpassed her by 15 cards. Even the usually calm Dong Ningxue had wide eyes at this moment. If she remembered correctly, Lu Chen's blood and energy before entering the camp were just over 60 cards. In just half a month, it had increased to such a terrifying extent. And Lu Chen had been staying in the dormitory all along, without exchanging points for any martial resources or receiving their guidance. How did he manage that? Unaffected by others, Lu Chen slowly walked to the strength testing machine. He took a deep breath and didn't immediately throw a punch. Since there was only a blood and energy testing device in the dormitory, he was curious about his current strength. It was undoubtedly a good opportunity. In that case, let's unleash all of my strength. Lu Chen's dantian gradually swelled, mobilizing the power of his entire body. Ignition, activate. His heart beat faster, blood and energy surged wildly. The muscles of his right hand bulged instantly, every protruding vein flashing red. This was the manifestation of driving blood and energy to the extreme. Lu Chen is about to test his punching power. Such a terrifying aura, I feel like this punch could punch a hole in the sky. In front of Lu Chen, the staff hesitated for a moment, then quickly changed positions. He felt like he couldn't catch his breath just now, as if someone had grabbed his heart. Not enough yet. Lu Chen took another deep breath. Invincible Vajra Sutra, stack. Unseen golden light strands wrapped around him, elevating his blood and energy and strength to another level. Pure blood and energy flowed through his meridians like mighty rivers and streams. Those closer to him began to sweat profusely, subconsciously stepping back. They finally understood why the staff on stage had changed positions. This oppressive feeling was truly terrifying. Why isn't he throwing a punch yet? Is he accumulating strength? It is said that Lu Chen has already cultivated the essence of boxing, something we don't understand. Lu Chen had been holding his boxing stance for a minute, but no one stepped forward to urge him on. Between one breath and the next, Lu Chen suddenly released his mental power. Mental power domain. With precise control of his mental power, the restless blood and energy calmed down in that instant. Lu Chen's eyes held nothing but a fist. However, his aura did not diminish but instead increased, causing the onlookers to feel a sense of unease. If Lu Chen was a flamboyant behemoth before, he now resembled a deep-sea terror lurking in the abyss. Even the temperature around him dropped at that moment, with all the heat concentrating on him alone. In the next moment, Lu Chen moved, taking a step forward. Following that, a surging fist intent erupted. His entire being was condensed into substance. His right fist extended slowly. It seemed slow, but this punch was like a thunderclap in a drought, resounding loudly. As this punch landed, the world lost its color, and the pinnacle of boxing intent had already broken out, smashing into the testing device alongside Lu Chen's fist. There was no loud impact, only a deafening roar. Dong Ningxue's pupils contracted sharply. In her dark eyes, it seemed as if a new sun was rising. The blazing fire cloud dragon resting in the desolate god's jungle suddenly turned to look towards the entrance upon hearing a deafening explosion in the distance. The force of the sound felt familiar to it. In the next moment, the fire cloud dragon soared into the air, roaring incessantly as if responding in its own way. Everyone, stand firm, don't panic. With Dong Ningxue's icy voice resounding, the students below finally regained their composure, gradually calming down from their initial panic. Their first action was to look up at the boxing power tester on the stage. By now, the tester had been deeply dented. Even the large screen displaying the results above had been shattered by Lu Chen's punch. However, the internal screen remained intact, with the numbers displayed continuously skyrocketing. Everyone stared at the fluctuating numbers, waiting for them to stop. 3,000 kilograms. 4,000 kilograms. 7,000 kilograms. The numbers kept jumping, quickly turning into double digits, with the unit behind them in tons. 10 tons. 20 tons. 30 tons. At that moment, the numbers on the screen seemed to reach their peak and stopped fluctuating. The screen then flickered, sparking electrically from within, before bursting into smoke with a bang, declaring it defunct. The mainframe of the boxing power tester connected below also disintegrated at that moment. Everyone present, including Dong Ningxue and Zhu Xingyao, were enveloped in a mix of shock, horror, and disbelief. 30 tons? In tons? Damn, how is that possible? Many students had never seen the word tons displayed on the boxing power tester before. They thought it only measured in kilograms. Dong Ningxue and the test personnel on stage were still in a daze. They knew the resilience of this boxing power tester, as it was designed to withstand blows. Who could have imagined that Lu Chen would shatter it with a single punch? They had never encountered such a situation before, despite their long experience. This level of boxing power tester was specifically designed for those below the Grandmaster realm, with a maximum tolerance of 30 tons. And the number displayed on the screen just now was 30 tons. What did this mean? Lu Chen's punch had already reached the level of a Grandmaster. As this thought crossed her mind, Dong Ningxue's heart raced uncontrollably. She turned to look at Zhu Xingyao, who also gazed back with a complex expression. Sister Shui, this, an 18-year-old Grandmaster? Zhu Xingyao stammered, as long as his energy catches up, he will truly be a Grandmaster. Winter Snow didn't know what to say, so she just nodded gently. Lu Chen was only 18 years old this year, yet he displayed a punching force of 30 tons. If this news got out, it would surely cause a sensation in the global media. She felt like she was dreaming. To think that such a young martial arts master was actually a student in their training camp. It was almost magical. Everyone stood dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Even the staff responsible for testing didn't know what to do. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly as he looked at the machine he had just punched to bits, muttering softly, I hope I don't have to pay for this. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. His words broke the silence. Winter Snow smiled and waved her hand. No need, you can go down. We have a spare testing machine. Winter Snow said this with a smile, the first time her icy face showed a smile. Beside her, Zhu Xingyao was also in a good mood. Snow sister, do we need to continue testing next? Just give the only spot to Lu Chen, right? We still need to continue. We must rank the other students, or how will we distribute the replenishing pills? The staff removed the scrapped testing machine and brought in a new one. The testing continued. With Lu Chen as a trump card, even if Feng Xinglan and Hao Pengjie were to compete next, it wouldn't bring much excitement to the crowd. It had to be said that being in the same group as Lu Chen had its benefits, at least in terms of mental resilience. Basic testing is over. Those with talents, come with me for talent testing. The rest of you, disperse and prepare for the ranking battle this afternoon. Winter Snow's stern voice echoed. Everyone scattered. Winter Snow walked down to the stage, looking at Feng Xinglan and the others, sighing. She had thought that these talented individuals were the ones worth nurturing, but it turned out that Lu Chen was the one left until the end. Suddenly, Winter Snow's eyelids twitched. Lu Chen hadn't left. Instead, he stood with Feng Xinglan and Hao Pengjie. Winter Snow was puzzled for a moment, but then she had a bold guess. Could it be that Lu Chen was also a talented individual? Feng Xinglan and Yao Rong also looked at Lu Chen in confusion, not understanding why he stayed. Only Hao Pengjie, with a look of despair, avoided eye contact and didn't dare to look at him directly. Lu Chen, what's this about? Winter Snow approached and asked. I also want to test my talent level. Is that okay? What? Feng Xinglan and Yao Rong exclaimed at Lu Chen's words. You're also a talented individual? Yes, I'm a mental talent user, Lu Chen replied calmly. A slight gasp was heard, and Feng Xinglan covered his face, exclaiming in frustration, You're so outstanding, are you leaving any room for others to shine? Winter Snow, upon Lu Chen's confirmation, also showed a hint of shock in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. Hao Pengjie and Lu Chen, come with me for mental power testing. Winter Snow waved to them, saying, As for Yao Rong and Feng Xinglan, let the staff take care of you. With that, she walked forward with Xu Xingyao. Lu Chen followed behind them, while Hao Pengjie hung back. As he thought about testing with Lu Chen, his legs began to tremble, and his walking posture became awkward. Lu Chen was speechless. Come on, am I that terrifying? Why are you so afraid of me? Watching Hao Pengjie behind him, Lu Chen felt mischievous and deliberately stopped in front of him. Poor Hao Pengjie, head down, soulless, accidentally bumped into Lu Chen. Ah! Feeling Lu Chen's presence, Hao Pengjie shuddered in fear, no longer daring to lag behind, and ran ahead. How boring! Lu Chen shrugged and strode after him. In a specially made silver testing room, which was quite spacious, there was a square machine in the middle of the room, covered with holes. Xu Xingyao walked up and pressed the switch on the machine. This is used to test mental power. Have you guys been tested before? Lu Chen spoke up. No. Hao Pengjie nodded. Dong Ningxue patted Hao Pengjie on the shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous, and explained to the two, this machine is made of secret silver, quite expensive. As for the testing method, it's simple. Just extend your mental power into it. Then she pointed at Hao Pengjie and said, you go first, demonstrate for Lu Chen. Hao Pengjie cautiously glanced at Lu Chen and slowly moved to the machine. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and the testing machine lit up, emitting a soft cold white light. After about a minute, the white light disappeared, and the machine started beeping. Beep. Mental power test completed. Mental power at high level intensity, purity 8%. After Hao Pengjie finished the test, he stepped back. Dong Ningxue nodded. High level intensity is already very good. Most mental talents of your age are at a low level. Although Dong Ningxue was a talented elemental user, she still understood the levels of mental power. Before Dong Ningxue could call him, Lu Chen took the initiative to step forward and try to integrate his mental power. The next moment, the testing machine emitted a dazzling silver light, much brighter than before. Hao Pengjie subconsciously swallowed and covered his eyes with his hand. Dong Ningxue also judged Lu Chen's mental power level from the reaction of the testing machine, which seemed to be much stronger than Hao Pengjie's. Otherwise, the testing machine wouldn't have such a strong reaction. If she hadn't seen Lu Chen successfully activate the testing machine with her own eyes, she would still have some doubts. After all, Lu Chen was already so strong in other aspects. If he was also a mental talent, his future achievements would be unimaginable. A young master, plus a mental talent? Dong Ningxue knew many geniuses, but none could compare to Lu Chen. Sister Shui, his mental power isn't terrifyingly strong, is it? Xu Xingyao leaned in and whispered. Shoo! Dong Ningxue glared at Xu Xingyao, don't speak. Mental power testing needs to be done in a quiet environment because it requires concentration, which puts a heavy burden on the talent user. She then glanced at Hao Pengjie, who was still sweating even though the test was over. But, Xu Xingyao wanted to say something but stopped herself. She could see clearly that Lu Chen was not struggling at all, looking very casual. At that moment, Lu Chen was continuously channeling his mental power into the machine. As he infused his power, the testing machine became even more dazzling. Soon, after about a minute, the machine seemed saturated. The white light disappeared instantly, and the machine started beeping. Dong Ningxue and the others hurried over to check Lu Chen's test results. Beep. Mental power test completed. Mental power at intermediate level, purity 24%. However, after seeing the results, Dong Ningxue and Hao Pengjie were both dumbfounded. Only Xu Xingyao, who didn't understand the significance of the results, was still enjoying her lollipop. Sister Shui, what's wrong with you guys? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Intermediate level is quite normal, right? Dong Ningxue was almost choked by Xu Xingyao's words and said irritably, mental power cultivation is already very difficult. For someone of Lu Chen's age to have an intermediate level is unprecedented. Hao Pengjie nodded. He was shocked by Lu Chen's test results and forgot to be afraid. He then explained, I can accept the level, but the scariest part is his mental power purity. Oh, what's wrong with mental purity? Xu Xingyao was startled by the reactions of the two and asked hesitantly. Dong Ningxue's beautiful eyes moved away from the testing machine and looked at Lu Chen, who had a calm expression. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Generally, when a mental talent awakens, the purity is around 5%, like how Pengjie's 8% is already considered extraordinary talent. Xu Xingyao was puzzled. Could it be related to Lu Chen's realm? His realm is higher than Hao Pengjie's, so naturally, the purity is higher too, right? No, mental power purity has nothing to do with the realm. Mental realm refers to the strength of mental power, not purity. Seeing Xu Xingyao and Lu Chen looking eager for knowledge, Dong Ningxue continued to explain, everyone has mental power, but only mental talent users can utilize it, and as they use it, the intensity increases. However, purity, no matter how hard you try, will hardly change throughout your life. Hao Pengjie sighed, shaking his head in despair. What kind of monster is Lu Chen? His mental power purity is 3 times that of his. What does that even mean? Even if Hao Pengjie's talent realm is 1 level higher than Lu Chen's, he would still be directly overwhelmed by Lu Chen's purer mental power. As the strongest mental talent user in Dongchuan province, his initial mental power purity was only 7%. Now, nearing his 70s, after a lifetime of cultivation, he had only managed to raise the purity to 10%. It's easy to understand why Hao Pengjie and Dong Ningxue were so surprised after seeing Lu Chen's test results. This is simply a gap in talent that no amount of effort can change. So amazing? Xu Xingyao's eyes lit up, finally understanding what this result represented. Suddenly, as if she had realized something, she furrowed her brows and said in an exaggerated tone, Lu Chen is so exceptional in every aspect, the word monster is no longer enough to describe him. Do you think he might not be human? Pointing at Lu Chen with the half-licked lollipop in her hand, she continued, could it be that Lu Chen is a transformed monster trying to sneak into the human race? That would make sense. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her words. His talent was actually quite ordinary. The reason his mental power purity was so high was due to the new martial arts visualization method. Others didn't have a method to cultivate mental power, so they believed that increasing purity was difficult. But for Lu Chen, all he needed to do was visualize his diamond figure in his mind. 24% purity was not his limit but his starting point. However, a headache arose. What if his purity increased again during the next test due to practicing the new martial arts visualization method? It seemed he needed to come up with a reason. Hearing Xu Xingyao's nonsensical words, Dong Ningxue felt a hint of agreement for the first time. She also doubted that Lu Chen was not a normal person. She really wanted to open up his mind and study what species he truly was. Lu Chen, when did you awaken your mental talent? Did someone teach you? Dong Ningxue stared intently at Lu Chen, trying to read something from his face. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and quickly came up with a reason. I awakened it a long time ago. Lu Chen pretended to reminisce. I was still young when an old man found me and said my talent was extraordinary. My mental purity was different from others, so he took me as his disciple. Since he couldn't hide his strength, he might as well attribute it to his talent. Could it be wrong to have extraordinary talent? Since then, I have been practicing mental power with my master. Later, he found that my mental power purity could increase with age, but we never tested it. Is that even possible? Winter Snow frowned when she heard Lu Chen's response. After observing him for a while, she couldn't glean any useful information from his expression. Suddenly, Hao Pengjie slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. My master once said that a long time ago, there seemed to be someone whose spiritual purity increased rapidly, similar to Lu Chen, just not as exaggerated. Is that so? Winter Snow nodded, her expression visibly relaxing. Lu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Hao Pengjie's insight was truly a godsend. If he were to expose his method of increasing spiritual purity, it would likely alert those powerful and inscrutable old monsters. He would then face endless pursuit. If he were alone, he could disappear into the deep mountains and forests. But Lu Chen had family, parents, and a younger sister. The sense of responsibility on his shoulders taught him the meaning of bearing burdens. This was why he had not yet passed on the synthesized techniques to his sister, Lu Lei. He could ensure his own discretion and composure in times of crisis. However, Lu Lei was still young and immature, and a sudden surge in strength could attract attention. If someone dug deeper, they would likely uncover the secrets hidden within the Lu family. 2 children with mediocre aptitudes suddenly transforming like different people would certainly raise suspicions. Lu Lei would undoubtedly become the weak link and be the first to face danger. Of course, Lu Chen did intend to pass on these techniques eventually, when he became powerful enough to protect himself and his family in this chaotic world. By then, he would naturally pass on the techniques to them. He might even establish a sect and lead the human race towards prosperity and glory. That day was just around the corner. Heavens, why are you favoring him so much? Winter Snow had accepted the fact that Lu Chen's talent surpassed all, but she couldn't help feeling a bit incredulous. She had thought breaking through to the Grandmaster realm at 26 made her strong, but Lu Chen's appearance shattered her pride completely. When she looked at Lu Chen again, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Beside them, under Lu Chen's influence, Hao Pengjie, who had been extremely nervous, surprisingly relaxed a bit and even struck up a conversation with him. Lu Chen, have you not been certified by the Talent Association yet? Lu Chen shook his head at the question, Talent Association? This is the first time I've heard of it. Talented individuals are rare, so it's normal if you haven't heard of it. Each province only has one, and my teacher is an instructor at the East Chuan Province Talent Association. Hao Pengjie explained earnestly, It's located behind the Martial Arts Association. You should take the time to get your talent level certified. After certification, you'll receive many benefits, much better than those of ordinary martial artists. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, I'll go when I have the time. After a while, Winter Snow calmed down and glanced at Lu Chen and Hao Pingjie, saying, since you've both finished testing, don't linger here. Go back and make sure to participate in the afternoon ranking battle on time. Lu Chen tilted his head and said seriously, Instructor, I don't think I need to participate in the ranking battle. Can I go back to sleep? Winter Snow, you really love sleeping, don't you? Winter Snow was a bit speechless. Since the establishment of the Genius Training Camp, there had never been a designated leader. Each session's leader emerged through the ranking battles. Due to the minor differences in their strengths, it was possible for some students to make breakthroughs at the last moment, undergoing a qualitative change in their abilities. However, this session, the geniuses were no less than in previous sessions. It's just that Lu Chen was simply too strong. No matter how much the other students improved, they wouldn't be his match. After thinking it through, Dong Ningxue and Zhu Xingyao exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Alright, we'll make an exception this time and nominate you as the leader, but if someone challenges you or doubts you, you'll still need to come out and prove yourself. Hei Pengji, who had been lingering on the side, suddenly interjected, Impossible, no one likes getting beaten up. It's just asking for trouble, isn't it? How do you know no one likes getting beaten up? Some people actually enjoy it. Zhu Xingyao chuckled, a sturdy figure appearing in her mind. Lu Chun, stop joking around. Dong Ningxue glared at Zhu Xingyao, then turned serious and said to Lu Chen, being the leader is not just a title, it also means representing our Dongchuan province in a national competition, vying for the title of the only Dragon Sovereign New Star in the country. Dragon Sovereign New Star? Lu Chen's expression changed. It was the first time he had heard of this title. Dragon Sovereign should represent the Hua Nation. After all, the totem of the Hua Nation is the dragon. And the term new star is self-explanatory, a newly born star. Could it be that the combination of the two signifies the most dazzling new star in the country? Dong Ningxue noticed Lu Chen's confusion and explained, you should be familiar with the classification of martial artists, right? Warrior, swordsman, master, marquis, lord, emperor, saint. And the existence above the martial saint is collectively known as the Dragon Sovereign. Dong Ningxue emphasized the term Dragon Sovereign, her eyes filled with longing. This realm is no longer just mortal, but the symbol of a nation, the foundation of a country. I see. Lu Chen suddenly realized, there are so many realms beyond the Grandmaster. He felt as if his worldview had been overturned in an instant. Currently, there is only one Dragon Sovereign in the Hua Nation, who is over 400 years old. Dong Ningxue sighed, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes, and I heard that his health has not been good lately. At their level, once they fall ill, it means the end is near. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Chen had already guessed. Once we lose the Dragon Sovereign, the overall strength of the Hua Nation will decline, and its status in society will become insignificant. It is very likely that other countries will take advantage and launch wars. The Dragon Sovereign New Star is the hope for the future of our Hua Nation. Lu Chen instinctively took a deep breath, feeling an additional heavy burden on his shoulders. Dong Ningxue composed herself, continuing, that's why every province holds a talent training camp every year, to gradually select the most suitable person. Of course, even if chosen as the Dragon Sovereign New Star, it does not mean unlimited resources will be provided to you. There must be a period of observation and background checks to confirm your eligibility before focusing on your training. Lu Chen nodded, well aware of the importance of background checks. If a talented individual from another country sneaked in and was unconditionally trained, the losses would be too great. Furthermore, after becoming the Dragon Sovereign New Star, you will be sent to the front lines to fight without conditions, putting yourself in danger. In previous years, many Dragon Sovereign New Stars died on the battlefield, sacrificing themselves for the country. Dong Ningxue shared so much with Lu Chen because she saw hope in him. She saw the hope of someone who could truly grow into a Dragon Sovereign. So, don't think that becoming the Dragon Sovereign New Star means you can rest easy. This title comes with unforeseen dangers and uniqueness. If you are afraid, you can choose to give up, and I will select someone else to participate. Dong Ningxue's gaze swept over Lu Chen's face, prompting him to make a choice. Lu Chen's expression remained calm, and he nodded without hesitation, I will participate. The path of martial arts is full of hardships and dangers. If one cannot even overcome these obstacles, what's the point of cultivating martial arts? How can one protect their family and country? Apart from the responsibility he carried, there was another important reason why Lu Chen made this decision. Just now, he learned from Dong Ningxue that the only Dragon Master in Hua country had lived for over 400 years. What does this mean? Advancing in martial arts can extend one's lifespan. The idea of immortality was very tempting to him. However, the fact that there was only one dragon master in the vast Hua country proved the strength and rarity of the position. To become a dragon master was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Lu Chen quickly set a new goal for himself, which was to strive to become a dragon master. The dragon master was the pinnacle of martial artists, the goal pursued by every warrior. Seeing Lu Chen's resolute answer, Dong Ningxue's eyes revealed a hint of admiration, very satisfied with his performance. Alright, you can go back for now. After the ranking battle is over, I will send someone to find you. After coming out of the talent testing room, Lu Chen went straight back to the dormitory. The ranking battle in the afternoon would last until late, so he could use this time to do other things. I still have over 200 colorless crystal blocks on me, enough to upgrade the visualization method. Lu Chen opened the synthesis column, looking at the remaining colorless crystal blocks, contemplating the next synthesis route. Right, there's also the enhancement column. He had hunted many 4th-level demonic beasts in the wilderness god forest, accumulating 30 red crystal blocks, which could enhance the sharpness of the magic blade 1000 blades. Before participating in the selection of the Dragon Master New Star, I need to enhance my strength in all aspects. It wasn't that Lu Chen was cautious, but rather had a long-term vision. With a large population in Hua country, numbering in the billions, it was normal for a few monstrous geniuses to emerge. In just a small province like Dongchuan, there were talents like Feng Xinglan and Hao Pingjie in the same year. Looking at the entire Hua country, there were over 50 provinces like Dongchuan. Let's enhance the Magic Blade 1000 blades first. Clang! Lu Chen drew the Magic Blade 1000 blades from his waist, a dark purple light chain rippling in the room. Although the surface of the Magic Blade 1000 blades was covered with cracks, it was still as smooth as a mirror, with each broken blade fitting tightly together. Placing the Magic Blade 1000 blades in the enhancement column, a string of small characters appeared below. Weapon, Magic Blade 1000 blades +1, Assassin World product, only offense, unparalleled in the world, national treasure of the divine forging nation. Enhancement +1, sharpness increased by 10%, after reaching level 5, there will be a qualitative change. Enhancing this item requires consuming 10 red crystal blocks and 200,000 gold coins. Do you wish to continue? Wow, it's really expensive. The cost has doubled compared to the first enhancement. Lu Chen sighed. Despite killing so many mission demonic beasts in the wilderness god forest, he only obtained 30 red crystal blocks, barely enough for 3 enhancements. He complained in his heart but quickly pressed the enhancement button. Compared to the effect after enhancement, this sacrifice was just a drop in the bucket. Thanks to it, Lu Chen was able to kill so many 4th-level demonic beasts in a short period of time. The next moment, steam burst out of the synthesis column. Ping ping, pong pong, mechanical hammering sounds echoed. It seemed as if an invisible iron hammer was forging the Magic Blade 1000 blades. A minute later, the steam in the enhancement column dissipated, and the Magic Blade 1000 blades appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, the enhancement of the Magic Blade 1000 blades is complete. This enhancement consumed 10 red crystal blocks and 200,000 gold coins, deducted from your account. It succeeded on the first enhancement. Lu Chen picked up the Magic Blade 1000 blades, a purple brilliance flashing from the blade's edge. Weapon, Magic Blade 1000 blades +2, only offense, unparalleled in the world, national treasure of the divine forging nation. Enhancement +2, sharpness increased by 20%, after reaching level 5, there will be a qualitative change. The sharpness has increased by another 10%. I can't wait to enhance it to level 5 and see what happens. Lu Chen's face showed anticipation. Maybe the Magic Blade 1000 blades would gain a cool active skill? With 20 red crystal blocks still in hand, he should be able to enhance it once more. Placing the Magic Blade 1000 blades back into the enhancement column. Enhancing this item requires consuming 20 red crystal blocks and 400,000 gold coins. Do you wish to continue? Lu Chen smirked, hesitated for a moment, then pressed the enhance button. Today, I'm going to witness a miracle. Boom! The enhancement interface started operating again, with a spectacular momentum. His scorching steam sprayed out, indicating a prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Magic Blade 1000 blades enhancement is complete. This enhancement consumed a total of 20 red crystal blocks and 400,000 gold coins, deducted from your account. It really succeeded. Lu Chen took a deep breath, holding the Magic Blade 1000 blades in his hand. A faint light flashed across the blade of the Magic Blade 1000 blades. He made a virtual slash, a sharp breaking sound echoed, leaving a light purple blade mark in the air. The sharpness has increased by 30% overall. Now, this blade's defense penetration ability is sufficient to deal with enemies below the Grandmaster level. Lu Chen brought the blade close to his finger, instantly feeling a strong chill. He was certain that his defense, which not even a blood needle could pierce, could easily be cut open by the magic blade Thousand Blades. Clang! Sheathing the magic blade Thousand Blades, Lu Chen took out 2 copies of the Taoist breathing technique that he had prepared long ago from his ring. He was ready to upgrade the new martial arts visualization technique. The new martial arts visualization technique was a handheld device of the new era that could not be replicated with current technology. Therefore, to synthesize it, one must start from the previous level of the Taoist breathing technique. If I remember correctly, when I synthesized it last time, it triggered a critical hit, which means I have to synthesize it twice to get the new martial arts visualization technique. Lu Chen made 2 more copies of the Taoist breathing technique and placed all 4 books in the synthesis interface. Taoist breathing technique *4, synthesis requires 50 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesize. With a click of the button, some of Lu Chen's stamina was drained. Steaming mist emerged, and 2 brand new books appeared in his hand. Synthesis complete. Obtained Qi condensation technique *2. Qi condensation technique, the practitioner refines, breathes, and concentrates. If the mind is still, the spirit is thoughtless, and the breath is desireless, then there is great stability. Lu Chen briefly skimmed through it, finding it even more obscure and difficult to understand than the Taoist breathing technique, with some unfamiliar words, like hieroglyphics. What is this? I can't understand it at all. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, directly placing the Qi condensation technique into the synthesis interface. Forget it, no time to waste on studying it, let's just synthesize it. Qi condensation technique *2, synthesis requires 50 colorless crystal blocks. These colorless crystal blocks are being used up so quickly. Lu Chen sighed, realizing that he wouldn't have any crystal blocks left for a while after this synthesis. Fortunately, he had earned quite a bit of cash doing business in the training camp, so he should be able to exchange some crystal blocks for emergencies. Synthesize. Synthesis complete. Obtained new martial arts visualization technique. A familiar handheld device appeared in Lu Chen's hand. With a slight thought, he took out another copy of the new martial arts visualization technique from his ring. New martial arts visualization technique *2, synthesis requires 80 colorless crystal blocks. Synthesis interface, it's been a while since you had a critical hit, can you give me a boost? Lu Chen prayed in his mind, then pressed the synthesis button. As a small amount of stamina was drained, Lu Chen already knew the result of this synthesis, there would definitely be no critical hit. Just like in a game of chance, the moment you press the button, the result is already determined, and the subsequent spinning of the wheel is just for show. Synthesis complete. Obtained Stellar Era visualization technique. Although there was no critical hit, the result still excited him. Indeed, above the new martial arts era is the Stellar Era. From this moment on, human civilization expands from the blue star to the entire solar system, and martial civilization evolves along with it. Lu Chen fantasized, wondering what epical item he would synthesize next. The Galactic Era or something else? Can humanity really exist in the universe for so long? He was afraid of what terrible things might happen by then, such as human destruction, and a fracture in civilization after entering the Stellar Era. Oh, why think so much? Lu Chen shook his head and carefully held the Stellar Era visualization technique in his hand. Similar to the Stellar Era body refinement technique, this visualization technique was also a USB device, very small and exquisite. Stellar Era visualization technique, created by the Stellar Era Martial Alliance's Void Manifestation sect, it is the strongest visualization technique passed down by the human race. Tisk TSK, the strongest of the human race, this introduction is as concise and overbearing as ever. Lu Chen sighed in his heart, suddenly realizing that the name Void Manifestation sect sounded somewhat familiar. Right. There was an introduction to the new martial era visualization technique back then, which was said to be created by the strong human Void Yuchen, incorporating the strengths of various breathing techniques. With the same surname, this shouldn't be a coincidence. Regardless, let's open it and see the contents first. There should be an introduction inside. With Lu Chen's press, the USB device emitted a bright light, forming a three-dimensional projection in front. Continuing to click on the projection, browsing through the table of contents and introduction. Soon, Lu Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, followed by a look of joy. The introduction above states that after humanity entered the Stellar Era, the head of the Void family, Void Manifestation sect, upgraded and adapted the new martial era visualization technique based on the ancestral Void Yuchen, ultimately creating a new visualization technique that can reimagine the flesh and blood of the diamond figure visualized in the mind, breaking free from one's own constraints. This is too powerful. After reading the complete introduction, the only words in Lu Chen's mind were powerful. After visualizing the flesh and blood of the diamond figure within, the intensity and purity of the spiritual power could rise to another level. If the diamond figure could be completely visualized to be identical to oneself, the purity of the spiritual power would directly increase by 50%. What is the concept of 50% purity of spiritual power? It's almost tangible. This was just the appetizer. Even more incredible was that when the diamond figure upgraded to a complete form, it was equivalent to another body of the martial artist. A pure spiritual clone. This spiritual clone could not leave the original body but could emerge from the mind and merge with the original body. After merging, it would enhance the original body in all aspects. Not only in terms of vitality, attack power, defense power, nerve reaction speed, dynamic vision, endurance, and physical strength. All would be amplified. And this amplification was related to the strength of the spiritual power, but at least it could be increased by 1/3. Terrifying. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes, once doubting if he had read it wrong. He had encountered many techniques and skills that could temporarily enhance his strength before, but the effects were not very good, and they often had significant side effects. For example, after use, he would feel weak or exhausted, and some even harmed fundamentally, causing a regression in strength. However, the Stellar Era visualization technique had absolutely no side effects. It just had a certain time limit based on the strength of one's spiritual power. It was like using spiritual power to overload, at most causing dizziness, but a complete recovery could be achieved with a short rest. Yet, the Stellar Era visualization technique brought about a terrifying all-around enhancement with almost no penalties. Lu Chen's fist strength was already comparable to that of a grandmaster now. If he were to increase his vitality and strength by 1/3, he could hardly imagine it. Calming down, Lu Chen began to look into the practice method of the Stellar Era visualization technique. As the three-dimensional projection collapsed and rebuilt, a figure sitting cross-legged appeared in mid-air. In the figure's mind, a diamond figure was continuously solidifying. Subsequently, a hint of crimson blood color appeared inside the figure. These blood colors connected and formed into veins, densely packed. The blood vessels inside the body were intricate, connecting to nearly over 96,000 kilometers. Although the demonstration in the projection was easy and fast-paced, but Lu Ken knew that visualizing all these blood vessels would probably take a year or more. It was not only tedious but also prone to mistakes. The monotony was something few could endure. However, Lu Ken showed no fear at all. Instead, he was excited. As long as this path is correct, I will keep going. He took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with determination. Kong Yuchen and Kong Xianzong, two legendary figures, made countless mistakes on this thorny path from scratch before crafting such a groundbreaking visualization method. Now, standing on the shoulders of giants, I am walking on a splendid road. How could I easily give up? And fortunately, all I need to do is continue visualizing inside the diamond figurine, without starting over. Meanwhile, the diamond figurine in mid-air had completed visualizing the blood vessels, finally forming a beating heart in the chest area. Next would be the construction of flesh and hair. After reviewing the visualization sequence, Lu Ken sat cross-legged, closed the USB device, and began to focus wholeheartedly. Several hours passed, the sky gradually darkened, a few stars hung in the sky, shimmering faintly. Lu Ken still had his eyes closed, expressionless, a hint of crimson appearing at the chest of the diamond figurine in his mind. Although the formation of blood vessels was still far off, he had taken the first step. He spent some time recovering his mental strength before slowly opening his eyes and standing up. Feeling the strengthening of his mental power, he excitedly clenched his fist. Just taking the first step had already brought a noticeable change in his mental power. Phew, Lu Ken exhaled, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Checking the time, it was already evening, and the ranking battle should be over. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Student Lu Ken, please go to Winter Instructor's office quickly." Bang! 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 "Student Lu Ken?" Amid the knocking sounds, Lu Ken opened the door and walked out briskly. "Let's go, take me to see her." The middle-aged man in military uniform outside the door was slightly startled, then led the way forward. Lu Ken followed, occasionally seeing other students returning from the square, their faces filled with excitement. "It seems the ranking battle is over. I wonder when the training camp will close. I wanted to stay here a few more days," Lu Ken muttered to himself. The man in military uniform beside him heard this and a strange expression appeared on his face. This kid must be thinking about the food here, staying in the dormitory all day, with meals delivered to his door. He was living too comfortably, not at all like someone here to study at the training camp, but on vacation. "We're here. Winter Instructor and Zhu Instructor are inside, go in." The man in military uniform led Lu Ken to an office area, then turned and said. Lu Ken nodded, opened the door, and walked in. Winter Ningxue's office was much larger than he had imagined. There were only 2 desks in the room, with Zhu Xingyao sitting on one, swinging her legs listlessly. Upon seeing Lu Ken enter, she quickly stood up, her lazy expression instantly turning serious. Winter Ningxue reclined her chair, eyes closed in meditation. Winter instructor, Zhu instructor, I'm here, Lu Ken greeted the two. Sit wherever you like. Winter Ningxue opened her eyes, gesturing for Lu Ken to sit down, then spoke, the ranking battle has ended. Feng Xinglan is second, Hao Pengjie is third, Yao Rong is fourth. As for you, you were exempt from battle and placed directly in first place. No one has any objections. Lu Ken nodded, the result was as he had expected. In terms of combat ability, Feng Xinglan, with his extreme speed talent, indeed had the upper hand. Coupled with the ancestral windwalk technique, even Hao Pengjie was not his match. However, what Lu Ken didn't know was that Hao Pengjie lost to Feng Xinglan not because of lack of strength but because he was mentally stunned by Lu Ken all day long. This caused his mental power field to be full of loopholes, even slowing down the speed of controlling the flying knives. Dong Ningxue picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued, after the ranking battle, it will be the students' free activity time. They can choose to stay or leave. If they choose to stay, they can stay in the training camp for another week. Can I stay too? Lu Ken asked eagerly. No. Dong Ningxue said firmly, although there are still 3 days left before the selection of the Dragon Imperial New Star, you can't stay here. Why? Zhu Xingyao interjected with a smile, because you eat too much. If you keep eating, you'll finish all the leftovers in the training camp. Lu Ken was speechless. I didn't eat that much, just 3 times the amount of others' meals. 3 times the amount? Zhu Xingyao said impatiently, you have so many points that you can't use them up. You ordered the most expensive dishes. In these few days at the training camp, you've already eaten nearly 10 million worth. Lu Ken. She's just joking, that's not the main reason. Dong Ningxue glared at Zhu Xingyao, then said seriously to Lu Ken, the main reason is that your strength no longer requires you to stay here. I don't want you to lock yourself in the dormitory every day. You can use this time to visit your family and prepare more for the Dragon Imperial New Star selection. By the way, you don't need to worry about the points you haven't spent. Here, take this. Dong Ningxue picked up the envelope from the table, handed it to Lu Ken, and said, there's a bank card inside with 3 million, the password is in the envelope. Consider this as compensation for your extra points. Then I won't be polite, thank you, to instructors. Lu Ken raised his eyebrows and quickly took the envelope. With these 3 million, he could exchange for a lot of colorless crystal blocks. Watching Lu Chen's greedy look, Zhu Xingyao smiled, there hasn't been such a precedent before. This is our own contribution to you, also a reward for your outstanding performance. I hope you can represent our East Chuan province and win the title of Dragon Imperial New Star. Lu Ken understood the meaning behind Zhu Xingyao's words. They were both from the East Chuan province military department, showing goodwill towards him. Perhaps the previous conflicts between himself and Yi Xiaohua made them worry about his impression on the East Chuan province military department. Lu Ken smiled and said, I will do my best. Please rest assured, two instructors. If I have the opportunity to enter the military in the future, I will return to our East Chuan province. Dong Ningxue nodded in satisfaction. If there's nothing else, you can leave early tomorrow morning. When the time comes, I will personally take you to Kyoto to participate in the Dragon Imperial New Star selection. Okay. The two watched Lu Chen's figure gradually disappear into the night and couldn't help but exchange a glance. Xu Xingyao sat on the table, her eyes showing a hint of excitement. Sister Shui, I think we have a good chance with this year's Dragon Imperial New Star. With Lu Chen's strength, he should bring glory to our East Chuan province. She sighed, our East Chuan province hasn't produced a Dragon Imperial New Star for several years. This year is the most hopeful. Zhu Xingyao originally came to assist Dong Ningxue. If they could cultivate a Dragon Imperial New Star, the higher-ups would definitely reward them. Don't be too optimistic, Dong Ningxue frowned. I've recently investigated the situation in other provinces' training camps. I don't know what's going on this year. Not only did we have Lu Ken here, but many other provinces have also produced rare geniuses in years. In Kyoto, far away, the sky was completely dark. On the mountainside, in a villa hidden in the dense forest, the lights were out, and the dark clouds in the sky were oppressively terrifying. In a dark room, a young figure stood. His face displayed an abnormal black color, as if a dark aura enveloped him. In the next moment, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. Strangely, the young man had no whites in his eyes, the entire eyeball was black, looking airy in the dim light. Swish! A faint breeze sound emerged, causing the black aura on the young man's face to disperse in front of him, revealing a pale, somewhat sickly face. The black aura gradually took shape, eventually forming 3 identical shadow clones of him. Click! At that moment, the door to the young man's room was pushed open, and the light was turned on. Xiaoying, are you still practicing so late? A middle-aged man in casual clothes walked over, bearing some resemblance to Xiaoying. Dad, didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I'm practicing? And I don't like the light. Xiaoying's face showed a hint of impatience, seemingly having strong opinions towards his father. If you continue like this, I'll get angry. Ha, can't I enter my son's room freely? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, completely disregarding Xiaoying's words. He entered the room, pulled a chair over, sat down, and said seriously, Xiaoying, the leader from Dongchuan province has been selected early, a young man named Lu Chen, with strong qi and blood, and has comprehended the essence of boxing at a young age. It's said that he is also a talented individual, but the specific talent is still unclear, as it seems he hasn't used it much. How strong can one's qi and blood be? Xiaoying snorted, clenched his right hand, and the 3 shadow clones standing beside him instantly dissipated, returning to him. But comprehending the essence of boxing is indeed noteworthy. As for what kind of talent he is, I'm really not interested. A talent that hasn't been used much is definitely a mediocre one. Watching Xiaoying's youthful arrogance, the middle-aged man sighed, alright, I just wanted to inform you about your opponent's information. I'm confident in your strength. As long as you perform normally, the title of Dragon Imperial Star will surely be yours. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he stood up to leave, but suddenly remembered something before leaving. Oh, and don't practice too late recently. The path of martial arts emphasizes a balance between work and rest. Your daily reversal of day and night also affects the growth of your qi and blood. Young people need to bask in the sun more. After saying that, he strode out of the room, his figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. Xiaoying remained silent, looking at the open door, his impatience deepening. The black aura surrounding him rose, and a vivid black shadow appeared. Snap! The black shadow dissipated, appearing instantly at the door, reaching out to close and lock it. There are 5 days left. I hope there will be someone worth my effort. The room darkened again, Xiaoying licked his lips, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Far in the borderlands, atop a snow-covered peak. Dawn! 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 The melodious sound of the temple bell echoed through the vast mountains. Inside the monastery, a young figure dressed in a yellow kasaya sat cross-legged on a cushion, spinning a prayer bead in his hand. Surprisingly, his skin shimmered with a golden hue, as if coated with gold paint, resembling the golden Buddha statue in front of him. As the bell sound gradually faded, the young man stopped his movements and stood up. Unlike typical Buddhist disciples, this young man had not shaved his head, indicating he was a lay disciple. Creak! A door opened, and an old abbot with long white beard stepped out. Master! The young man quickly clasped his hands together and bowed. Fancon, leave the mountain early tomorrow morning. The old abbot stroked his beard, gazing intently at Fancon. Master, disciple is a bit puzzled. Please enlighten me. What puzzles you? Fancon sighed. Master, over these years, I have grown accustomed to not fighting or competing. Why do you want me to win in the training camp and then go to Kyoto to compete for a title? Ha, Fancon, since the day you joined, I knew this day would come. The old abbot chuckled. It's all karma, and it's your responsibility. If you stay here, it's actually an escape, driven by selfish desires. Of course, when you go to Kyoto this time, remember not to fight ruthlessly, just do your best, don't force it. Fancon looked somewhat puzzled at these words, but master, what if I do win that title? If you win, that's great, then you can stay in Kyoto and return to secular life. And if I lose? The old abbot's expression faltered slightly, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Even if you lose, you should return to secular life. You don't belong here, and someone will arrange your future. At this moment, Lu Chen had no idea what kind of opponents he would face. It was his last night at the training camp, busy finishing the piled-up food on the table. The points in my wristwatch haven't been taken back, I need to quickly take advantage of this. Once he left, the food wouldn't be as good. The next day, early morning, within the East Chuan Province Martial Arts Association. Yi Xiaohua looked at Hao Pengjie, who had returned early, with an incredulous expression. What? You're only third place? Lu Chen is the champion? And he didn't even participate in the ranking battles? Yi Xiaohua's face was full of question marks. He could accept anyone becoming the champion, except Lu Chen. Didn't I ask you to help me teach him a lesson? You didn't even make a move. Yi Xiaohua's chest heaved with anger, pointing at Hao Pengjie. You coward, you didn't even dare to challenge him in the final ranking battle. It's truly embarrassing. Due to the closed nature of the genius training camp, information was scarce, and outsiders had no idea what had happened inside. Yi Xiaohua had always thought he had lost narrowly to Lu Chen, believing that given another chance, he could reduce Lu Chen to ashes. But this Lu Chen, who was almost on par with his own strength, had actually become the champion. How could he accept that? Were all the trainees in this session just mediocre? Along with his anger, Yi Xiaohua also felt some regret. If he hadn't been injured, if his arm hadn't been severed, the champion's position would have been his for sure. Hao Pengjie remained calm, watching Yi Xiaohua's changing expressions, unsure of what to say. He had promised to help teach Lu Chen a lesson, but being scared by him at their first meeting had left him somewhat embarrassed. However, out of self-respect, he explained, "You might not understand Lu Chen. He is very strong, well-rounded, with no weaknesses. I am far from being his match." Even Feng Xinglan didn't dare challenge him. Feng Xinglan didn't challenge him either? Surprise flashed across Yi Xiaohua's face. He knew Feng Xinglan, the acknowledged strongest genius in the East Chuan province. He never expected that even Feng Xinglan had given up challenging Lu Chen. Was Lu Chen really that strong? However, when Yi Xiaohua thought about Lu Chen winning the championship without participating in the ranking battles, he felt somewhat resentful. He sneered, "Perhaps Feng Xinglan couldn't match his speed, but you're different. You're a mental talent user. Can he break through your mental defenses?" Hao Pengjie shrugged. "But what if he's also a mental talent user, and at a higher level than me?" "What?" Yi Xiaohua was completely unsettled this time, taking several steps back in fear. How could this be possible? Since when were mental talent users so common? If Lu Chen was a talent user, he could accept it. But there was no way he could be a mental talent user. Yi Xiaohua's eyes seemed to be shooting fire. He stared at Hao Pengjie firmly and said word by word, "Are you sure you're not joking? Do I have a reason to joke?" Hao Pengjie helplessly shrugged. "It's because his mental power is one level higher than mine that I gave up the challenge." After the confirmation, Yi Xiaohua's body stiffened, as if something had suddenly gone far away and he couldn't grasp it. Looking at his blank face, Hao Pengjie felt a bit sorry. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Brother, listen to my advice, don't go against Lu Chen. You are not his match. Find a chance to apologize." Yi Xiaohua remained silent, head hanging low, his face terribly gloomy. After a while, he finally came back to his senses, forced a smile. "Well, I understand, I will." With that, he turned and left, his steps a bit unsteady. Watching Yi Xiaohua's departing figure, Hao Pengjie sighed. He wanted to say more about Lu Chen's deeds in the training camp, but in the end, he didn't. If Yi Xiaohua knew that Lu Chen's boxing power was comparable to a grandmaster's and he even tamed a subdragon, he would probably go to apologize in person. Yes, he probably would. Hao Pengjie understood Yi Xiaohua, narrow-minded and vengeful. A similar scene also took place in the Feng family in Dongchuan province. Feng Jianye, the head of the Feng family with white temples, looked astonished at Feng Xinglan, who was covered in dust. "My eldest son, what you just said is true. Of course, that Lu Chen is really too strong. If he fought me with all his strength, I probably wouldn't last more than 10 seconds in his hands. No, 5 seconds, at most 5 seconds, depending on whether he will attack me first." Feng Jianye swallowed, his thick eyebrows furrowed. "I see you've improved during these days, but still can't do anything against that Lu Chen?" Feng Xinglan shrugged, casually saying, "Dad, my strength has improved, but is it possible that his improvement is even greater than mine? And his speed is faster than mine. There's such a monster?" Feng Jianye was surprised again. To surpass us Feng family in speed is indeed extraordinary. Feng Jianye appeared only slightly surprised on the surface, but in reality, he was cursing inside, just not showing it in front of his son. "Damn it! What joke are you playing with me? You, a wind talent user, with the blood of the four realms, combined with our ancestral wind walk, still can't match up to some unknown kid who appeared out of nowhere in terms of speed?" Seeing his father's expression, Feng Xinglan continued, "He must have learned some kind of body technique, and his grade is even higher than our wind walk. Not only that, Lu Chen is also a mental talent user. My speed is like nothing in his eyes. He can always accurately pinpoint my position, so there's no way to fight." This time, Feng Jianye fell silent completely. Stronger than wind walk? He recalled and realized that in the entire Huagua, the wind walk technique was indeed only in the middle range. Thinking of this, Feng Jianye's face gradually returned to normal. He sighed. "It seems that we have another remarkable figure in Dongchuan province." In Anwu City, inside the Martial Arts Association building, in a reception room, President Su Xingwu was warmly welcoming an elderly man with a white beard. "Lao Yao, what wind blew you here today?" he said, then waved his hand to signal the female assistant to serve tea. Yao Xiaoyuan also had a smile on his face. It seemed that the two had a good relationship in private. He took the tea handed by the assistant, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. "Su Xingwu, you old guy, you're living a good life. Where did you get such good tea? Do you like it?" Su Xingwu did not get angry because of the 3 words "old thing," but instead his smile became even more pronounced. If you like, I'll bring some back for you later. I have plenty here, all gifts from friends. Yao Xiaoyuan was also not polite, nodded and smiled. I came to pick up my granddaughter today, passing by here, just wanted to come and see you. Your granddaughter is here too, why not come in and let me see her? Su Xingwu turned to look outside the door. If I remember correctly, your granddaughter's name is Yao Rong, right? I saw her last time when she was still a child, quite a delicate girl, always attracting attention. Before Su Xingwu could finish speaking, the 2-meter-high door was instantly crowded, and a burly figure squeezed in forcibly. This. Su Xingwu was a little stunned, almost choked on the tea in his mouth. Cough, cough, who is this? This is Rong Rong. Didn't you hold her before? How come you can't recognize her now? Yao Xiaoyuan quickly called Yao Rong in. Rong Rong, say hello to Grandpa Su. Hello, Grandpa Su. Yao Rong lowered her head coquettishly, her voice and appearance extremely mismatched. Good, good. Su Xingwu nodded, somewhat bewildered. Yao Xiaoyuan looked at his granddaughter. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Couldn't help but boast to Su Xingwu. Lao Su, I went to the Genius Training Camp today to pick up Rong Rong. She has made a lot of progress in there. Genius Training Camp? Su Xingwu was slightly startled, then remembered something. Most likely Lu Chen should be back soon. Originally, with a genius like Lu Chen in his city, Su Xingwu was waiting for a promotion, but unfortunately, Lu Chen had offended the grandson of the Provincial Martial Arts Association leader. It was probably impossible to climb up relying on Lu Chen now. The most important thing was, could Lu Chen withstand the retaliation from those people? Su Xingwu thought, feeling worried for Lu Chen. He looked at Yao Rong and suddenly had an idea. Both of them were similar in age. If they were matched together, wouldn't Lu Chen be equivalent to holding onto a powerful thigh? The power of the Yao Martial Arts Hall was extremely vast, with branches all over the country, numerous experts in the hall, and Yao Rong was the successor of the next generation. Su Xingwu's eyes lit up instantly. He put down the teacup in his hand and said, isn't this a coincidence? I also have a younger generation, who participated in the same session of the Genius Training Camp as Rong Rong. And he is very talented, just turned 18 this year, already has the strength of a 4 realms warrior, quite famous in our Anwu city. How about it? Rong Rong, are you interested in getting to know each other? I think you two should get along well. After speaking, Su Xingwu's face showed a hint of pride. With Lu Chen's high talent, he would definitely be more than enough to match Yao Rong. Strength of the 4 realms? Yao Xiaoyuan's expression did not change, he even looked a bit disdainful. Lao Su, are you trying to play matchmaker? But that also has to be a match of equals. I don't know which family this kid is from. Family? Su Xingwu was slightly surprised. An 18-year-old 4 realms warrior talent can't meet your standards? That kid is from an ordinary background, without any prestigious family background. Yao Xiaoyuan furrowed his brows slightly. Is he a gifted individual? Not really. Su Xingwu was a bit displeased. This old thing's requirements were too high. A gifted individual and a warrior were not the same concept. The former was a rare talent, not a single one had emerged in Anwu City for so many years. If Lu Chen were a gifted individual, would he be interested in your granddaughter? Then forget it. Yao Xiaoyuan sighed deeply, as if he didn't see Su Xingwu's increasingly dark face. Still not enough? Su Xingwu became anxious, leaning forward, and said defiantly, an 18-year-old 4 realms warrior, go find me a few of them. Yao Xiaoyuan remained silent, gently blew on the tea, then enjoyed a big sip. TSK, good tea. Don't drink it. Su Xingwu was annoyed. He slapped the coffee table and said in a displeased tone, you old stubborn, looking down on me, huh? Don't even think about taking the tea leaves later. Yao Xiaoyuan chuckled, then changed the subject. Old Su, I know you're anxious, but hold on, let me finish. Fine, go ahead. Su Xingwu leaned back in his chair, looking like he was all ears. Old Su, you don't really understand Rong Rong. Her talent is not inferior to that kid you mentioned. In fact, she's even stronger. In this ranking battle of the Genius Training Camp, Rong Rong secured the 4th position. 4th place? Su Xingwu was taken aback. That's indeed impressive, but the kid I mentioned is quite competent too. With his talent, he might even make it to the top 5. Oh? Yao Xiaoyuan gave him a strange look, then said disdainfully, my granddaughter Rong Rong is a talent in defense. Do you still think they are a good match? What? A talent in defense? Su Xingwu couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up abruptly, looking at Yao Rong with a puzzled expression. Your granddaughter is actually a talent, this. Seeing Su Xingwu's strong reaction, the wrinkles on Yao Xiaoyuan's face almost gathered together. He smiled and said, well, let me tell you the truth, the top 4 in this Genius Training Camp's ranking battle are all talents. Times have changed, old Su. Well, I was a bit presumptuous. Su Xingwu sighed, talents were very rare, and research confirmed that it was due to genetic mutations. And when talents intermarried, it significantly increased the chances of awakening talents in their offspring. So, as a talent herself, Yao Rong would definitely marry another talent. Yao Xiaoyuan was really lucky to have a descendant who turned out to be a talent, and a talent in defense at that. Thinking about this, Su Xingwu couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. It seemed that what Yao Xiaoyuan just said was right. Lu Chen's talent indeed couldn't match up to the other party. The reception room fell into silence for a moment. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Rong suddenly broke the silence. Grandpa Su, you don't need to introduce a boyfriend to me. It's not that the talent doesn't match, but mainly because I already like someone. After saying that, she lowered her head, a faint blush appearing on her face. What? This time it was Yao Xiaoyuan's turn to be surprised. His face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly asked, "Girl, how come you found someone you like after a trip to the training camp? Who do you like? Which brat is it?" Su Xingwu's expression improved quite a bit, thanks to Yao Rong giving him a way out. "Grandpa, this person is a fellow trainee from the same session. You wouldn't know him, and I don't know much about him either," Yao Rong said softly with her head down. "You like him even though you don't know much about him?" Yao Xiaoyuan's face turned even darker, feeling like a cabbage being dug up by a pig. "How strong is that kid, and where is he from?" Su Xingwu, on the other hand, chuckled. He smiled and comforted, "Old Yao, as the kids grow older, it's quite normal for them to fall in love. We old folks shouldn't meddle too much. I don't know where he's from, but he's very strong, and he's a talent in the mental department. He's the first in this ranking battle." Yao Rong fell into reminiscence, and in her mind, the figure of Lu Chen involuntarily appeared. At the entrance of the Anwu City Martial Arts Association, Lu Chen sneezed uncontrollably. "Strange, can I still catch a cold at my level?" Shaking his head, he went straight up the stairs, heading straight to the president's office. First place in the ranking battle? A talent in the mental department? Yao Xiaoyuan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He had heard that there was a young man in the East Chuan Province military department who was a talent in the mental department and had also participated in this session of the Genius Training Camp. It was most likely him. Zhang Sei asked, "How far have you progressed?" "Grandpa, I have a one-sided love. It seems like the other person doesn't like me." "What?" Yao Xiaoyuan's beard bristled with energy. "My granddaughter is so outstanding, not to mention her talent. Her figure is top-notch, she's beautiful, how could anyone not like you?" With that, he stood up, looking like he was about to argue with someone. Su Xingwu's eye twitched. "Your granddaughter is all muscle, her arms are thicker than an average person's thighs, how can you call that top-notch figure?" Just as he was about to step forward to persuade, there was a knock on the reception room door. "Who is it?" Su Xingwu shouted outside. "It's me, Lu Chen." The door was pushed open, and a Martial Association staff member entered with Lu Chen. "President Su, long time no see." Lu Chen greeted with a smile. "Come, sit down. We were just talking about you, didn't expect you to come so soon." Su Xingwu's eyes lit up as he walked over to Lu Chen and pulled him in. Lu Chen scanned the room and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Yao Rong from the training camp. What was she doing here? "Old Yao, don't be angry first. This is the young man I just mentioned to you, isn't he talented?" Yao Xiaoyuan immediately put on a smile and looked at the young man beside him. Lu Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, his handsome eyebrows raised, exuding an indescribable charm. "Indeed, a rare talent among men and women, very good." Yao Xiaoyuan nodded in approval. At that moment, Yao Rong, who had been bowing her head, heard a familiar voice and lifted her head in surprise, joy, and shyness. "What a coincidence, Yao Rong," Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "I'm here to take care of some business." Yao Xiaoyuan's ability to read between the lines was top-notch, and he immediately sensed that something was amiss from Yao Rong's eyes. "What, do you two know each other from the training camp?" Su Xingwu also raised an eyebrow, feeling that there was something between the two. He looked at Lu Chen, who remained calm, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Good lad, he managed to handle it without my help? But this lad's taste is quite unique." Yao Rong heard Yao Xiaoyuan's question and nodded gently, whispering softly, "Grandpa, he's the one I told you about." "Who?" Yao Xiaoyuan was uncertain and hurriedly asked. "He's the one who ranked first in the ranking battle." This time, not only Yao Xiaoyuan and Su Xingwu were puzzled, even Lu Chen was full of confusion. Furrowing his brows, Lu Chen wondered what had happened before he arrived. Why was the atmosphere so strange? And what was with President Su's approving gaze? "No, that doesn't add up." Yao Xiaoyuan shrugged, unable to figure out the situation. "Are you saying that the top-ranked spiritual talent in the ranking battle and the person old Su mentioned are the same?" "It should be." Yao Rong nodded. Su Xingwu approached and grabbed Lu Chen. "It can't be. Lu Chen's strength is clear to me, he's not that strong, and he's not a talent." Lu Chen quickly interjected, President Su, I am indeed a spiritual talent. What? Seeing the disbelief, Lu Chen took out a leather file from his spatial ring and handed it over. President Su, I came this time to ask for your help in recertifying my warrior level. I have already met the blood standard of a 4 realms warrior in the training camp, and with this document, I can be exempt from the warrior assessment. Su Xingwu hesitantly opened the sealed file bag and took out the documents inside. At a glance, he saw the military seal on it, which couldn't be fake. So, what Lu Chen said was true. He was indeed a talent, and he had successfully won in the genius training camp. Damn! Su Xingwu couldn't help but curse, his hands holding the file bag trembling uncontrollably. 1 minute later, he finally finished reading all the content. Su Xingwu couldn't hold back anymore, his eyes shining with excitement. Lu Chen, you won the top spot, and you have to represent our Dongchuan province in the Dragon Imperial New Star selection? Well, it's just luck. Lu Chen modestly scratched his head. I actually didn't participate in the final ranking battle. Didn't participate in the ranking battle? Yao Shaoyuan approached, looking at Lu Chen with keen eyes. Could there be some inside story? Lu Chen ignored him. This old man seemed strange, his eyes were full of hostility, as if he were looking at an enemy who killed his father. You know nothing. Su Xingwu scolded angrily. It's clearly stated above that because Lu Chen's strength is too strong, even if he participated in the ranking battle, no student dared to challenge him, so an exception was made. That impressive? Yao Shaoyuan gasped, hearing this for the first time. What's even more absurd is that these arrogant young students actually agreed? Grandpa, Lu Chen is much more powerful than me. You don't know, his boxing power is already comparable to a grandmaster. Yao Rong interjected. Boxing power comparable to a grandmaster? Silence. The reception room was first silent, then there was the sound of swallowing saliva. Lu Chen, if I remember correctly, you just turned 18 this year. Su Xingwu's hands trembled, and the file accidentally fell to the ground. He quickly bent down to pick it up. Yao Shaoyuan also looked surprised. My goodness, an 18-year-old teenage grandmaster? No wonder no one dares to challenge him. If it were me in my younger days, I wouldn't have had the courage. Su Xingwu calmed his emotions, suppressed his joy, and smiled at Lu Chen. Don't worry, I'll take care of the 4 Realms Warrior badge for you. When the badge is ready, I'll have someone deliver it directly to your home. But, how could you hide the fact that you're a gifted individual so well, even from me? Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. President Su, I didn't mean to hide it, you just never asked me. Well, that's true. Su Xingwu hesitated for a moment, knowing that Lu Chen didn't want to explain the reason. He casually found an excuse to brush it off and didn't pursue the matter further. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already extremely excited, the flush on his face giving him away. 18 years old, 4 realms chi and blood, grandmaster boxing power, pinnacle boxing intent, spiritual gifted individual. All these accolades stacked on one person. Most importantly, Lu Chen actually qualified for the Dragon Imperial New Star selection. If he successfully won the election, then he would definitely soar to new heights, no longer confined to this small city. By then, what would Yi Xiaohua amount to? The conflicts between the two would also dissipate over time due to Lu Chen's elevated status and strength. Lu Chen, you must keep up the good work, strive to win the title of Dragon Imperial New Star, it will greatly benefit you. Su Xingwu patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his face beaming with indescribable joy. He felt that Lu Chen was his lucky star. Meanwhile, Yao Shaoyuan didn't know what to say anymore. He had just said that Lu Chen was not worthy of his granddaughter, but now? Now, it was his granddaughter who couldn't measure up to Lu Chen. The turnaround was just too quick. He knew what the Dragon Imperial New Star was. Each province only has one spot, representing the entire province's new talents. Every year, the grand and magnificent talent training camp, which countless people flock to, is just paving the way for the Dragon Imperial New Star selection. However, upon further thought, this young man was so outstanding, it's no wonder his granddaughter fell for him. Ah! Yao Shaoyuan sighed, bowed to Su Xingwu and Lu Chen. Old Su, young friend Lu Chen, we will take our leave. With that, he led Yao Rong, who kept looking back, out of the reception room. Hey! Old Yao, you haven't even taken the tea leaves. Lu Chen, what are your plans next? Su Xingwu asked as he instructed his assistant to bring a set of tea utensils and personally brewed a cup of tea for Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied calmly, I'll go home first. As for plans, we'll see. The two chatted about this and that. Su Xingwu wanted to keep Lu Chen a bit longer to strengthen their relationship and have lunch together. However, Lu Chen declined directly. After seeing Lu Chen off to his car, Su Xingwu couldn't contain his smile any longer and burst into laughter. Ha, that's great. He was in high spirits, walking on his tiptoes. The staff passing by looked at him strangely, wondering what had gotten into their boss today. On the other side, Lu Chen got into a taxi and gave the address of Tianyi Wutong. Calculating the time, his mithril flying sword should be completed by now. With the help of the flying sword, his combat abilities would improve significantly. Just as Lu Chen was about to rest his eyes, the driver suddenly hit the brakes. Screech! Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, puzzled. The driver turned around, looking at Lu Chen with joy. Lu Chen, it's really you. Yes, it's me. Do you remember me? Last time, I picked you up from the Provincial Martial Arts Association and took you back to Anwu City. Seeing the taxi driver's excited expression, Lu Chen immediately recalled. It was indeed him who drove him home from the Provincial Martial Arts Association last time. He even asked for a photo together. What a coincidence to meet again. As the taxi driver kept talking without pause, Lu Chen sighed and opened the door, ready to get off. The driver quickly turned back, started the car engine. Lu Chen, don't go, I'll leave right away. I was just too excited to see you. Also, you don't need to pay this time. Can you give me an autograph? Lu Chen was so annoyed that he had no choice but to reluctantly say, fine, as long as you don't talk on the way, I'll give you an autograph when we arrive. The driver nodded decisively. Fortunately, the distance from the Martial Arts Association to Tianyi Wutong was not far, and they arrived at their destination shortly. Lu Chen casually wrote his name on a piece of paper and then opened the door to get out. At the entrance of Tianyi Wutong, the greeters' eyes lit up when they saw Lu Chen. One of them quickly bowed and respectfully ushered Lu Chen inside, while the other ran inside. Shortly after, the director of Tianyi Wutong, Zhang Qingyang, strode over with a smile on his face. Brother Lu Chen, did you come out early from the training camp? How did you rank? After speaking, he felt he might have overstepped Lu Chen's privacy and quickly shut his mouth, smiling awkwardly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly. It seemed Zhang Qingyang was quite well informed, knowing about his participation in the genius training camp. Well, I entrusted you to forge the flying sword. Zhang Qingyang looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar young man and felt that the aura around him was even more formidable than before. Brother Lu Chen, the flying sword we made for you is ready. I'll have someone deliver it to your home later. Come, have a seat here. After saying that, Zhang Qingyang gestured for Yumei to bring tea. Not long after, Yumei swiftly brought a cup of freshly brewed hot tea and respectfully placed it on the table next to Lu Chen. Please have some tea. After Lu Chen thanked her, Yumei did not leave but instead stood behind Lu Chen and began massaging his shoulders. Strands of hair fell down, tickling Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen, after refining the mithril, we managed to craft 3 swords with a blade length of 20 centimeters, just as you requested. Lu Chen nodded, feeling a bit uncomfortable as the 50-something Zhang Qingyang kept calling him little brother. Director Zhang, why don't you just give me the sword directly, and I'll take it myself. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qingyang instructed a staff member to fetch the sword. Soon, the staff member emerged carrying a long wooden box. The box was exquisitely crafted, with a deep red color accented with gold foil on the edges, and a golden dragon painted on the wooden surface. The box alone showcased the effort put into it. Lu Chen, take a look and see if you're satisfied. Zhang Qingyang stood up, took the box, and placed it upright on the table. He then pressed a switch on the box. Click, the sides of the box opened, revealing 3 uniquely designed swords fanning out. Proudly, Zhang Qingyang introduced, Lu Chen, these are the sword cases specially made for these flying swords. Do you like them? Not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a sword and showcasing its beauty. The hilt had 3 stars protruding, the overall length shorter than a regular sword, and the blade narrower. Made of mithril, the weapon was incredibly sharp, surpassing ordinary weapons by far. Although Lu Chen was accustomed to using a long blade, he found the sword easy to handle. These flying swords could be controlled remotely with mental power and used for close combat as well. In Lu Chen's eyes, they were flying swords, but to others, they resembled daggers. Zhang Qingyang, puzzled, asked, Lu Chen, I've been meaning to ask, why do you call these flying swords? Do they actually fly? Lu Chen smiled, since I used mithril to craft the weapons, Director Zhang, you must have guessed by now. With that, Lu Chen focused his mental power on the remaining 2 swords. In the next moment, the swords emitted a soft silver light, trembling and soaring into the air. The 3 flying swords danced like rainbows, astonishing everyone present. Swoosh! Everyone widened their eyes, feeling a chill down their spines, as if witnessing a miracle. Many of them were seeing a talent user for the first time, appearing almost divine. Lu Chen, you're truly a mental talent user. Zhang Qingyang, now excited, looked at Lu Chen with almost worshipful eyes, his tone stuttering. It was terrifying. Simply monstrous. Lu Chen, already a remarkable figure, now shone even brighter with the added identity of a mental talent user. Yes, Lu Chen nodded. Why else would I use such expensive materials for crafting weapons? After testing the control of the flying swords, Lu Chen commanded them to return to the sword case. Swiftly, the 3 flying swords securely inserted back into the case. Lu Chen closed it, satisfied, and stored it in his ring. The compact size of the flying swords allowed them to be stored in a spatial ring. Turning to the dazed onlookers, Lu Chen asked, Director Zhang, I'd like to bring back some gifts for my family this time. Any recommendations? Ah, there must be. If it weren't for fear of disturbing aunt, I would have visited long ago. Zhang Qingyang came to his senses, took a deep breath, and became even more respectful and friendly. Brother Lu Chen, feel free to pick anything in the store today. Consider it a gift from me. After speaking, he signaled with his eyes to Yumei. Yumei understood instantly, naturally hooking her arm with Lu Chen's right hand, almost leaning her whole body against him. Then she gently said, Mr. Lu, let's go. I'll help you choose gifts. Lu Chen's body stiffened slightly, then he regained his composure. No need for it to be free, you are running a business, there's no reason for things to be given away for nothing. Just give me the discount we discussed earlier. Zhang Qingyang was taken aback by his words, then smiled, well, alright, my shop recently received a new batch of beauty and health elixirs, very suitable for aunt, I'll show you. There are also elixirs suitable for high school students to nourish their blood and qi, your sister can take them. And so, Lu Chen, surrounded by a group of people, began shopping at Tianyi Martial Hall. Not only did he purchase a large quantity of elixirs, but he also bought many ingredients. When the final price was calculated, it amounted to over 1 million. After discounts, Lu Chen paid 50,000. Due to the large number of items purchased, Zhang Qingyang sent someone to drive Lu Chen back home. It was nearing dusk. Lu Chen nestled in the spacious back seat, watching the passing scenery outside the car, feeling himself relax. Looking back at the gifts filling the trunk, he was filled with longing for home. The car window reflected his youthful, sharp-featured face, connecting with the distant lights of countless households. The extended Maybach drove directly to the entrance of the residential area. By the time they parked, the sky had completely darkened. As soon as Lu Chen got out of the car, he heard someone loudly calling his name. Just by the voice, Lu Chen knew who it was. Turning around, Lu Li ran over joyfully, her face full of excitement. Brother, why did you suddenly come back? Seeing Lu Li's happy face, Lu Chen's mood also improved. He reached out to pat her head and said with a smile, I came back after the training camp ended, go help bring things in. Lu Li shook her braided hair that he had messed up, walked to the trunk, and was startled by the pile of gift boxes. Brother, did you rob the Martial Hall? Whose car is this? So cool. Can we buy a car for our family too? The little girl chattered away as she went to pick up the gifts. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, looking at the contrast between the rundown neighborhood and the luxurious Maybach. The most important thing about coming back this time was to improve their family's living conditions. He had earned quite a bit of money at the training camp, it was time to give back to his family. Stop talking nonsense, let's go home quickly. Are mom and dad there? Lu Chen didn't say much, he unloaded several gifts from the back seat. Watching Lu Chen carrying so many things, Lu Li first smiled happily, then complained, brother, this is too extravagant, buying so much. Lu Chen ignored her, greeted the neighbors who had gathered around, and carried the things home. We have the means, what's wrong with buying some things? Did you go to the training camp, or did you go to make money? Lu Chen was speechless, a little annoyed. You don't need to worry about that, I've been away for half a month. Have you made any progress in your training? I'm a genius, if my little sister can't even get into Wudao University, that would be ridiculous. Humph. Lu Li snorted unhappily, turned her head away. How was the training camp? Senior sister Ling Yue hasn't come back yet. Why did you come back first? Are you eliminated? You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Chen said irritably, I won the championship at the training camp, and I'm going to represent East Chuan Province in the National Dragon Imperial New Star selection. What is the Dragon Imperial Star, do you know? Lu Li was stunned for a moment, shook her head curiously and asked, brother, what is the Dragon Imperial Star? It sounds so impressive. I'm not telling you. Lu Chen teased her on purpose, then ran towards home after dropping that sentence. When he arrived home, Lu Haitao hadn't returned from work yet, and Feng Qinru was preparing dinner at home. Seeing Lu Chen return, Feng Qinru inquired about his well-being. As soon as Lu Li arrived home, panting heavily, she immediately brought up Lu Chen's first-place achievement and the upcoming provincial election. This shocked Feng Qinru directly. Her son was so outstanding? Not only did he come first in the entire province, but now he was also going to participate in a national-level election? And what about that Dragon Imperial Star, what did it mean? Soon, Feng Qinru, like Lu Li, started questioning Lu Chen about the details. By the time Lu Haitao returned, it turned into a family affair with everyone bombarding Lu Chen with questions. It took a lot of effort for Lu Chen to explain everything to them. I did well at the training camp, and the instructor rewarded me with a lot of cash, so I bought some gifts for you guys. After speaking, he got up and started unwrapping the gifts. Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru wanted to scold Lu Chen for being wasteful, but seeing his excited face and tall figure, their hearts warmed. Son, you've grown up. After dividing the gifts, Lu Chen finally relaxed and sat on the sofa, saying, Mom, Dad, have you been looking at houses recently? Have you found a place? Hearing Lu Chen ask about house hunting, Lu Haitao and Feng Qinru exchanged a glance and hesitantly replied, Xiaojing, we've seen many houses, but they are all very expensive, and getting a loan is difficult. Lu Chen shook his head, no need for a loan. He then opened a real estate app and browsed through the prices of houses. I was rewarded with over 3 million this time at the training camp, plus what I had saved before. It's enough to buy a villa in full. What? Over 3 million? Lu Haitao stood up abruptly from his chair, his voice uncontrollably loud. What kind of reward could be this much? He doubted if he misheard. Lu Lei, who was eating on the side, was also startled, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen calmly explained, yes, we have money now. Just from this training camp alone, I earned nearly 8 million, and that's just in cash, not counting some other things. The whole family was stunned. They thought the 1 million reward from the Martial Arts Association president to Lu Chen was already shocking enough, but they never expected